spectators, you're able to see the athletes in and out of the water a few times on the swim. That's awesome. The one lap bike course is great for the athletes specifically, and then the run, great for athletes and spectators having multiple loops. So right now on screen, we've got Jen Annette on the left, Sky Monch, and then Leslie Smith on the right side. All three athletes that will be up at the front, right?
And remember, these women, those three included, are going for Kona slots, 3 on offer, 3 for the men, 3 for the women today. And you're seeing here are the women that already have those slots. These on the right side of your screen there, these are not athletes racing. These are women that have grabbed their 2022 Ironman World Championship position rights. And you're looking through a whole host of international characters here. Garutz Fratis from Spain. Of course, we got the French athlete Manon Genet. But look through there. USA's Heather Jackson still continuing to be one of our top American athletes alongside Sky Monch and, of course, Leslie Smith. But those names, look at them. There's Daniela Reef, the triumphant return to winner status a couple of weeks ago in beautiful St. George. But take a look, Greg, Matt. Is that what I called you, Greg? I'm going to call you Greg, Didi, and McKeely all day today. One of those names will come out, and eventually I'll hit the right one. But who's missing on there? Who needs to get the slot?
I mean, you're putting me on the spot here, but there's a few athletes out here today. Specifically, Lindsay Corbin is looking for a spot. Sky already has her spot, as does Kelly Philnow, who's in the field as well. So those spots will roll a few if those athletes are in the top 3. So, but there's still a lot of racing left in the season. But for those athletes that really want to do well in Kona, they need to start getting their qualifying spots now.
Now's the time. I think June is a great time to qualify. These men have qualified. Amberger from Australia, Igor Amarelli from Brazil. And look, a lot of those folks, in pretty much everyone, you've got to win or get second. At certain races, you can get third. Like a championship race like this, you get third, you're going to make it. But otherwise, you've really got to excel. You can see a former Ironman world champ, Sebastian Kienle from Germany down there, Ben Hoffman, prolific American racer. And then there he is, Matt Hansen. He is on today's start list. And he has a slot. So cool thing is he can sort of let it all hang out and race for glory because he's not going to blow up and lose a spot.
Yeah, absolutely. You saw other athletes on there. Braden Curry was on there. He just got second over in Cairns just a few hours ago. So there's a lot of racing going on, too, and a lot of athletes adding their names to that list, even since we've been able to put this list together. Max Newman won over in Cairns, so he's going to Kona, as Sam Appleton, I believe, might have gotten his spot as well.
Keep that at Cairns. Otherwise, the Aussies will hit you up and call you out. I've been called out before for not calling it Cairns. We have our American twist on that word. But speaking of American, that's Tim O'Donnell right there. We mentioned his last really great race at the end of 2019 before the pandemic kicked off. This man had that somewhat of a surprise second place. I think he surprised himself. He hadn't been on full run training going into that race and got away on the bike and then just ran exceptionally well and snagged that sub 8 hour finish time. Second place overall at the World Championship. So Tim O'Donnell, he's still got that in his head, right? I'm going back to Kona, can go top 3, try and win it.
Yeah, and how hard is it? Like, again, you said it was kind of unexpected just in the fact that he didn't necessarily have the prep he thought. He went in with confidence and was going to try to see if it worked, and it did. But, not only has he, we've all gone through the pandemic, we've all had struggles, but he had this very serious heart condition. Do you think it makes it worse or better after having that kind of result, right? Like, do you want to, you're riding high, oh, maybe next year I can go win, or you're like, okay, I've got that second, I don't have anything to prove, let's take our time coming back?
I almost kind of go with, if I'm answering the correct question here, I think it's a blessing that he came off the second and then had a massive breather, because belief is still there, but expectations are down, and expectations are where things get tricky. So certainly he had a heart attack, right? He came back from that. I'm not sure. He was very public about that, very scary. Got cleared by the physicians to get back on the training wagon and, of course, the races. But he's a man that I think it helps him if that's the right answer. He's now coming in as a big kind of unknown in some ways because it's just been a nice dry spell.
Absolutely, and I'm looking forward to seeing what Tim does here today.
And we were talking a lot about Tim O'Donnell, American, top American for a lot of years. But here's another one, a 5-time Ironman winner, Matt Hansen. This man training with Julie Dibbins and the great crew that she leads out in Boulder, Colorado. I'll say this, Matt Hansen, he's a triple threat because a race like this, he comes in here, non-wetsuit swim, keeps himself in contention, but his bike run, often unparalleled. Just as I say unparalleled, you look at another guy that has just a crazy good, sort of other side of it. He's an extremely dominant swimming, great bike with a super run. That's Jesper Svensson, 2-time Ironman winner. I mean, we've got them all.
And if you had to write it up, I'm going to say we're going to have the man on the left chasing the man on the right later in the race. Hansen chasing the man on the screen here. There's two strengths coming at kind of different times of the race. But Michael, I mean, let's talk about it. Everybody's thinking about it. Matt Hansen, hands down favorite for this race, depending which Hansen shows up, right? Like he has these races where it just he's dominant, and then he has races where he just kind of doesn't seem like it's clicking.
You're exactly right. If he comes with his absolute A+ game, we can see that he should be he is a guy to beat, the guy to beat. I think there's these three because Tim O'Donnell, you come in here and you do have that Podium. It's a word. If you get Podium in Kona, you're a Podium finisher.
No, I like it. Go ahead.
But he's got that Podium finish in Kona. It gives him, that he can run extremely well off of those great swim and bike combos.
Yeah.
Jesper Svensson is another one. He did exceptionally well in Texas last month. And so now we've got those three guys, I think, as the clear favorites. But we talked about Trevor Foley. This young man, 22 years old. He's still in college. Basically, most people when they're in college are just dabbling in some of these club sports. Not him. He's a pro athlete. Started the sport in December of last year. That's a quick rise.
That's crazy. And he's doing real well. Obviously had some top results, put himself in good position in Texas. But he, to me, is probably the scariest one in there because kids these days, 22. He's like, it doesn't hurt him, right? Like he can go out and kind of throw some bombs and see what ends up coming out on the other end. But he really doesn't necessarily have any specific skill in one of the three that's better than anybody else on the field. Unless I heard rumors that he was trying at a previous Ironman to run sub 2:30. If he does that, he can outrun Hansen, but it would take that pretty much to outrun Hansen.
It absolutely would. And let's look at a few other people that we need to mention in here that are on our field as we jump to the women's race. Come back to the fellows because the names are online here. We've got Skye Moench, and she's someone that, of course, bib number 25. Keep an eye on her. She's definitely won the Ironman European Championships last summer, 2 summers ago, and then had a bad fall going into Kona. So she's definitely a highlight. Watch out for her. Leslie Smith from USA, Renee Kiley from Australia. The women's list, Lindsay Corbin, we talked about her. She's trying to get over there for her 13th Ironman World Championship in Kona. And so those women, they have the experience, a lot of them, and some of the up-and-coming kind of that push and pull of been on the top and want to get on the top. But as we look at this and watch that sun come up, Matt, let's come back to the men for just a second. I don't want to leave them off the list. We've got to talk about guys like Andre Lopez from Brazil.
Yeah.
He was on his way to a podium finish in Cozumel last year, Ironman Cozumel. And he ran into a little bit of an off-course situation, did an extra bit of running, and fell back to 5th or 6th. But he was there, really racing well, breaking through. Andre Lopez, watch out for him, represents Brazil. And then also the other Brazilian, Thiago Vinal. We mentioned him.
Totally.
He's a guy that's gone to Kona as a pro, raced extremely well. And if we have to stay with Portuguese speakers, what about Pedro Gomez? He's won Ironman before. Once you've won it, you know how it feels.
That's true. I think those are good ones to pick out. I think Jesse Bondarchuk has been racing well, Ironman distance. Marathons going pretty quickly for him these days. Stephen Kilshaw, I still think, is an athlete that he's always been so close to breakthroughs. He's had podium results in big races, but often kind of overlooked. That's an athlete that can swim pretty close to the front, ride well, and then he's going to run in the high 240s, low 250s. So there's a bunch of athletes deep in this field.
He's a fun one to watch when he's having those great days because he is kind of a dark horse almost every time and has pulled off some fun results. So good call there with Kilshaw. And as we look here, we can talk a little bit more about the women. Give ourselves time here to look at some that we didn't mention. Susie Cheatham, of course, is someone that has just kind of gotten herself back to her top level. She's gone top 3 in Kona at least twice, if not 3 times, representing Great Britain, one of these incredible British talents at Ironman.
Yeah.
So watch out for her.
Absolutely, and she raced South Africa not too long ago and was in the front, in the lead, in that lead group, and you could tell it just like at a certain point she just wasn't used to it. She wasn't fully back, but she's coming back here to try to get her Kona spot. If she's signed up and at the start line of an Ironman, we know she's gonna give it her all. So I think Sky has her work cut out for her. If the old quote unquote Susie Cheatham shows up, Sky definitely has a race on her hands.
That's right, for sure. And you mentioned kind of the classic. We didn't see the Lindsay Corbin we're used to seeing in St. George at the Ironman World Championships a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
But when she comes to the race with a full, complete swim, bike, run, watch out.
Yeah, absolutely. And what I love about Lindsay, there's a lot of things, but what I love about what she showed at St. George was she was having an off day and she kept going and she kept pushing what she was capable of, but her body just didn't have it. I think there was a cold going around in the household type of thing. But
so you're blaming Chris?
Yeah. It's generally if something goes wrong, it's Chris'
husband
fault.
on camera there bringing the bug home, and she got no. But it is tough because, as you know, it's always important to have 100% of your body ready to go. Body, mind, everything has got to be lined up. And with Ironman, it is such a gamble. You're a pro athlete.
Yeah.
You're on the edge. You just miss by the taper by a day or two, or you just do a little too much or a little maybe too few workouts into that last little bit. It can really get you. So that is tough to time, but we're going to see how she shows up today, Lindsay Corbin.
There's this beautiful moment in time when neither foot is touching the ground. We are free of gravity and weight, moving above the doubts, past limits. When we are light, transformed, and hopeful. And if we were to collect all these moments, join them together, wow. This is when anything becomes possible. This is when we fly.
Throughout my career, people have doubted my ability, and I've had it even more so when I've come into triathlon. I think this year will be very different. There will be bigger expectations on me. I love the way that I race. With my swim background, I'm almost in the driving seat from the gun. I'm the person that everyone is chasing. I want to be the best, and I'm willing to work as hard as possible to get there.
And we are right here again where we left off. This, of course, certified Piedmontese beef Ironman North American Championship, Des Moines, a big race on a big day here in Iowa, and it is going to be on, going for that title of North American champ, also going for those those three Kona slots on offer, and of course, vying for your share of $150,000. That's $75,000 for each, our women and our men. Hey, there's Matt Russell.
Yeah, and that's a lot of money. This is one of the bigger races of the year as far as cash goes. So these athletes are going to be fighting in. But as we see our pros getting in for warm up, not too much longer till our men's start. About 8 minutes till we get the race going for them. But you can see them filing into Gray's Lake. Nice, smooth water, Michael. I mean, obviously it's a non-wetsuit legal swim, so we see athletes in their swim skins and their aero suits for the bike, but I'd say it's pretty darn fast conditions. I think we're going to see Svensson and maybe somebody else going in the 47s, maybe 48s.
I like what you're saying here. There's Elliot Bach from Texas by way of now Boulder, Colorado. This guy is a fun one to watch. Got a lot of personality behind him. Kind of one of these guys you're waiting to see break through. He's got a pretty good swim and a great bike and still kind of chiseling out that run for the Ironman distance. But Elliot Bach, keep an eye on him. He's definitely someone that we see up front, and I'm not sure why he's kind of lined up with the women there. Let's give him a hard time for that. Maybe he's just trying to prospect out there.
No, that's a great shot, though, Michael. This is kind of what it's like when you're getting ready. You're like, oh, man, dude, if I got a long day ahead of me, how much should I actually warm up? And you start catching up with your buddies. But it's super great conditions out there so far, Michael. 67 degrees, little clouds overhead, risk of a little bit of rain later in the day. Water temp warm, 75 degrees. It's warm, Michael, but I think you know, when you get in at 75, when was the last time you jumped into a pool at 75 and thought it was warm? Like it's still, it feels chilly when you get in, especially this time of the day.
That's right. That's a good observation. Check this out, though. As you see, right now we're 67 or 19 Celsius, but it's going to climb up to 31 for the high. That's almost 88, 89 degrees. But what I really see here as I look at this graphic, 92% humidity. That's something that feels, again, cool right now. Feels pleasant. Later, it's going to feel a little bit steamy as we watch Tim O'Donnell make his way into the water.
Yeah, and I think these conditions, you know, they're going to suit certain athletes better than others. You know, humidity very different than, you know, the conditions we saw in St. George a few weeks ago with an athlete specifically. Matt Hansen didn't do great in those conditions, but that humidity and kind of this race to me feels like the Woodlands, right?
Good
and Matt Hansen dominates that race, so expect him to do well in these conditions. But I love this shot. This course is, you know, a beautiful course, and again gives us opportunities to see these athletes come through a couple times on a lap.
Yep, and a reminder, it is a 2-loop course here for the Roca Swim Course. They hit this Grays Lake, and they're going to run into the water. They're going to hang an immediate left, a couple hundred meters out, and then they're going to do a long, what's it called? Geometry. It's really tough for me. It's a rectangle where they go all the way out to the left. Here, in fact, it is a counterclockwise swim course. Athletes exit the water at the end of lap 1 before they head into lap 2. And I tell you what, they call that an Aussie exit. We'll see today who dominates that type of exit. What comes next?
Yeah, absolutely. Single loop bike course. You know, 4,000 feet of climbing. It's not nothing. I think it's going to be a fast course. I imagine the men are going to be in the 14s maybe, and then the women maybe in the 440s range. But still, 4,000 feet of climbing, but more of kind of that rolly terrain. And then on that run course, 3 loops around Grays Lake. Awesome spot if you're a spectator. If you're in Des Moines and you're watching this now, you know, keep us on your phone maybe, but head down and watch the race live.
That's right. What a cool shot overhead there. And those 3 laps of that Hoka run course around Grays Lake. I guess what they're going to do is they're going to get real familiar with that approximate 8.77 miles or 14 kilometers per lap. That's pretty much rough territory there on the math. That's cool, though. As you mentioned, it's almost ideal because athletes can break that down naturally, and then spectators get to see them a lot.
Very similar to Ironman Arizona has a similar course, and it's great for spectators. You know, coaches, you know, friends and family can be out there cheering you on, but you're also getting splits. Be like, okay, if I want to even split this marathon, I'm going through in 56 each lap or whatever it is, right? I know for you it'd be 52 a lap.
So,
maybe?
thank you.
Yeah. You always want a
compliment.
negative split, but awesome shot overhead of transition area. You know, beautiful grass transition, nice and soft on the feet. It's always nice coming out of the water.
It is. What a great venue here at Grays Lake, and these athletes getting their little bitty bit of warm up here. And I think that right now, athletes in general have what I would call kind of the peak of nerves. So you're ready to get going. Of course, the warm up helps cool and calm those nerves. But ultimately, you really aren't able to release until you hear that cannon fire, and that's when it gets going.
I think that's a great call. You're just like, you're kind of annoyed that it's not here yet. You're right. Yeah. You're like, okay, let's just get it to the camera, or the cannon goes off, and I don't have to worry about anything anymore. I just get to go to work. Because these professionals, like, once that happens, there really isn't worry. It's like, okay, what's the task in front of me? What do I do next? How do I adapt? But right now, it's like there's a bunch of unknowns until that cannon goes off.
I think the closer you get to that cannon firing, the less patience you have. And then the cannon goes, you got to go right back to the patient game because Ironman is a long look. They don't look like they're going anywhere, those two athletes.
No, they really don't.
I love the trickery of an overhead shot. But cool thing is, as we mentioned, for this Roca swim course, 2 laps, you're going to go out under that arch. You're going to run in. It's always interesting to see who is capable of hitting this water efficiently, because it is an art, Matt. Some people in water start, some people ocean start.
Yeah.
They do a little bit better than others. And in a lake flat swim, you have to know when it drops off, how many dolphin dives, if any, when you go to the swim. And I mention this because you could lose some feed in that first 25 meters.
No, it's super important. And so far, you know, on the scene this year, we've seen a bunch of different conditions. Oceanside had a nice run in that was better for those athletes that were good, kind of on that dolphin dive situation. But it is a technical aspect of our sport, and we know it's all about getting on feet. And if you miss the right feet, that could be 2 to 3 minutes or more over an Ironman, and that certainly can be something that you can gain by knowing the course. And you know, the smart athletes, You would have been out there yesterday and you would have seen athletes just walking around in the shallows, right? Because you can find zones where maybe you can dolphin dive a little bit longer, or some athletes don't want to dolphin dive and they want to find the deeper zone to just get in and start swimming.
The cool thing is I'm long since racing days, and I learn things all the time, and I never would have thought of that before walking around in there. So thanks for that tip. It would have been good, useful. Really, I'm being serious. So looks like I got about 11 men in there, if I counted correctly. We'll try again. Some notables, of course, as you're looking down. That's Jesper Svensson right there with that fluorescent green cap. He's got the white sleeves underneath the blue speed suit. Keep an eye on him. He is a what I'd call super swimmer. So watch him. He's probably going to pull away or at least get up front. Tim O'Donnell, though, this is one thing he doesn't do. He does not get dropped on swims. He's the former Navy man, the Berkeley grad school. This guy's got all the accolades, and he can really swim. Former short course superstar, and now Ironman champ.
And with just 11 men, as you counted, it's even a little bit more tactical, because if you miss the group, you're going to be out on your own, and there's not a lot of athletes coming through. I think it's more than 11 as we scan through here. But as we see Svensson move last second. Was that Svensson?
Svensson's on the back on the fluorescent. Here's Tim O'Donnell with the white cap. He doesn't have his goggles on yet, so my watch says you got to get those on. It's about 30 seconds here, but he did just that. And so one thing that we'll talk about later is look how many shoulders you can sleeve right there in the Roka suit in the middle. That's Stephen Killshot from USA standing next to the guy with the incredible sideburn action. And of course, this is the interesting thing, folks, is we are with you often where we don't really know who gets this thing going, who started this race until we see that tracker. So pull out that Ironman tracker as we're ready to get underway here today for the 2022 certified. That's here. We got this. I don't know how to say it. I don't know how to say it. I was going to give you a little lead in here, but these guys are too fast for this certified Piedmontese beef Ironman North American Championship. Des Moines, they're in the water 2 laps around Grays Lake for this Roka swim course. And this is the deal, Matt. They're off.
They are off, and you can see in the pink cap on the left side of the screen, that's Matt Hansen. It's going to be super important for him to be able to find kind of the right feet and get a bit of a free ride. On the left or right side of our screen, swimmer's left in that green cap, that's Jesper Svensson, who we expect to have one of the faster swims. But Tim O'Donnell, he didn't really try to get on Svensson's feet or line up near him. He lined up on the left side of the screen. So you're going to see T.O. in that white cap probably at some point come together with Svensson. But as they head out, they're going to take a left-hand turn. So I think that, suits Svensson a little bit better for the tighter angle on that turn, but T.O. can kind of just take his time and circle around and get on those feet. But starting to break up a little bit. You can see Hansen's trying to stay on that in that fourth swimmer's spot on the right-hand side of the screen. But there we go. This is an awesome shot here as you can see Svensson and T.O. Svensson on the bottom, T.O. on the upper left.
Yeah, wow. And this is cool, too. Folks are looking at that buoy saying, what the heck? They went on either side of it. Don't worry. We need to go around the red turn buoys. Those are the only buoys that we need to go around as swimmers. You can use these others as sight buoys, but just as scripted here, Jesper Svensson in that fluorescent cap here in the bottom part of your camera, and then Tim O'Donnell in the white cap just above him. These two men, the fastest swimmers today, guaranteed. Watch them, see if they've got someone with them later.
Well, now that you guaranteed it, somebody's going to get in between them. But, it's awesome. It does look like T.O.'s kind of doing it easy right now, which is great to see. Just very comfortable stroke. And what we were talking about earlier, Michael, and I apologize, but I don't apologize. Sorry, not sorry. We're going to talk about T.O. and kind of where he's come from and where he is now a lot today. And I think what we were saying about not having anything to stress about once the race starts, how calm do you think T.O. is right now, right? Like, this has been a huge buildup for him to get back to this distance racing. Now he's in. He can just do his thing. This is like where he's comfortable.
I think you're right. I think so. And he's got enough experience to not get too worried about any little thing. So he's also been a guy that will go into a race maybe kind of unfit, so to speak, not championship ready,
right?
Not end of the season ready, and not be too worried about it. He'll say, hey, we'll see what we've got. I know the number one goal that he has today is get his Kona slot secured. That's obviously first goal, get to the finish line, healthy, happy, and ready. But top 3 is definitely on his mind. And so I think you're totally right. And why not let this guy, Jesper Svensson, do all the leading? A little easier for him.
And this is, we're picking things apart already, but Svensson's doing it easy when he's skipping like 3 breaths. Like he breathing every 5th stroke there for a second. So that's an athlete that is very, very comfortable at this pace.
And I guess you can do that here because a couple weeks ago in St. George, we had every single athlete that World Championship going flat out. You could see it. You could tell they were really trying to murder each other in that swim.
Yeah.
And so now a little bit less so. You can build it, and that pays dividends later.
And you can see in about 8th spot is Matt Hansen in a group of 4. That's that pink cap. We're going to point him out because he's one of that pre-race favorites, and it's very important for him, or where he might be able to quote unquote like lose the race is the swim. He has that bike, he has that run, but if somebody else is on a similar day and gets a 3-minute head start on the swim, that's hard for Hansen. So you can see him there, but he's right in the middle of the field. He's going to end up in that main chase group unless something kind of dramatic happens.
And looking on the left side of your screen, it is the start line again for the women who are tackling this exact same course. You can see them still warming up as those age groupers are queued up for their rolling start there on shore. But these women, a little bit smaller field. There's Sky Monch right there chatting with Lindsay Corbin, those 2 top American athletes. Lindsay, I believe, still has that top American time overall for fastest American Ironman athlete. I believe she set that in Austria, but those stats, they change daily, it seems like, as we saw, wow, these times. What's that world's best? We saw that with Laura Phillip, 8:18.
Crazy.
I mean, the times that we're seeing, I think 15 years ago, these times were winning all the men's races, and now the women putting them down. So Laura Phillip running that 2:45, Matt, that really puts things in perspective.
Crazy.
That's something that neither you nor I ever came close to when we were race horses, which is probably why we're in the commentary booth now. So we appreciate what they're doing. We understand these things. Now, set it up on the right side of the screen. Jesper Svensson leading out Tim O'Donnell, those men early on in the swim, and the women on the left side going to dive into these 74.9-degree waters, non-wetsuit swim of the Roca swim course. 2 laps about to get underway for these superstars.
Yeah, absolutely. They're ready to go. They're getting those last-minute nerves out, and it's all going to get calm, as we said, right when that gun goes off. But some athletes, again, still having those goggles off the head. Lindsay, it's time to get those goggles on. Some athletes, I was the guy like T.O., like you always, I had to like wash my goggles off up to like 10 seconds before the start just to have something to do, right? But Lindsay, seriously, put your goggles on.
Look at Lindsay, too, and this kind of validates your point earlier. Is she's a little chilled, and that's because that water, anytime you jump in a pool is 74, 75, you feel fresh. And today, it's no different. It's going to be ideal swimming conditions. Let's not lie. It's not cold enough to get the freezy toe. It's not really a problem. It's not hot enough to overheat. It's kind of ideal.
Yeah, you'll get a little bit. Some of those athletes will have the shivers when they start. And if you ever do a race like this and you have the ability to bring a sleeveless wetsuit with you, bring the sleeveless wetsuit. Warm up in that so you don't get cold when you're on your warm-up, or have a jacket to make sure you stay warm before the race. But yes, to your point, perfect conditions as we see the men really cruising through on that right-hand side of the screen, the very, very smooth conditions with Jesper Svensson and T.O. First and second. But again, women just seconds away from their start here.
And I'm counting 12, but I don't know if I'm counting very well from this overhead shot, but I think about 12 women look to be in that water, bunched up and ready to go. Of course, we are going to see them off just like we did the fellas 2 laps around Gray's Lake. They do exit after lap 1 before entering again. That Aussie exit, as they're calling it, is something that we love as commentators because we get to see who's who. We get to check those splits, but check it out. They're going to pull that cannon fire, and it is going to be on right away. There it is. Today we have it kicked off, the 2022 Certified Piedmontese Beef Ironman North American Championship, Des Moines. They're swimming, Matt. Who you got? Because, well, let's reference this young man, Shane Pied. Of course, he's a certified Piedmontese Beef owner and CEO, Nick Munger, and of course, Jordan Reed and Greg Edwards. Those guys, they got to fire the cannon. What honor.
And you could tell he was pretty pumped. He did a good job. It's they had the cannon horn combo there, so that can catch you off guard there when you're shooting the cannon. But awesome stuff. But left-hand side of the screen, we have in the pink cap is Sky Monch and Leslie Smith in the green cap. They're swimming side by side at the moment. So we'll see who that first woman is, to kind of separate herself from the field. But doesn't look like there's a huge separation quite yet. I think we're going to have, at least on that left-hand side, a little bit of a group come together. Far less spread out at this point. Obviously, they're only 100 meters in at this point, but pretty tight.
Pretty tight. And we don't have our proverbial kind of fish in the water like a Lauren Brandon, or we don't have a Lucy Charles Barkley. We don't have someone that's going to rip away. And Haley Chura, for example, those women are not here. And I mention that because it does make it a little bit better for your kind of strong swimmer. It makes it better for your weak swimmer because you don't have that early pace that really hurts us. You know who hurts the most on a super, super fast pace is that athlete that's trying their best to break through and they just overextend, go across the red line, blow up, and you blow up 300, 400, 500 meters into a swim. Your day's not over, but it certainly hurts. You got to come back from that.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think you're right. I think tactically this could change the race to a certain extent. I mean, you have athletes like Jenna Nett and Lindsay Corbin, kind of not to pick on them, but stand out to me as athletes that, you know, having a good swim is important for how the race is going to turn out throughout the rest of the day and what their gap might be on the leader. But I think if you've got, we see athletes in a bit of a scrum there, but we see Sky Monch going towards the front. I think the only one that might push the pace if she gets to the front is Sky. And I think that's just because that's how she is. She just she wants to win a world championship or get on the podium of a world championship. So every time she races, she needs to be testing herself as if she's racing against those women. So I think if she gets to the front, she's going to push the pace. But if not, you know, again, it might be this much bigger group that stays together in the women's field.
That's right. And you can see as they go under this red arch that keeps them on target. And the red are the ones that we have to pay close attention to. The red buoys keep us on. Those are the ones, again, they are not sight buoys. They are turn buoys, and they are buoys that you must comply with. So coming around that turn and hitting this sight buoy that's yellow, Ironman crew does a great job setting this up worldwide. So we have a pretty good standard there. But Tim O'Donnell in the pretty position here. I think if we start to talk about the difference between leading a swim like this and being kind of dragged along, what's the percentage roughly? Like, how much easier is it to be back in that second position, couple feet back?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's pretty big. I think it's a pretty big advantage to be back there. I would say it's like 20%, but it's also like a psychological effect as well. You don't have to worry. You're just kind of in the groove following somebody. But I mean, physically, depending on the athlete, my neck would always get tired. Sometimes I would get leg cramps by sighting. You know, if you have a tight back, it's hard to sight. If you're in that second position, you can just not sight. Right, you can just sit in and not have to worry about it. But they actually went through a timing zone, Michael, in that little arch. So we do have Svensson and T.O. with about 30 seconds on the next group of athletes with Andre Lopez, Welland, and Bach. And then it looks like Hansen is actually with that group at this point with Tacone. So that's your little chase group of 5 athletes, about 30 seconds back. 30 seconds in the first 10 minutes, that could end up stretching to 3 minutes, depending on how fast Svensson pushes in the front.
There you go, because that's 750 meters, isn't it? So 30 seconds and 750, that's a lot. That's a good gap. And these athletes can make it up. We're talking about seconds in the matter of 8-ish hour race. And as we watch these women plug their way through this course, a 2-lap Roka swim course here in Grays Lake, we're getting a great shot as the sun starts to come up. And again, when that sun comes up, the heat starts to come up as well. Going to be challenging for all the athletes today to keep on track and on top of their nutrition throughout the day. We're going to make sure we stay on top of our nutrition as well and take some breaks.
Whether it's on the road or in the pool, your activity has high demands. Rooted in sweat and grounded in science, we understand your unique fueling needs. That is why we created formulas just for you, endurance athletes, helping you replace what you're losing and keeping you fueled. And there's nowhere we'd rather be than with you along this journey, because together we are formulated for farther. From the creators of Gatorade, Gatorade Endurance, formulated for you, formulated for farther.
Well, we're back here in the water watching the top two men. And here's an observation that Matt made here off camera. I'm going to let you make it again. Both men doing what you observed. What are you seeing here that's unique?
Yeah, for me, it's interesting to see, and obviously he's got his technique and how he dials in his stroke. But you can see the breathing pattern of Jesper Svensson on the left is he takes a breath every stroke cycle, and then skips the stroke cycle, and then keeps and continues on that. So every stroke, every other stroke cycle, and then goes back to it. And to me, it's like I need as much air as possible. So I'm going to breathe left kind of as much as I can. But I think when an athlete does that, they're trying to make sure that they're staying equal on both sides, right? Making sure the rotation's nice and smooth. But what I would expect when an athlete's doing that is to switch to every third stroke and breathe on the other side, but he's just breathing left.
Check it out, because Tim O'Donnell's almost got the exact same pattern as Jesper Svensson.
Yeah.
Very cool, because he'll do that too. He'll pop up, he'll breathe, and then two down. I wonder if it's a matter of what you said, Matt, where when they lift the head up and they sight, it does load that low back and the legs, and maybe they're trying to keep the head down, which keeps that more natural swim position. I don't know.
No, it's interesting. And one thing that we both, I think, would agree on, that if they're doing that, it means they're not like totally pushing the pace.
I disagree.
Right. You would. No, but like, swimming is the only thing that we do where it's restricted breathing. You're forced to kind of hold your breath to a certain extent, and these athletes are doing that even more so. So like if you were pushing the pace, they would be on that every stroke cycle, really trying to get
I completely agree. No, you're exactly right. And as we watched Tim O'Donnell just almost hitting the brakes to look back, not unusual and not really that difficult for these athletes to do as they round this turn there around again, another red buoy. But I tell you what, Tim O'Donnell and Jesper Svensson, I would agree 100%. These two men are not on the rivet. They are swimming controlled, yet very fast. You can tell they're still swimming extremely fast. And it's kind of cool to see, because I think it speaks again to the caliber of these two men.
Yeah.
Not just on the swim. Overall, these are true contenders here. They've won big Ironmans. They've been at the front of big, big races. So these are finely tuned machines that are cranking it.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think they're both athletes that are going to be pushing that pace in Kona as well. So I think, as we were saying, Sky does, making sure pushing and testing yourself against the best in the sport. Those two athletes are certainly doing it, but a little bit different. Like, it's got to be hard to be in T.O.'s head where it's like you're trying to get your best, but in the end, like there is, like you probably are a little concerned still, even though like he certainly is not going to get on the start line if the doctors don't clear him. But there's still, I'm sure, a little bit of tentativeness in T.O.
That's right. As you take a look at this actual leaderboard down the right side of your screen there, you'll see Jesper Svensson and T.O. Tim O'Donnell through with a 30-second lead. Remember, that's flashing back to the 750-meter mark, or about half a mile. And we're well past that now because these guys moving lickety-split. But still a pretty cool look. And noticing in the North American Championship, a whole lot of North Americans.
Yep.
We do, of course, have Argentina, Brazil, and Sweden represented, but otherwise almost all USA, Canada there. And I'll tell you what, you talk about USA, you talk about Ironman racing, you talk about some iconic events in the U.S., you'd be remiss to miss talking about this race. On September 11th, we're going to honor the 20th edition of Ironman Wisconsin. This is a rare and exciting milestone in the world of endurance events. As many athletes know, the Ironman Wisconsin journey is a rite of passage in the triathlon community. Matt, you've done it. The legendary run up the Helix as athletes head towards T1, the spectator line bike course, the run under the bright lights of the illustrious Camp Randall Stadium, all culminating in that finish line, unrivaled at the footsteps of the state capitol. I tell you what, come experience your capital moment in 2022. That's Ironman Wisconsin. Head over to Ironman.com and get in on the action, Matt.
Yeah, for sure. And I think that's one of the races, if I've got a list of top 3, top 5 experiences, like the course is great, but the spectators in that and how that race is set up is spectacular. And yeah, definitely go and do it if you haven't. The only thing that's annoying about that course is that if you feel like you want to drop out and you like turn a corner and be like, okay, I'm going to like walk for a little bit, there's like a spectator in your face being like, go, go, go. There's people everywhere. It's awesome.
That is annoying. And yep, you run through the sorority and the fraternities there, and that's probably where you always want to drop out. You say, hey, I'll just hang out in this party zone. But it is cool. It is really, I think, a rite of passage. If you haven't raced it, go volunteer,
Yeah,
or
totally.
go spectate, or just go check it out. Get that inspiration. Train on the course. It's a beautiful little spot in the world there in farmland. It really is a gorgeous race. So do check that out. Now we're coming right back here to another gorgeous spot. And of course, this is Tim O'Donnell that is in second place right here in that white cap. And it's also fun to see the uniqueness of the strokes. They both have pretty quick turnover. He and the leader, Jesper Svensson, but kind of unique as well. Tim has a bit of that lope, or that kind of gallop in his stroke, which a lot of the faster swimmers have. He gets that arm way up as he breathes on that left side. But look how far away they are. A good 50, no, probably 75 meters, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, they're spreading out. I bet they're going to be close to a minute the next time we get a time check on those two athletes. And you can see the group behind, it's split up a little bit with one athlete separating just off of, taking different lines to that next red buoy. So you'll probably see those 4 athletes get back up to that athlete in the front of that group. But no, Jesper and T.O. definitely out there in the front pushing that pace and getting a little bit of separation. Back to the women's field, we do have, we'll try to get a number on this athlete in the front. It does look like that's Vok, American athlete, with Sky Moines behind her and Leslie Smith on there. So yeah, top 3 hanging in just with a handful of seconds. So we do see separation with Testets, Cheatham, Fletcher, Annette, and Corbin a little bit further back. I was just waiting on Phil now, just a few more seconds behind as well.
Yeah, it's so cool. I have to say, we never used to have this, but to get actual splits from the water, in the water, it's cool. I mean, it's no replacement to you being out on a boat calling them out, but it is definitely cool.
That's great.
Folks, if you're looking at the leaderboard and you want to have your own version of that and check out some more athletes, please download that Ironman tracker if you haven't already on your handheld mobile device. Make sure you're keeping up to date, because it really is unique. It gives estimates, it gives actual locations, little map estimates, and it's a great tool to use so you can keep track of your family member, your friend, or your favorite athlete here today in Des Moines.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, on screen right now is Britt Vok. She was 10th just earlier this year at Ironman Texas. She swam at 57 there, so we'll see what the time is today. But that shows me it's not going to be they're not going to have 10 minutes on the chase group if the athlete leading was a 57 just a few weeks ago. But, an athlete that obviously is comfortable being in the front of the race, and we're excited to see what kind of time she puts in on those chasers. And, she's in a great group with those other 2 athletes, Leslie Smith and Sky Moch, really having great experience. So for her, as a kind of a newcomer to the Ironman distance, only with 2 under her belt at this point, this is going to be a great opportunity for her. But back to the men up on the left-hand side of the screen, that's Jesper Svensson and T.O. right behind in the white cap.
And we mentioned Tim O'Donnell, his last Ironman being there where he got second place in Kona, but he did actually, now looking back at results, do that Ironman Cozumel race to validate, if you will, to get that Kona slot for 2020, which of course then started off getting pushed around the calendar. But watch this. These 2 men hitting that solid ground, hitting the beach, and we're going to run through this Aussie exit. We can assess how they look and how they feel. They also can assess one another. Of course, you could take a hit of water, and Jesper does. Tim splashes some on his face. But both men look really good, very comfortable. Tim's looking for his family, no doubt looking for Mirinda and his 2 kids, Finn and Isabel. Then he goes back into the water. He may take the lead. He looked over, and Jesper said, "Hey, there you are. I was wondering who was tickling my toes." And then they're off together side by side. I still think we're going to see Tim take that second spot. He's just a savvy athlete. He knows. Although I said that, and he went right to the front.
Yeah, no, he's going back in and pushing that pace for sure. But we're going to see that chase group come through after this quick commercial break.
See that thing John Morant has? That's a hypervolt. That thing he uses to warm up and stay loose before he throws it down. That thing Tony Finau uses on course between shots. Ooh, that's money. That thing Robin and I use before and after we're on the bike so we can ride harder tomorrow. That thing Erlen Holland uses before smashing it into the back of the net. That thing that's for everyone. The Hypervolt from Hyper Ice. Give your body the daily relief it's been asking for.
And as we look back down on this two-loop Roca swim course here in Grays Lake, you will see that Andre Lopez was 48 seconds back at the 1 mile marker at that point where they did come out of the water. So you were spot on, Matt, when you said, I think we'll see that extended to a minute. So 48 seconds, 1 minute, 103, 103, that's our top 6. They're still in contention, aren't they?
They are. And I will say, I think, it's awesome that we have that arch and it's pretty accurate, but I'm counting 5 athletes in the back, 2 athletes in the front. That's 7 athletes total. 1 athlete that is missing is Hansen. So I'm going to go ahead and assume that Hansen is in that chase group with Weiland, Tacone, and Bach. It just maybe his chip didn't register. Maybe leg was underwater, or, whatever the case may be. Anyways, do believe there's 7 athletes that have gone through, so we're going to go ahead and assume that's Hansen, but we're going to be able to tell right there. So that's this is the third group coming through here. That's Killshaw and Vondracek.
Yep, so you can see Matt Russell as well on that right. He's got those American flag sleeves and the capless head as we watch them all hit back into the water there. So when the cap comes off, Matt, you can maybe speak a little bit to that. Is that a good or bad thing? I know it's not intentional. They obviously just fly off accidentally, but what happens when you lose your cap?
Say for the most part, it's accidental. It actually, I think it's great, especially being a fellow bald athlete like Russell is. It keeps you a little bit cooler when it's warm out. Some athletes are out there really pushing that pace, so the cap comes off. An athlete that is used to pushing the pace, we actually have a pretty special guest on the line for us, Michael. It's Mirinda Carfrey. Mirinda, you there?
I am. How's it going, guys?
Good. How are you? How is it down there? Where are you on the excited/nervous spectrum at this point?
Excited now. Nervous a little early, obviously. The pre-race nerves for everyone. It's kind of infectious. It's in the air. So, but I'm excited now. Tim's in the front, having a good swim. So happy about that.
Well, Mirinda, we'll pose this question to you because right now Tim is in the front. He spent the first lap in second. So is it kind of an implied rule of thumb, like, hey, you take your turn at the front, I'll take my turn at the front, or what happened there? Do you know?
I have no idea because I, as you may well know, I'm a terrible swimmer. So I'm just trying to hang on to anyone who will let me hang on and usually swim by myself. So I wouldn't have a clue about that.
So you're not taking your poles, is that what you're saying?
No way. I think if anyone's swimming on my feet, they probably need to find a new job.
There you go. Well, I think some would be still happy to be on your feet, Rennie. So let's ask this, because you're there on the lake. Tell us, what does it feel like? We saw shivering Lindsey Corbin about to get in the water. We saw, some athletes feeling comfortable, others. What's that actual air temp and sort of water temp feel like to you on the lake?
It's actually really comfortable temperature. I am Aussie. I like the humidity, so really feels like home here for me. But I think when you hop in the water pre-race, you always feel a little cold. Even you could be in Kona, do a little swim warm-up, pop out, and you have goosebumps. And I think it's just the nerves. You're a little wet. You're in race shape. Lindsay's in fantastic shape. All of these women are in fantastic shape. So when you have minimal body fat, even the slightest of wind on your body will make it feel cold.
Yeah, but it's kind of nice that it staves off the overheating for a little bit longer. I'm sure they're going to be warm for most of the day.
Exactly.
So it's kind of nice.
Yeah,
right?
I was chatting with Lindsay right before the race, and she was shivering, and she's like, "It's this only time today I'm going to be cold. I'm trying to enjoy it."
Yeah, that's awesome. Okay, so we've got our 3 women leaders on screen right now with Britt Vaughn, Skye Moch, and Leslie Smith. How do you see this swim kind of impacting the overall race today?
Well, that's really interesting and exciting for Lindsay that she is Leslie. Sorry, that she's in that front 3. She will be really excited to be with Skye Moch up in the front. Having those 3 together at the front is dangerous for the rest of the field.
That's right. So if you were, I mean, I think Leslie's one of these that's kind of overdue, right, to win a big race like this, and she's certainly got the ability with her run pedigree.
Yeah.
How would you see that playing out between Sky and Leslie later on? Just if you had to throw something out there, little prediction.
I think Sky will probably get away on the bike, and she's such a strong cyclist that maybe Lindsay will hang on. Leslie, God. Guys, I'm failing. Leslie will hold on for a little bit, but I have a feeling Sky will want to put as much time as possible into her on the bike. Leslie just 4 weeks ago raced Chattanooga, 5 weeks ago, and she ran a 1:17 half. So she is definitely in shape. She's definitely feeling good. And I mean, this swim is showing that she is tapered well. She is feeling good. She's going to have a good race today.
I think that's a great call, Miranda. Yeah, she's one of those athletes. Like Sky, obviously, great runner, but Leslie Smith has a little bit more of that dynamic run. If it gets close, and I think Sky knows that, right? Like she's just as much as Leslie is excited to be with Sky. Sky's gonna be like, oh, yeah, I'd rather you not be here much longer. So I think you're right. She's probably gonna put a little bit of pain, dole some pain out on the bike.
I bet she'll be surprised when she looks around and sees Leslie in the front pack.
Okay, here's the big question for you, and don't worry, by the way, we mess people's names up all the time,
constantly.
So you're in good company. But Rennie, just tell us this, because it has been we haven't seen Tim really at the front of a big race in a long time. Like, what's your hunch here? Is he going to go for big, or is he just kind of going to get back in the game, like trying to win it, or just trying to get it done?
He wants a Kona slot. His big goal is Kona, and he's going to be smart out there, I hope. That was the plan before the race, but it is racing, and if there is an opportunity for him to win, he will definitely take that with both hands. As you said, it's been a while. Obviously, last year had a heart attack. It's been a rough 12 months, but he's back and healthy, and the doctors gave him the all clear. He wouldn't be here if it wasn't 100% safe for him to be racing. So yeah, he's in decent shape. I don't want to say he's in Kona shape yet, because he's trying to build through the year, and hopefully he gets that Kona slot so he can have a great race in Kona at the end of the year. But as I said, an opportunity to win an Ironman, if it's there, you got to take it with both hands, because you never know when it's going to come again.
Yeah, no, I think that's very well said, Miranda. And my thought: do we think T.O. did he get a level of calmness? Like, is he calm now? Is he stoked? Like, how stoked is he to be back doing this again?
He's so happy. He raced Chattanooga as well a couple of weeks ago, and he was just happy to be out there with the boys. He's like, I just felt like I was on the playground with the boys again. And so really happy for him to be able to do this, the sport that he loves. So, I mean, and he didn't have a great swim in Chattanooga, and he's been worried about his swim. So I'm really happy to see him in the front with Jesper, and just, swimming like we all know he can. And so, it gives me confidence that he got his taper right, and he's firing on all cylinders.
No, he did for sure. And from the shots we've seen, Miranda, it looks like he's doing it easy. Like he definitely doesn't look like he's stretching himself or stressing too much on that swim. So definitely, and it's a team effort. So good for you, and congratulations on both of you guys getting to the start line today.
Yeah, no worries. I'm happy to be on this side of the fence today, though.
Yeah. Well, we're happy to have you, and we're going to get to chat with you later today. But for now, we'll say talk to you later, and thanks so much. 3-time Ironman world champ Miranda Carfrae. We'll see you in a little bit.
Sounds good. Thank you, guys.
And Matt, what'd you see there on the right side of the picture as we have Tim leading on the left?
We saw 3 women getting back, the 3 leaders getting back in, kind of all side by side. They probably all looked over the shoulder. Maybe that was when Sky was like, wait, what? Leslie, who? What was that? So we'll see if the pace changes a little bit there. But we see T.O. going underneath that arch again. You do see him with other athletes. They have not gotten caught. That is them actually lapping, lapping the age group athletes as they set out for their Ironman for today as well. So T.O.'s gone through that second split in 31:59 with Svensson 2 seconds. Looks like it's showing behind. So there is some tactics possibly involved. I don't see T.O. really worried about getting rid of Svensson, but you can use those age groupers kind of like set a pick, like an NBA pick, right?
That's right. Weave in and out, and that definitely becomes a factor what's kind of cool now, looking at the women on the bottom there, when we were talking to Marinda and we were looking really closely at those 3 women down on level, Leslie Smith actually didn't. She looked really comfortable. I mean, she was the 3rd person, but gosh, it looked, as far as it can, it looked really easy for her.
Totally, and I think that's the response to the small size of the field, right? Like they didn't have to have a huge battle to find the 3 feet to get there, right? It was more like, okay, things settled in. You're not really at the top of your respiration rate by the time you settle in, so it can be a little bit easier. But it looks like it's getting stretched out just a little bit at this point, as we see Lopez has gone through in 3rd position, kind of on that men's group, and then 4th on the women's has gone through Testetz. So that's a big gap. So it doesn't look like those 3 women are necessarily pushing that pace too hard. As you said, Leslie looking comfortable, but a minute 45 to the next best. And seeing that Susie Cheatham hasn't come through yet, again, we're not totally sure how accurate, if those chips are going to come up every time. It's possible she's come through. The chip just didn't pick her up. But Cheatham not being closer than 2 minutes back is surprising to me.
That's right. I don't think they use the H in Great Britain, but anyway, Cheatham. Anyway, I like the way you call it. I'm not usually going to try and make
have a bad
blatant
pronunciation
correction there at 6:04 in the morning, but I just felt like that was kind of fun. So thanks for that. Anyway, as we come back here, we're looking at the overhead shots of the top 3 women as they approach that buoy, and we're coming in here. Remember, that is, in fact, a turn buoy that you have to be on the right side of, on the correct side of, which in this case happens to be the actual right. But as we look in and you're watching these women, a little bit of off course for Leslie Smith there, kind of not realizing they made that hard left. And buoys are opportunities, right, to drop the people you're with, put a little surge in, and it's about to work.
Absolutely. And I think, any good coach of a pro would have you practice those things. Pace changes. Athletes, if they want to get rid of somebody, they're going to take a couple hard strokes in, a couple hard strokes out, maybe have a better turn. And if you're an athlete that's just hanging on and you miss that turn, you're going to have trouble. But as you said, it looked like Leslie wasn't working too hard, so she's right back on the feet.
Yep, and she's got to creep right back in there in that beautiful blue water, kind of touch those toes of sky right in front of her. So we're watching this gorgeous lake, and if you're getting inspired thinking, man, I'd love to swim in some pristine waters, I tell you what, you should rush on over and check out Ironman Switzerland Thun, which features a crystal clear alpine lake, crystal clear, a beautiful bike course with stunning views on all 3 world-known peaks, Eiger, Munch, and Jungfrau, and a royal run course past the Shadow Castle under the gaze of the Thun Castle. It's not by chance the race got voted #1 on the bucket list Ironman in the world by the Ironman community. Ironman Switzerland Thun offers 75 general entry slots, 14 specific women for tri slots for the Ironman World Championship in Kailua Kona, Hawaii. Check it out at Ironman.com.
That looks pretty awesome. I'm definitely putting my hand up officially for the commentator team on that one. Just go tag the Eiger maybe before race day.
I thought for sure you were going to say to do the race, but then I heard you say commentator. So you're smart. You're remaining smart here. We get to watch these beautiful. We love to race. I always say that, but then people say, well, what's wrong? It's just that we did enough racing, and now we get to appreciate watching them, which we didn't get to appreciate while we were doing them so much. So I would say that's probably true for both of us. Back to the women, Matt. Leslie Smith in the spot she wants to be in, still kind of hanging in 3rd position.
Yep, absolutely. And then our chasers have gone through with Cheatham, Fletcher, and Jen Annette coming through at 2:18 through 2:23. So that's a nice little group there, and some strong cycling legs in that group as well. So I think you might have a group that comes together to be our official second group, our chase group, trying to get back up to the front. But no easy feat, as these women are putting in a pretty 2:22 or 2:18 back after just halfway. That's a big gap.
That is a big gap. And I have to look, I was making jokes about Susie Cheatham. She's someone, though, that is she's a great runner, great cyclist. So, but I don't want to see her lose 4, 5, 6 minutes in the swim. That's a little bit too much. Look, you can overcome it, but it's certainly a little too much for comfort. Watching overhead shots of the Tula Barroca swim course. We'll be right back for lap number 2. right back into this Grays Lake here in Des Moines, Iowa, and we're watching these athletes, both Jesper Svensson and Tim O'Donnell, get around a couple of age groupers who are on their first lap, and they navigated that with precision, going wide out to their swimmers right there, as we see Tim O'Donnell in front position. And I have to say, the question we asked Miranda that came to us from our amazing crowd back home watching on IronManNow.com.
Yeah.
I'll say this, Matt. I think there was a sort of unwritten rule. Tim sat in, and it wasn't terribly uncomfortable. I think they're working pretty hard, but he was sitting in for that first lap. And I think the integrity, when he came through, they looked at each other when they were on solid ground, and he kind of gave the nod, and he took the lead. It was more or less implied, I'm not taking a free ride all the way for 2.4 miles. And that's what they did.
Yeah,
Swapperoo.
and he had a long enough period sitting on the feet to know, okay, it's comfortable. And like, as Miranda said, he didn't necessarily have confidence after his last race in Chattanooga. It wasn't quite the swim he was used to or expecting. And after halfway to be in the lead and to feel like you're doing it kind of comfortable, you'd be like, okay, yeah, I'm ready to go. I can push it a little bit.
Good point. Yeah, he's sort of validated, right?
Yeah.
Hey, I'm back. I got some. And you know what? The athlete like Tim O'Donnell is going to change his fitness level real quick. So he could be kind of moderate fitness and then put a 3-week block of training in and really just change to a whole new level. That could be with swim, bike, and run. But I wouldn't be surprised, too, because as I think you know, Matt, sometimes it's just that elusive feel of the water. You get in and swim, and you've been training big hours in the pool, and you just go, and it's just off. It's sort of an enigma of swimming.
Yeah.
And so maybe Tim felt that as well. But today, not feeling anything like it. He's cranking it, gave a peek over the shoulder there, another one, just to see where, Jesper is. He's like, I feel pretty good. Is he? Oh, he's still there.
Yeah.
A little check of the level. And but these guys are going to hit the bike together, and it's going to be a good duo because, man, regardless, Jesper likes to get after it on the bike.
For sure. And I think Tio obviously does as well. We don't know his race plan specifically, if he's got watts that he needs to, not go over to make sure he's staying in the zone, that he's going to be comfortable on the run in, because that's, important for Tim. But, when he's had his results at big races in Kona, he's actually it's been on the bike where he's been able to separate. Very strong runs off, obviously, but he's made his moves on the bike. So he's an athlete that's very, very capable of doing whatever Jesper is doing, whether or not that's in his plan for this race. As Miranda said, he's peaking for Kona, hopefully, at the end of the year.
Smart moves. I remember speaking with Tim after two different Konas where he got away on the bike. We call it the accidental breakaway.
Yeah, I was just going to say.
And he did. And I sort of posed that question to him, and he said, no, you know what? It's like you don't really plan on getting going, but if you do get going, you keep it. So you don't give it back and say, that was a mistake. And that actually paid off for him twice on the Big Island.
No, it did. I was actually in a room with his bike sponsor when it happened. I was taking a break, as I do during coverage.
What?
And we're like, oh, wait, he didn't mean to do that at all. But and he didn't. But as soon as he was like, okay, yeah, this is the opportunity. It's not like he wasn't prepared for that situation if it happened. But anyways, right now he's going to – this course is a little bit easier to know when you're going to make a move or not, I think, than a race like Kona. And it's not necessary. Right now he's going to have a gap. But he does train a fair bit with Matt Hansen, and I think maybe that's why he's in the front pushing the pace. He's like, you know what? As Miranda said, if he's in a position, he's a racer, maybe he'll try to win. Yeah, of course, like in the back of his head, he wants to win, so he wants to get a gap on an athlete like Hansen. And through that split that had TO at 32 minutes, we did have that chase group, 145 back with Weiland, Tacone, and Bach. And again, I'm going to go ahead and assume that Hansen is in that group, but his chip is just not on or registering.
Hope so. And I think that's a great observation, Matt, that these two men train together, he and Hansen, and they know each other's strengths. They push each other on the run and on the bike. Of course, they do the same swim sets. What I'll say now, just from an observation, it's notable that Tim is swimming a lot harder, I'd say, even than he did in that first loop. I mean, you can see he's got a faster turnover. He's not sailing across with that left hand. And look at this. There's still that second, every fourth breath. But he's working harder. You can see it. Turnover, rate, everything is up.
No, absolutely. I think that's great point. You can see him going to the feet a little bit more. And, yeah, when that turnover is up, partly maybe that's by design of breaking your own water a little bit, because you actually are the one, you're not getting that advantage by sitting in second. But I do think you're 100% right there. He is upping his effort, and that's how you know it's a well-trained athlete. I mean, he's he's almost 4,000 meters into a swim, and 3,000 meters into a swim probably at this point, and accelerating. That's something.
That's fitness right there. Tim O'Donnell, USA, in front, wearing bib number 6, hitting solid ground. And I think you called it out as a quick swim, but I'm not sure we thought this fast. As you're watching these guys hit the solid ground in the 44-minute territory, the guy in all blue, no sleeves, that's Tim O'Donnell, first out of the water. Jesper Svensson's from Sweden right behind him in the blue with white sleeves. This is interesting, though. They're going back into the water for the fourth lap. No, not really. They've got to go back in and hit that final bit because as I correct myself, it was a mile swim.
Yeah.
Then you hit the solid ground. So this Aussie exit is not at the conclusion of the swim, which trips me up. So not 44 minutes of swimming in the Roca swim course, but certainly for the whole overall. But they're still going.
Even though I probably would have made that same mistake, I'm glad you were
that
the
I
one
did it for you,
calling and doing it for us. But yeah, no, it's still going to be a pretty quick swim. That's through 2.1 miles, so obviously 2.4 miles for the whole Ironman distance swim. They're going to be closer to that 50-minute range, which is good for them. The longer the swim is, the longer it takes, the more of a gap those athletes are going to have on the chasers and an athlete like Matt Hansen. The faster it is, the smaller gap. So I think they're going to be pretty pleased with the time. The fast swimmers, they don't really care what their time is. It's what place they're in and what their gap is on their athletes they're racing against.
That's right. Great points here as we wait to see the next 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 men out of the water, and we'll get those splits. It'll be fun to see how much time those guys have lost over this last segment.
Yeah, and I'm curious. Leslie Smith she's been consistently letting that gap be like a little bit bigger than it needs to be. Like, it's a couple feet maybe. And that's a polite thing to do, is to not touch the toes on every stroke. You don't love that if you're the athlete in the front, so maybe she's doing that out of respect. But where that can end up catching you is in this situation here where you're going through these athletes. If you look up, you're on the wrong side of a group of 5 amateurs as the other athletes went left, then it takes a big effort for you to get back around. And I will say, the only Ironman swim I ever let out, I might have been the one that was like using the age groupers as a pick there.
Oh, that's a past personal history. Good share. Thanks for sharing that. Now you're like, it was nothing I did on purpose,
No,
but thank you very much.
not.
Watch this. These 3 women, it's great. It's good tactics. And you know what? Everything counts because swimming is unique. It's the only kind of part of the whole race where really drafting, contact, sort of barriers, other people, you can use that to your advantage, is completely fair, completely legal,
Totally.
completely acceptable. So I think that's all good stuff. And now, look, they've also gone to the left, and the age groupers are there to the right. Once we get to the turn buoy, of course, everybody has to kind of nudge together.
Yeah, absolutely. And with these rolling starts, it actually makes it better for the age groupers and the pros. They're not going past this group of 1,000 athletes at the same time, right? It's kind of one big line at this point. So better for everybody involved. But we see the times coming through in that men's chase group. So 2:40. They haven't actually lost too much more time, from these 2 athletes on screen at this point. But again, those women in the front, Vach, Monch, and Smith, still pushing the pace.
Yeah, there you go. And Lopez still sort of in that no man's land. They're about 1:30 back, and then over a minute to the next chase group.
Yep.
Interesting. But as you look at the women, now that they've all gone through that time check, you've got that group of Pamela Testes from Chile, and then Jenny Fletcher from Canada, and Susie Cheatham. Also with Jen Annett. Those women are keeping that gap,
they're holding
pretty well, I think, in control. We'll see what happens with Corbin and Phil now as they come through. But I guess I mentioned that because really once on to the bike, Cheatham and Annett, those 2, both exceptional. I mean, Jen Annett, she won the ITU long distance world championship in Penticton a few years back.
Yeah.
She did that by way of a great bike, and then did well on the 30K run. She's someone that is, in other words, a bike runner, as is Cheatham. So watch out for those 2 as they get powering through that on solid ground.
Yeah, absolutely. And we saw her, really putting in some big efforts and some great results, kind of right before, we'll call it the shutdown, and when kind of things paused a little bit. But she was having great results in 2019. She was third at Ironman 70.3 Victoria, third at Ironman Germany, second at Ironman Canada. As well as that result that you spoke of, and again, using a good bike run. So here it is, Michael. You can call it now. We do have our men coming out, and that is the finish arch there. So they're going underneath right there, and we're going to have the official time, 48:54 for TO, and Jesper Svensson at 48:55. So those athletes, I think, are going to be pretty comfortable coming through this transition together, and I think hopeful to at least start the bike ride together. I think Svensson, at this point, it's like you're either with somebody for a fair amount of the day or you're just by yourself all day, and you kind of don't want to be by yourself all day, right?
It's lonely.
Yeah.
Now, here's a little tactics difference between Tim O'Donnell and Jesper Svensson. Jesper had his tri-kit up, just needed to zip it. His sleeves were on, and they were exposed during that swim, whereas Tim O'Donnell decided to pull his off and tuck it in.
Yeah.
He's now getting it on. When it works, that's a great tactic. We've seen it fail, haven't we?
Yeah, but I think that could be a calculated thing. Svensson, knows he's strong on the swim, so if at all those arms slow you down, because those arms are designed to be tight and aerodynamic when you're in that aerodynamic position, not necessarily when your arms are over your head. But TO looks at it and says, man, this is a really long transition. If I can't get my speed suit up in this long of a transition, then I've got other problems. But I think one thing that we'll have to watch out for, not that it's a big deal, but we like to have things to talk about. He's still struggling. He didn't practice enough on it. But when it's this long, athletes often forget that they've got their skin suit on.
Yeah.
And so we're going to see athletes start the bike ride with their skin suit on their lower half, for sure.
I just think it's brutal. Here's Andre Lopez out of the water. We're minute 38, so he did a great swim all by himself, no company, no help. But I'll come back to, I like what you said there, and I like each of their choices. They make sense for the individuals. Tim is not losing appreciable time here, and he was able to have that freedom of not having anything on his chest. 2 layers on the chest, also on the sleeves, exposed in the water. That can be an annoyance, especially in warmer water, which, let's be honest, 75 is warm for some people when they're these bigger men that sweat a lot and they heat up in the swim. So I think that was a good call for each athlete. They made that choice. I do think that when it really goes bad is when the zipper malfunctions, or when you're wet, you've got this skin-tight garment, you can't get it on, you rip it, something, just because then it becomes an annoyance later, either a hindrance aerodynamically or an annoyance or something you just have to put energy into mentally, and that's just kind of energy you don't want to spend.
And I think the important thing in that is that both of these athletes have practice that. So they know what works, what doesn't. Tio probably maybe a little annoyed it took him that long, but again, a calculated decision knowing that transition, we still haven't had these athletes come out of transition. So that's going to be at least a 3-minute transition as they go through here. But that's Svensson getting out of the change tent, got his helmet on, ready to go. And this is going to be a pretty long transition when it's all said and done.
I'm going to pay for this one, but I don't mind. That helmet looked a lot like Spaceballs, but in a color red. Anyone that knows the reference, I love you. Anyone that doesn't, that's fine as well. Let's come back here to this transition. We are watching these men battle it out in that gorgeous grassy knoll there in T1, and grabbing the bikes under the rack for Jesper Svensson, and he's going to be first onto the rig. Tim O'Donnell going to be second onto his rig as they come under the arch, cross that mount line, and board the steeds, and they're going to crush it here on a one-loop bike course throughout beautiful Des Moines, the surrounding area here. But let's say this, as we watch the rest of this, the second leg of the Certified Piedmontese Beef Ironman North American Championship Des Moines. Stay with us.
There's this beautiful moment in time when neither foot is touching the ground. We are free of gravity and weight, moving above the doubts, past limits. When we are light, transformed, and hopeful. And if we were to collect all these moments, join them together, well, this is when anything becomes possible. This is when we fly.
Throughout my career, people have doubted my ability, and I've had it even more so when I've come into triathlon. I think this year will be very different. There will be bigger expectations on me. I love the way that I race. With my swim background, I'm almost in the driving seat from the gun. I'm the person that everyone is chasing. I want to be the best, and I'm willing to work as hard as possible to get there.
Right back here on the road. Again, we referenced the one-lap course. Still looking at transition and folks around the world that are trying to glean a few tips and learn how to make a speedy and smooth transition. Tim O'Donnell, he's got himself on the rig and still already well down the road, to be honest.
Yeah.
Getting his shoes on. They're still not tightened, but his feet are into the shoes, which were already clipped into those pedals. And he's now taking the time to tighten it up. But here it is, Mr. Matt Hansen, the man of whom we spoke earlier, a guy who's already bumped himself up in transition, and he's out onto the road in 4th place. Matt Hansen, how close is he, Matt, to these leaders?
Yeah, I mean, and that's an athlete that was, pumped, and when he saw that the transition was as long as it was, right? You could see him get into that loping kind of stride and actually pushing the pace, and he's certainly going to drop the rest of those athletes that he got out of the water with, and try to bridge up to these the athletes on screen as quickly as possible. Still waiting for that split to go through. Lopez, went through 127 behind at time of bike start, so he also had a good transition. He put himself in I'm sure at that first swim exit, he's like, oh man, really? I'm kind of out here by myself. Maybe I could have been on the front with those guys. It was he's an athlete that probably was pretty close to being able to stay with these two athletes on the swim. But we see Svensson get to the front of this bike course with Theo close behind in second.
Wow, look at that. So as we have a look back here at these guys that are crushing it, let's say this, we are going to have a quick look in at, yeah, this is, I'm sorry, I'm just kind of trying to orient here. But yeah, Jesper somehow managed to get around. But we're taking a look at the fastest transitions, courtesy of Morton. 4:39 was the fastest T1 for the Swede Jesper Svensson. Well done. And then 4 seconds slower, Tim O'Donnell. And then 4:30, I'm sorry, I read that out of order. So it looked like Andre Lopez actually had that fastest transition one.
Yeah, we'll see. And I bet when we get Hansen's time going through, I bet he's going to overtake Lopez in that competition. And it is important, when you have a transition that's that long, to be able to put your best effort in there. Wieland actually has gone through at 4:25 in that transition as well. And we might be missing Hansen.
And watch this, folks. This is when we start to get comfortable on the bike and figure out those positions. And we'll kind of see, does the Svensson-O'Donnell duo swap the lead back and forth as they did in the swim, or does one athlete kind of take charge? We don't know yet, but we do know this. Still a whole lot of riding to be done. 180 kilometers across one lap on this bike course. That's 112 miles. So obviously the meaty part of the race, the biggest part of the race here takes place now for these athletes. And we're going to talk about a lot of stuff, and eventually we'll get to the point where it doesn't really matter what's going on until those final probably 30 miles, wouldn't you say, Matt? 30-ish miles when it starts to really count.
Really separate a little bit as we see our women going through for that last little bit of the swim. So I think it's going to be, I think the men, it was about 6 minutes more swimming, maybe 7. So I think we're going to see our female leaders coming through at about 56, 57.
It was 4 minutes. Because remember, they're 44, then they came out in 48 because I was completely messing everything up there and thinking they were done. But watch what the women did. They stayed together. They went far right. They're avoiding that age group traffic as they hit the waters. 50 minutes and 11 seconds for Britt Volk. And as they get going there, they're wide again because now they're going elsewhere. They're going to that finish line, and I think they'll probably be in that 55-minute territory. Pretty good swim. Certainly not a Charles Barclay or a Brandon-type swim, but really who is, okay? Just not many people. Haley Chura can get up there and mix it up, but generally speaking, those three superfish are kind of in a league of their own.
Yeah, for sure. We see those women. Again, I think it's a good point that they kind of stayed together. I'm curious if those other athletes behind are part of our, they can't be part of our women's professional field. Might be our
Could be
men.
That's right.
Some of the back markers of the men's field getting passed by those three women who are on a good swim. So yeah, good effort out there for everybody, but still a few more minutes left to go. But our men have gone through and on to that bike ride. We did see Matt Hansen move up into fourth place out of the swim. And then we'll get more splits on him later in the day, but he's definitely one that I think he's going to try to get to that front, like actually catch those guys as soon as he can.
Yeah, which could be useful, not necessary, I don't think, for the kind of runner that he is. But let's talk about this. Speaking for the men who have been caught by women in the swim, it's not over. It's not over yet. These men could have a bad swim or could have a great swim and still be slower than the women. But hey, guess what? It's Ironman. They could still have all day. We could look at someone like Matt Russell, who has finished at least 763,000 Ironmans. I mean, this guy, I love the guy. He's got such a fighting spirit. He's won Ironmans. He's chiseled his way to every professional Ironman finish at Lake Placid. He's done stuff like that. Sorry, Texas. He did every Texas. Matt Russell could have a slower swim and still be very much in the fight. So we always have to watch that. But anyway, I just bring that up because I think those pro men sometimes get a bad rap for getting caught on the swim, but they can roll through later on.
No, I mean, women are at a very similar level to men when it comes to swimming, and some even better. I mean, we see Lauren Brandon pretty frequently catching the front of the men's race and actually having fastest swim. So those men getting caught might be on one of their best swim days and still get caught by those women. So no fault there. Awesome shots of the early sections of this bike course here in Des Moines. Actually, a pretty beautiful spot, Michael. And I think it's that kind of terrain that, it does have 4,000 feet of climbing, but I think it's going to be a really fast course. And I can't stop thinking of how similar this race to me in this venue feels to the Woodlands.
To Texas, that's right. And, this one, it's a rolling hill type bike course. It takes athletes past some of Iowa's best sites. Athletes head west through beautiful West Des Moines before hitting the rollers of Dallas County and the famous bridges of Madison County. You've read about them, no doubt, Matt. In the heart of this course, athletes also ride through Winterset, the birthplace of John Wayne, before heading back north to Des Moines. Athletes conquer that, as you said, elevation gain of 4,079 feet throughout this 112 miles. A great bike course, and I think you're right. So if we're Texas-type racing, are we just under 8 hours, do you think, for the win?
I think so. I mean, honestly, the transition time is going to have something to do with that. You might get another 3 or 4 minutes in overall time because of that. But you know what I was thinking when you get, obviously Svensson has had experience in Texas. T.O. has raced very well in Texas. But I think when they showed up to this race and they saw, like, oh, this feels just like Texas, they're like, oh, because Hansen he just dominates on that course. And I can't get past the fact I think he's going to have a fantastic race just because it just suits him so well.
That's right. I think you're spot on there. And he there's something extra that goes into both the Matt and Tim's motivation being a North American championship, because you have big bragging rights to be able to be that person that has that U.S. title. You can show up in Kona, with that championship belt and kind of go in there saying, hey, I'm the champ for USA. I'm the champ for North America. So each of those athletes, and I completely agree that Matt Hansen, this course is probably his ideal course. A pretty fast lake swim with great rollers on the bike and run, and just the humidity that doesn't slow them down.
And here we go. Interesting watching different tactics getting out for these lead women. Leslie Smith trying to stay on Britt Fox's feet. Let's make sure Britt stays on the gas so she gets over that mat first. She gets the official lead out of the water. So, she goes through at 55.33 with Sky Monch at 55.35, Leslie Smith 55.38. So, we didn't see any double takes from Sky or any of the women in that field to see that Leslie was there. But I think that's a great call by Mirinda, is that probably a surprise, maybe not to Leslie. I think she's probably excited, knows she's capable of it, but maybe a surprise for Sky to see that athlete on her feet. And again, important tactically for Sky to probably push this bike ride, because Leslie, a 117.5 that's a fast half. And Rinny is one that's run those kind of times before, and we know what she's capable of in a marathon. So Leslie, as great a runner as Sky is, and we always know she's going to run well, and she's gonna have a strong run.
Yeah.
Leslie, she could be one of those low 250.
Yeah, she could crank that out. And
Yeah.
and I think the cool thing about Leslie Smith is she's been on the scene for a long time, and this is a true compliment, is that she has just been on a steady improvement curve for a while. She's always getting better. Each year you see a little bit better Leslie Smith. I'm not saying she hadn't had hurdles and hiccups and that, but to see her now at this stage of her career really delivering her best. It's cool to see. Best swimming you've seen with her lately. That 117 run, that's what, 5:55 per mile pace on a tough course. Chattanooga is not flat.
Yeah.
And so I'm really excited to see that, and I think she is too. And this transition probably feels like it's about 17 miles long.
No, it does. And these two athletes, I'm going to assume it's Sky. It could still be Britt. I believe it's probably Sky.
Looks like Smith and Sky, yeah.
And Leslie. They're striding it out. They're not just getting to their bikes. They are racing.
Yeah, and that's not a bad tactic, because we know Susie Cheatham's back there. We know Lindsay Corbett's back there. We know Jen Annette is back there. Those three women all proven across this distance. So they're trying to get away from them, trying to keep that out of sight, out of mind mentality going. I mean, figure this. They're going to be gone from the PA. They're going to be out of microphone reach.
Yeah.
So when they're gone, it's not like you're going to come out of the water and hear those names being called. They're gone. And so at least that's my guess, and that's the goal. So now, grabbing the bags, folks, pay close attention. Here's how it works. You grab your bag. I know a lot of you've done these Ironmans before. Some of you kind of wonder what's going on, but you get that bag, the bike bag, color blue, and then you're going to run through into this change tent, the women's change tent. You got to pop in there, and you're going to pop out the other side. I'll point out exactly how fair this is. Everyone has to go in the bottom left, out the top right there. Everyone runs the same distance, age groupers and pros. So the women inside that big tent, changing clothes, putting on what they need to, not spend a lot of time. I'm speculating no one sat down. Here we go with Sky Moines, but oops.
Oh, no.
She did forget maybe the speed suit, Matt. It looked like she was doing something with her waist. So certainly something had to happen there that she overlooked. Leslie Smith has popped out, hasn't not got the helmet on yet, but Leslie Smith making it to her bike first, and now Sky coming around again.
Yeah, I think you're right. Either she felt something drop out of her back pocket, or maybe she did have that skin suit, but about 10 or 15 seconds. But I think somewhat important, because they are really, they're, like I said, they are racing at this point. We see Leslie Smith getting to the point where she's trying to buckle that helmet. She's going to go up to her bike that's been racked and get out there on that bike course. And Sky wasn't screwing around. She definitely put the foot to the gas pedal to try to get back up to Leslie. So she's not. I mean, she thinks that Leslie has the ability maybe to push the pace on the bike too, or like Sky just no, wait, I'm supposed to be in the lead. What's going on?
And you know what? What's again? You mentioned this with Tim O'Donnell in the swim. I'm going to say it right here. It speaks to the pure fitness level of these two women. That they are out of the water, 55-minute non-wetsuit swim, running 4 minutes through transition plus, and still sprinting to the bikes. Incredible. I mean, it's sort of an understatement to say they're in great shape, but it's really cool to see that they have that range to just be able to max out running barefoot through transition. And then now they're still going, Matt, because this is one heck of a transition. You got to get to that mountain line before you can jump on the bike.
But man, to me, Michael, that it does say something about Sky respecting Leslie as an athlete, that she felt like even after she got out of that transition, had to go back to that tent, like she's like, no, I need to close this gap.
Yeah.
Like if you think you have control and you think you're going to run away with the race, you're not going to burn a small little match in transition by trying to bridge. But Sky is like, okay, no, I need to make sure I'm the one in control and at the front of this race.
That's right. That is well said. And these two women still not on the bike, and we're going to get a look in on their transition times a little bit later. But right now, Sky has leapfrogged again, is just in front of Leslie Smith. As they come around here, you're going to see him go under that certified Piedmontese beef arch, and then they get to the mount line right there, and they're on the rigs, and they're going to take off and get going. First is Sky, then is Leslie. We're going to watch how these two women get stuff going. But guess who's already got her shoes on? That'd be Sky Moines up front. Leslie's in the shoes, but hasn't strapped them down yet. watch them go.
Yeah, different tactics, and I think smart. In a transition that's mostly grass, why not put your cycling shoes on? If they're cleats that you can run on, a little bit of concrete there at the end, but makes it a little bit quicker and makes you. It gives you the ability to maybe make an effort or move early, or more so put the onus on the athlete behind to have to maybe burn a match or two. We're just 1 mile onto the bike, and I've already said burn match twice. I don't know if we're counting, but that's a lot.
I expect 17 more before the day is over. As we watch these great shots of a beautiful, beautiful venue here, you've got Gray's Lake there we left behind, and you can see just above the Raccoon River, and that cruises through. That's there just above the top of your picture. As Leslie is already seeing the pain that Sky Monch can dish out on the bike. Maybe Sky's saying, I do respect you. I do think you can run quite well, and I do want to say goodbye for now.
For sure. And one thing that I'm noticing besides that and that distance already created by Sky is it's so green, and there's so many lakes, and there's the little river. It is so muggy. It's going to be hot out there, and I think it's going to be a test for those athletes that are really trying to push the pace at the front. That's no easy feat to push fast pace when it's that humid.
That's right. And let's remember this. Just last year, Leslie Smith was able to take 5th place right here in Des Moines at the Ironman 70.3 that took place here. She's got that 5th place, and she did run a very good 118 off the bike. So she knows this area. She knows the success she can have here. And again, that was last year, Leslie Smith at the Ironman 70.3 Des Moines. And now, watch this. We're getting a great shot of what it looks like to be fast and aerodynamic and to be Sky Monch. She is crushing it here at the front of this race. That was Leslie Smith, and there's Sky Monch. We're going to come right back and see these two women and the rest do battle all day long.
Whether it's on the road or in the pool, your activity has high demands. Rooted in sweat and grounded in science, we understand your unique fueling needs. That is why we created formulas just for you, endurance athletes, helping you replace what you're losing and keeping you fueled. And there's nowhere we'd rather be than with you along this journey, because together we are formulated for farther. From the creators of Gatorade, Gatorade Endurance, formulated for you, formulated for farther.
And we are back here with Sky Monch. She is in front of the women's race here today for the Certified Piedmontese Beef Ironman North American Championship, Des Moines. And now, leaving her for a second, we are back into transition 1, and we're watching the rest of the women go from swim to bike. And we talked about it. It is long. It is lengthy. From Chile, we have Pamela Testets here coming through. She's a great athlete representing the Southern Hemisphere and representing Chile, a very strong Ironman and Ironman 70.3 nation. So we're looking at that. We're watching these women come through. Matt, realistically, we kind of joked about the matches. We joked about the sprinting.
Yeah.
How much of an impact does a long transition leave? You're running barefoot, too, for 99% of it, if not all of it.
Yeah. I mean, there's a little bit there for sure, and it can open up a different spot for a tactic. If you've lost a little bit of time in the swim, you can bridge up. If you want to be the one that is pushing the pace early on the bike, or don't want to burn a match early on the bike, you can try to push your pace through transition. But it's certainly something that the athletes were aware of, and they're going to have a game plan going in. But kind of important things to note coming through our swim times. Coming through, you saw Testets go through at an hour. Susie Cheatham had gone through in 5:52 back, so she's almost 6 minutes behind with Jenny Fletcher and Jen Annette. And then we had Lindsay Corbin actually just 1 minute further behind. So Lindsay in a good spot at this point. If she could get herself to Jen Annette and Susie Cheatham early, that would be ideal. But I think we're going to see Suji Tatum at least be pushing that pace really early.
I think so. I mean, it's kind of fun to see what she does. As we talked about her DNF in South Africa, a lot is at stake there. I mean, she's a athlete that has a long ways to travel either way, and I always kind of factor that in. The athletes that can get to Des Moines or get to the race venue in a couple hours, 2-3 hours, 4 hours max, have a little bit of an advantage, time zone wise, travel wise. Everything is tougher on athlete, has to go further, but nonetheless, I'm not trying to make excuses. I think that she is going to have a great race. She's a fun athlete to watch. We saw her quite a bit pre-pandemic and early on in the virtual racing that we did. So great to see her back, and I expect big things today from the athlete that desperately wants to get back to Kona, get back to where she left off, top 10 finishes.
Yeah, no, absolutely, and that's a place that she's comfortable for sure, and a position. This athlete on the left side of the screen is comfortable in is that aerodynamic position, but also at the front of the race. And, you made a reference towards his helmet being a little funny looking, a little reminiscent of a bad 80s comedy, but very, very aerodynamic. We see, the athletes that are going for the hour record in cycling and, time trial specific records, a lot of them using similar shaped helmets to that. And it kind of depends on what your position is and how your body sits on a bike, and that helmet position combo is pretty exceptional for GS.
Pretty spot on, and it looks great from the side. I have to say the helmet looks perfectly crafted to, like you said, the position and the body. The front angle shot definitely will make me laugh, and I'll just say, good 80s movies, please. Good 80s. But back here, let's not bicker too much as we watch Sweden's Jesper Svensson leading out here in looking at the leader here on the left side aboard his Ventum, crushing it. And then over here on the right, watching Sky Monch, the pro leader for the women's race, pushing the big gears. And time will tell as to whether or not she's going to grow that lead of a couple seconds to a few minutes and beyond.
Man, and Michael, this bike course is awesome. Like almost feels like single lane roads. You're not on a highway or anything like that, and very twisty. Rolly, as we said, but sections where I think athletes that are technically a little bit more savvy or just in their head consider themselves cyclists are going to get motivation and momentum through those kind of twisty sections, and at least feeling like maybe they're doing it better than the athletes behind or in front. And I think awesome bike course. Very very lucky to be calling it, and I'm sure these athletes are super stoked they're out there racing on this course.
That's right, and wow, it is fun. We watched Jesper Svensson in Texas. He took third eventually, but he was in the mix all day long, and he was one of the players in that exciting event that saw the sprint finish that Ben Hoffman came out on top of. But all along, Jesper was right there, and he ran really well. So if we talk about this being a mirror or a copycat of Ironman Texas in some ways, you're going to see it today that this guy goes for really a competitive possible win. For sure.
So already bridging up and passing Lopez is Matt Hansen. So he did have chip issues in the middle of the swim. We do know he got out of the water in fourth. His chip is fixed, so we'll have splits on him later or more throughout the day. But he has bridged up. He had at least a minute. I think it was closer to a minute 40. We'll get that split with Lopez behind, and I'm not surprised because I do think Hansen is a very, very underrated cyclist. I guess he's not underrated to anybody that's ever raced him. He's surprises you once, but be like, whoa, you caught us already? But then you know that's something he's capable of doing. And sometimes I think when somebody's such a good runner as Hansen is, you just assume that they're not that great on the bike. But I think his goal now is going to be, okay, I'm going to bridge up as quickly as I can and then try to recover, because he's that good a runner. I think if he gets on a shoulder of any other athlete, it's, now it's a race. He knows that he has that great running pedigree, but the sooner he can get to the front of the race, I think, the better. And I think it's showing. We'll see at that first split. But for him to catch, as you said, an athlete that is super, super talented and just waiting for kind of a breakthrough race, Andre Lopez, to catch him that quick, I think that's saying something.
Yeah, and I think the best thing you said there is that well, you said a lot of good things. Don't get me wrong, but when you come in and you say Matt Hansen, everybody that says the word Matt Hansen, great runner.
Yeah.
It's immediate, and so you do forget that he's also a great rider. It's natural. I think that's well said. You know, when you see Tim, you kind of know he's good at all three.
Right.
And so nothing stands out as he's the best at this. But Matt has put routinely down those crazy good run times. I mean, when he was in that battle at Ironman Texas and they ran, 2:38? I mean, they were flying along, and he did that in heat and humidity. Those runs are standout performances.
Well,
and so, then his 420 or his 410 bike, you're like, whatever. No,
totally.
Those are great too.
Totally. But yeah, I mean that and that's the hard part, right? Is we want to talk about that run because like that run specifically to me was one of the best Ironman marathon run results to date or performances, in my opinion. Like he had an athlete that he desperately wanted to beat, and he put that athlete on his shoulder, and he said, I ran as hard as I could like you could tell he was just trying to drop him early, and he never did, and they just were on the gas the whole run. It was absolutely brutal. But we see a good move by Andre Lopez getting on the wheel, so to speak, but looking at a great legal distance, but trying to get that momentum and that movement forward with Matt Hansen.
Yeah, and let's acknowledge to all the folks that this, in fact, does look like he's inches back, but it's that terrible perspective that you just can't tell. When you see that side angle, you'll see he's got that 12 meters. Andre Lopez, fifth in Ironman Cozumel, chasing this man, Matt Hansen. Oh, man, we love catching up with our top superstars, and we got to catch up with Hansen earlier this week. Have a look at his story here.
A little greener than Colorado, a little bit more humid, a few more bugs, but that's all right. Yeah, while I was moonlighting as a triathlete, I was also working as a college professor, and after I won the first North American title, I had to make the decision to be able to look back and know rather than look back and wonder what if, and so decided to make triathlon my full-time gig instead of moonlighting, I guess. I already have the Kona slot, so I get a chance to try a few things here that I might not do if I had to execute perfectly. Get to take a little bit of risks, and obviously it's going to be humid out there on race day, and the heat's going to come up as well, so I get another opportunity to test out the Kona nutrition plan. I'm here to win. That's the objective. I'm going into a break, so there's no reason to leave anything on the table.
Well, I tell you what, Matt Hansen saying, I can try some new things. I don't have to worry. I'm here to win. Those are some scary words because it's what we said. You let it all hang out. You're not worried about it. He's going to Kona. He's got the slot. He's secured that, and no big deal. Now let's just really try and throw down. And that, again, if his legs are here, if it's the A+ Matt Hansen, everybody better watch out.
No, absolutely. I think that's a good call. And, A+ Matt Hansen, I think it's in the legs for sure. It's in the legs. And I think it's one of those things you can tell from that Ironman 70.3 Chattanooga result with the 109.58 run split. That is an athlete that is on top of it. And that's coming off of a 2 hours flat bike ride at Ironman 70.3 Chattanooga to get second place there, only losing most of that time to the first place in the swim. So that's impressive. And this is a great long shot. We can see way down the road there is some action, whether or not that's a moto or that's the athletes that these two athletes are chasing. But I think we're going to see some shrinking of the gap when it comes to between that first group of two and our second group of two.
I get distracted. You say things like action and shrinking. But anyway, I'll just stay here in the race looking at this Sky Monch on the bottom right of your screen. She's leading now. She's got, at the last time check anyway, T1. She had a second in front of Leslie Smith. I think that time is growing. And then as you kind of scroll through at really the next big notable would be Susie Cheatham, 5:46 down, and then Jen Annett, 6:22, Lindsay Corbin, 7:14. We have a lot of talent. I'm not going to discard anyone, but I will say those three women that have all gone and done extremely well at Ironman, watch them as they roll through and try and catch up to our leader here representing USA.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I mean, I think, you can see there one move was Lindsey Corbin moving up into 7th place. Jenny Fletcher looked like she had a bit slower of a transition, but Lindsey now only, about 50 seconds behind Jenna Nett. She'll be stoked to try to bridge up to her and have somebody to ride with. But yeah, you look at the top 7, you've got, 2 very proven Kona finishers, and then Sky, who just finished 4th at the World Championships in St. George, who had a bike accident before her first, what was going to be her first visit to the Big Island for the World Champs, and she's one that we know is we just consider her a top 10 Kona finisher.
It was kind of like she was, it was just stolen from her by misfortune.
Yeah.
But the way she performed in Frankfurt in 2019, wow! I mean, she was definitely on the rise.
Yeah.
Let's look at this. We talked about it early. Will Tim O'Donnell and Jesper Svensson play a little cat and mouse, and sure enough, they are. I think again, that's not a bad strategy. When we don't like it is when it's the back and forth kind of ego. But in these two guys' case, I think it's just working sort of together to push away and get that gap, keep that gap, or grow it over Matt Hansen.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. I think there's a point where yes, you want to race early in the bike ride, if you can have a compatriot where you feel like, okay, we're a team, we're going to try to do our best against the athletes chasing, I think that's always an advantage. And, I think in both of their heads, they know Matt Hansen is the favorite, right? So if they're going to, their default is they want to get a Kona spot. They want to have a top 3. I think Svensson might have gotten his Kona spot already. But if you're thinking, if I want to win, I definitely need to beat Matt Hansen. So let's get that gap, as big as we can. And we'll see how big that gap is on the other side of this break.
Back to Sky Monch at the front of the race here. Bib number 25 rocking the purple kit and the purple bike. She looks great, and she looks comfortable. I think even she's leaning into that effort. You can see her kind of gritting her teeth and pushing hard.
Yeah.
Maybe a great strategy. Just don't let anyone have a free ride with me. Maybe ease up a little bit later. But right now, man, she's rocking.
No, absolutely. She's pushing that pace, and rightly so. I mean, I think she should have some confidence coming out of a good race down. So I should say good race, a great race, getting a top 5, 4th place specifically result at Ironman St. George World Championships. I think she'll have some confidence there, and she wants to continue to test herself because I think she, a 4th place is great for a first. More than great for a first-time World Championship athlete, but she's an athlete. She wants to be on that podium. She considers herself a podium finisher, so she's going to continue to test herself, so she has the ability to look back at these and pull from these other races where she's had good performances and push herself to her best.
That's right, and good camera work as always. We're watching some smooth pedaling here from Sky. And then we're back here to the men's race, and we're collecting some footage here of our chasers, and we'll try and dial in here and have a closer look. Actually, I could be wrong. I'm looking at Susie Cheatham, bib number 34, so my apologies. I put the glasses on as I can look here, Matt. And hopefully you're seeing it as well as I am, but we've come back here, and are you reading that number to be number 34?
Yes.
Perfect. Susie Cheatham here, rocking and rolling here. Yeah, sure. That's right. She's the woman we spoke of earlier. A couple of top 10 finishes in Kona give her the confidence and the desire to get back there and find that top step again on the world stage. But she looks great. She She took a break, has now become a mother over the last couple this last season, and she's returning to the world stage here by way of the North American Championship, trying to get that Kona slot 1 of 3 on offer. But
Yeah.
I'm a big fan. She came on a lot, again, those virtual races, and we got to, you got to really see the personality and get to know people in that. It was kind of one of the blessings of our pandemic, was getting inside the living room, getting inside the pain cave of some of those athletes and really
Yeah.
getting to know them. So cool stuff as she fuels up under that Aero visor, Matt. What do you see here with Susie?
Yeah, I mean, I see she's an athlete that has, from the very beginning of remembering her getting to the front of races like Kona, but she's very, very focused on that aerodynamic position. And, we talk about it a lot because it is part of it, right? Like you could either work harder or you could work hard and work smarter. And you can see every time she, kind of tucks her head down, she's actually trying to get her head in a more aerodynamic position that I believe they call that the turtle. You kind of get the shoulder blades back and let your head kind of fall in and reduce that surface or that frontal area, to make it a little bit easier on your legs to hold that top speed. And I think a course like this, they're going to be rolling pretty quickly. So, not a lot of time getting spent up to speed or moving up to speed, more just holding on to that speed you've gotten. And now back to the men's field. We have number 5, that's Luciano Taccone. He was out of the swim in the top 7 in that little group. So he's chasing behind Matt Hansen for sure. So we're gonna see what place he's in when we get that next split, but he's probably still riding in that 5th position to match his bib number, but gets a little bit of aid, looks around, makes sure he still has company. He does have somebody with him. It's probably Kilshaw was with him out of the water, so we'll see who this athlete is up front. I think Adam Fay was in the zone of these athletes too.
Tyson Wieland right there, number 17, is right there.
Yeah.
We talked about Luciano Taccone from Argentina. I remember him actually running across the finish line in first in Ironman 70.3 Cozumel last fall. You can check that stat, but I'm pretty sure he won that race, the Argentine. In fact, I remember calling his name across the line. I was there live watching that event, and he was kind of a surprise. Great run in super humid conditions, September in Cozumel. Very hot and very humid, and he took that victory out there. So keep an eye on him. He hasn't done an Ironman that I'm aware of in the professional ranks, but it is kind of fun to see. He's definitely a talented athlete. Here he is, again, rolling through aboard that Ventum and rocking number 5. That's him, Luciano, right there. Little back and forth here with this chase pack.
Yeah, no, he wants to make sure that the pace is up, right? Because they're not in the driver's seat at this point. They're riding in 5th through 8th position, it looks like. But yeah, great call out on that, Michael. He was first at 70.3 Cozumel in humid conditions, running a 1:15. But what's notable to me is that every other 70.3 that I see him in the last year, he's run a 1:12, which is super
Very
fast.
good.
Neither of us could ever run a 1:12, that's for sure. But a 1:12 it's off like the very top pace, but it's a very strong 70.3 run, and he's a strength-based athlete. It looks like so. Ironman being, it looks like his first attempt at the full distance of the Ironman. That is gonna translate probably pretty well for him. A 1:12 with a strong athlete, he's gonna be in that low 250, maybe high 248, 249 if it all comes together. But the fact that he's can run a 1:15 in Cozumel, that's pretty humid.
It's impressive. And here we are back with number 3, a 2-time Ironman champ representing Sweden. This guy in fine form. He won 2 Ironmans almost back to back. He won Brazil and Lanzarote in the same year in May. And that was really impressive, kind of burst onto the scene. He's just a powerhouse. Another guy we had on the virtual series and got to know, a fun and likable guy. Took 3rd in Texas and really just impressive show at that race at Ironman Texas. So he's back here, and we know that he also has a Kona slot, so he's not here for that. He's here for victory. You go for the win when you've already got that Kona slot.
Yeah, no, for sure. And, he's, a victory, more experience, trying to get a little bit more practice. And let's not overlook, we're talking about, all these things for the future, but it's $25,000 to win. You're a professional athlete. That's kind of what you're out here trying to do, right? So a bunch of money up for grabs with this North American Championship. 25 to win, going down to 1,500 for 10th. So great payday for anybody in the top 10.
That's good point, and he's definitely racing for that as well. It's fun to see, and he also gave us a good look at the actual elevation change. So he was spinning quite a high cadence on that downhill and then ran out of gears and had to tuck in. So it's not a flat course. When you have that kind of downhill, you've obviously got to go up somewhere.
Yeah.
So exciting to see that this is a nice, fast, but still challenging course, 4,079 feet of climbing.
Yeah, no, it's it can end up being a lot faster, not being pancake flat. I think we've seen that at some other courses as well. But Jesper at pretty top speed. I mean, you can tell he's rolling over 25 miles an hour at this point. So yeah, I think these athletes are going to be very, very low 4 hours in the bike split, and kind of depending how much they push. And I think that's one thing with the one loop bike course is these athletes aren't ever going to see Hansen on an out and back. Like, they're only going to depend on possibly some spotters. They're going to be yelling every time they see any official, like, what's the gap? What's the gap? Like, they're going to have no idea how far back Hansen is until he catches them or he doesn't, right? So I think, what do you think that does? Like, does that affect the pace? Like, is Svensson going to be more on the gas because they just don't know and they need to get a gap?
I think that's possible. I think in general, these guys know. You mentioned earlier Tim O'Donnell, maybe some power cap, some ceilings he's given himself to not ride above. But I think these guys know in general what they're capable of.
Yeah.
And right now they have each other as company. They're worried about keeping a good pace, keeping away. But I think right now it's like, man, let's just go for probably a 410 or whatever crazy bike split they're going to be able to pull off today. And they're doing that, and that's kind of the focus. Those out and backs are cool, and I think splits are cool. But right now it's a little bit of inside your own body, your own legs. I mean, gosh, it's been a while for Tim to even, get through an Ironman, right? It's been a long break. He did well, did some 70.3s. Through 2021 and has come back with Chattanooga, as we said earlier, but it's been since Cozumel. So, look, if you dial it back from 2019, that's a long time, right? 2 years and a half. I mean, really a lot of 30-something months of drought from Ironman racing, and you've got to remember that feeling. Certainly the training has been going, but that's a long dry spell.
For sure. And one thing he's going to remember at some point today, but you probably don't remember how much it hurts either.
That's right. It's all theory. It's gone back to the theory part, which could be a blessing. We talked about that earlier was the disappearance of expectations. Because I think coming second, you really only have that thing, and they've proven this sort of in the sports psychology world all across Olympics and high-level world championship events. Second place is the one where they beat themselves up. Third place, people are happy. They're like, man, I did great. I was podium in this great event. Second place, they kill themselves emotionally because they're like, oh, they do the what-if game. If I just here, or if that had happened, or anything that kept them from the win. So you come off that, and you're thinking, all right, 2020,
totally.
That's my year.
Totally.
And what if Jan's hurt, or this is that, and I'm better, and I wasn't, and then that, now a whole year, 2 years have gone by since those emotions. Now he's just a fresh cat.
I think you're right, for sure. I will disagree a little bit because that's what we do. I remember T.O., because of what you pointed out earlier and his running injury and the prep not going that well into Kona, it was like he won when he got second, right?
Yeah.
Because he in his head, he was like kind of thought he was going to probably pull out or walk at some point because he, didn't know what was going to happen. But no, I think you make great points. But Jesper Svensson, he looks so good on the bike. And it's hard because I feel like the more these athletes have improved power meters, aerodynamics, is we have so many athletes that are really, really good on the bike. We don't really have the big quote unquote uber cyclists anymore.
Yeah.
But he would be one, right? Like he'd be that athlete. And he is at the top, but the margins are a lot thinner these days, but he looks so good and comfortable. And you can just tell he's at home when he's on a bike.
Yeah, he loves to ride. And putting big power. It would be fun to just have a look at that power meter, wouldn't it? And see those numbers because You can even look at his face and know that one of the things that used to happen all the time, and not to reminisce too much, but there used to be a real importance placed on not going hard and never, really feeling in control and keeping it under that 80%, of your max and really dialing it. Now I think they push that limit, and it's why you have so many people doing 410 where that used to be an uber performance.
Yeah.
So now Tim at front, and this again comes back to these guys are really sharing. Tim's not in for the ride. He's in for all of it. He's going for it. He's not just going to get towed along and say thanks for the lift.
No, absolutely, and he's he's the old vet. He knows that if you take your turn, maybe you continue to develop that alliance, so to speak, with that other athlete you're with, and maybe they don't try to drop you. And to be fair, he's probably just making sure they push the pace because again, Hansen is chasing, and they know that. And on screen right now, trying to continue to extend her gap, and we haven't gotten any gaps recently from Sky, but we will as soon as possible. But trying to increase her gap on Leslie Smith, who's still chasing.
And we're looking at a nice little section that appears to be a bit of a grinder uphill. You can see that cadence slowing down, and you can see the camera showing us a down low shot where that looks to be going uphill. And it is fun to look at if you really are curious of who has qualified for Kona. Here, we only really have Svensson and Hansen in our men's race that are currently top 10 contenders, and then Moines and Kelly Filnau on the women's side.
Yeah.
And just taking a look here, at everybody else that has qualified, we're getting for 50. We've got 39 of them already in, 50 total, 50 and 50. So we're getting close. 11 more slots to hand out. 3 of those happen today. Some big racing coming up as well, where our European Championship's still on tabs for July. But a lot of racing here today in Iowa, so please do stay with us.
See that thing John Morant has? That's a hypervolt. That thing he uses to warm up and stay loose before he throws it down. That thing Tony Finau uses on course between shots. Ooh, that's money. That thing Robin and I use before and after we're on the bike so we can ride harder tomorrow. That thing Erlen Holland uses before smashing it into the back of the net. That thing that's for everyone. The Hypervolt from Hyper Ice. Give your body the daily relief it's been asking for.
I'm the guy that watches that ad and thinks, I really need one of those. I am that guy, especially sitting at the booth. I am that guy that's like, I'm about to dial in and order a Hyper Ice because I could sit here and ticka. So back to the race here, Matt. We're looking at the leader for the women's professional crowd. She's going for it big time. She's from USA, Sky Moines, representing in fine form. And guess what? I don't see Leslie Smith sitting in anymore, or not sitting in. I don't see her in contact anymore. Our cameras have gone with the leader. Leslie still, I think, having an exceptional race. And now we're coming back here to Susie Cheatham. So fun to watch this athlete come back to where she's been, Matt, twice. She finished 6th place in Kona. So that's her lucky number, 6. I know she's going for it to try and return. She's a woman that on the bike, exceptional. On the run, even more so. Watching her, that's where we saw her do her damage in Kona, was just ripping across the Queen K on foot. But right now, she's doing great. The question always becomes, we talk about this a lot with the athletes coming from Great Britain. Can they do well in the heat? Because it doesn't get that hot. It doesn't get that sunny.
True.
It doesn't get that, kind of oppressive. She does well in Kona, so we certainly know that she's going to do okay in the heat.
No, she certainly does, but you never know. Like, to me, it looked like when she faded and ended up not having a good race in South Africa, it looked like it was the heat that got to her because it ended up, the sun came out, it was very hot and humid. But you are right. She's twice gotten 6th in Kona, but she's also DNF'd in Kona too. So we kind of don't know. And I think maybe because of that, and she's not able to train in these conditions as much, the line, it's a fine line for her as to whether or not she overheats or not. And like, you have to balance that. You can only push so hard if you know you're going to overheat.
For sure. Great stuff. And we're talking about the bike ride today here. One lap across this gorgeous course. But where did it begin? It started way back this morning at 5:30 a.m. in Grays Lake, a 2-lap swim. The Roka swim course got underway. The fellas really ripping it up. Jesper Svensson from Sweden and Tim O'Donnell from the United States. They quickly got out front and dropped everybody else. The women's side, Matt, whoa, they did a little bit of the same where 3 women got away and just dispatched all the other women, looking at Britt Vaughn as well as Sky Monch and, of course, Leslie Smith, all 3 Americans pushing away on that women's swim leaders. There they are, 1, 2, and 3. The fellas, as we said, Svensson, O'Donnell, they took turns. One led each lap, and then they got into that lengthy transition together and really just kind of never looked back. But here, Matt, how fun was that?
Yeah.
That extra little bit of running each lap.
Yeah, a couple times out of the water. We see Russell going back in there and back on our lead 3 women. But it's always fun seeing those athletes do that kind of Aussie exit. But, yeah, as you said, on that second half of the swim, T.O. said, you know what? Jesper, thanks for taking the poll. I'll make sure I do my work as well. And he made sure to put that whole second lap and that little extra. He was able to push the pace on the front and lead Jesper into the finish of that swim. As we see Susie Cheatham with an athlete behind her still at this point, so she's got company. But you did see T.O. come out of the water with Jesper Svensson right on his heels, Michael.
And there they were, and they entered what we referenced earlier, a very lengthy transition, and they kind of battled it out, going pretty fast, not as fast as the women ran through, you'll see in a minute. But here they are coming out of the water, those top 3 women catching up those age groupers who were finishing their first lap. But really a beautiful 74.9 degree swim in this Roka swim course. There's Sky Mensch coming out of the water, Leslie Smith right behind her. And the battle was on to get to the bikes first. We referenced how quickly they're running. You can see just right there where Leslie Smith maintained a little gap over Sky as they went into T1. Great stuff a little while back. But we are now into this 1-lap bike course and having a look at all of these chasers. You can see these gaps, Matt, just really pushing out, getting quite large between athletes as we come back to our women's lead.
Yeah, there you go. We saw Susie Cheatham leading a group. That last athlete was one of our male pros. So we'll continue to look back and see if she's got, Jenna Nett did have a bit of a gap at a transition. So it'd be curious to see whether or not she bridged up early or if that's just Susie rolling through that men's field. But on screen right here is Sky Monch pushing that effort. And, she knows Susie Cheatham is one of the best athletes in the sport, and on a day is going to be an athlete that's going to be very, very hard to beat. They have similar strengths. Obviously, Sky is a better swimmer, but both very strong cyclists and kind of in that like low 3-hour run. I know Sky really wants to continue to up her run and be more in the mid 250s, but she's kind of in that 3-hour to 3:05 range, which I think Susie kind of lives there as well. So I think these 2 athletes are going to have each other in their mind a little bit, certainly early in this bike ride to try to settle into that pace.
Well, you brought up a great point, and I'd love to ask you about this. As Sky looks over her shoulder on that right turn, references, kind of takes note of who's behind and how far back. So how much are these athletes really paying attention to the results? You think, do they know everything? Because she does know Susie Cheatham, but she also, Susie was hitting those top 6s in Kona, the top, those 2 6th place in 2015, 2017. Sky Monch hitting the scene a little bit later as a pro. She wasn't dominant. So do they know each other? Did they cross over? Are they studying results?
Oh, they're studying results for sure. And I think, and you're talking to someone who's a great accountant professional as well. So I'm sure she might have a spreadsheet or two, but you never know. You've got the athletes that overdo it and stress about it. I don't think Sky or Susie are either of those. But I think, you have athletes that'll be like, oh no, it's just, what I can do on race day. That's all that matters. But they do know. One athlete that I thought was entertaining at St. George was Kat Matthews. And, talking about splits and stuff pre and post. And she's like, she knows the inside of these splits. She's like, oh, no, this athlete fades 6% at the, last 10K of the run. Like she's spending hours doing her research because, she knows that, or somebody is and is giving it to her. But I'd assume the former that she, you're professional. Like, in the end, it's great to be like, okay, it's the best I can do on the day. But it's like, no, if I'm trying to make that paycheck and I'm trying to do the best I can, like, I need to know where these other athletes are. Because in the pro field, it's not, Ironman isn't the best swim, bike, and run that I can do on the day. It's doing those three things better than the other people. And sometimes that it's a tactical game and it's a bit of a poker match out there.
That's great. A couple images that are left in my head. One, I didn't know that about Kat Matthews. That's amazing.
It's pretty cool.
She did come in and say, well, you know what? She was the one saying, hey, Reef really hasn't done much lately, so she wasn't too worried. And that ended up being kind of, a bad plan to follow. She was following those stats, and then those stats whipped her in the butt.
Yeah.
And Danielle Reeve came back, whatever. She was still an incredible second place.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
But I love that because I think it is important. And I think nowadays you have to know. So you can, to your point, you have to know. If you don't know who's good in the middle and who's good at the end, you may match the wrong person at the wrong time.
Totally.
So and then the other thing, I just have a great picture now of Sky and just 17 different spreadsheets. and I don't know what to ask her if that's really the way she rolls, but I think that's great because CPAs, numbers, analytical. She probably is inside and out of everyone and knows it. And it's cool because I think you do a better job when you know what you're up against.
I think so. And I mean, all those things aside, she is moving right now.
Yeah, she's cranking.
Yeah, she's I don't know what specifically. It looks like a slight downhill, but she's absolutely moving. And I think one thing you pointed out that she did look over her shoulder on that right corner, and she did a double take, and it wasn't a quick double take. It was a long one, and I think it was I can't see anybody. Yeah. Let me try again and look further down the road. It wasn't oh wait, somebody's right there. So very interested and excited to see our next splits as they're going to come through here pretty quickly.
She looked over her shoulder and said, where'd she go? And then she said to herself, where'd who go? And anyway, just continuing to reference the 1980s movies, Matt, because that's all I've got. That's all I know. I'll talk about this. We're here with a different dynamic. So how does it play out here now where we are watching Jesper and Tim swap the lead back and forth? This, again, they did this in the swim just fine, but now is there more communication? The front of the pack. Are they talking to each other when they go by? Are they ignoring each other? When do they swap the lead? How's that play out?
Yeah, I mean, I think you just kind of you kind of take over when you see the other person fade, and I think when it's two, you don't need to communicate that much. It's kind of unspoken to a certain extent as long as everybody's putting their work in. I think they both know what they're trying to do. And, I can't wait to see this next split because as we see Jesper get up out of the saddle on one of the rollers here on course, is that Hansen was only 2 minutes down when it came to the time for the bike start, right? So he had a really fast transition. It was almost 3 minutes down out of the swim and then just started that bike ride under 2 minutes down. So that's a gap that on a straightaway, Matt can see them. And again, if it's his tactic to be like, I just want to get up there, and he's going to be hard for these two athletes to hold him off.
Well, you saw it, Matt. He said, I want to try some things in this race. and so what could that be? You've already gone sub 240 on a hot day, so you can try that again, but it probably means, hey, let me see if I can let one rip and maybe have the fastest bike split. Who knows?
Maybe, and I think that's one thing though, is that what we notice and we'll all speak of is that for years we're like, this is the year Hansen's going to have a great race at World Championship, and he doesn't, right? And he hasn't done it yet. And I think the big thing to me that stands out is what I spoke of earlier. in that most Ironman races, especially regional ones, you can do your own race. You can swim, bike, and run as strong as you can, and you'll have a good result. And Matt has done that in years past. In World Championship fields, you have to ride your bike way faster than you want to early, and you have to be able to recover and adapt. And whether or not that's the case, but I think that's the thing that Hansen needs to practice if he wants to win Kona, because he's done, I mean, to be frank, he's done nothing there, right? And he's an athlete that should be a top 5 Kona contender.
He should have a number of top 10s. I agree completely. And that's a really great point. And so you almost want to come into this race that's hot, humid, and has some talent and no repercussions, because if he flames out, it's only ego that is wounded. He doesn't lose a little money and whatever. So why not come in here and try and duplicate it, which in Kona would be what, 40, 50K of max out and then some sort of settle in and then another max out. So it could be something where you're saying, all right, let's pretend this is Kona and race that way. I like that. We'll have to get Julie Dibbins input, see if that's what she's advised.
No, totally. And that's what I love about Matt too, because I think if he heard me say that, he wouldn't be offended. He'd be like, yeah, you're right, dude. I've done nothing there. And like, he continues to look at it in a, I'm sure, a frustrated way and be like, dude, I know I have the capabilities. And he's one of the runners that has that top end under 240 run and has had it for a long time. More coming on the scene now, but has the ability to do it. As right now, we see great work by Andre Lopez being able to stay with Matt Hansen as they look up at one of the crests of the rollers here, and still out of sight from those chasing 2. So can't wait to see what the splits are on the other side of this break.
And you are right here where you left off, watching Matt Hansen lead the likes of Andre Lopez from Brazil. These two men, we got a great perspective of them rolling through. See that hill, and this is where you say, all right, this is legit territory here, where you're going up and down and you're not just getting pancake flat. A benefit, it leads to a faster split, I believe, Matt. You said that earlier, because a lot of reasons, right? You can change the muscle group. You can stand up a little bit. You can stretch out. You're not stuck in that one position. But what else? You get the free speed on the downhill.
For sure. And I will say, with that nice long shot, such an advantage to these athletes chasing this course and the sight lines, right? Like, there's some sections where maybe you can't see, but we'll see as they go over this roller and down. You could see action up the road. Like, those athletes in the lead, Svensson and T.O., they're going to have very far in front of them, but they're going to have a lead vehicle. They're going to have, police around, that sort of thing, and obviously a cameraman. So there's like a jumble of action you can see way up the road. But these athletes, they have a carrot, where those athletes in the front just know somebody's chasing. There's this mythical beast that's trying to catch you, but you have no idea where they are, where these guys are like, no, they're there. We're losing time or we're gaining time. So I think advantage goes to the chasers on that. But, Michael, it's a pretty big gap. You can see very, very far up the road, but a great shot here of Andre Lopez doing his best to hang on.
That's right. Sitting up, hitting the bars there. Let me just ask this. Is that a tactic because you're stretching, or were you kind of feeling like you're getting too close? What's the story there when you see an Andre Lopez sit up like that? Or is that because he's climbing and he likes to be up? What are you seeing?
Yeah, I mean, if you're comfortable in the back, sitting on, so to speak, at that legal distance up a hill, sure, yeah, it's more comfortable. You get more oxygen. for me, and probably you, in this old man category, it's like, okay, it's a long day. Your body's going to get tired. Your back's going to get sore. That aerodynamic position, these athletes, practice and spend a lot of time in it. But it's always more comfortable if you can be outside of that. And you are closer to your brakes. And when you have those undulations, you can have, the misfortune, if you're playing that gap tight, of rolling into that draft zone and maybe catching yourself into a spot where you're going to get a penalty. So being up on the bars or on the bullhorns and being able to tap those brakes if necessary is advantageous.
Cool. Good answers as always, Matt Lieto. And I'll say this, if you're enjoying all this live action from our full distance broadcast, then I'd encourage you to head over to IronManNow.com to check out something new in the works from Ironman. IronManNow.com, powered by Kiswi, is a new platform that allows Ironman community to engage with us, each other, and with the special guests. You can, of course, follow the live broadcast, but also take part in real-time chats as the race develops. Try our new fan experience and look for more features being added as the season goes on. Create your free account at IronManNow.com.
Yeah, awesome stuff over there. Get on there and chat with some of our guests that we've had on and we're going to have on later in the broadcast. But still on the chasing group, Matt Hansen and Andre Lopez. At what point do you think Hansen's going to look over his shoulder and be like, come on, man, let's take a pull?
Matt's not that kind of guy. He's really just too nice. He's just going to keep doing it. He's probably thinking, don't worry, I can outrun you. But watch out for that, because I will say, we've talked a lot about Matt Hansen. Andre Lopez is kind of your rising star, right? He's one of these guys that's up and coming. I mentioned the 5th place at Ironman Cozumel. He was in 3rd running sub 250 at 245-ish until he made that accidental U-turn and started running back out for more yards, and then got passed twice and then came running back around. And it is athlete responsibility to know if it says to finish or to 3rd lap, there is no 4th lap. So he made that error, but devastated is an understatement. When you're in 3rd, breaking through, and then you go to 5th. Either way, it was still an exceptional performance. And when you see that, Matt, he knows that he can run. Like, he knows he can perform in tough conditions, because Cozumel's hot and humid as well. And he did still notch that solid finish.
Yeah, no, and he's putting himself in a position to have a gap on those chasers behind, right, and have a good result if anybody fades from these front 4 athletes or 3 athletes in front of him. You see Jesper Svensson a little bit behind T.O., about a second behind, letting the gap open a little bit on a downhill, but nothing that he can't close down. But what I noticed, which is awesome, the experience of T.O. going through that aid station, is he missed a water. He tried to grab it, it fell out of his hand. And then I think you or I probably have done the same thing. You could see very far from the next one, he pointed at the person that he wanted to. Okay, you're my guy. You're my guy, and he got that water, which is important. It's not a catastrophe if you miss one aid station, but the more water you can get early during a bike ride, and he's able to fill up that refillable water bottle in between his arms. That's super important because it's going to be a long day, and that hydration and nutrition is super, super important in the Ironman triathlon.
Little mistake could be a catastrophe later, right? You make too many of them, because I think the time between, especially nowadays, he's got an aero bottle, he's got a behind the seat bottle, but those could be fuel. So if you miss a water, that could be tragic. So I think it's a great point you make, and then we stick with it. The other thing that's interesting is we talked about Tim's accidental break, his accidental breakaway. Again, I don't think he's trying to ditch Jesper, and I don't think he will, but those little moments when maybe Tim's legs feel great and the power comes up 6 or 8 watts, 10 watts, Jesper maybe just feeling kind of average, suddenly you've got a minute. Those things do happen, and they do impact the race later. So it will definitely be interesting to see if that happens throughout some point in this bike race.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think really, really good point. I guess my point, you're totally right. It can be a catastrophe, is that this early with an athlete like T.O., you're going to try not to panic if that doesn't happen, but make sure you, fix any of those issues early on and try to make sure you remedy that and get water on board. He still has a bunch of water bottles on board too, so easy deal. But Sky Monch on the bottom side of our screen doing her job. We've seen her get some of that nutrition in already, and she's pushing that pace, just a little bit of a rock back and forth as she pushes that power into that bicycle. And always one of my favorite outfits, the purple. She's always got the matching bike kit outfit. It's nice.
I do too. I agree. Concur. And we're back to Susie Cheatham, and she, as we talk about aero and just powerful, she looks really comfortable and really aerodynamic on the bike. To me, got that disc wheel, great choice in my opinion. Nice deep rim up front, and just comfortable, but aerodynamic and powering through. Looks like she's about to make a little catch and pass of her own.
Yeah, it looks like that is the case for sure. And yeah, she just looks so good on the bike, so comfortable as she kind of settles in here behind this athlete in front. And we'll get a number and an athlete on that. I wonder if that's Britt that she's catching or if she's already gone through her. But just quickly, because we did have the athletes go through that first mat in the men's race, Hansen and Lopez are 1:07 and 1:08 behind our lead duo. So they have halved that gap early in this bike ride, 30 miles through. But like you said, on screen right here, proven Kona contender, Ironman champion, Susie Cheatham, very, very comfortable on a bike.
And it's also cool to look at the terrain that varies here throughout. We get to see so much flat and then hills and then rollers and then green, and then it's just a really unique course. And it's one of my favorite things about a one loop bike course is the loops are great as well, but really for me, as you said earlier, the ideal situation is 2-lap swim, 1-lap bike course, and then a nice 3-lap run course. Really gives you kind of the best of all worlds. But look, this is Susie Cheatham. She's rolling up here, and she's going to gradually make the pass. She'll roll over to the left, get out of that draft zone before she makes the pass. And while she gets ready to do that, we're going to catch up with what she had to tell us earlier this week, Susie Cheatham.
I think I need to prove it to myself that I've still got it, and just have a race that I can be proud of under the circumstances that I've had leading into the race. I just feel like the road back from pregnancy has just been a little bit of a roller coaster. I wouldn't be happy going into the World Champs in the form that I'm in, but I'm happy enough that I want to come here and just get my Kona slot and sort of get the stress of not having qualified for Kona yet off my back, so I can sort of go away, go home, start building back up to Kona and getting into a good space for that.
Do you have any mantras that help push you through on race day?
Yeah, I always like to say, and it's particularly true for this race, it's not over until it's over, because so much can happen in the last sort of 10Ks of the race. So yeah, it's not over till it's over. As a professional athlete, I've won lots of Ironmans, and that's the goal always. I just need to qualify for Kona.
Susie Cheatham, there you have it. She's so great. It's great to see her back. I like her attitude a lot. I like the place from which she comes. I like seeing her back, and just closing out with, I just need to qualify. So that tells you, certainly she wants to win. Certainly she wants to prove it to herself. But really the bottom line is, it's still 4 months away. Let's get the Kona slot and then get fitter, then get faster. Very, very sound approach. So she's a 2-time Ironman winner, 3-time Ironman 70.3 winner.
Yeah.
And those dueling 6th places at Kona, definitely big feathers in the cap, I think, for sure. Top 10 in Kona, just no matter what, that's hard. A lot of athletes go at that goal and come up short.
Oh, for sure. And those weren't necessarily, I think, her best performances. She had more in her. And I think, we have a short memory in triathlon, but at the time, she was a rising star and an athlete that we were certainly paying attention to. As we see athletes in front of her, we're going to get a bib number on her here pretty quickly, but these two athletes riding together and chasing athletes in front.
And word from the spotters, that was Pamela Testes from Chile that was there. We went by so fast, almost as if we were riding, but nice little camera shots. I do love getting all the perspectives. Now the long lens from in front gives you a good perspective as we climb one of these rollers. And you can also see a third athlete there, Matt, in the background as well. So we'll get you guys, we'll keep you keep you in coverage of every single person that we can on course. 2 hours and 8 minutes for the men, 2 hours and 1 minute for the women, as they're all tackling the certified Piedmontese Beef Ironman North American Championship, Des Moines.
Yeah, there you go. Nice long shot of these three athletes going over one of our rollers here out on course. We did have more men's splits come through that first 30-mile. Elliot Bach, Weiland, and Tacone going through 5.5 minutes down. So they've lost over 2 minutes in the first 30 miles. So certainly big movement happening from Hansen and Lopez. But important thing right now is the women on screen chasing hard. We did have Susie Cheatham, and we did believe it was Testes, but we'll get more information on that soon enough. But right now we're back on screen with Jesper, Svensson, and Tio.
It turns out the spotters are coming back to us, and we did roll a past. It was actually Jen Annett from Canada.
Wow. Yeah.
So we're keeping all the talent together here, but we'll give you more accurate spots, splits, and footage of all those athletes here in just a second. Stay with us, and you'll get to see more Jesper Svensson in a second.
There's this beautiful moment in time when neither foot is touching the ground. We are free of gravity and weight, moving above the doubts, past limits. When we are light, transformed, and hopeful. And if we were to collect all these moments, join them together, well, this is when anything becomes possible. This is when we fly.
Throughout my career, people have doubted my ability, and I've had it even more so when I've come into triathlon. I think this year will be very different. There will be bigger expectations on me. I love the way that I race. With my swim background, I'm almost in the driving seat from the gun. I'm the person that everyone is chasing. I want to be the best, and I'm willing to work as hard as possible to get there.
As we come right back here to the man from Sweden, the two-time Ironman winner, third at Texas a few weeks back, Jesper Svensson. He looks good on a bike. That is an understatement, Matt. But watch him go, still just very rock solid, very aerodynamic. Looks like very little has changed. And I know we enjoy doing this, kind of analyzing how their form falls apart throughout the day. Still real early, but he looks fresh as a daisy.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. An athlete that's very, very comfortable in that position, kind of lays into those forearms in that aerodynamic position. But as you can tell, he, mouth wide open. He's putting the effort in for sure. These athletes are getting after it. They're racing, no doubt. Sometimes we can think, because this bike ride is such a long portion of the Ironman, that maybe they're not pushing it that much. But certainly these two athletes up front and the two athletes chasing in third and fourth are really putting the hammer down.
I love it. I love this. Yeah. Is a great observation. I enjoy seeing that mouth wide open. Now check this out. This is Matt Hansen coming back around Andre Lopez, and that's cool to see. These two athletes know each other well. Also, the athletes that train in Boulder see one another, do a lot of the same stuff together. I'm not totally sure he doesn't train with that Julie Dibbins crew. I know they cross over a lot, right? You get a town that has a certain group workouts and sessions they do together, and the training partners, they're all kind of good friends. But either way you look at it, Matt Hansen also putting down a big effort. You can see him laboring, and to be laboring 2 hours and 11 minutes into an 8-ish hour race, I mean, that definitely says you're ready to roll.
No, absolutely. Definitely pushing that pace. super hard. And it's interesting to see those gaps on that 30-mile section of the bike ride. We got athletes like Stephen Kilshaw, Foley, Russell losing another 3 minutes in that period of time. So these athletes up front are absolutely drilling it. And that's from the front, not from Hansen. So he's putting in a big effort.
Great stuff. And this, to me, is the question mark. Is he trying something new? Is he just trying to really max out early on in the race? I think probably so. Matt, you made a good call earlier there where he's probably trying to match that championship, that world championship dynamic.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see as we had that one camera shot up the road, they're getting close enough where I think they're actually ramping it up now and going to really push the pace on these next few rollers so they can bridge that gap, because you can see those first two athletes, Jesper Svensson and Tim O'Donnell, up the road, or at least the vehicles that are around those two athletes.
Once you see them, don't you want to just snap your fingers?
Yeah, come on, let's do
you
it.
suddenly lose patience. They can get me there now. But those of you that are watching this race, getting inspiration, trying to find out where you can pick your next race, have a look here. This is a great suggestion that I just thought I'd share with you now.
Experience a whole new world of racing in New Zealand and Australia. Toe the line in Taupo at the Kellogg's Nutrigrain Ironman New Zealand. Soak up 35 years of history in the National Storage Ironman Australia. Race in paradise at Cairns Airport Ironman Cairns, or chase a Kona slot at the GWM Ironman Western Australia. So when you're planning your season, why not head down under and race Oceania style?
Matt, which one would you do? Quick call, go.
Anything that gets me down there.
Anything, that's right. I mean, I share that. I think for me, Nutrigrain Ironman New Zealand, it was on my bucket list my entire racing career.
Me too.
And I feel like a little tear comes to me when I know I didn't get that done. But never say never. There's still hopefully a lot of years down the road where that amazing event is going to be kicking off, and we can still be welcome down there. It's supposed to be just a great event. All of them, Western Australia, beautiful. Each one of those, great stuff. We've done the commentary for most of them, so we got to see pictures of it.
Yeah, no, awesome places to race for sure, and high-level competitions across the board down there in Oceania, no doubt. But Matt Russell right now pushing the effort down and the pace, trying to bridge up to way in the distance. You can see those two athletes up the road. But Andre Lopez, as you said, doing a great job staying right in that legal distance, not giving any extra. But it does look, again, that camera angle can be deceiving. But you can see with the yellow hash marks, actually, that's the legal distance. And you can definitely see that those guys are separated by more than that. So awesome work by those two athletes as they're coming up to a corner here. And we'll watch them navigate.
And you can see that just the caution and those sections that are sprayed out where you saw Hansen zip over to the left there to get around them before making this left turn. And making sure that we keep track of the course, keep track of one another, not get into that zone. I think it's always worth a mention as we come back to Susie Cheatham and Jen Annett chasing down the road here. It's worth mentioning this as well, that when you have a draft zone for the pros, you are not allowed to enter that 12 meters at all.
Yeah.
You have to move over to the left 2 meters and then take your 25 seconds to pass. And so you have to do that. That is the rule. The only way out of a draft zone is out the front. If you look down and you've hammered into the zone and you're 10 meters back, you can't just back up. You can't sit up, hit the brakes, roll out. That's illegal. That's considered drafting to be a 5-minute penalty. You actually have to then say, oh, I've committed.
Exactly.
My clock has started, move over to the right, or left rather, and zoom past and then move in front, even if you didn't mean to do that. And that does happen sometimes.
Oh, for sure.
You lose focus. The rider in front loses focus. Just something. A dynamic changes, and you just roll in. You've got to commit the pass.
Yeah, and the closer you are to that gap, the more often that happens, right? Even if the athlete in front maybe sits up to take a drink of water and you're looking down, you're going to go into the back of that draft zone. And again, yeah, you're going to have to pull to the left and go forward. And if the marshals are on you, they see you get within a meter and then back out. That's an easy excuse for them to give you that 5-minute penalty. Not that they're wanting to, but they're wanting to keep everything fair for all athletes involved. So definitely keeping their heads up when it comes to that. But Jesper Svensson, T.O. in the lead. Jesper sitting in second place at this point. But These athletes still pushing it, but I do think it's a matter of time till we see this as a group of 4.
So you're saying I called those 2 women earlier,
Yeah.
even though they're men?
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
I like to keep track of the number of mistakes, and if I don't have at least 2 dozen, I'm not happy with my performance.
You're at
So
7 so far.
at this point, yes, watching Tim O'Donnell push ahead and try and get that Kona slot, his primary goal today, Kona slot. Jesper Svensson already has his Kona slot, so he's looking for other top goals. His top goal primarily being win the race, take home $25K, and call yourself a 3-time Ironman champ. Back from these 2, we've got Matt Hansen and Andre Lopez, each of whom is racing for their own goals. Andre, of course, needing that Kona slot, and then Matt Hansen already having secured his. He's just going for it, which is really kind of a fun thing to not have that worry in the back of your head.
No, for sure. And T.O. is put himself in a great spot for that, right? Like, I mean, he's right now in the top position, obviously in first place, but the only other athletes around him, half of them already have their Kona spot, right? So he's putting in a huge gap to the athletes that he has to actually get across the finish line in front of to get that Kona spot. So I think pretty soon he'll stop thinking about that Kona spot and start thinking about how far up that podium he can finish. But again, I do think it's going to be a race of 4 here pretty darn soon.
I think you're right. Looking through some other movers at the 30-mile mark, Elliot Bach, he jumped up a space where Trevor Weiland dropped back a space. Luciano Taccone also dropped back. Matt Russell holding steady, 8 minutes back. It's always interesting to see Matt Russell has truly had some ups and downs that rival no others in the sport. He's had some high highs, 2 Ironman wins, one at Lake Placid, one at Ironman Canada. Has finished multiple top 3s. He's had top 10 in Kona, had a near career-ending accident, and has also had some health issues. But Matt Russell, he races for the love and the joy of the sport. I don't think the only 2 things, he loves his family, spending time with his son, Makayo, and also racing. And he just loves to race. And so when we see Matt, I bring it up because he's a guy that if he comes together with just a nice set of cards in his hand that day, he can throw them down and get a podium at any race.
Yeah.
Very just durable athlete. And like I said, health problems notwithstanding, he's very solid and very strong.
I think you're right. I think the other big mover that I saw was Trevor Foley moving up to Matt Russell, moved up 5 spots. And Michael, his split through that 30-mile mark was 107.29, only to be outsplit by the front 4 athletes, and actually only lost 30 seconds to the man on screen here, T.O., riding all by himself. So that's an athlete we know can run extremely well. I'm pretty sure he's not capable of running slower than a 111.5, which one of these days is going to translate to a very, very fast Ironman marathon split. As you said, just started doing triathlon a few months ago, which is absolutely insane. But he's certainly burning the match early to do that. But he's about to come up on that group of eventually Taccone, Weiland, and Elliot Bach, so putting himself in a good position. But one of the big movers on the day, Foley.
And I'm sorry to have mentioned the name Trevor with Weiland. Tyson Weiland, of course, Trevor Foley. So, again, by way of talking about Foley, you managed to help me correct myself. Mistake number 77. 8. I'm up to 8.
Yep.
As we watch here, split screen, we got on the left side Tim O'Donnell, the leader of our men's race. On the right side, of course, that's Sky Monch. And both of them just rocking and rolling, pushing through. Look at that. They're both aboard that same Trek bike, a very aerodynamic steed. I'd say you're pretty familiar with that. You used to ride that a lot in your day, Matt. And it's just a great American brand here that's pushing through each of these American athletes. Although I do believe I saw Jesper Svensson taking that lead back from Tim O'Donnell right before we left to this full shot here of Sky. So fun to watch. I mean, she didn't have any reason to turn around off world champs, 4th place at world championships, and she's coming in here to give it another go. I mean, how long has it been? A month? 4 weeks?
Yeah, it's a pretty quick turnaround, and she loves it. She loves racing. She was one obviously that wanted to race as much as she could in the last 2 years, and I think it's got to be more frustrating the last few years. With the pandemic for those athletes that were like the rising star. Like, it was a matter of time before Sky, was able to be at the top of the sport, and she kind of had to hit a pause button on it. Continue to do the work, and she's clearly continued to develop as an athlete. But as an athlete, we always doubt ourselves, and it's only the races where we really know if it's worked or not. So, she's done a great job improving, even though she hasn't been able to race maybe as much as she's wanted to. But it's certainly taking advantage of it here now. And I think worth talking about. We had on screen earlier that Susie Cheatham and Jenna Nett. Jenna Nett did have to make up a 40-second gap at a transition to move up to Susie. And I think, that probably left Lindsey Corbin high and dry because that was a pretty hard effort early. And that's not really Lindsey's styles to ride hard early, more to settle in and, build towards the end of the race. But Susie's going to be content with letting Jen set the pace because Jen is a phenomenal cyclist. So those two athletes, I think, are going to make up a fair bit of time. I think it's going to be like Leslie Smith is going to have to keep her head up for those athletes coming over her shoulder.
That's all very likely. So we're watching Susie Cheatham on one of the downhills now, getting that high cadence, ultimately turning to the coasting and getting aero. So really, as you look at this course and you think, oh, it's just pretty benign, there's definitely some fast sections on the downhills and some slow, tough grinders on the up. So pretty cool to see, and they show it well there. As you mentioned, Lindsey Corbin and her style of racing, and she's in a good position by how I estimated. You had said, hey, you noticed that she had one of the worst races. She just felt really bad. Still, just very tough and very committed. She finished in St. George, and it was 5 weeks ago.
Yeah.
And now you come back. Where's the mentality now? We know she wants to get to Kona. She wants to kind of, I don't know if she wants it. She did mention in St. George, I kind of want to go out with one more Kona.
Yeah.
She's not thinking I got 10 more left.
Right.
So it's important. What are her chances today, do you think, of getting that one of those 3 slots?
Oh, I think super high. Yeah, I mean, I think she's a back half runner. She runs really well in humidity, and I think the fact that there's at least one athlete in front of her at this point that already has a Kona spot. I'd assume she's going to be in that top 5, top 6 position off the bike, and then just needs to hunt a little bit. But I think Lindsey's a fighter. She's always been a fighter. And she's going to, continue to put herself in a position to do well. As we see, Jenna Nett is opening up that gap to Susie. Susie can't really keep up with this pace at this point.
And I think that what you mentioned regarding Lindsey, she's always not only just been a good fighter, I really feel like she's loved that. That's I think been a defining trait for her is really loving the battle. It's not so much I'm good at it. I guess it feeds it, one another. She loves it and she's good at it. So I think that's where she's at. There you go, rocking the bike barn there out of Penticton.
Yep.
Those guys, longtime Ironman Canada supporters, and kind of cool to see that historic race back on our calendar, Ironman Canada Penticton. But she's a resident there, lives and trains on that beautiful course. Another one of the classics: 1 lap swim, 1 lap bike, 1 lap run. Just a doozy out there through those vineyards and peach orchards. Really just got everything to offer. A beautiful spot. I mean, I'm plugging it. If you guys ever want to get up there, you won't be disappointed.
No, and it's awesome that it's back on the circuit. Was always my favorite race, my favorite course. Great people, and that one loop bike course is amazing and great. Shout out to the Bike Barn because they're rad folks up there doing good work. But Jen, she's always been a part of that community, and I think anytime I remember when she first started getting results, it was like any local paper. It was like talking about Jen and Nett, and I love it. They always stand behind their athletes. Jeff Simons, another one of those athletes that they've supported over the years. But Jen and Susie definitely putting good effort in, trying to chase. We're going to get a gap here pretty quickly because Sky actually has gone through that 30-mile mark in 1 hour, 13 minutes, and 38 seconds. Average speed 24.25 miles an hour. Pretty darn quick.
That puts her right in that 440, as you said.
Yeah, and Leslie Smith has gone through at this point 5 minutes down. So Sky has opened a 5-minute gap. I don't mean to laugh, not specifically at Leslie, but like she is rolling.
That's a laugh of appreciation.
Yeah, no,
as far
no.
as the effort from Sky.
Yeah, no, she's not waiting around. She is, as well, as we talked about Hansen, maybe testing out a little bit tactics, because Kona is increasingly on the women's field turning into more of a tactical race as well. So maybe she's putting that effort in early to be able to get comfortable with that amount of uncomfortable she's going to have to feel to be one of those contenders in Kona. But Sky continuing to open up the gap, and we'll check in on this gap here in a little bit.
Whether it's on the road or in the pool, your activity has high demands. Rooted in sweat and grounded in science, we understand your unique fueling needs. That is why we created formulas just for you, endurance athletes, helping you replace what you're losing and keeping you fueled. And there's nowhere we'd rather be than with you along this journey, because together we are formulated for farther. From the creators of Gatorade, Gatorade Endurance, formulated for you, formulated for farther.
And we're right here watching Sky Moines do exactly what she's been doing since she jumped on that bike, and that is hammer away from all the competition. 5 minutes and 14 seconds in front of Leslie Smith. Remember, folks, in case you weren't here, we'll tell you again, she left transition together with Leslie Smith. 5 minutes. Oh, she said, adios. I don't need any company. It was fun having you on that swim, but I'm a one-woman show. And I think if you start to conservatively extrapolate that time out, you're going to see you're going to end up seeing her with a 15-plus minute. This, Britt Volk, this is the gal we saw in the water leading these women out, also has been dispatched by Sky, but looking great. Don't take that the wrong way, Britt Volk fans, because your gal's still crushing it. It just happens to be that Miss Sky Mensch is on a tear at the front of this race.
Yeah, she's not messing around. She's not messing around at all. And Britt looks great, and her position looks great. She looks comfortable. Very smooth in that aerodynamic position, having a great race at this point. It's just one of those things where when you race a good athlete on a good day, they'll put a gap to you pretty quick, and Sky is certainly doing that at this point. With we know Leslie's not the rider of Sky, but 5 minutes and 30 miles, and Britt has now gone through that at 8:30 down. So she's lost 8.5 minutes to Sky. Again, this is not a commentary on Britt as much as it is on Sky is absolutely unloading at this point.
It'll be fun to see when we watch these next 3, 4, and 5 women roll through that same time check, because Tastetz from Chile, Cheatham from Great Britain, and Annette from Canada, as well as Corbin from USA, those 4 women, they are all great on the bike. So let's wait and see what happens when they get through that 30-mile mark, because it is – I suspect that Sky's putting time on them, but I don't think they're losing much, because those women are all motivated to get up here and grab that Kona slot and some top honors.
Well, they're through the split at just under 9 for Jen, and Jen's opened up a 20-second gap on Susie Cheatham. So she's put 3 minutes into those athletes. That's still a fair bit, right? For an athlete, like we said, Jen Annette, Susie Cheatham, a very, very strong cyclist, and Jen catching and passing Susie while losing 3 minutes to the woman on screen, Michael. So huge effort from Sky right now.
Huge. I like that word, and let's stick with it, because right now it's huge power, huge gains, and it's just a fun word to say. Sky Mensch, USA, she's trying to get in here and win her 3rd Ironman title. She was 4th at the World Championships just 5 weeks ago. Obviously, she's recovered quite well. Probably a hyper-ice athlete here, sitting in those boots at home and using that to get herself recovered. I know I certainly would be. But as we come back here, we're watching this beautiful 4,000 feet of climbing throughout the day. You're going to see more ups and downs all day long, because because that's just how this course is. Rolling hills, they say, not flat and fast. But I want to remind everyone here that this is a beautiful, beautiful part of Iowa. It's Ironman town.
Yeah,
It really is. Des Moines.
No, it's an awesome spot and a beautiful, beautiful course. Now we're outside of kind of that the first 5 miles, twisty 5 miles of the course onto the straight section where we have Sky rolling really, really well on the right-hand side of a screen. And then we do see on the left-hand side of the screen, that's T.O. pushing up one of the rollers with Svensson behind it. But you can see him, Michael. They've made the catch, the bridge, with Matt Hansen and Andre Lopez closing the gap. Just in a few seconds, they're going to make that a group of 4. At the moment, we have Andre Lopez in the front of that, making that bridge. But these two athletes have made a huge effort to get up to these two in front. And you can see that exhale that shows Matt, mission accomplished. If you were testing, going out hard and seeing how it felt, I think we just could see what it felt like.
Yeah, you know what? And it's fun because he said, I'm going to try some things, and you nailed it right away. The only thing that's missing from his quiver is that ability to race the World Championship dynamic. Well, I shouldn't say the ability, but the proven record. So now he gets to feel what it's like. Okay, Lopez, Hansen, they're on the train. What does it feel like? You're now 2 hours 30 into the race, still 5.5 hours to go. You've got to now play the patience game, the fueling game, the responsive game, because look, Tim just put a gap at the top of the hill. That accordion's out throughout this. You've got to now play that game because, Matt, you know as well as anyone that on the Queen K, when there's 25 of the best of the business, you've got to be on point. You've got to know when to go, when to brake, when to accelerate.
Oh, for sure.
And keep the gap all along. It's a chess match that's mentally exhausting throughout.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think that's, T.O. is very used to this. He's used to these dynamics. Athletes that aren't so much are, Jesper, he's always near the front, so he's probably less used to like large groups, but we've seen him ride in plenty of front groups of 5 to 6 athletes. I'm a little I think Lopez is putting himself in a position where he's a little overextended. You can tell he's pushing a little harder than the rest, and he's always really close on that drafting zone. This isn't a criticism. I think he's doing it well, but when you put those two things together, it's late in a race, if you're tired and you're playing it close, you can get yourself in a position that can cause you to get a penalty. But again, I think he's racing clean and doing his best, and we'll see on the other side of this break where they all are.
Tim O'Donnell at the front of the race, leading a little train here of 4 men. Matt, when we took a quick step away, you were making mention of the dynamics that will start to play out later in the game. We've got, of course, right behind Tim, we've got Jesper Svensson, who's used to being up front, nose in the wind, pushing the pace, as is Tim. Next, Andre Lopez. Is he overextended? Is he on the edge, or is he playing a smart game? Time will tell. Has to keep his head in the game.
Yeah.
And then in 4th position, Matt Hansen. This is the guy that nobody wants in your pack on the bike. When you start to look around later and say, who can I outrun? You don't want to see Matt. You don't want to have to play that math, because not many people have a 2:30 anything to their credit, and Matt Hansen does. So does it put fear into Tim O'Donnell? No. But the respect is there.
Oh, for sure. And I think, he'll be pleased at some point to run shoulder to shoulder with Matt, but at that point, he's probably resigned to the fact that he's gonna not come across the finish line in front of him because it's just Matt is on that level. But one thing you will notice is that Matt was the driver of that bridge, right? He bridged up, but then I think he's going to be content, and he'll probably roll through the screen as soon as I say this, but I think he's going to be content sitting on the back, and he's doing that, but he's smart because he hasn't been in this position quite as much, but he leaves that gap open. You know, he's got 4 meters further than the rest of these athletes, and just kind of a tactical or technical aspect of that. When you're last and you know there's nobody behind you, you can afford to do that. Because some of the reason that these athletes are keeping it right at 12 meters is that if you leave it to 15, then the athlete behind you can move in front, and then you have to move back, right? So Matt doesn't really have to worry about that. So he's comfortable and content, kind of sitting in the back watching things happen, letting Tim do the work.
And here's another, just kind of from the point of view of a come-from-behind kind of guy like Matt, he's also – he'd rather fall down on the sword and die than be in the pack getting a drafting penalty. Because
totally.
he's all of what you said is totally true, and he's going to get that extra couple meters because it's like, no way I'm going to get here. And this is for Matt's sort of quote sitting in. I tell you what, how did we get to this crazy spot where we are today? Well, the outset of this one-lap bike course started with Tim O'Donnell racing through transition, trying to get ahead of and ultimately stay with Jesper Svensson. The two jumped onto the rigs and got out of T1 in tandem with Matt Hansen a couple minutes back. A little back and forth right away. Matt saw Jesper, Tim, Jesper going back and forth through the early stages of the park, leaving here by Grays Lake. The women's race, not dissimilar. We saw 2 women, started as 3, but 2 women, Leslie Smith and Skye Monch, going through there, really racing at flat-out efforts. Here's Britt Vogt, the first out of the water, 3rd out of T1.
Yeah, no, she had a good ride, and she's still sitting in that 3rd position, holding off Jen Annette. But we saw Leslie Smith start that bike ride in 2nd place, and she's still there, but losing a fair bit of time to the woman on screen, Skye Monch, and she was absolutely driving the pace at the front of this course with Susie Cheatham chasing behind. She did get caught by Jen Annette there mid-ride, but having a great race there. Jesper Svensson pushing the pace with T.O., kind of swapping back and forth, doing their best to keep the chasers from catching up. But
that's right. And this way we were back there at 2 hours into the race. Tim O'Donnell had one person for company, and ultimately that became 4. But here, Jen Annette rolling her way through. Again, as we're looking back on the right side of your screen, that's the moment when Matt Hansen and Andre Lopez caught right up to Tim O'Donnell and Jesper Svensson here in live action again, 2 hours and 40 minutes into this bike race, 180 kilometers or 112 miles of bike racing, and Tim reaching for some of that also valuable Morton gel out of the pocket. Probably has Gatorade already coursing through his veins, but he's got to top off with some high-quality carbs. So this is Tim O'Donnell, a man of many high-level successes.
Yeah, and you can see looking back now, he knows everybody's there. He hadn't looked back until just a second ago, so now he knows everybody's there. He's going to maybe pull off, see if everybody else will come through as they go through one section of the course, maybe with a little bit of hazards moving over to the left side of the course. And Michael, I've had plenty of your input, and we're going to give you a little bit of time to take a breather because, you know, we're hanging at 8 errors so far, and I want you to go too much further. But we're going to bring Nick Chase in with us and see what Nick has to say about kind of what we've seen so far today. How's it going, Nick?
Oh, I'm doing great. Thanks for having me. Obviously, love watching these events, and your commentary, despite having a few flaws, has been spot on every time.
Well, few. That's a very, very generous word, Nick. So what have you seen so far? Obviously, we see Skye on screen right now. You know, what do you think about her tactics and her effort early on this bike ride, especially considering she's not far off of that race in St. George?
I don't think anyone is surprised. Skye has been notorious on the bike over the last years. Just coming out of the swim, if it's a bigger race with maybe more depth of field, she works her way up into that front group and then usually pulls away. So definitely not surprised to see Sky doing the solo thing all day long. That deficit's probably going to increase. And then it's just a matter, as we know, is how can she run and how can the competitors bridge that gap?
Well, so Nick, it's good to see you. By the way, this is Michael chatting at you here, and I figured just to get my errors up, I'll call you Nick Chose, and then I'll come back and say, oh, I'm sorry, it's Nick Chase. No, all kidding aside, you live in St. George, right? I mean, you live and train there.
Yeah.
You know that course very well. Is it like, how hard is it to recover off that course? That's a real question for you. Coming in here 5 weeks later, that course seemed brutal. You know it well. Tell us more about that.
I can tell you that St. George right now is getting real spicy in terms of heat. And unfortunately, the first really hot or really heat day we had was Ironman St. George for the World Championship. Athletes were out there, put into the gauntlet. There's not a lot of shade. As you can see, there's trees and greenery all around here and in this course. But man, we are just desolate out here. So I would say coming off that race, going into this next race here at the North American Championship, obviously going to be terrain is going to be rolly rather than St. George, which is going to have a lot more spiked climbs, a lot of boosts out of the saddle. But honestly, with what Sky has been able to do, and obviously Matt Hansen having raced as well, knowing that those two are here and seeing even what Blumenfeld did even recently, incredible to see a 5-week turnaround with such epic performances. So we'll see if it lasts. Obviously, it's a game of patience, and we're playing chess out there. We're not playing checkers. So I hope that these athletes can really sustain it for the entire run.
I'm such a huge checkers fan, though. It's disappointing to me. I've never had the intellect for chess. But so, on the men's side, kind of the opposite side of that, Nick, we saw St. George, we saw an athlete like Matt Hansen not have a good performance. What do you think about his tactics coming into this race and kind of that bridge in the first 30 miles of this bike ride?
Well, I know Matt Hansen, and I know that every time he shows up to win. There's no chance that he's not going to come out guns blazing, put himself in an opportunity to run down anyone who's in front of him. And right now, we're seeing a lot of cooperation in those groups. And it's really unique this race because at St. George, there was 15 men in a line, and now you have maybe 4 at the front of this race. So the dynamics, you can't hide. And look, everyone's playing incredibly well to the spacing. We're seeing the marshals, the cameras, all doing a great job. So I think that the opportunity to share work on this course and see who's going to put their nose in the wind the longest is really going to pay off if you can, obviously, as you know, hide. So who's going to hide the most, and who are we going to see Matt Hansen take out on the run? That's pretty much how it's going to come down.
Yeah, and I don't know if you heard my comment a second ago saying that Matt was going to be content sitting on the back. Eat my words. He's at the front of the bike ride at this point, pushing the pace. What do you think that says?
I think Matt is putting his nose out there for a reason. He does not mess around. He's methodical. When he comes into a race, especially North American Championship, we've seen him do it in previous races, like in Texas when he just came out and biked his way to that win. I can't see him doing anything but taking a couple breaks, and then if the pace starts to slack, him and T.O. are probably going to be the ones who are going to be driving it.
Well, Nick, you've raced here, which is a unique perspective. You were top 10 last year in the Ironman 70.3. You know these hills, you know this terrain better than we do. We're seeing it. What's it like from a difficulty standpoint, keeping power at the appropriate levels?
Yeah, when you're on a rolling course, especially if you're in the pro race, you have to keep gas on at all times. There's not a lot of rest on the downhill. Usually we try to push the downhills a little harder. The only thing that would make this course a little bit more difficult too is road condition. Sometimes they become a little bit bumpy if you're on those outward highways that are going to just give you that over and over bump every like 10 to 15 feet. So that's a big factor to play in terms of your neck tension, how you're holding yourself. There are a lot of good times to get out of the saddle, rest. Look at this long straightaway. It's a light slight graded down from this camera angle. So there could be opportunities to maybe just set up, loosen up, and take some pressure off the low back. So that's really the biggest benefit of a rolling course. Obviously, flat courses, you are just getting punished the whole time. So I prefer a course that's like this. And look at the overcast weather. There's no chance that Andre Lopez is going to have heat stroke this race, hopefully. I think we're going to see a great opportunity for these top group of athletes to go toe-to-toe on the run.
Yeah, I think you're right. I do think it's going to get pretty muggy and hot out there. I do think it's that'll come into it for sure. But so we see these three athletes right now, Nick. They're kind of chase group with Elliot Bach, Wayland, and Takone. Anything you've raced these guys. We do have Foley chasing up. He's one of the bigger movers outside of that top four. What are your impressions from this men's pro field that isn't that top four?
That's a great question. I love giving some credit to those fellas that are chasing, because they're doing a lot of work back there to try to manage and even put a deficit on the guys behind them. So Trevor Foley, for sure, you've mentioned him already. I raced with him in Chatty a few weeks ago, 70.3. And honestly, what he did on the bike and then did on the run was pretty fantastic to get himself up in top 10 contention. So I think he's going to be a guy you want to pay attention to. He's probably going to have a lot of fireworks going off. Now, whether he can maintain it is the key against the veterans who are ahead, but he's going to be a mover. Hopefully Elliot Bach, he's had some back issues, I know, can pull it together and make sure he has a nice, strong day as well. I'd love to see him do well.
There you go. You're referencing that 2:03 bike split and a 1:11 run for Foley, 70.3 Chattanooga. So great stuff. I'm going to say this because I think it's important for folks to know. Nick Chase, we have him online. He's a pro triathlete and a coach. He's going to join the live chat over at IRONMANNOW.com at 8:20 Central Time. That's here in about 2 minutes. Head over there to IRONMANNOW.com. Create your own free account now. You can ask Nick questions and learn from all his race insights that he's got. IRONMANNOW.com, powered by KISWE, is a new platform that allows Ironman community to engage with us, with each other, and with special guests. So you can, of course, follow the live broadcast, but also take part in real-time chats as the race develops. Try our new fan experience and look for more features being added as the season goes on. Remember, create that free account at IronManNow.com. And Nick, this guy here in the upper left of your screen will be there chatting with you here momentarily.
Awesome. Well, we're going to see these this chase group of three go over our second mat here just a second, and we'll be able to see that gap. But over to the women's side, Nick, as far as the chasers go, we've got athletes looking for that Kona spot. We've got Jenna Nett. We've got Lindsay Corbin looking for that spot. Susie Cheatham. What are your impressions on those three and the other athletes that are behind Leslie Smith as well, obviously? There we go. We already left Nick, so thanks for joining us, Nick. I will say I'm excited to see those three athletes that I spoke of on the women's field moving up and establishing themselves in this race. But right now we have this chase group of Elliot Bach, Trevor Wieland, and Takone. Takone in the back at this point. These three athletes sharing the work evenly over these middle stages of this bike ride, right when things start to kind of settle in. You know how your legs are at this point, as we see. There we go. Right on cue. You're going to stretch things out a little bit, open things up. Takone stretching as he gets again to the middle sections of this bike ride. Here's your lead group of four right now. T.O. on the front, Hansen second, Svensson third, Lopez fourth. We're going to take a quick break and be right back here with you.
See that thing John Morant has? That's a hypervolt. That thing he uses to warm up and stay loose before he throws it down. That thing Tony Finau uses on course between shots. Ooh, that's money. That thing Robin and I use before and after we're on the bike so we can ride harder tomorrow. That thing Erlen Holland uses before smashing it into the back of the net. That thing that's for everyone. The Hypervolt from Hyper Ice. Give your body the daily relief it's been asking for.
And we're right here where we left off watching this top 4, Matt Hansen, Tim O'Donnell, Jesper Svensson, and Andre Lopez. This international field of 4 is racing away with it right now, Matt. I mean,
Yeah, they really are.
I'm not calling this your top 4 by any stretch, but this is looking a lot like your top 4 because each one of these 4 men can run. Each one of these 4 men is feeling good. Look, watch out for Russell, Foley, Killshaw, for sure, even Taccone and Whelan, but right now these guys look to be in charge.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think you called it there. The one asterisk there, I think you might be able to see Foley late in the run move up in the 4th or 3rd, depending on where everybody is and kind of where the momentum's going. But I kind of do. I agree with you. I think it's going to be 2 different races. You're going to have your race for the podium, and then you're going to have the race for whatever Kona spots are left. And it's going to be either 1 spot or 2 if Lopez or Tio fade or falter back to this group. But right as I say that group of 3 does go through that second split at 48 miles. We had Taccone go through at 1:56:30, so 8 minutes, 52 seconds back. So 9 minutes back, that second group of 3. So we're going to see there here pretty soon if Killshaw, Russell, or Foley are able to bridge that gap here at all as well.
I mean, again, too, that's 9 minutes with 50, not even 50 miles of racing.
Crazy.
I'm not saying you double that, but ultimately, even if 5-6 more minutes, 15 is a notable amount of time that only exceptional runners can overcome.
Right.
Let's wait and see what happens. It's exciting. We still have people like Andre Lopez, newer, sort of up and coming, just hitting his stride at this level. And we got to catch up with him, hear from him exactly what it's like to be on the hunt.
This is my awesome homestay here in the middle of Des Moines.
So the S's are silent, right, in Des Moines, or are they not?
What?
Is it Des Moines or is it Des Moines?
Des Moines? I guess. I'm from Brazil, man. I didn't know how to say American English stuff. First, I always got to check the bike, right? So that's the number one thing every triathlete worries about. Did my bike beta safe? Is it okay? It's not broken? So that's my second Ironman. I raced Cozumel last year, which was in also hot and humid conditions, like it is forecasted for Sunday. So yeah, I like the heat, like the humidity, but I just got to make sure I'm adapted to it and I don't make the same mistakes that I've been making before. The most recent mistake included going to Chattanooga and not hydrating myself enough during the run part and passing out in 3rd place with about a mile to go. So that wasn't super fun. And now I just got to make sure I stay hydrated during the races and pace well. So I'm taking a lot more sodium, but also I am taking preloading before the race. So make sure I take electrolytes before the race happens and not just during the race. I think that was my biggest mistakes on the race on Chattanooga.
Would you consider yourself one of the race favorites here or an underdog?
I wouldn't say I'm the favorite to win, but I can definitely win it. Gotta bring the heat to Des Moines. Des Moines. Brazilian bringing the heat to Des Moines. Who'd have thought that?
I tell you what, I liked him before, but I like him even more now. He's bringing the heat to Des Moines from Brazil. That's good stuff. You know what? Those features are really great because they show that personality and the confidence. He said, hey, I'm coming here to win. I can win it. I'm maybe not a favorite. And if you don't believe that, then don't even bother, you know? So you come in here, you believe it, you get a good go for the win. Maybe you get it. Maybe you get the podium. Either way, there's some big stars up there you're going to upset. So go for it, Andre Lopez. Good stuff.
Yeah, I love it. That's great to see him putting that effort in and, getting himself to the front of the race. And, that gap, 9 minutes to that group of three. And then Matt Russell and Trevor Foley were holding at 10, 15. So those athletes, it's kind of stabilized in that chase. So I do think we kind of have two races going on. And but in a race of her own as well, kind of two races in the women's field too. It's Sky Mont. She's just absolutely destroying the field.
She really is. She's riding away from it here. As we come back to these fellas, what you saw was a little overtaking there. Tyson Whalen getting overtaken, getting past, but he's fighting in here and doing quite well. I love to see these names. I love to see all the young up and comers that are going to be the stars of the future. Really, I mean, if you look at this, when another few, unless it's Cam Brown, these people aren't going to be racing, top level when they're 50.
Right.
And so Tim O'Donnell, just over the 40-year-old barrier, these guys that are in those early 20s, mid-20s, doing this well at this age, it's exceptional. I mean, it's cool to see. And then I think as they hit that sweet spot, because really most people are kind of excelling at this distance, at least late 20s, if not early 30s. Look, Blumenfeld, 27, pretty much excelling. But the point is, you don't usually see a 22-year-old Trevor Foley coming in here saying, I'm going to run this, that, and the other. So it's cool to see. I like this dose that we're getting now of the future talent.
Yeah, absolutely. They're pushing the pace and, putting themselves out there. Again, at the North American Championship, a bunch, when you're talking about up-and-comers as well, you're also talking that prize money is probably pretty important, right? If you can break through and get a top 5 and get a decent chunk of change, maybe that's, a stepping stone for you to be able to commit a little bit more to the sport or justify it maybe to yourself or to your family. So super, super important. Back to the women's field as far as splits go, they did go through the 30-mile mark. Again, we had Jenna Neck go through at 9 minutes, Susie go through at 9:20. Kelly Filno did go through at 10 minutes down, and Lindsay Corbin at 11 with Fiona Moriarty at 15. So big gap after 7th place. So the top 7, the actually 3rd place through 7th place, all pretty darn close in that women's field through 30 miles.
Yep, there you go. And you got to say a little high shout out to Jenny Fletcher, our way back in the day, sometime co-host there at the Ironman commentary desk. She's a great athlete representing Canada. Great gal. So cool to see her. She kind of pops in and out of retirement every now and then, I feel like, and we see her back, but a great athlete in the field there. I'll ask you this, Matt, because we're watching this chase pack of men.
Yep.
And it makes me think of the chase pack of women. Is it concerning to you when you see Lindsay Corbin going from 7 minutes down out of the water to 11 minutes down? Or is that just like Sky? That's just all Sky?
It's all Sky.
Okay.
I mean, she's only lost 2 minutes to Jenna Net, right? Or maybe, just about 2 minutes to Jenna Net. That's one of the best cyclists in the sport, 30 miles. I would say, that's a reasonable effort. To be that far behind Sky, she's not going to be encouraged by that. But if she's getting information on course, she should know that she's hanging in there pretty well with those other athletes. And again, it is kind of a more of a thought that what is your reason to be here? Are you trying to win this race? Are you trying to podium, or are you actually just trying to qualify for Kona? And if you're actually just trying to qualify for Kona, she's in a great place right now. Swim is not her strength, and she's still, she's in the hunt. I'd say she's in 5th position for 3 spots. That's pretty good with your strengths coming to you. So hopefully Lindsay's encouraged by those splits.
Absolutely. Good stuff. Good commentary. I mean, I think Lindsay is also, she's an athlete that has a huge following. She's been a contender for so long.
Yeah.
I mean, she's won 8 Ironmans. She shows up at a race. She's just got she's very accessible, right? She's got she and Chris, they do a good job kind of reaching out, promoting, interacting with. So she's we're a fan here at the booth. We love it when she's in the race. And I think that what's really cool is she sort of exemplifies that Ironman spirit where it is a lot of times about the fight. You want to see those 11, 12, 13-minute gaps and then chisel them down. You thrive on that stuff. She's a challenge-oriented athlete. You know, she really is. She's all about this process of getting the best out of herself. So it'll be cool to see. It was a shame. It's hard when you have a bad day on the big scene, on the big stage, rather, world championships like that. But hey, she's going to roll right past that and hopefully have a great day today.
Yeah, for sure. And we have on screen, or at this point, somewhere near the screen, is Jen Annette. Riding well, chasing the rest of the field. There we go, but big gap all around.
Whoa.
Yeah. And anyways, Jen Annette pushing the pace very well through the middle sections of this bike ride. And the only one that seems to be moving and, to an extent contending with Sky Monch as far as the bike ride goes. But again, an athlete that definitely has Palmares for having great bike rides. Here she is, that shot we were looking for through the beautiful kind of outer city limits of Des Moines.
Got that maple leaf on the calf. As we roll through, she, just looking at some of her stats, I mean, just really consistent. Second place Ironman Lake Placid in 2018, second place Ironman Canada, and then a whole bunch of thirds. I mean, thirds and fifth. Also, just this year, we did get to watch her race Ironman Texas back in April, and she was fifth place there and kind of always in the mix. But really just a consistent Ironman athlete, to be honest, since she hit her breakthrough and since she kind of hit the scene in the 2013-2014 zone. But
yeah,
fun to see. And I wonder how flat this feels compared to Yellow Lake and Richter Pass. It's got to feel pretty flat and fast.
Yeah, pretty flat for sure. Definitely different types of courses, but if you're a good cyclist, you're a good cyclist, and she's able to put that power down regardless of what the course profile is like. 'Cause she's a true professional and one of the best in the sport. So fun to see her back, chasing the front. I think she's going to find herself in second position here soon enough. Not taking anything away from Leslie Smith, but this is Jen's strength. This is where she needs to make her move if she wants to finish on the podium or try to win this race. She needs to put a lot of work in on the bike.
Yeah, the best run she's done is 3:07. She notched that at Ironman Arizona. Probably a similar bit of terrain, flat 3-loop course. But 3:07 is super competitive
for sure.
And it would be a great run to tack onto this kind of bike today.
Mm-hmm.
I think we start to look at, you said it before, Leslie Smith, if she's doing 117 and on a 70.3 on a hilly kind of tough course, she's going to come in here and probably really realistically be low 250s, I think you said. I think that's spot on. And so you start to run the math. How much time can I lose?
Yeah.
If your best is 3:07 and I'm maybe going to do a 2:52, that's 15 minutes. So right now, Leslie Smith's on top because she's in front still. But all this stuff is the math that we do, the games we play here as we speculate only 3 hours into the race. So it'll definitely come back. I'm sure my tally of errors will come up immensely as we go on.
Always does.
Thank you. I didn't even have to say that. I was able to just will it into your brain, and you spoke it for me. Look, we're back with Sky Monch. She looks fantastic as she did earlier, and I still note that look. God, she's pushing it. She's really just putting an effort out. Man, I think she's kind of in that spot, right? Of course she wants to win, but there is nothing to lose. Why not just go and try to rip some legs off people and see what you're capable of?
Yeah, I mean, and maybe she wants some of that limelight. She saw Laura Philipp get a fair bit of attention for her results. She's like, no, I want some of that. I'm one of the best in the world too. I'm gonna go out, even though maybe the field isn't what it was at a world championship race like St. George. I'm gonna go out there and try to put the best race forward, and she's doing it, and she's gonna continue to do it all throughout the day.
Racing down the road in first place today, as she's been for a long, long time, American Sky Moines. She is rocking and rolling. I think it will be fun to start to guess her exact finish time, 4:38.27. I'm not sure what you think it'll be, but I'm writing down 4:38.27.
I'm going to wait to do my prediction until we're way closer to the finish so I can...
That's brave.
Yeah.
As we watch her navigate one of the few turns on course, again, it's a large loop, and we look at this course, and folks that are from the area will be able to correct me exactly as far as the whereabouts, but it's a very nice course that has long straightaways, a couple turns, and you could just really get into a rhythm and push ahead. Oh, now we get to visit with Leslie Smith, who's here racing in bib number 28 aboard a rig that just looks great. Now, Matt, pick it apart. What are we seeing? And this is good. Leslie Smith, how's she look on the bike relative to what we've seen? This first good shot of here, how's she looking?
Yeah, no, she looks good for sure. And, she looks comfortable. That position is obviously one she's worked on, maybe even been in the tunnel, but, very aerodynamic, or as aerodynamic as she can be to still have a great run off of.
What are you seeing? Say it.
No, I mean, she has a higher RPM, but you can just tell the difference between someone who is trying to ride as well as they can to have a great run versus someone who's just thinking about the bike ride now and confident maybe in the run. Not that she's not confident in the run, but you can tell she's not putting down as much power on the pedals as, and it would be impossible to if comparing against Sky and Jen. So just the juxtaposition of those styles, I think, pops out to me. What do you think? What do you see?
I think so. I want to hear what Leslie has to say for herself as she is coming in here to tackle this North American Championship. We did catch up with her. Let's hear what she said.
Is this heaven?
No, it's Iowa. And I will be so I look okay enough that if you do use some of this, I guess I'm wearing the right stuff.
We're using it. So.
Yeah. I'm definitely here for more than a Kona slot because obviously there's a lot of things at play. There's always prize money and there's just a lot of things that make a solid race and a win awesome and the thing to go for. I think a Kona slot would just be the icing on the cake, and it would be cool to go back there after skipping it for a couple years. Another thing that's important to me about this race is it's probably the most hometown race that I can get because I'm from Iowa. I'm from an hour and 45 minutes away, so my family's going to be here and I get to see them out on the course, and having a race where it's easy for them to get to always means a lot and just makes it, it feels a little more of an at-home feeling for me.
I love it. Leslie Smith coming from Iowa, representing Iowa by way of Boulder, Colorado. And again, great personality on that one. She showed that on the virtual scene as well. Rocking lifestyle she had out there when she was riding that. I keep referencing those times, but it got us inside the actual pain cave, the actual home of these athletes, and we really saw so much. And she was fun. She had strobe lights and techno dance music and smoke. But that was Leslie. Here she is now, and I'll come back and make comment. I think she looks really great. Like if you were to just purely break it down and just give it, the nuts and bolts of it, she's a pure runner here. She's a class runner that is riding exceptionally well. But to me, she looks like a runner on a bike. And this one right here, Sky Moines, she looks like a cyclist. Sorry, Sky Moines. She looks like a cyclist that is a great triathlete, right? She's in here coming in and just crushing it. This is her home. This is where she belongs. Same as Jen Annett. Again, they're all three of those women are triathletes, but you can tell where they like to play their cards.
For sure, and I think the lines get a little bit blurred when you talk with an athlete like Sky, who would consider herself, a great runner as well, or a pure runner as well. So I think that's the tighter those things get, the closer you get to the top overall in World Championship fields. And Sky being fourth place kind of proves that. Love that Leslie's got that vibe of that hometown race. I think that's going to snowball to a certain extent in her advantage when she gets on that 3-loop run course. You've got friends and family on 3 loops. You're the strong runner in the field, and you're running people down, or you're having a fast run, and you're getting encouraged every hour by people you love and hometown folks. I think that's gonna be a huge moment for her.
I think you're totally right, and I think we'll get to look forward to that here pretty soon, maybe another couple hours. But meanwhile, a nice little bit of footage there, that farmland in the background, Sky just crushing it. And you're totally right. She's an exceptional runner. She's shown that time and time again. And she has, I mean, gosh, I've seen her do 2:56. You don't get under 3 hours not being a great runner. They're all at this front end of the race, really great at everything. But we have to look at it and say, where do you play your cards? Where do you feel here's where I win the race? You can lose it elsewhere, but where do you win it? Where do you make or break? And I feel like if Sky came in here and had a bad bike ride, she wouldn't feel like she's playing her best game.
Yeah. I think you're right. And I think, she's pushing. You can see if there's little rollers, she's not getting in her bullhorns or drops. She's staying in and powering and not even really shifting gears, just using kind of a bigger gear to get that momentum up and over as she's getting chased by a drone in the background.
Alien.
That's pretty awesome.
It is cool.
It takes a little look into the drone. But having a great race, pushing that effort at the front, and no doubt she's probably testing some things, trying to prove to herself. And I don't think the women in this field hopefully would take any disrespect from this statement, but I think she knows she's at this point racing herself or the clock, right? When or maybe she doesn't. Maybe she doesn't know. She might think Leslie's still a minute back, but she is absolutely decimating this field on the bike ride. And to have the Palmares of 2:56 marathon in the bag and maybe have over a 10-minute gap on the field is it's a pretty strong place to be. But back to the men's field, Michael, we got Jesper Svensson at the back. It looks like that's T.O. second from the back, Hansen riding in second from the front, and looks like Andre Lopez in the front taking a pole.
That's great eyes, Matt. And certainly looking at this top 4, they are making quick work still of that chase pack, everyone behind them for that matter. But this is Jesper Svensson here sitting in 4th position. Coming out of the water, first place with Tim O'Donnell. These guys earned their right at the front. They stayed there for a long time, and I have to commend them for that. I also have to get a lot of respect thrown out there to Andre Lopez and to Matt Hansen for just doing something that is not easy to do, and that's bridge a gap. You always kind of have to ride above maybe the comfort level. Andre Lopez still new to the distance, only his 2nd Ironman, so he's not as familiar with maybe some of these dynamics that can play out. He hasn't lived them and breathed them so much. But Matt Hansen certainly has, a 5-time Ironman winner, 5-time Ironman 70.3 winner. The guy is used to a lot of scenarios, and it is not easy getting in there and just chasing, settle, and then continue to push. Here we are with Tim O'Donnell, 3rd place on the road, but we'll be right back.
There's this beautiful moment in time when neither foot is touching the ground. We are free of gravity and weight, moving above the doubts, past limits. When we are light, transformed, and hopeful. And if we were to collect all these moments, join them together, well, this is when anything becomes possible. This is when we fly.
Throughout my career, people have doubted my ability, and I've had it even more so when I've come into triathlon. I think this year will be very different. There will be bigger expectations on me. I love the way that I race. With my swim background, I'm almost in the driving seat from the gun. I'm the person that everyone is chasing. I want to be the best, and I'm willing to work as hard as possible to get there.
EO near the front of the race. He's riding in 3rd position behind, that's Andre Lopez in front of him, and Matt Hansen at the front of this group with Jesper Svensson riding in 4th place. Yeah, Michael, just quick question or observation. So Jesper as you said, has won a couple Ironmans. It's been a few years. 2018 is the last time he won,
Yes.
but again, just a few weeks apart. Great shot of Andre Lopez from the side. He's won his Ironmans, and he's had good Ironman results with runs in the mid to low 250s. He hasn't had an Ironman where he's run under 250 and had some in the 3-hour range. Do you think now, so you're in a group of 4, you're him, it's a course where there isn't like a huge climb, there isn't a real big, spot to make an attack, so to speak. Just the distance will offer that. What do you think his tactics are? Is he going to sit in the back now and be like, okay, this is where just as we said, Hansen needs to learn something to do well in Worlds. He needs to push hard in the front. Jesper's done that. Is this his opportunity to be like, okay, you know what? I'm going to sit in the back and I'm going to run a 2:48. That's what I'm trying to do today.
So I would have said yes until we watched him in Texas. In Texas, he ran a 2:51.
Yeah.
And I think he did that. I don't remember the exact details. I do remember, though, so Sam Laidlow was up front, and he sort of faltered. Jesper Svensson went on a late push and went with that confidence that he was going to run well. And we kind of thought, he doesn't have that run in him. He's not a Ben Hoffman. He's not someone that can go in there and run 240 something. So I think now he's at that spot where he does sit in, but not until the end. I think he's going to probably sit in until that 150K mark or 80-ish miles. And I think he's just going to let her rip. And whoever can go with him, like we may see the end of Andre Lopez. We may not, but we may see someone in that last 30 miles where he just maxes out, finishes strong, and then tries to back it up with a run because he has nothing to lose, right? He absolutely has a Kona slot. He can go in there and have an exceptional breakthrough run that 240, whatever he needs to run. And so that's kind of what I think his strategy is at this point. But, we'll have to see.
Yeah, we will. And I think one interesting thing here, Michael, as we were on the screen with Leslie Smith, is from mile 30 to mile 48, Leslie's only lost 8 seconds. Right? So whether or not Sky went out a little bit hot, or if Leslie's just kind of letting the race come to her a little bit, but that's something. I mean, we're talking about 8 minutes in 30 miles and then 8 seconds. It's nothing.
That's a great point. And we talked about this. When do you play your cards? When do you go for it? Well, often you need to smoke them when you've got them. And sometimes you do go out hard, and that means first 40, 50K for someone like Sky. She gets away, she breaks everyone, and then those gaps start to minimize, or they just hold steady. So we'll see. Leslie's also maybe another athlete that's saying, hey, I need to be even the whole way. And she's just following that power meter.
Yeah, for sure. And it's funny because we're like, oh, maybe she went out a little bit hot, but it's like, well, she went out hot. Now she's 9 minutes ahead. So that's cool. You can do that. That's a mile and a half on the run, or a little bit over a mile on the run. But I don't think she's to the point where we can say she's gone out too hot. I just think that's things settling in. So third through that split now is Jenna Nett in 10:45. Phil now is moving up at 11:13 back, and Susie Cheatham is now moved back into 5th place.
And that's a little bit of a surprise, but I don't think anything cause for concern. I can't wait to see some of these other splits where we can look and see where Lindsey Corbin is at that next split.
Yeah.
Again, these splits are all through 48.7 miles, if I'm seeing it correctly. 48.2 and then 48.7, 2 splits kind of back to back. So keep an eye on those as we come back here and we watch Sky just continue to push it. And one thing that I'm curious about, Matt, from your thoughts, if you're 3 hours and 13 minutes into the race, so you've been on the bike for just a little over 2 hours, relatively short amount of time.
Yeah.
When does it start to get a little uncomfortable? When do you start to say, the fueling, or I want to, when does that, for most people in the pro field, when do they start to be like, I've been on here a while?
Well, I think it depends if you're with other people or not. For me, at least, you get a little bit bored. But I think, not far off of where you said, and I think it's no coincidence, where you said you expect Jesper Svensson to put an effort in it, right? As 150K, maybe 120 to 150K, I think is where, you can tell either the athletes have been covering the throttle a little bit, or if they've been on the throttle, and that's big gaps can move there. But I'd say about that 2/3, 3/4 of the way through the bike ride is where you can start to tell who's done it right.
Good answer. As we come back to Leslie Smith, I have to say this. When we were looking at her before, I just feel like what's really resonating now is she just looks smooth as can be. So regardless of who's more aero or who's more sort of loving this bike ride, she's moving nothing above her legs.
Yeah.
Her back, her shoulders, her head, her neck, nothing. There's no side to side. There's no up and down. It's just two pistons firing from the hips down. And that looks really smooth. Also, from my standpoint, it's a really nice kind of favorable cadence for her in that maybe low 80s. Wouldn't she estimate right about that low 80s kind of RPM? She just looks great on the bike.
Yeah, no, she absolutely does. She absolutely does. And, proving it with the fact that she's been able to hold that gap. So right now we've got a shot. Michael, is that our chase? Yeah, that's chase group on the right and our lead group with Jesper Svensson on the left. So again, this is that group of 3 chasing from behind, which they were a little over 9 minutes back last time. We'll get a current split here. So through 48 miles, this group of Tacone, Weiland, and Bach were riding at 9 minutes down, with Russell and Foley another minute behind. But again, this is that group of 3. They've got a little draft marshal riding next to them, making sure they're keeping things legal as they go through. But group of 4 versus a group of 3, and it looks like a group of 2 with Foley and Russell behind. And if those 2 link up, they might be able to join this group of 3 on the screen.
Very interesting to see, and we're watching. What have you got?
I think I don't think that's one of our original 3. I think that might be Russell.
That's Matt Russell. Yeah, absolutely.
Russell has caught the chasers.
Yeah, that's absolutely Matt Russell, and
he's working.
He is. Yeah, he's working, and why not, right? I mean, if you're feeling good, put the power down, and again, kind of contrasting this to what we saw with Leslie, a lot of side to side, a lot of kind of working it, if you will. Upper body's moving. He's really throwing everything at it.
Yeah.
And this is a strong man. And when his legs are with him and when he's having a good day, he really can do some damage. 8th place at Ironman World Championships a few years back. Was a pretty great show for him.
For sure. And I think, great point, very strong. But more specifically, kind of to what we were just talking about, Michael, very good back half. Athlete on the bike, and then has a very consistent low 250, mid 250 run. And if you do that while having a great bike ride, that can put you in a real good spot. And Matt Russell, he's, I'm not used to seeing him work necessarily this hard. It does seem like he's putting a bunch of effort in. So we'll see how that turns out in the end. But he also was at the World Champs in St. George not too long ago as well. So coming off of a race there.
Yeah, it's where he calls home now, is that area. Has moved around a bit, was in Colorado, was in Florida, and now St. George area. Matt Russell, though, a 2-time Ironman winner. Lake Placid was one title, in Ironman Canada another, but multiple Ironman finishes. I mean, kind of an extreme number of finishes for a guy that is and has been as competitive as he's been over the last really 15 years. If I had to estimate, let's see, 55 professional Ironman finishes is notable. Only 2 wins, only 2 70.3s. A lot of finishes.
But he did win Ironman Lake Placid in 2019, which, all being said, isn't that long ago with the last couple of years considered. And then a 6th place at Florida and a 5th place at Coeur d'Alene just last year. So more to prove. Jesper Svensson still working on the front.
Whether it's on the road or in the pool, your activity has high demands. Rooted in sweat and grounded in science, we understand your unique fueling needs. That is why we created formulas just for you, endurance athletes, helping you replace what you're losing and keeping you fueled. And there's nowhere we'd rather be than with you along this journey. because together we are formulated for farther. From the creators of Gatorade, Gatorade Endurance. Formulated for you, formulated for farther.
Matt Hansen here. Number 1 is his bib, and number 1 is his goal today. He's trying something new, he said, in his feature, in his interview. And I think what the something new was just see if I can race a world championship dynamic on my own terms. Let's go out hard. Let's hold it and run really well. And you know what? Matt Hansen's doing just that. He came out of the water in a great swim, non-wetsuit, just like Kona. Then he got after it, really rode hard, just like he's going to have to do in Kona. And he bridged the gap to Tim O'Donnell and Jesper Svensson. And now he's at the front pushing the pace. And it's fun to watch. You know, it's a small field, but it's a very competitive front end here. And it's going to be fun to see what he's capable of. And I think, if nothing else, he walks away with some good lessons and some good confidence.
Yeah, for sure. But, yeah, no, he definitely looks confident in the way he's riding the bike right now at the front of this course for sure. And I will say, love the burgundy bike. It's a nice touch.
Thanks,
sure.
Ron. As we move on, I'm talking about, I also love his position. So this is another, when you compare that to what we saw with Matt Russell, was a good position, but his upper body is also pretty still. You see a tiny bit of movement. You saw a whole lot of movement on those potholes that he rolled right through. But he looks great. He just looks super smooth, doesn't he?
Yeah, he really does. Overused, but you could say you could put a glass of water or a cup of coffee on his back and it wouldn't spill. Juxtaposed to Matt Russell, who's moving around a lot, and that would spill pretty quickly.
Spilling a lot of Athletic Brewing non-alcoholic IPA.
Yeah, for sure. And I do think, though, each athlete is different, but in the end, the way Hansen is riding conserves more energy, right? It's more efficient.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right?
100%.
Russell, not to critique, but like Sebastian Kienle rides the same, or used to when he was winning 70.3s, right? So like sometimes those really dynamic, powerful cyclists need kind of that movement to get that just insane amount of power and that effort. But in the end, they are using more energy to do that, right? So there's less energy when it comes to the run. And on the other side of that, Matt is a very dynamic runner, and his running style isn't one necessarily that people say is all that efficient. So he's got to, it's very fast. I'm not critiquing his running at all, because clearly it's super effective, but it takes a lot of energy to run the way that Matt does.
That's right. That's absolutely right. And we've seen him do it with gusto. 2:45 Ironman New Zealand, running very fast and very forceful. I mean, the guy was a steeplechase athlete.
Yeah.
When we first encountered him, he was not even able to swim. He was a duathlete, run, bike, run, just a strong young man that came in with really exceptional running speed, figured out how to ride the bike because he wasn't all that great on the bike at first, and just really developed into a great athlete. Obviously can swim well now, but this, of course, those stories going back to 20 years ago. Anyway, really, he's been on the scene a long time.
He has now,
maybe 18 years ago. Yeah. But coming back to Matt Hansen, watching him rip it through, the leader of this race, we've got another special guest online with us today, and we're going to bring up, this is our Ironman 70.3 North American champion, Jason West. He's here calling in to be with us. Jason, thank you so much for joining us today. It's great to see you.
Yeah, thanks for having me, guys. It's an exciting race going on.
Yeah, what are you noticing so far? You've raced a lot of these guys over the half distance. We're not pressuring you yet. We know you've already moved up to 70.3, doing pretty well. Stay there as long as you can, buddy. But what are you noticing from these guys early in this bike ride?
I think that front group's probably going to be pretty tough to catch. Once Hansen and Andre caught on, I think that's, between the four of them, they're all pretty solid riders, and I think they're sharing the work pretty well and stuff. So I think a lot of those guys are going to be tough to catch, and I think a lot of them are going to run well. So I think it's going to be tough to get a podium if you're not up there right now.
Yeah, for sure. And so you're pretty familiar with one of the good runners in that front group before, having Matt Hansen, someone you raced against just a few weeks ago, and you know what kind of run he's capable of. What do you think he's capable of on a course like this, for knowing what he can do on over 70.3 distance?
Yeah, I mean, he's certainly a guy you never really want to have to run against, right? He's incredibly fast. And I think today it might depend on some weather conditions. Des Moines can get quite humid. There might be a little bit of rain coming. As the temperatures come up, it's going to be super muggy. So yeah, I think somebody's going to have to run smart, because I think it's going to be a little bit maybe more challenging than it looks on the cameras. But yeah, so Hanson's going to be quick. I'm super impressed with how much he's been racing, like to go to St. George, and then the way he was able to back that up at Chattanooga and race really well. And now he's racing again. I mean, super impressive. So those guys are doing something right for sure. But yeah, I think like in that group, like everybody looks pretty comfortable. The shots of T.O. that I've seen, he looks like he's on a Sunday coffee ride. So I think he's going to have some legs coming off. And yeah, it's just super cool to see him kind of racing like how he always does, just super strong out of the water, super strong on the bike. Like the guy's just doesn't really have a weakness. So he's going to be tough to beat too.
Well, we won't put you on the spot yet, Jason. We'll ask you to predict, but not yet. Right now, what I want to say is, look, you mentioned one thing: running smart. So you won at the Ironman 70.3 Des Moines last year. You obviously ran fast and smart. Tell us what that means. Some of us viewers, we don't get that. We just understand fast. Tell us what running smart would mean in a race like this.
Yeah, I think when you go out and it feels really easy for a long time, you have to trust that it's going to get really hard and you are pacing it right. So, in Ironman, it's like another level. I've done it over 70.3, where the first, 10K, it needs to feel like you're not working hard, because it's going to add up. And at Ironman, it just like everything compounds even more. So, anybody who's like working really hard over those first 20Ks, they're probably really going to struggle a lot. So it's just an incredible amount of patience, I think, to race really well.
That's an excellent answer. Again, I'm wishing I had tips like this back when I was a racer, because I think that's very valid. Okay, tell us this now. A little bit more recently, you battled it out in Chattanooga, and the guy that got second ran a 109. How did that go? How did you win that one? How did that feel to you?
Yeah, it was an incredible day. Everything worked out like exactly how I had wanted it to. I mean, got out of the water well, and just rode with the leaders and rode strong, and then got off and did my thing. And I just kind of got out to a pretty early lead. That was another similar, not super high temperature day, but incredibly humid. So a lot of people were struggling with the humidity and the heat, that kind of thing. But yeah, I just kind of got out quick, got up to an early lead, and then I was by myself, and I could just kind of do my thing and focus on me and be in my own bubble. So that's kind of how I like to do it. And yeah, it was an incredible day for me, obviously. So I had Hanson keeping me honest, chasing me down, and even with a minute lead on that guy, you never feel safe. So yeah, until I saw the finish line, I was like, okay. Yeah.
I was gonna say, I think having Hanson behind you might have had a little bit to do with that 109.08. That's smoking, dude.
Yeah, it's just the sport today. It's like if you want to win anything, it's incredible what you have to do. I mean, these guys are all pushing so hard, and the sport's been evolving so much that it's like if you get off with the leaders, you're still gonna have to at least run 110 or something to win anywhere, it seems like. So yeah, it's just being pushed like every day in training, every day in racing from these guys, because I know how fast they're going. So yeah, it's just it's getting very, very fast, that's for sure.
It's getting fast for sure, and you're one of the reasons why. So tell us this: in a humid race like this, you mentioned it, lower temps in Chattanooga, but high humidity. Today, it's going to be both. It's going to be 88 degrees and humid. What did you focus on to get through that humidity, and what should these athletes do?
Oh, I just think like starting that heat management from the first aid station, right? If you wait until you get really hot, you're probably too far gone. So it's like the minute you hit that first aid station, you're dumping ice down your suit, things like that, because you want to be proactive about that stuff and doing it before you actually feel like you need it. Because once you feel like you need it, it's bad news. And then just adjusting your expectations. Like you're not going to run as fast on a day like that as you would when it's low humidity and 65 degrees. And in a lot of ways, that's kind of the case with Ironman, because by the time you get off the bike, you're in the heat of the day, right? You're never going to have perfect conditions in an Ironman like you would in a marathon that starts at 7 a.m. So I think just having that race plan of being pretty conservative and starting all those things from mile 1 that are going to be really important when you hit mile 20.
Yeah, that's awesome, man. And you sound like an athlete that's raced 70.3 even longer than you have. You've got you kind of sound like a vet. You know all the tricks. That being said, it's been maybe 3 years since you won your first 70.3 at Santa Cruz, if I'm thinking correctly.
Mm-hmm.
What we sticking with 70.3? Are we going to see you on an Ironman start line anytime soon?
Yeah, I don't know. I've been toying with the idea of it, to be honest, a little bit. Just the thought of having a new challenge is always exciting to me. I certainly don't feel like I've gotten everything I want out of myself yet at 70.3, but I'm actually considering maybe not racing St. George, the 70.3 Worlds, and maybe making an Ironman debut this year, but not sure yet. But because that St. George course, I struggle so much with some asthma issues every time I go there. It's like total disaster for me, and I don't know why. But I haven't figured it out yet, but it's possible. It'll happen eventually.
Well,
But,
Jason, if you're interested in Ironman Cozumel, it's hot and humid, and you do great there. So we'll see you there in November. Sounds good. Anyway, just wanted to throw that. No, it's exciting. I mean, here's why I say, it's exciting because, we watch, and you kind of came in with good promise, and we saw you in 19. We saw you in the virtual series, and we're kind of like, this guy's really good. He can run, and then, boom, you just, you really hit it hard, and You've impressed a lot of people. And I think you'd do the same at Ironman. I think it would be a fun challenge for you to undertake, and it'd be fun for us fans of the sport to watch it. So no pressure.
Yeah, I think it's just given the respect it deserves. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because it's such another animal. I think I think you can jump from Olympic to 70.3 a little bit quicker, but Ironman is it's an incredible challenge, and what these guys and the girls are doing is just crazy. So, I just want to make sure if I do it the right way, and I give it the respect it deserves, and put in the training that's required. But yeah, so it's it'd be a big challenge, but eventually I think you will see me do it, but I'm not totally sure when. Yeah.
No rush. Hey, no rush. Look, that's fine. We really do mean that in all earnest. I mean, keep with the 70.3s. Do what's best, and tell us this, because you've had about 6 minutes to think about it. Who's going to win for the men? Not a real high pressure sitch here, but just throw it down. Maybe we'll bet $20 or whatever you want.
I think Hansen's going to be tough to beat at this point. I think T.O. is going to be really strong with the speed Hansen might have on the run. But I also think Andre Lopez has been a guy who's been getting a lot better. He was going to have probably a career day at Chattanooga, and he ended up collapsing in the heat with less than 2 miles to go. So if he would have, just been able to make it, he would have had the best day of his career. So I think he's a guy who's going really well right now. And I don't know, it'd be interesting if Jesper and Tim want any time, they're going to have to go kind of soonish, because if they leave it too long, it's tough to get a really considerable amount of time. So I think if we see an attack, the two of them might go kind of soonish and try to get some time, and if they can't, then it's probably probably Matt's race to lose.
He's calling Matt Hansen there. I broke that down. No, I don't know.
No, that's a good call, and we appreciate your time, man. You're obviously very successful over this distance, but after talking to you, we can tell you're successful not only because of your physical abilities, but you think it all through, and no doubt you'll have success when you go to the Ironman distance. But really, no pressure, man. Stay in there as long as you can. Enjoy the 70.3, and we appreciate you coming in.
Yeah, definitely. Thanks for having me, guys.
Okay, and with that, we say goodbye to Jason West. That's right, our Ironman 70.3 national champ. He did win a North American championship, actually, in Chattanooga. And we're back with Jesper Svensson. I'll say this. I agree. I mean, he did kind of pick all 4 for the win, but I do agree that any one of those 4 could win it. I like the scenario he played out. I think that if Tim and Jesper would like to do so, they should make a break with 30 miles to go. I think it's going to be fun because when you get down to it, guys like Tim and Matt, they thrive on that shoulder-to-shoulder battle. Andre is just a game young kid that wants to go big, So put him in the mix, and we're guaranteed some fireworks. Stay with us for more of this great race in just a minute. Matt Hansen here at the front and with these top 4 incredible athletes. Tim O'Donnell saying a couple words to Jesper as he rolls through, and then he's going to say a couple words to Matt as he rolls through there. A lot of lead changes here. Yeah. It tells me either someone's getting ready to make a move or someone's slowing a bit. Someone's getting a little tired and showing that early fatigue here about almost 3 hours into the bike ride.
Yeah. Maybe they're seeing that Lopez maybe is struggling, or this is the opportunity to put an effort in and up the pace. But Michael, question to follow up on Jason's point, and I think kind of what you touched on, that if Jesper and T.O., and we only say those 2 because Matt is the best runner in this group. T.O. is very, very good runner, not far behind, and on the day, everybody's can be equal. It does look like they're maybe distancing Lopez just a little bit, but that's why we're saying those 2 specifically to try to make an attack. With 30 or whatever miles to go, if those 2 make an attack, is Hansen is it just plays into his hand more? Okay, now you're going to get 2 minutes, but like you tire yourself out before the run, right? Is there kind of a balance point there where it's yes, you want to get that gap, that's great, but that you're just fatiguing yourself a little bit?
That's a tough question to answer, and I like the question. I think if Svensson and O'Donnell make a break and they get a gap, first of all, I don't think Matt Hansen. I think he really hurts himself to not let that happen, because I think again, part of Matt's deal today is he wants to try new things, and so that. One of those new things is, let me start the run with someone like Tim. Let me start the run where I want to be in Kona with the ultimate winners. So I think that Hansen would rather sacrifice his run to go big on the bike.
Yeah.
But if I came back to it, those guys, I think Tim can do whatever. I don't think Tim has really any. He sort of just plays the game. He goes with whomever. If someone goes, he goes.
Yeah.
I don't think he initiates a break because he's just going for the Kona slot. And if that comes, probably the win is right there, nearby. So I think Tim's a little bit more. Jesper and Matt, I think those guys are like, hey, let's try something different.
Right.
Jesper's something different is, let's see if I can crack that 250 barrier and really crush it. And Matt Hansen is really the other. He's like, let me get off the bike dead and see what I can do. You know what I mean?
Right,
let me get off the bike, just really going for whatever happens. That's my read at this point. But
and I do think, we say if those 2 want to take, I don't think there's any chance those 2 drop Hansen. I just don't think.
I don't see it happening. I would like to see him try.
Unless, it's Svensson on his own and, Matt is marking T.O., but I don't see a gap happening. You might see that pace increase, but that's a big call to try to drop Matt Hansen on a course that suits him well, and going into, as you said, kind of a spot or a time where he's trying to try something a little bit different. But more gaps coming through on the women's race as we look at our women's leader, Skye Moench, through 48 miles. She went through at 8:15 ahead of Leslie Smith. Jenna Nett just 11 minutes back. Phil Now also just 20 seconds behind Jen, who's on screen. And then Susie Cheatham at 11:45. So she is continuing to fade through the field. And then Lindsay Corbin is at 14 minutes down, with Britt Vuk dropping down to 7th place.
And we're watching here Jen Annett crank it along through this race, doing a great job. How did we get to this point in the race? Well, looking back on this bike ride, we can take a few steps back, and here's where Susie Cheatham was riding in company with Jen Annett. You can see on the right side a replay of what we saw earlier. This was kind of the defining moment in the men's race when Matt Hansen and Andre Lopez caught up to Tim O'Donnell and Jesper Svensson. That foursome has continued to build a lead on these guys. That chase pack really doing a great job and really having a great race, just losing time to these superstars up front. Here in the women's race, though, again on that right side, you're seeing Jen Annett, and she really broke through and broke away from Cheatham and got up the road. Now you're looking at Leslie Smith, someone who is having a good go, a good crack, and is remaining in that top 3. Andre Lopez and Matt Hansen, they were together as 2, and now they're part of this group of 4. We did see Matt Russell, a legendary American Ironman athlete, rolling through and working quite hard to get stuff done. And then every time we come back to that point with the men's lead, we just see that kind of jockeying for position, starting to get maybe a little antsy or tired or competitive or driven or all of the above. So interesting dynamic for sure in that men's race, whereas the women a little bit more static, a little bit more predictable.
Yeah, no, I think you're right for sure. As we see Jen Annett on screen, look, still a little overcast. Looks like they might get a little bit of rain, but she is continuing to move through the field, but has still a fair gap to Leslie Smith, as we noted last time through that last gap, Michael, that she's not really losing much time to Skye. So Leslie is going to be a hard one to catch. But Jen Annett's going to have Kelly Phil now coming up on her here pretty soon. Now just 20 seconds back. She has ridden just over a minute and 20 seconds into the woman on screen here. So we'll see Phil now, also an athlete that's qualified for Kona already.
That's right. And we are looking at overcast skies. There were predicted, sort of chance of rain, and you can see those storms brewing. But I think what that often spells this time of year is just really high humidity levels. So just push those humidity levels up a bit and maybe not get any rain materializing. Either way, we'll kind of wait and see. But it is interesting because no intense sun, while that may keep that humidity high, it doesn't keep those temperatures from scorching. Though word from our crew is that the temperatures are still expected to climb 12 to 15 degrees in the next couple hours.
Yeah, that's
so just in time to come off that bike, they're going to see those temperatures hit those mid 80s or 30 degrees Celsius. Some uncomfortable stuff, to say the least.
Yeah, no doubt. And on screen here, that is Kelly Phil now. Pushing the pace for sure. Definitely moving her way through the field again. She's a Kona qualifier, so she has the strength to be able to be where she's at, and she is pulling back one of the strongest cyclists in the field, being Jen Annett, after already dispatching another one of the best cyclists in the sport, Susie Cheatham. So Kelly is on a day, and she's not slowing down.
See that thing John Morant has? That's a Hypervolt. That thing he uses to warm up and stay loose before he throws it down. That thing Tony Finau uses on course between shots. Ooh, that's money. That thing Robin and I use before and after we're on the bike so we can ride harder tomorrow. That thing Erlen Holland uses before smashing it into the back of the net. That thing that's for everyone. The Hypervolt from Hyper Ice. Give your body the daily relief it's been asking for.
We are right here where we left off. Of course, certified Piedmontese beef Ironman North American Championship, Des Moines, and this is Skye Moench. She's from the USA, and she is leading this North American Championship with style. She looks great and powerful on the bike, as she has done since she left T1, and really has been unchallenged, Matt, from those early stages. Company for a little bit, now completely unchallenged, and she's just pushing away. It's a terrible phrase. I'll use it anyway. It's her race to lose at this point. She needs to falter. No one's coming up on her on the bike, and
Sure.
she's a 256 runner at her best.
Yeah.
No one's coming up on her. She's got to poorly execute or falter to allow someone to come up. It could happen. It is Ironman.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, the good days or the bad days, often you don't know. I wouldn't say there's any chance she's on a bad day, but some days the run legs aren't there. And, she could run a 3:05 and still be a great run and end up being a pretty tight race with Leslie Smith. So she still definitely has her work cut out for her.
She certainly does. And I'll say this, wow, it's fun to watch when you've got someone that, I think you said it really well earlier. She was on the rise in 2019 and didn't make Kona that year because of the bike crash. And then 2020 kicks off and then it ends before it starts. And then 21, nothing much. So a little bit for her. But the cool thing is we're getting to come back kind of right where we left off, watching a star on the rise. And she trains hard. She's just a real likable, easy to be a fan of Skye, easy to follow her online and kind of see what she does and just root for her. And here she is excelling and kind of growing into that element. It's going to be exciting because no question, Matt, she's going to be someone we talk about in the pre-show for Kona.
Oh, for sure.
And she'll probably do an Ironman between now and then if I'm not,
Yeah, you're probably
off
right.
course.
You're probably right. I think one thing to note, other races going on around the world, but Eagleman, Sarah True, an athlete that Skye actually kind of had her breakthrough performance racing against in dramatic fashion a few years ago at the European Championship. Sarah is in the lead late in Eagleman 70.3. So awesome stuff seeing her come back after giving birth as her first big race back.
Yeah, just watch out for Tamara Jewett, Sarah. Keep going because I'm afraid of the girl when she runs. Meow. Anyway, as I watch this rider power down the road, Skye Moench, she's doing what she does best. She rides that bike. Any of you that are looking to get a little bit better, a little bit stronger on the bike, I'd encourage you to check this out. As the official indoor cycling training platform of Ironman, Full Gas features over 30 official Ironman routes, including the 2022 Super Sapiens Ironman World Championship bike course. With 4K video, real-world terrain, and cutting-edge training programs, Full Gas is your year-round training partner. Upload your workouts, create segments of any route, or set up private group rides with friends. Download Full Gas today at fullgas.com. Use promo 30-Day Ironman to claim your 30-day free trial. And this is available on Android, iOS, Mac, Windows. Download today, fullgas.com. That's FULGAZ.com.
Thank you, Michael. And yeah, we are back with Skye pushing that pace at the front of this course. Again, still putting time into not as much as she once was, but Leslie Smith. I'd be surprised if on this next split, Michael, we don't see Kelly Filnow having moved just a few seconds closer to Skye.
Kelly Filnow is really impressing. I mean, she's another one that's been on the scene for a long time and
long time.
top age grouper. She and her sister kind of hit the pro ranks, made a couple waves. Didn't continue to excel and shoot up, and leveled, and then has just popped up some great shows, some great performances. So it's fun to see, and I think you're right. She's gonna threaten a couple more people here soon.
Yeah, and it shows that how much experience has to do with success over the Ironman distance. You look at an athlete. We're talking about T.O. and Matt Hansen, I believe both in their 40s. I think Matt's over 40 as well. And we're talking about athletes that can vie for a world title. So it's no big surprise that you could see someone like Kelly continue to excel, quote unquote, late into her career. But right now, still Sky Monch pushing that pace, pushing that comfortable RPMs, and it doesn't look like she's not moving around too much. She looks just like she did the first few miles, Michael.
P.S. She's Kelly Philnow, rather, 39.
Oh.
Matt Hansen, 37.
Oh,
so
wow.
He's mad at you right now
Yeah,
for calling him 40.
He
And
looks
then-
40, I'm
and
just
then
saying.
Tim O'Donnell, 41. So, I mean, he's almost as old as you.
Almost. Yeah, that's and to your point, I think it's because Hansen feels like he's been around forever.
No, for sure.
Yeah.
And it is. You kind of start to forget. Like Ben Hoffman's another one. He's only 38, but he's been kicking butt since he was 28,
Totally.
25. So it's funny to see those ages. But nonetheless, we've also seen. I think what we've really seen is we used to be able to kind of say where that sweet spot is or was for an athlete at this distance, men and women. But now where that's changed so dramatically is it really surrounds the athlete because each athlete maybe gets their 10 or 12 years at their pinnacle, maybe.
Okay.
So when do you start it? You know what I mean? That's what really has changed because some people they're peaking at 40 because they weren't really doing that much at 30. You know what I mean? They're still in the development. I don't know. I guess
Sure.
what I'm saying is you have your years. Not many of us have 20.
No.
You know what I mean? And that's where I kind of mentioned Cam Brown,
Yeah.
who is 49 but still racing kind of like better than a lot of 20-year-olds because he's just kind of holding on to that. But nonetheless, he's still not going to Kona in top 10. It's just interesting kind of where you put your peak.
Oh, for sure. And he's a different one too because he's just gonna keep doing this stuff forever and he's just good.
He
So
will be 60 and we'll be like, this guy just broke 9 hours at 60.
100%.
And you won't be surprised.
100%.
Say he's only running 3:05 now.
He's really come off the top.
Yeah.
But we do have more splits going through on the men's race through 76 miles. That group of 4 has a gap of 12 minutes on Matt Russell and 12 minutes also on Elliot Bach and Tacone, with Trevor Foley falling back just a little bit at 12:26 down.
And it looks like what we're seeing here is Kelly Philnow overtaking Jen Annett. So something that we didn't get to catch on camera. But as it starts to kind of trickle down a little bit of rain, we did see that lead change. So Kelly Philnow, what a show. And remember, last time we had an Ironman World Championships in Kona, she finished 15th. So speaking to that kind of ever present but never crushing it or never out the front as a favorite, Kelly Philnow really impressing today as she's come around into 3rd place. Stay with us. And we are right back here where you left off, watching Sky Monch from the United States continue to dominate this race. She is pushing away in fine fashion. 4 hours flat into the race for these men, 3 hours and 53 minutes for the women, and we'll put that at about halfway as far as it goes for the men, just under for the women. But speaking of the women and speaking of the men, we get to bring in another special guest for another time here, and you guys are going to love chatting with our 3-time Ironman world champion, Mirinda Carfrae. She's here, and she's out in that gorgeous Iowa farmland. Rinny, it's great to see you. Thanks for coming back.
Yeah, my pleasure. It's been great to listen to you guys. all
Well,
morning.
we're having a blast here, and I want to hear more from you because I've heard enough from me. But Tim, so let's cut right to the chase, and we'll get your perspective on the women in a minute. But Tim looks to be like right where he left off, just fine form in the Ironman game, playing a nice hand. What do you think? How do you see it?
Yeah, I think he's having a great race. He's in really good company. Obviously, Matt Hansen is really got the bit between his teeth and going for it today after a disappointing World Championships a few weeks back. So excited to see Matt up there. He's obviously in the same training group as Tio, so those boys are very familiar with riding with one another out there. And Andre Lopez as well. He's a new young talent, an exciting young talent who, I think is going to have a really good race as well. And obviously Jasper, great guy to be riding with. So he's in a great position and they're putting time into the guys behind him. I think he'll be happy.
Yeah, no, he's looking very, very good for what you guys said was that main goal today being that Kona qualification. But what you might not see, which we're seeing on screen right now, is a very, very hardworking Matt Hansen, who seems to be putting in an effort and breaking away just slightly from that chase group. Is that a surprise, or is this the new thing that we thought Matt was going to try today?
No, I think the boys will be surprised to see Matt really riding as well as he is, given his less than ideal performance a few weeks back in the St. George. But having said that, though, we all know how strong Matt is. He is phenomenally strong on the bike and just really hasn't shown that off much. And when we think of Matt Hansen, we think of, Matt Hansen can run, but the boy can ride. And we're seeing that today and on full display. So it's exciting to see him putting together the race, he knows he's capable of.
Yeah, it's great perspective. I think you're right. We do kind of pigeonhole. Same with you. I mean, we call you, this phenomenal runner, which you are, but then you'll come and make us shut up with an incredible bike ride, which we can't wait to see you do later this summer. Rini, here's the question. Really, strategy.
Yes,
come on, lay it on me. Is Tim is Tim worried now, or is he just like, this is a break? Is he kind of like, whatever, because I'm just going for Kona, or what's he thinking right now? What's your assessment?
I think he's probably just trying to ride smart. I mean, obviously he knows Matt Hansen is a phenomenal runner, world class. I mean, Matt Hansen has the ability to run, in the 230s and may even do that today. It'll be exciting to see him go that fast today. But Tim wants to get a Kona slot. He is building to Kona. Obviously, he had a basically non-existent year last year. It's his second race of the season. He just wants to go through the motions, obviously, race well. But Kona slot is the main goal here.
That's
Understood.
Awesome. And it seems like he's in a pretty good position to be able to play on his strengths. And just because we've been talking about age, does the position he's in right now, I think it plays into like the old man strength, right? Like all he has to do is like let others follow, right? Oh, hey, you guys want to chase Matt? Feel free. I'll just follow and be the one who runs stronger.
Yeah, I mean, I think that comes with experience too. Being around the block a few times as a 40-something-year-old and still being in the mix. I mean, he just loves being out there. I know he's just loving being out there again, riding with the boys, being in the mix, and hopefully he can have the legs to put together a really good marathon too, and just do enough to get to Kona so that, he can hopefully do something special there. We'll see.
Oh, it's great. Good stuff. It just occurred. His birthday is October, right? October 1st, somewhere in there?
Exactly. Yep. That's right.
So,
Michael,
so good.
Memory.
He's going to be, I think it's timing perfect for him. I like it. Let's leave that alone for a minute because I want to get your perspective because I think it's great. We could talk about it all day. It's fun. The men's race, really kind of dynamic. The women. So here, did you expect this? Kelly Philnow just went into third in front of Jen Annett. And then we have, of course, still Sky Monch and Leslie Smith first and second. What do you think? Was that a surprise to you, Philnow?
Yeah, I mean, again, so we saw a Philnow race in Chattanooga a few weeks ago. A lot of athletes did that race, I think, in preparation for this one. And she had a solid performance all around there. Won't say it was anything out of this world, but she's a very strong athlete and a smart athlete too. So she clearly is feeling good on the bike there, and to ride past the likes of Jen Annett, we know she's a fantastic cyclist. So excited for Kelly. I think, she'll be pumped to push it pretty hard on the run out there. But how about Sky Monch? She's just so strong on the bike, and just leading the way. And yeah, I think she's going to be very hard to beat when it comes to the marathon. Even though, Leslie Smith could run in the 250s easily. I mean, Sky Munch can run in the 250s, so there's no weakness in Sky Munch's game.
Yeah, anything to be read into Sky getting such a big gap in that first split and then really only just holding it in the next 20 miles? Do you think that's just her settling in or her getting that big gap early, or is that Leslie pushing the pace, or what are your observations?
I mean, yeah, it could be either, right? Like, without being inside the athlete's head and body, you don't know. Like, maybe she's being conservative and like, okay, I've got my nice gap.
And that's what the lovely benefits of technology, and then at times, just drop out. So we'll get back to Mirinda as quickly as we can. But awesome having her around when she has the time and when she has the reception. But back on screen right now is that woman she was just talking about having a great result, good result a few weeks ago, and now pushing the pace, trying to move up towards second place. Michael, do you think Kelly, being one of the athletes that doesn't have to even think about a Kona spot, is allowing her to be a little bit more aggressive? Like, she's never won an Ironman. Okay, here's, you said she's 39 years old. Like, how many more attempts do you have? Does that kind of give her a little bit more free range to be aggressive?
Yeah, I think it's possible. I think you never know when you're going to have great legs too, and when the timing is just perfect. She did great and validated her fitness in Chattanooga, and now it's feeling good on an Ironman. You're in good company. Go for it. I think sometimes it's just roll with the cards you're dealt that day. So we'll see too, because she's a great runner. She looks like she's working pretty hard on the bike.
Yeah.
And here's the painful truth is we still have the hard part of the bike left. You know what I mean? We talk about that often, Matt.
Totally.
A lot of people can ride 3, even 4 hours pretty well. It's in the women's race, who could do that last hour and a half? And so let's wait for that. But I do want to say something that Rini had brought up, because I was really interested to hear what she thought, because she's talking about how Sky is impressing, and she knows, like, man, Rennie's still in it. It's a 3-time Ironman world champ. She's going back to Kona this year. That's her plan.
Yeah.
She's following the results. I want to just know realistically how many people are putting Sky on there. How many of her peers are putting up there right now as a with Daniela Reef, with Laura Phillip, with Annie Haug. How many? Because you've got to start to say that. That's my opinion. So let's do this though. Mirinda Carfrae, unfortunately, she cut out and we lost contact with her, but not forever. And we want to remind you that Mirinda Carfrae, a 3-time Ironman world champion, she's going to be on the live chat at ironmannow.com at 11 a.m. Central Time. So if you head over to ironmannow.com, create your free account, then you can ask Rini questions and read all of her race insights over there. Once again, ironmannow.com, powered by KISWE, is a new platform that allows Ironman community to engage with us, each other, and with special guests. You can, of course, follow the live broadcast with us, but also please do take part in that real-time chat as the race develops. Try our new fan experience and look for more features being added as this season goes on, and you can create that free account at ironmannow.com. So we lost Rini on Skype, but you will have her for sure over there on ironmannow.com. Check it out.
Yeah, plenty of opportunity there to get some info and get your questions answered by a many-time world champion. That's pretty cool, unique experience, ability to have Rini there with us. Michael, one thing I've been noticing with Sky is she is like coasting a little bit more. Like, I've seen her stop pedaling a few times, right? And I guess this is that kind of part of the bike ride. She's doing so while she's at speed. It's not anything dramatic, but early in the bike ride, any opportunity she had to pedal, she's getting in a bigger gear and pedaling, right? And she's taking those opportunities to like coast,
get a fuel
drink.
up, hit a little fluid.
Does that mean she's getting tired? Does that mean this is the uncomfortable spot, you're moving around and that sort of thing?
Yes. I think it's both of those. I think I don't know anyone who does Ironman who in that somewhere in the 3, it's a big range, but in that 3 to 3 hours and 45 minutes of riding, you hit a bit of a zone where you have to figure out if you're feeling great, keep going. If you're not feeling great, figure out why. There's something in that time that requires either a little caffeine or a little more Gatorade. Perhaps it's just something of both that you need to get in. And that's why we see her now sitting up. You said it before. She's all alone. So I don't say bored, but she doesn't have the accountability of someone riding with her. So that extra couple percent of just having company, that's all gone. So, yes, I think all those things are hitting her right now.
Yeah, no, you lose focus a little bit. And she just did it again. And it's very, very minor, but I think it's kind of telling that either it's a minor hunger flat or a little less energy than she had before, or just a little uncomfortable or tired. But I'm not saying she's fading at all, but just observation, it does look like she is human after all. So she continues to push the pace, but she certainly has the race in control and doing a great job of it. Michael, just getting some info from off course. Julie Divins with a text saying that she's pretty sure that this is the first time Hansen has ever led on the bike. Smiley face.
Would you mind telling Julie Divins to go ahead and text me as well? I feel left out when I'm not hearing from the
I did that on purpose.
Former world champ. And I want to do this. I want to say, it is. I don't think this is his style. I think when you talk about what's new, being at the front, but working his way to the front. And I think that what's really unique and a great place for him to grow as an athlete is to do something you're not. This guy does very well running from behind. He does extremely well with a carrot to chase. This is going to be, again, coming off T1 or T2 rather, in first place, uncharted territory. What do I do? Because it's a whole different style of pressure to feel pressure from behind. So unique, to say the least.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm just making sure, Michael, it looks like that is the color suit of Matt Hansen. So it doesn't look like that bright color of Lopez. So these two might have bridged up to Matt after that attempt at a breakaway. And it looks like that's the case, Michael. Svensson has kind of taken the onus, at least what we've seen on screen, and they have been able to bridge back up to Matt Hansen.
You're right. And I'll say this. These guys, as we said, and as Renee said, look, Tim wants to be smart, get his slot. Jesper wants to go big. He wants to go for the win. They all want something. It comes a little bit as it wants to. So you don't always hit 4 hour and 13 minutes in and have exactly what you want in the leg. So you just have to kind of roll with what you've got. Tim O'Donnell's one guy that knows how to do that. Around the block is what Rennie said a couple dozen times. We heard straight from Tim this week, and here's what he had to say.
One shot, that's all that you got. That's all that I know. Foot on the gas, 155 on the road. You could be a friend of me, an enemy.
It's been a long time.
Because I know I'm in my element, ooh, yeah. I'm in my element, ooh, yeah. I'm in my element, I'm in my element.
My Ironman journey was on a great path. In March of 2021, I actually suffered a heart attack while in a race in Miami, and had a 80+% block of my LAD. Very lucky to be alive. Don't know how I finished the race, but had a big old stent put in. Had to take last year off from racing, just try to recover, make sure I was able to get back to racing. So far so good. Did 70.3 Chattanooga was my first race back, and went okay. Good enough for me to be here to try my first full Ironman in over 2.5 years. I just felt like there was more I could do in the sport. I felt like I was on the rise. Even at Kona 19, I was already 39, and I had my best performance there ever. So just felt like I had some unfinished business. But that being said, my main goal is to get a spot to Kona. What's that?
The sound doesn't count, man.
Moo?
Good stuff as always from Tim O'Donnell. Remarkable too. If you actually kind of check the stats, I'll say he's only won 2 Ironmans, which is funny because he's this guy you figure he's got 10 Ironman titles to his credit, but it's because he races the big ones. You know, he goes in big. He went to Frankfurt that year and just didn't really have a great show, got kind of smashed up, but he wanted that,
Yeah.
you know? And then he goes to Kona and he goes big. And so I really respect the ability and the desire he has to go after the big fish. You know, he's not in there trying to pluck out some guppies and rack up the title. So Tim O'Donnell, great to see.
Yeah, no, I mean he's hooked horns with, I think it was Nicky Llanos in Texas.
Yeah.
Like, you know, he's definitely picked the hard fields and the hard athletes to race against, and that's why he's been on the podium a couple times in Kona. Right now, Andre Lopez on screen, and we'll see if he can bridge back up to these athletes soon enough.
There's this beautiful moment in time when neither foot is touching the ground. We are free of gravity and weight, moving above the doubts, past limits. When we are light, transformed, and hopeful. And if we were to collect all these moments, join them together, well, this is when anything becomes possible. This is when we fly.
Throughout my career, people have doubted my ability, and I've had it even more so when I've come into triathlon. I think this year will be very different. There will be bigger expectations on me. I love the way that I race. With my swim background, I'm almost in the driving seat from the gun. I'm the person that everyone is chasing. I want to be the best, and I'm willing to work as hard as possible to get there.
And right here, waiting still to see if he is bridging that gap. We're watching Andre Lopez, this man from Brazil, by way of Boulder, Colorado. He is, again, as many people mentioned earlier, friends and training partners with these guys. He gets in there and he mixes it up with the best. And I think that's the best way to really make that first jump on the races, to finish with them, is to get in there and train and realize they're no different than you. So the young man's been training very hard and did finish his first Ironman in Cozumel last November in a 5th place with a 2:48 run. So he's got confidence, but he's still got that unknown. And so, Matt, right now what we're seeing, I think, is getting through that. You'll notice he has 2 bottles of water.
Yeah.
Let's think about that for a minute. Is that by design or on accident? Did he want to have water at this point? Did he drop something? Has he gone through his fuel? All those questions that, you know, when you're a sophomore or that sort of wise fool, right? You've done an Ironman, you know everything. And then you go to the second one, you're like, oh my gosh, I can't remember anything.
Yeah, and especially when you have goals, right? Like you said, he's been so close to some great results. Jason mentioned it, so close to a breakthrough race as far as Jason was concerned for Andre, you know, a few weeks ago, and not have that, as you said, going off course at an Ironman and not being able to have maybe the result that he could have. You're like, okay, this is it. But I worry for him a little bit, because when you're in that position, when you're in a group and you get dropped, it's clear was trying to stay with them.
Mm-hmm.
And if you just can't hang anymore, that means you've reached some sort of limit that hasn't allowed you to, whether that's fatigue, whether that's nutrition, whether or not these guys are just better cyclists. But it's moving backwards and getting control over that nutrition again when you're in that no man's land, and mentally. I mean, he's not going to see anybody else for the rest of this bike ride. And if he does, they're going to be coming by very quickly.
He doesn't want to see anyone else.
No.
Those are great points. And we have to kind of look here at what we're seeing on the left side. It's the pro men's leaders. It's a trio there. Matt Hansen, Tim O'Donnell, and Jesper Svensson, 2 Americans and a Swede. And then at the bottom right, all alone, and she's been all alone for a long, long time, American Sky Monch. And you know what? She has the same look of intensity, the same look of work, still fueling. This is an athlete, too, that does love it. I think Rennie mentioned, hey, 250s. Yeah, 256 is pretty darn good. Ironman Tulsa, and she's also someone that's really known to push the pedals pretty hard.
Yep.
I think she loves this. If you're an Ironman athlete, if you're a winner, if you're top 5, top 10 in world championships, you love this. You love the struggle. You love the challenge. You love the thrill of being in front. You love you love all of it. Because if you don't, you really kind of have to stop.
Yeah, no, for sure. It's too hard of a sport to continue to do if you don't love it, and if you're not getting positive feedback either from results or from enjoyment of it. But what I love seeing is that Matt Hansen he's gotten bridge backed up to by these 2 athletes, Jesper Svensson and Tim O'Donnell. but he's not off the gas at all. He's not like looking over his shoulder or flicking his elbow. He's just like doing what he's doing and trying to push the pace. And, you know, if he can crack these guys and tire them out before the run starts, and then he's able to use that strength of his, which is the run, that's a pretty powerful position to be in.
I just wonder, too, if he flicked the elbow. Would people just like, why is he flick? I'm not going to do anything. Don't flick the elbow. I'm staying here.
I feel like you flicked the elbow on me a couple times.
It's a proverbial flick. Now we got still the same set. It's a nice look here from the front as we come here right in on Tim O'Donnell, back to racing as what he stated was a non-existent 2021. A huge, to say a health scare is an understatement, but a huge setback that he's overcome. So kudos to the man who has made it back from really essentially, without making light of it, the brink of death. They talk about what he had being something that not many people survive. So Tim O'Donnell, it's like, hey, some people don't survive this. Tim actually finishes half Ironmans while this is happening. That's just how tough this guy is.
Crazy.
So, you know, really kudos to him for getting through that, and also just thank goodness because he's just obviously someone that we love and we enjoy having a part of our races and our community, and he's obviously well respected amongst his peers and a great family man. So here he is, Tim O'Donnell, now at the front of the race again. We talked about that break that Matt had for a little while, and we got a little ahead of ourselves saying that he's going to be the first off the bike. Either way, he really isn't used to coming into T1 with the race within seconds. He's used to chasing.
Yeah, and certainly not in a position where he's ridden with the group for this period of time and feels like he's at the front of the race and gets to decide, right? And I wonder if it's almost a little bit disorienting, right? He's like, oh, I'm either going to start the run with these guys or in front of them. This is kind of weird.
It is weird. I mean, I do think that it's the same way that a swim specialist or a swim bike specialist really struggles when they get caught. It's disorienting, as you said. It's you're out of sorts. You don't have that automatic bag of tricks to pull from.
Yeah.
Look, he's done so well, and with 5 Ironman titles, he knows how to cope with any sort of problem or adversity. But I will say that it's fun to see. We're gonna go through that together with him from the chair, how he deals with company in T1 at T2.
And another thing I love to see was T.O. riding past and passing Matt for the lead of this race and having a little chat, because these guys have spent a lot of time putting in the hard yards together, and it makes it so much more enjoyable when you can be at the front of a race with a buddy and feel like you're doing it together and it's not just a solo thing.
Yeah, it's a good point. Mutual respect there, and many miles that they've put together. Training. Can't think about many miles. Let's talk about this. I won't say that again.
Please don't.
Tim is now at the front. At this point, we want to know, does he want to stay there? I keep coming back to that. Like, I feel like he's a front runner too, and he's just like, he kind of wants to. Yeah, I think he kind of wants to get away. We'll find out here. Stay with us because you are watching exciting action of the Certified Piedmontese Beef Ironman North American Championship, Des Moines. Stay with us.
Whether it's on the road or in the pool, your activity has high demands. Rooted in sweat and grounded in science, we understand your unique fueling needs. That is why we created formulas just for you, endurance athletes, helping you replace what you're losing and keeping you fueled. And there's nowhere we'd rather be than with you along this journey, because together we are formulated for farther. From the creators of Gatorade, Gatorade Endurance, formulated for you, formulated for farther.
And we're back in action. Tim O'Donnell at the front, and I was just kind of chitter-chattering right before we left for break about whether or not this guy's going to hold the lead, push away, what he wants to see. And I guess I'll keep answering my same question with the answer. we just have to, you can only do what you can do. He's doing his race, and I really do believe it's no BS when you hear from Rennie and you hear from him say, I want to get to Kona. So I want to try and win, but getting to Kona is the goal number one.
And what I like is you asking and answering and then re-asking yourself questions. I'm right here, Michael. You could ask me a question if you want.
Oh, when did you get here?
No, I think you make good points. I do think, I don't think he wants to go anywhere. But the other thing that I think that Rennie, what stood out to me is that I think he genuinely is just excited to be back out there with the boys. Yeah. And I think that's what you see with the riding with Hansen. But yeah, he's working. You can see that lower lip, kind of a little bit lower, and he's certainly putting a big effort in. And again, the more time and space these guys get, the more that his qualifying for Kona is going to be just a walk in the park, so to speak, right? Like the two athletes he's with have qualified. We have Andre Lopez somewhere in no man's land, which is where no one wants to be. And then everybody else is 10, 11 minutes back. So he has huge gap to be able to just do what he needs to do and reacquaint himself with the Ironman marathon.
That's right. Yeah, it's a good way of saying it because we all have to get familiar with that no matter when the last one was, but certainly going on 2.5 years or over 2.5 years. That's a long time. So just looking at the clock and noticing we're about 4.5 hours in, and this comes to the time when if you are watching us on Facebook, you want to make sure you get ready to start the second feed because about 4.5 hours in, 4:30, we go over to that second feed. So part 2 on Facebook. So just you Facebook viewers, we want to encourage you to stay with us. And the only way to do that is to click on the next link, part 2, for that live broadcast on Facebook to continue. Viewing on YouTube or IronmanNow.com. You guys can just stay where you are. But keeping a look here, guys. This is 4 hours and 28 minutes in. Tim O'Donnell, front of the race, pushing ahead. And you did talk about that, the lip agape, breathing hard. But I also feel like as far as things go at this point, he's pretty comfortable almost 100 miles in.
Yeah, I'd agree. I think that's just, you're 4.5 hours into racing pretty hard. You're going to get tired. You're going to show it somewhere. So I think that's a pretty good spot. But we are going to go ahead and switch to part 2 on Facebook. So if you're watching on Facebook, catch up with us here in a little bit on part 2.
So as our Facebook viewers get reloaded in part 2, I want to make sure everybody knows this is still Tim O'Donnell cranking it along the highway here, 4 hours and 28 minutes, 50 seconds into this race. That is a whole lot of racing for this young man. But look, let's just do this. Another 30. I still think he's going to go right in that zone of 4:38 for the bike split. Finish time about 7:52.
4:38 for the bike split.
I'm sorry, that was for the women.
We're gonna hold you to that.
4:08 for Tim.
Oh, I gotta go 4:14, but we'll see.
I forgot that was the women's time.
Yeah, that was good, but we're gonna hold you to that. But either way, I think him being in the front group comfortably, and if he knew that he'd be deciding himself to get to the front and take a pole at the front of the race 90 miles in, he would have been pretty excited about that. So I think he's in a great spot. He's been able to enjoy his time back Ironman racing with one of his good training partners. And then, obviously other athletes he has great respect for. And Jesper Svensson, those guys swapping poles for most of the day. So these 3 athletes continuing to separate. We'll get another split here in just a few minutes and see how far those 3 have opened up a gap on Andre Lopez.
Time will tell. And here's another interesting fact. We've been watching, as I'm sure you guys have, these races on the Ironman tracker on the app. And I think it's always a good time to just call out a couple little shout outs. Cody Beals from Canada taking probably his 5th Ironman 70.3 Eagleman title. So a little nod to Cody Beals for taking the victory again. Good to see him back on top. And also Sarah True, you mentioned that. She was coming back from maternity leave, and very exciting to see Sarah True taking out the title there at Eagleman as well. But a lot of racing on the circuit this weekend that you guys should tune in on your app if nowhere else. So fun stuff, and including this race, we're back with Andre Lopez. I'm just trying to get a peek at his face. It's like I want to creep around there, and I'm not the camera, but Andre Lopez looking good, up out of the saddle, maybe a little tired. What do you think?
Yeah, I'd say he's tired. You could look in the face. He's like a little bit, looking off in the distance, a little unfocused. But he's still riding well. Obviously, nothing huge has happened at this point. But man, the boredom and the lack of ability to focus comes at you pretty quickly when you get dropped out of a group like that. You can see he brought on some more nutrition. He's got some Gatorade endurance in between his arms, but nice close-up shot of his face. He still looks great. Again, we're pretty far, 4.5 hours into not an all-out effort, but definitely a racing effort, and fatigue's going to start to settle in.
I don't know. You said boredom. Have you ever actually gotten bored in Ironman?
Oh, totally.
Bored.
Yeah.
Just
I fell
actual
asleep
bored.
once in Kona. Yeah, there was something else going on there, but
fell asleep. Was there forward progress during?
It was not a lot. No.
No.
But yeah, I mean, some athletes have more ability to stay focused on the task at hand, and some athletes, especially when mixed with like maybe a lack of nutrition or fatigue settling, can get a little bit bored.
A little bored. I think what you're describing is dehydration.
Oh yeah. Maybe that's what it was this whole time.
It's real little sleepy syndrome.
Yeah.
This is it. There you go. That's the look right there. You could get a nice look. Kind of teeth were bared, and he's really working. This is when you go, man, this Ironman thing. Okay, it was a little different last time. Ouch. And I like his chances still because he does have that big buffer. But I do think that what really comes down to here is you have to understand that this is a roller coaster on many levels.
Yeah.
You're going to feel good, feel bad, feel good, feel bad all the way to the end. Sometimes those are teeny tiny dips. It's like a baby roller coaster. And sometimes it's the giant one at Six Flags where you're going crazy up and down. But the quicker you acknowledge that and then just deal with it, the dips happen, right? Figure your way out and keep going.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's very, very well said. We do have the lead 3 men on screen right now, but just an update on the women's course. I pointed out, Michael, that first and second split, Sky had only gained 8 seconds on Leslie Smith, but now in the last 28 miles, 5 minutes she's put into Leslie Smith and more time on Jenna Net. Jenna Net now just 40 seconds behind Leslie Smith. So the big mover still Sky Monch. Jenna Net has gone back in front of Kelly Phil now and is 30 seconds up on Kelly. So those two continuing to swap, but whether if that's Kelly feeling the effort coming or Jen and Annette just building into the end of the bike ride.
Let's revisit the question you posed earlier about whether or not Jesper Svensson was going to want to go for it, break away, or do anything. And he's been pretty firmly rooted at the back of this 3 for a while now.
Yes.
And I think it doesn't look like he doesn't look in trouble, but it doesn't necessarily look like a choice. Like he kind of, to me, it looks like he'd rather be in the front, but he's maybe a little tired.
But also, I think it can be a choice in if those two guys are riding strong enough where he's like, okay, there's no way I'm going to be able to get a gap. And you know what? I've done that. And every time I do it, it kind of hurts early on the run, right? So like, let's try not trying and see what happens. Maybe we'll be able to figure out what was in his head afterwards. But I think he's in a great position. I think, if you can't dispatch from the other athletes earlier to be able to get a big gap, it's not worth trying because 20, 30 seconds for a lot of effort just isn't worth it.
This is the first time we've really seen Sky Monch just kind of look like she's hurting. She's popped up out of the saddle, kind of laboring on this climb. And we are coming up here on an exciting part, and I want you guys to all pay attention with me, something that we'll look at here together. But it's deep. It's deep in the game, and I know I'm getting there because there we go. There goes Jesper just after I talked about him looking a little tired. He's rolling through and proved me wrong. Not unlike me to be wrong. But I will say this, Sky looked like she was starting to feel the fatigue. These guys getting to that sort of century zone, that 100-mile zone, coming right up on it. And I think that we'll see these guys hit that zone here pretty quick, and it's going to be very interesting when they do.
No, I think you're totally right. And one thing that hasn't changed is for the last little bit is Matt Hansen at the front driving the pace.
He's really going for it, and I like it. I think he really is proving to try something he's never done before, get up and drive the train to the best extent that he can, stay there as long as he can, And yeah, and then just it's impressive. We're seeing a whole lot of Matt Hansen. I'm going to say this: those guys, when they went over that little hill, you might have seen a couple of those teardrop flags off to the side. Well, if I'm reading correctly, those teardrop flags were indicators of the certified Piedmontese Beef Conquer Des Moines Challenge. What is that? Well, it's a 5-mile stretch from miles 98 to 103. It's an out and back on Army Post Road. This is a time trial challenge for the age group athletes. The athlete in each age group category is so cool. With the fastest bike split during that Conquer Des Moines Challenge is going to receive a certified Piedmontese Beef gift box delivered right to their home. So let me just say, you're in the middle of 140.6 miles, but because this is how we roll, certified Piedmontese Beef, they said, look, let's do a TT in every category. What? There's 22 age groups total, right? Men's and women's. So we got 22 people going home roughly with that prize. So some cool stuff, an extra little incentive to keep on your toes, Matt. I would bet you could have won that.
It's so awesome. Oh, you know, I've always been motivated by beef. So I think, yeah, there's no challenge athletes would be like, what are you doing over there, Matt? Just dropping the hammer at those 5 miles. That's awesome.
And that's a hard place. That's a hard. I love what they did because it's a hard. I mean, 98. You do need some extra incentive there.
Yeah.
Because you are kind of like, oh, Matt's bored. I'm tired. You know, like you're getting through there. You said, let's get some extra bonus.
And you know who I think is going to want, hopefully it's available to the pros as well, but is going to want to try to put his name in that list is Andre Lopez, because he's actually lost 245 at this point, which isn't a big surprise. These three athletes are moving well, and he's still having a very, very good bike ride, and we'll get splits from behind, but he's still going to have at least 7 or 8 minutes on the chasers from behind, like a Matt Russell and those folks, but having a very, very good race, but has lost a significant amount of time. And it's important, like, lose that time, you know, fix whatever the problem was that allowed you to get dropped, right? If, just sit up, do a little less effort because you've been overextending, drink a bit more. We saw him take on some more Gatorade endurance on the bike, hydrate, do all the things you need to so you can come back, because even if you are overextended late in the bike ride, no reason he can't recover and have as good a run as he would have if he didn't.
I hate saying these words, but I totally agree with you.
I know you do.
No, I do. It's exactly right. This is what it comes down to. It's problem solving. It's staying positive. It's getting out of those low patches, because they're going to keep coming too. If you're having a low patch 100 miles in, I can pretty much guarantee you're going to have at least one, if not more, on the run as well. So get used to it. It's fine. It's part of the game.
Right.
Matt Hansen, I'm sure he's probably already gone through 2 or 3, but he's a veteran that knows it's part of the game. And so you kind of roll with it. Here we go. We've got our Swede taking the lead here. This is Jesper Svensson, and we often will say Swede's in the lead. Here we go.
Yeah, and he might take T.O. With him as well, going by as we see Matt Hansen getting out of the saddle, staying in those drops, while Jesper Svensson and T.O. Stay in the air bars. Now, T.O.'s going to either have to go all the way around Jesper, or Jesper's going to have to continue to create a gap to get that 12 meters on everybody. So this is where it becomes a little bit more difficult when you're riding with a group. You tactically have to maybe make moves that you wouldn't want to. But Sky Monch on the right-hand side of the screen, and lead men on the left getting pretty close to run time.
Sky Monch. We've seen her alone for a long, long time, and I'll say this. She does look like she's laboring a little bit for the first time. I would expect that. So we're 4.5 hours in, subtract roughly an hour for the whole thing, transition in the swim. She's 3.5 hours into this. That's that point. I mean, I really feel like 3.5, you're somewhere in that zone of 70 miles. And that's a lot. That's you would probably get tired there in a training ride. So I think that's
for
to be
sure.
expected. Here's where I say pick up a little caffeine, pick up a Morton, get yourself just what you need to get those levels topped off. What are you seeing?
Yeah, all those things are correct. Also, there she's coasting again. She's also like throttling the field.
She's crushing them.
right?
No, she's
So I
crushing them.
think
Yeah, she can afford to cruise.
Yeah, that's part of it too, right? Like the harder you go, the more that fatigue's going to settle in. So she's on one today, and I think if she had other athletes in front of her, she'd be able to push a little bit further, and she's going to continue to get the most out of herself. But really excited to see what we get out of her, and still more results through 77. We do have again. I said Phil No was about 15 minutes behind. Suji Cheatham, 16 minutes back. Lindsay Corbin going through in 6th place, 20 minutes back. So she is just 4 minutes behind Suji Cheatham. So that Kona race for Kona getting pretty tight.
Matt, she's fully a mile per hour higher than anyone else for average. I mean, she's on that last segment, 24.6 miles per hour. The next best would be 23.46. So more than that's 2 Ks per hour. That's a lot. That's a big difference in speed. So validating your point completely. And I'll say this, is it harder to be up front with that lead? I think it suits her. I think that being in front actually gives her fuel. And so the further she gets ahead and the longer she spends away from the other women, she's fueled by that. That's my take. I don't know what you think.
No, I think you're right. And I do think, she's been aggressive early, and she was able to get that gap very early and then extend it throughout the middle portions of the bike ride. But she's certainly gonna get fatigued from it. I just saw her coast again, and these are little things. But if she was an athlete that wasn't gaining time, we'd be like, oh, that's a sign that somebody's struggling. But yeah, she is. She's on it. She's proven something to herself. There she goes, a little micro coast again. But having a phenomenal race and continuing to get distance on the athletes behind and well in control. T.O. on the upper left-hand side of the screen, still in the front with 2 others, with Jesper Svensson and Matt Hansen just behind him. Andre Lopez at 3 minutes down now through 101 miles.
How many micro coasts does it take to equal one full coast? Are those actually thousandths of a coast, or are they more? Those questions and many more are still yet to be answered. And I'll say this as we watch Andre Lopez on the left side chasing the group he was once a part of, Sky Monch, leading the people he's been leading all day. And I'm watching. This looks really good to me here. And I'm going to say this because I think ultimately Lopez is still kind of poised for a breakthrough, and the breakthrough could come with a Kona slot, should come with a Kona slot.
Yeah.
But either way, we've got some fun stuff in store for us as the fireworks begin on that run. Leslie Smith, she's cranking it. This one has done a lot of damage here in this second half of the race. I think she's just really poised to crush it. Folks, if you're watching this, getting inspired, thinking about a PR like maybe Leslie's going to get today, and you want to have that PR, I'd encourage you to rush on over and check out Ironman Waco. This is the perfect course for those taking on their first Ironman, or for those of you chasing your personal best. Your journey begins with ease as you glide down the Brazos River. Fly along and feel the breeze of the Brazos as you traverse through the beautiful Texas countryside of rural Waco on this flat, fast bike course. During the run, cross the Brazos River multiple times across several beautiful historic bridges before winding your way back to the finish by the historic Waco Suspension Bridge. There it is. Conquer the Brazos in Waco on October 15th, 2022. Register today at Ironman.com.
Yeah, I've heard nothing but great things about that race. Never been lucky enough or smart enough to get out there and race it myself. But you've raced out there, haven't you?
I've been to Waco many times, but nothing beats today's weather. 75 degrees. is the current temperature. I call that ideal for riding. 24 degrees Celsius, that's great for riding. Everybody on the bike right now feels perfect. Humidity, 89 degrees. Wind levels low, 6 miles per hour. And I keep saying that those are temperatures that are great for riding, and we're seeing them come up. We're seeing them creep, kind of climb gradually.
Yeah.
And when they do, it's going to be right when some of these pros get onto the run, and those beautiful temperatures will feel a little bit warmer.
Yeah, I mean, you know what I would say if I was out there and it was 75 and 90% humidity. So hot. It's so hot. But also, we could see a great shot. We say Jen and Net bridging up to Leslie Smith. This is our race for second place. We would not expect it, but it's not super surprising. You know, if we look at before the race, how is this race going to pan out between Jen and Leslie? You think Leslie gets some time on the swim, Jen catches her on the bike, Leslie catches Jen back on the run. We'll see what happens, but Jen putting in a fair amount of work to be able to bridge back up to Leslie, because Leslie's having a great bike ride, Michael.
I just, 100% agree, and I love this shot, and I love what both of these women are about to experience, because at this point, Leslie's been alone for a long time. She looked back, just spotted her. But Leslie's going to gain here. It doesn't feel good to get caught, but she needs that accountability right now because she's 3.5 hours into the ride. So she's going to get a nice little push, a nice little boost.
Yep.
Jen Annett also going to get a different kind of push because catching someone is just naturally energizing. So you can also see that this is a grinder out of that transition. I mean, they're going 12 miles an hour.
Yeah, no, that's not a good one. I think they'd be lucky to be doing 12 up this thing. Definitely a little steep little kicker. Going to have to use get those big teeth in the back on your cassette on this one, no doubt. But Jen Annett loves it. It makes that distance seem closer and allows the stronger cyclist to bridge that gap even quicker just because it feels like you can reach out and grab that cyclist in front of you. So Jen Annett's going to love it. Don't grab him.
That's
no contact.
Not allowed.
No physical contact.
Not on the bike.
No.
But I do. I was quoting speeds. Your speed would be 12 miles an hour. These obviously was slower. But here's what we see. Jen Annett from Canada, Leslie Smith from the United States, both of whom are chasing a long gone Sky Monch. But will these two tag team and try and get after it up the road together? I suspect they will, but I also won't be terribly surprised, Matt, if what you said is true, where Leslie and Jen just continue a little bit of a yo-yo relationship throughout this race.
Yeah, no, I think I think you're right. I think, it's close enough to the finish that I think, and Leslie seems to be having a good enough, I don't mean to diminish, a good bike ride. And I think with the strength she's shown, she'll be able to stay with Jen for a little bit. And let's not forget, like, whenever you're closing a gap, it's still hard work. It's not like Jen has been able to close that gap just because she's a good cyclist. No, it's because she's a good cyclist and she's working hard. And I think we could probably assume that athlete way in the background is Kelly Philnow, kind of a speck in the background there as those two women crest that hill. And that gap would be somewhat significant considering the gradient of that climb that those two women just crested.
And some of our viewers are just asking about those Kona slots, and absolutely they want to know, well, what happens if a slot is already claimed, like Sky has a spot? So does that roll on down to people behind? And it absolutely does. It's not a first, second, third situation. It's just the top three who don't need a slot. So there could even be someone that doesn't want a slot that it passes down, but automatic qualifiers would be the top three, but then it rolls. So certainly Sky's slot is already kind of rolling on down. Yep. She can't take two. And so that'll go on to the next unqualified finisher behind her in her category for the pro women. Same thing holds true for the age group athletes. We have a pretty cool system where they divvy up and divide these slots, and they do have what we call roll downs and reallocations as well, but we'll get to that at a later time. Yep. For now, it is a good question that we just fielded, so thanks so much. Those questions, keep them coming. And what a better place to do it would be on IronmanNow.com as well. Yeah. On that. Just get over there and chat, because when Rennie's on there, when you're on there, Matt, it's a wealth of knowledge being handed out.
Yeah, as long as somebody's there to feed that knowledge to me. But no, I think there's a great shot of Jen through this countryside as she just moved in to second place. But yeah, awesome stuff. And we see the men have gone through 100 miles, the chase group. Matt Russell, Tacone, Bach, and Foley all through at between 14:30 and 15 minutes down. But again, this shot is of Jen Annette and Leslie Smith, our second and third place athletes, and maybe probably Kelly Phil now just a little bit further behind.
Good look here of just kind of nonstop rollers. So the advantages we talked about earlier here, where you've got the rollers and you get the break and a little bit easier. Now's where you might appreciate a little dead flat, not having to change those gears and stand up, sit down. I don't know. Everyone's different, but certainly the later in the game, the harder it is to get over those little lumps and bumps. You see now though. Jen Annett doing that with style. She stayed aero. She rolled over. I think you'll always want to stay aero and stay down if you can. It helps you a lot of reasons. Save energy here, conserve for later. But also, Matt, when you stand up and you get after and start pulling and yanking with hamstrings and and calves and all the muscles you can possibly utilize to get up and over those hills, you're going to feel that when you start running later. And it is kind of a long run, so you want to make sure you keep that in mind when you're doing this bike ride.
Yeah, you want to give yourself the best chance of success, and this is interesting to see Jen be able to open up a gap on Leslie over one of those rollers, and that's where you can tell the difference between a pure cyclist and a good cyclist that's maybe a runner. Is the hills can be similar, but a really good cyclist puts power down over the top and down the backside of those hills, and that's where Jen Annett was able to get a gap. Obviously, great aerodynamic position and rolls really, really well in that the downhill or flat and fast sections of the bike course.
Back to a really, really good cyclist, if we're using kind of basic terms here. Here we have her. She does great up, down, all sections of terrain here, all types, all styles. All conditions. Sky Mont, she just looks as smooth as she did before. And this is about the time in the show when we like to look back and say, has her form degraded from when we first saw her? Has she eased up? Has she lost that fluidity? Has she begun to bounce more or bob or weave? And at this point, I'd say no. She's on a pretty good grade here, as you can tell from that angle. And I would say, man, she just looks smooth. She looks strong. And gosh, Matt, you know a lot better than I these days. What kind of long rides do most of these people do for their long ride?
Yeah, I mean, it depends on different athletes and different coaches and kind of where they're going. But I'd say more over distance, and I think most of these athletes are doing 6-hour rides every weekend. Which, if you're in TT bars and you're riding with buddies, that might end up being 125 miles. Some athletes like Ben Hoffman and his group, he'll ride 160, 180 miles. He finds that to be helpful, but it's that. But then it depends on what you're doing in those long rides, right? Like I'd see someone like Sky having a little bit more purpose to those long rides, doing intervals, big long climbs. But certainly most of these athletes are going to be putting 5 to 6 hour efforts in once, if not twice, like a Wednesday, Saturday combo long ride. One quality, probably one more, a little bit endurance, but clearly these two athletes on screen have been doing what's necessary to be fast on the bike, both Matt Hansen on the left and Sky Monch on the right. And it looks like they're into the narrower sections of the bike course, so we should be pretty close to transition within about 10 minutes of transition. So we're getting close to run time, Michael. Looking forward to it.
And here we are, Matt Hansen, inside of 10 minutes to go before he hits that run course. It is going to be 3 loops of the Hoka run course here in Des Moines, and there are going to be thousands of people out on the course cheering for these athletes, some of whom will claim Matt Hansen, a former Iowa resident as well. Some of them will be claiming Leslie Smith, a hometown girl, and all of them are going to be enjoying having a piece of action here for this great event that we're kicking off. I mean, Matt, it is going to be on. The sun is starting to come out. You can see the shadows building. You can see the clouds starting to part. Humidity levels are still high. Temperatures coming up. It is almost game time.
Yeah, no, it is. And you know what I'm looking forward to, Michael? Do you?
I do.
Yes, you do. And what it is, here's just a little out and back here. We'll be able to see if Matt must have a little bit of a gap on these guys, having this moto in between, but not too much of a gap, just right there. I'm looking forward to watching T.O. run. It's been a long time since we've seen him run and settle into that marathon pace. Beautiful runner. You can see like he's working, he's pushing through it. But you know, it's just been a while. And we're talking about Matt Hansen.
Mm-hmm.
If Matt Hansen doesn't have a great run, T.O. will be there to take this race.
Oh, lights out, yeah.
Right? So, like, I mean, T.O. on a day is a mid-245 runner, right?
Yeah.
So, like, it's not like Matt can jog through this one and be able to take a win. Like, T.O., and often when you raise the better athlete, when someone, like, on paper, I think T.O. would agree, if on paper, on a day, Matt's probably better in this position, right? Like, money's on Matt. But the way you beat an athlete that is better than you is you put yourself in a position to play sweep. Let them mess up. Then you beat them, right? If T.O. was trying to beat Matt right now or went on the run shoulder to shoulder and tried to beat him in the first 2 miles, that's playing even more into the hands of Matt. You just got to do your race. You got to put yourself in second. If Matt messes up, you go clean up.
Because I love a good blow-up story, I'll have to bring up maybe
Please.
6 or 7 years ago,
Please.
Ironman Texas, Matt went out so hard. You were doing commentary, you and Greg and I at this race, and he went out so hard to catch. And this is kind of the counterpoint to your point, which is valid. Matt went out so hard with the belief that he could run this thing ragged because he had done that crazy good time off a flat tire, and everyone said, "Oh man, this is 6-7 years ago." Hey, watch Matt Hansen and he got in the Woodlands, was walking through the neighborhood, couldn't see straight. He went from a 550 mile to walking. And so that was excellent. That was again where he kind of earned that medal of being able to go in and run those great times. Tim O'Donnell, I think here's what would be fun, just to give the counter. I want to see them both go and punch each other out, because that's when you get the fun racing, and they will pull out of each other an exceptional performance. I mean, I think you're right. Don't try and beat. Nobody should try and beat anyone in the first 2 miles.
Right.
But it'll be fun to see them, get together.
Totally, and shoulder to shoulder. I think it would be fun just to see two training buddies run together. But
look at that.
Matt's put in a little bit of a gap, and it's hard to tell if he's really tried. It doesn't seem like he's necessarily like gone on an attack.
I think he's
just
great.
Yeah.
I think he's just in great bike shape.
I think
he
you're right.
really, and it's cool to see, because guess what? We didn't even mention the Swede, because Swedish fans all over are yelling at us saying, "What about our guy?" Because he is, again, another proven. He's got 2 Ironman wins, same as T.O. He's gone 2:48. That's only 3 minutes off of Tim's best. So there's no reason why we couldn't have a 3-horse race on foot.
Yeah. And I'm calling 248, maybe high 247 for Jesper.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I think he's playing it smart today. I think he had a good result at Texas recently. He knows, he's smart. Again, he knows that Hansen, he can't run against Hansen and win the race. It's not going to happen.
We don't know.
We do. We do. But, put yourself in a position to, if Hansen is, we've been talking about him experimenting. If this experiment doesn't work, be there to cover it.
Because the only reason I say we don't know is that Matt doesn't know what it feels like
totally
to do this, and it is different. I believe in this guy, and I feel like he's having the day that we talked about, that when he's on, he's untouchable. It's just kind of a curious thing, because he's used to playing his cards as a chaser, and so now he's got to play his cards as the hunted. He needs to get out there and hold back, but not too much. He's got his little gap. Does he keep it? Does he let it go? All those questions are new to him.
Totally. But I think, when you say he doesn't do this, he does, right? He just does it in a different position, right? Like physically he does do this.
Same thing.
Yeah, I would say now though, he's probably surprised at how much this is probably significantly easier than he usually rides the end of Ironman bike splits, because normally he's still chasing. He's like, oh man, I got to pull this gap as close as I can. And right now he's like, wait, I'm letting you come through, and now I'm not even trying to drop. Like I bet certainly he's spent more energy maybe early doing that bridge, but I bet the last hour has been a less of an effort than he's used to. Might be more surgy, but it's less.
Goose, I think you're right. I mean, hey, I like it. Let's go with that, and
we'll just continue to guess.
Well, that's why we're here. Guess and observe, and then note things that happen, like that Goose. As he comes into this final stretch, though, entering the park here back to Grays Lake, we're going to have transition, and that always gives us that moment where we see them come off the bike and we figure out if they're rigged up already, if they're fluid and ready to go, if their hip flexors are about as tight as a guitar string. What happens at that point? It's just a good indicator. It's kind of a flash into the future of what we can expect. Often, people that look terrible look great soon thereafter, but usually when they look horrible, they don't get too much above that.
Usually goes one direction at that point. You don't see people come off of that too often. But yeah, awesome to see Matt in this position. As his coach said earlier, might be one of the first times he's ever led an Ironman bike ride, and it's fun to see, and it's fun to see him do it. Like, he looks comfortable now. You could definitely tell he had sections where he was working, and it does seem like he was trying something new and putting in effort to feel what it feels like to have to put in those higher watts. I think that's one thing that people don't expect and are surprised by in Kona is, okay, yeah, I know it's tactical. That means maybe you have to go a little bit higher, but it's so surgy, and you're like going over 400 watts, where normally in an Ironman, Matt Hansen, if he's chasing for 4.5 hours, he's never going over 400 watts.
Barely
right?
going over 300 probably.
Yeah, totally. But just sitting there and very comfortable. But if your legs aren't used to that, even if you train it, if they're not used to that in races, coming off the bike and running a marathon, it just feels totally different, right? And Matt's an athlete that deals with pain very, very well, which I think is 75% of what makes a good Ironman athlete, certainly the last half of a marathon. So I don't think it's going to have too much of effect, but like, you don't want that to be a new sensation in Kona if you get off the bike third and you're trying to win. Oh, I've never felt this before. Like, it's nice to be able to feel that.
Speaking of which, we're looking at Andre Lopez, who's not too far off and hasn't been dispatched by too many minutes inside this last 10 minutes or so for Matt Hansen, Tim O'Donnell, and Jesper Svensson, and then not too far back here, Andre Lopez. It's going to be on for sure when these guys come into T2. Here we go. We're already starting to undo the shoes, and when this happens, we know it's time to start stretching the legs and getting ready, if nothing else, mentally, because physically kind of starts to be what it is. It's already there. Matt Hansen coming in here. This is the leader, has been for a while now. And, of course, you're watching the certified Piedmontese Beef Ironman North American Championship, Des Moines. This man already won a couple of Ironman North American titles. He wants to make it another one and make it a 6th overall Ironman win, and doing something he's never done before, jumped onto foot here into transition 2 in first place. I may be a touch ahead. He's still got to wiggle his way around these last couple curves, but that is transition on his right.
Yeah, it's awesome. I wonder how, what he's thinking in his head now, because no matter what your plan was, I think this is a feeling he hasn't had before. And it's like, okay, normally he knows, like, his thing is you get on the run and you chase as hard as you can.
And run until you get in front of someone and then stay there.
So what do you do now? It's like, wait, do I just like start running easy? Do I go out just as hard? And is this where the test continues? Does he go out hard to see what it would be like to race people?
T2, and here we are dismounting right now and running in to transition. This part's a little unfair until he unloads that bike. It's tough to say, but he does look a little tight, as would be expected. coming off the bike in a total time of 5:05. And wow, isn't that a great time? Ratcheting out his split, we're going to see that he biked 4:09.58, an exceptional time for Matt Hansen.
I'd say he doesn't look that tight, Michael.
He looks loose now. He had about 6 tight steps, and now he's full stride with the Matt Hansen signature gait, which is an incredible hip extension. This man has incredible range, and his stride length is outstanding. Here he goes. It's on. Let's get the clock going.
No, and I think he's testing, right? Like he's running with impetus. He's running as if he's still chasing somebody, right? Like I do think he's testing out this. I haven't raced against the best in a world championship field at my best. Let's act like they're around me, and then I have that to go to. And not that, I mean, he's got the guy who was second place in Kona the last time we raced there behind him, right? So he's riding pretty darn well. T.O. and Svensson through in 4:12.12, 4:12.29. So these athletes going through, getting those bags again. They're going to have all their running shoes and nutrition and any little gadgets they need in those bags. And right now they're inside that change tent. Or Jesper is heading towards it. Matt Hansen is leaving. He's a little confused, making sure he's going the right way. You always want to make sure.
Confused or looking for Timo O'Donnell.
Yeah, something. Yeah.
Looks like my split prediction for Timo was 46 seconds off. But hey, you know what? Who's counting? That should at least erase 6 of my errors.
I thought you said 38.
No, that was for the women.
Oh, sorry.
Here we have Matt Hansen putting something on, one of those cold bands. I don't know if they have a more official name, but it looks like he's getting set to handle this hot weather and this humid weather. Again, we know this man from Storm River, Iowa. This guy is a local by all intents and purposes. He's putting on the hat on top of the ice band. We need to get an official read on what that thing's called. And then he's putting on his race belt. But this is signature and picture-perfect transition for an Ironman. Nothing that you can't do running is done in transition. Everything is done running. You put the strap on, the helmet, everything you get is in movement. This guy just executed to perfection. Matt Hansen is heading out onto the run in a position he's never felt before. First runner. Now, how will he handle it? I think he's going to handle it quite well because this man looks like he came here to win, and he's doing a pretty good job with that goal right now.
No, he absolutely is, and it's he's one of the few that is just so fun to watch. Like just visually, he's so dynamic, and when he first came on the scene, we're all like, man, what's up with this guy's running style? It's clearly he's going to have to change that if he wants to be good at Ironman, right? And he proved us wrong. I mean, look at that heel kick.
Oh, I never said that.
Yeah, you're always right. That heel kick, just that upper body motion, and this is him running, like this is him easing into it.
And that's how he looks running at 109, 70.3 pace, 10K pace, 230 Ironman pace. That's always him. He looks the same, and I love it. And Tim, to the same extent, Tim was a short course athlete before he hit the long course. In 2009, he started doing 70.3. He also looks the same. You watch him do a 10K half Ironman, and he's battled with the best of them at all distances. So Tim also has his signature stride, his signature run form, and it always looks it looks that way. Right? 5-minute mile or 6-minute mile. And so back a nice overhead shot here of our leader, the powerful Matt Hansen, trying to make a 6th title become his, and he's doing a great job with it. I'm excited to see how this plays out.
Yeah, and he's he's used to being in the front of Ironman marathons, not generally used to being there at this period of time. So Andre Lopez going through just entering transition. He's now 4 minutes behind those top 3, so he'll hit transition just as T.O. and Jesper Svensson leave transition. So that'll actually, I think, for him be like a little encouraging, right? Like, you lost time, but they're still like kind of right there. And I think one thing to remember, I always tell athletes, and I think important to know as an age group or a pro with these long races, is that we're so used to what a gap feels like in the moment that we forget, like, go to the results of the Ironman you're about to do and look at how big the gaps are between 1st and 10th place. And if they're 45 minutes, when you get to the run and somebody's 2 minutes ahead of you, don't freak out. That small gap doesn't matter, man. Like, just let it happen. And I think hopefully Lopez settles in and does a good job of doing his own thing.
We are looking at a great shot of Matt Hansen, the man in first place. Will he stay there? Time will tell, but things are looking pretty good. He's settled into realistically what we call the signature Matt Hansen. I think it's a really powerful and very nice run. I remember seeing him for the first time thinking, this guy, he's just strong. I don't think he's delicate. You don't really see the chinks in the armor. When they show up, they pretty much show up of fast or stopped, right? I mean, he's one of those guys, he's given it all and then he's done. And so he looks great to me. Let's give him some time to get into his stride and see what comes our way. But he's cruising. And this is 3 laps of the Hoka Run course. He's going to go around. He's going to see a lot of folks that are cheering for him. And I have to say this, for error number 27, Matt, apparently it's Storm Lake, not Storm River. So let me just make sure I get that correct.
I appreciate that. And I think we saw Matt reach down to give a dog a pat on the head as he ran by. Casual, just a Sunday run for Matt Hansen, looking super smooth. Here we go. Andre Lopez looks awesome. This is not an athlete that's broken by any means. This is an athlete that was overextended and had to maybe make a smart call and let those other athletes go. But he's seemingly done what he needed to do to get nutrition and hydration, maybe just lay off the gas a little bit. But he looks very, very good.
I'm going to say exactly what you said, if I can remember what you said. No, look, you're right. Here's a nice overhead shot. I was actually trying to compile those results because we do like to bring you those top transitions, which are brought to you by Morton. They've come through and gone so fast in T2 that I may have missed the actual numbers, but I do want to reference that we track all of this stuff, and we're grateful to Morton for producing those results so we can get that back up on screen. In the meantime, Andre Lopez, the young upstart, coming through here, second Ironman after finishing 5th in Cozumel last fall. He looks great. I think he's just got to go through those ups and downs that Ironman give you. Let's see if he can work his way to a more powerful state, a more positive state, because you can kind of see that blank, sort of empty Ironman stare, and he's got to come out of that because 26.2 is a long ways to go with the stare.
Oh, for sure. That's a long time to go in that state, and I think he's slowly coming out of it. To me, it looked like he was in a good focus spot on the run. You could see him get a little disoriented on one of the corners, but I think he's in a good spot. He has his wits about him. But right now, Matt Hansen just running away with it. Already a minute 22 ahead. 0.1 miles into the run. So he made a lickety-split of that transition, and that gap is going to continue to grow. We'll see how big it is on the other side of this break.
Back with Matt Hansen, the man from Iowa, is dominating on this course here in Iowa. Let's talk about a few other professional athletes that came from this state and made it big. What about Tim and Tony DeBoom? Those two guys, brothers from Iowa, and they did okay out here on the world circuit, as is this man who's just dancing along there in first place, feeling pretty comfortable. For now, I think if you get through an Ironman and you remain kind of in that comfort state, then you're doing it wrong. But I think this guy, you really can't critique anything. Let's do this. Capture that mental picture there, Matt, and tell me if he looks that good in 10 miles. That's what we'll reassess here 5 or 10 miles down the road, see how his form degrades or maintains. But right now, He's crushing it. He is chasing as though someone's up the road.
Yeah, I think he's going to look the same in 10 miles. I think he's doing that chase with maybe just a 10th knocked off or 5% knocked off the top. But he looks controlled for him. So I think he's in a spot where he's going to be able to build in a little bit, whether or not that's what he's trying to experiment with today or trying something new or not. But I think in the end it's going to give him a pretty darn fast run time and overall victory if he continues to move. But Michael, I mean, the fact that he had 122.1 miles in is hilarious.
Remarkable.
Yeah.
And I'll say this, Matt and other athletes can expect a lively and, dare we even say, fun 3-loop course here today, because once they exit T2, they're going to run along Grays Lake before heading downtown to the spectator-packed Locust Street, which is totally lined with bustling restaurants, parks, and everything to give these athletes a ton of energy for their final leg of the race. And the finish line is right in the heart of the entertainment district of downtown Des Moines, and it's called Court Avenue. They've got music, lights, and the cheers of the crowd there, and that's going to give these athletes that final burst of adrenaline as they get ready to hear Mike Riley call them across the line. All that is something to look forward to at the end of 3 laps of this Hoka run course.
Yeah, absolutely. It's it really sets athletes up to be able to have their best performance, and I think that's what Matt, if he wants to try to get a really fast run split, you divide that by 3, get those lap times together, have somebody yelling those splits out to you. Obviously, you can get them yourself on that watch, but it helps you break it down. And I think, Michael, a lot of times people will get onto a marathon, and I know I did this the first couple times, and you're 400, 800 meters in, and your legs feel like crap, and you're like, I have to run a marathon, right? And you're thinking about 26 miles. But if you get off and you think about 8, you know what? Let's run this first loop, see what happens. And you get these like manageable goals, and I think that's a great thing for athletes to think about. I have clients think about, 2 miles at a time, 3 miles at a time. Ask yourself a question, Matt Hansen. Can I run to this first 8-mile loop? Can I do it in 6-minute pace? Yes, let's try. Once you get there, let's ask yourself another question, see what happens.
Sometimes the question is, can I get to the next aid station?
Yeah.
Sometimes it's, can I get to that tree?
Totally.
Yeah, but that's good. And you know what? It doesn't always stay the same, Matt. Those are great suggestions. And folks that are kind of playing along at home and figuring out a way to do their best race, I think what's key is have a plan, stick to the plan, but be able to modify that plan, because for all we know, this is exactly how Matt scripted it. But in 5 miles, the script may twist, and he needs to and will roll with it and go with the new plan, because those things happen, and it could be as simple as your hat flies off or you drop a gel. And that's when you still execute to the best of your ability. You just have to roll with the punches and kind of reevaluate.
No, and I think that's great, Michael. And I think some people, amateurs, pros alike, think that a good Ironman race is one that is clean or no mistakes happen. But it's fixing the mistake, problem solving, and then forgetting that mistake happened. Literally. I've been in finish line shoots where people come across the finish line and are telling me how they dropped a chain at 10 miles and it took them 3 seconds to put it back on, and that's all they've been thinking about the whole race. And it's like,
exactly.
I forgot I had a flat and I fixed it, right? That kind of thing. It's quicker you fix the problem and get it out of your head, then you can just move on and do your thing. And Matt Hansen's doing his thing, as is Sky Monch on the lower right-hand side of the screen.
Well, wouldn't you say, because people say this, they say that, I don't understand, how is Ironman mental? It's not mental. They say, it's so physical. You got to go all day long. But I think to your point there, it's how you mentally approach these races and adjust on the fly, because this is where it is like golf. If you hit an eagle and then you're too proud of yourself, the next one is your bogey. And that's golf language, Matt. But if you actually say, look, all those highs in an Ironman, don't get too hung up on them either, because all those positives, the best swim you ever had, the great bike ride, don't get too hung up on them, because then the bottom can fall out, and the flip flop.
Totally.
If you're suffering and struggling and having the worst day ever, just always believe that drop chain is not the end, and you'll be fine. It really does come down to that mental aspect.
For sure. I think you talk to an athlete, I always bring this athlete up because he was so great at problem solving and figuring things out, but ask Craig Alexander if he ever had a perfect race in Kona. I guarantee you he's going to say no. And his fastest time ever, he had a bunch of hamstring cramps that near the end, right? And we didn't
Yeah.
think, we weren't sure, but he was still pushing it, and he was like, had to figure things out. But most people would be like, oh yeah, I had cramps and had to walk or whatever. But no, it's like, do what you can to get through the problem. And anybody that we see at the front of these races, believe me, there's been moments where they've had to make decisions and they're struggling, but they're really good at just getting over it and moving on. And Sky Mach, certainly one that's done that. I mean, that crash that took her out of Kona was a big deal. Like, her elbow was in a bunch of pieces. She had a lot of recovery. We actually have pretty similar elbow scars and equipment. She got through a lot to get herself back to like where she was. And then since then, she's continued to make herself a better athlete. So that's someone that's able to overcome adversity. And she's at least 15 minutes in front of the second woman in the race. It's pretty remarkable.
She's remarkable, and remarkable as well are these splits coming out of first and second place.
Yeah.
Matt Hansen through 2 miles with a 5:44 average. Tim O'Donnell through 2 miles with a 5. Well, I just switched to kilometers on me, but a 5:50 mile, 5:52 average. So 5:44, 5:52, and then Jesper Svensson, just plugging along at 6:11. So what would be an exceptional pace it looks pale now compared to those two in front, but that's quick. You know what?
Yeah.
This is how they race. They start out there. Those times end up being 2:40. Instead of 2:38, but they're great times, great paces.
Sure.
And Tim's not cruising.
No, he's not. And I think the way this is set up and they've separated this early, I think is a great thing for all three of these athletes.
Yeah, helps.
Right? Yeah, I think T.O., maybe he theoretically would want to have somebody to run with for a little bit, but I think him starting with Hansen probably would maybe maybe lull him into doing something maybe he wasn't prepared to do, but so now he can settle into this pace. Because we looked at those straightaway. That first straightaway, if you're T.O., you're like, oh, dude, he's way up there already.
Yeah.
I'm not even going to think about him. Like, T.O.'s smart enough to, like, there's no way he's going to try to bridge up to Matt. He's like, if I'm going to catch Matt, it's going to be late. And for Jesper Svensson, I think him not trying to stay on T.O.'s shoulder and just starting off, okay, I'm going to try to run my 6:11, 6:15, hold on.
I tell you what, it's fun. I think you're exactly right, because I start to think about what is just super hard on the equipment, but it's great for us in the commentary booth and fans at home. It's really hard to start 3 or 4 people together on an Ironman because you don't pay attention to yourself. You just get carried along and you go too fast. We love watching it, but I think I'm validating what you said, where those 3 guys now, we may see them come together. We may see Matt and Tim come together because they are able to run what they want to run versus what the other guys run. And
for sure.
So great stuff there as we come back to this gal who certainly is going to have no outside influence on the start of the run. She's so far ahead. She could spend 3 minutes in transition having a quick picnic before she gets out there. She won't likely do that, Matt. But it's incredible to see. I mean, she really came in here the favorite, and she is delivering on all levels. A great swim with the leaders and riding away from everyone, just putting time and time and time into everyone behind her.
No, she certainly is, Michael, and looks comfortable doing it. If anything, it looks like she's been able to improve that effort and get kind of that energy back that maybe she, was lack of concentration or energy, or me just trying to find something to talk about earlier. But she looks fantastic, and certainly putting herself in a position to win this race. And I've been looking at the 99-mile mark split for about 10 minutes now, waiting for the second place woman to come across. So we're going to get that split as soon as we can. But let's just say it is large.
Last time I watched her so smoothly pedaling down the road, I thought, man, how could I get better? How could anyone get better on the bike like she has done? And I would say best way in is to do some really focused indoor training. Take a look at this for a great option.
My name is Mike Klukas. I'm the founder of Full Gas, and we're dedicated to doing things for triathletes. It started out as basically a Friday hackathon for an app development business that I ran, and it just ran away on its own. It became more and more popular, and it was all about typical middle-aged dad. I couldn't go and do the rides I used to do. I wanted to find a way to bring them to me. Fast forward further on, it's been used to win World Championship time trial titles on the road in cycling. It's won Olympic medals, Paralympic medals, just because people trust that accuracy in the product. The reason riding full gas helps an athlete so much is it's a really accurate representation of the course. So the gradient you'll see behind up that climb in Snow Canyon, it feels just like the real Snow Canyon. So that really helps people understand what gearing they need, what equipment to choose. We actually had situations where people changed their equipment for the recent Paralympics in Tokyo, having ridden it in full gas, and it gave them a big advantage on the day. So our aim really is to give Ironman triathletes the home ground advantage to whatever course they go to. A crucial thing that's coming is we're filming every race on race day. So for you as an athlete, you can experience what it's going to be like on race day. So you can see where the transition areas are, you can see where the feed stations are, the turnarounds, the signage. And because we're part of the Ironman group, it's the official course on race day, and no one else can do that.
And there you go. That's a great way to get after it, get experience, get familiar with these courses, and get better on the bike. I tell you what, it doesn't look like 3 years have gone by since he last did Ironman. He looks great, just dialing it in. Super Tim O'Donnell form here. And this is how you do it, folks. Transition. Hate your gel right before you come in, then water, Gatorade, water, doing it exactly as you should, not missing a single beat. And I have to say, it comes back what Marina Carfrae said earlier. She said he just is happy to be back on the playground with his friends. And I really feel there is a very clear bit of gratitude that he has to be here, to be doing his thing. And you can sort of say, hey, that's a great place to come from here when you're racing a big event like this.
No, and he looks awesome. And, as you said, it does look like he hasn't taken any time away. And I think worth remembering is that Matt had a little gap coming in a transition and had a very, very quick transition. Tio's only lost 15 seconds in 2 miles when it's come down to running, right? So even though that gap is, a minute and a half, a little bit more than that, it's pretty darn close as far as what these athletes are doing performance-wise. And, man, Tio looks super, super comfortable. He's definitely holding back, which most people, you probably should when you're starting a marathon. But he definitely looks like he's settling in. He's not overextending himself, and that's awesome to see. Also, guess who's made his way into 5th place already? Trevor Foley.
I was going to guess. And tell me more.
Yeah, that's it.
Oh, that's all you have. Yeah. Well, let's wait and see what happens when this run really gets underway. It's 3 laps of this Hoka run course, and Tim O'Donnell is currently in 2nd place. This man, a 2-time Ironman champion, looking to reel in his training partner and grab his 3rd title. Let's see if he can do it after this.
There's this beautiful moment in time when neither foot is touching the ground. We are free of gravity and weight, moving above the doubts, past limits. When we are light, transformed, and hopeful. And if we were to collect all these moments, join them together, well, this is when anything becomes possible. This is when we fly.
Throughout my career, people have doubted my ability, and I've had it even more so when I've come into triathlon. I think this year will be very different. There will be bigger expectations on me. I love the way that I race. With my swim background, I'm almost in the driving seat from the gun. I'm the person that everyone is chasing. I want to be the best, and I'm willing to work as hard as possible to get there.
Tim O'Donnell, 2nd place, looking incredible at the start of this 3-lap Hoka run course. His lead bike behind him, as is the rule for Ironman racing. Keep track of these guys, but don't give them any unfair advantage. I tell you what, Tim O'Donnell's waiting for all that great advantage that comes to him when he hits that spectator-friendly section of town that he'll get to see 3 times before crossing the finish line. Good stuff here today. And I tell you what, we talked about it. Marina Carfrae. We talked earlier with Nick Chase. We talked about all these cool experts. Well, I tell you what, if you are enjoying all the live action from our full distance broadcasts, you've got to head over to IronmanNow.com to check out something new in the works from Ironman. IronmanNow.com, powered by Kiswe, is a new platform that allows the Ironman community to engage with us, with each other, and with special guests. You can, of course, follow the live broadcast here, but also take part of the real-time chats as the race develops, Matt. Try our new fan experience and look for more features that we're adding throughout the season, and you can create a free account on IronmanNow.com.
Yeah, no, awesome opportunity to be able to chat with some of the pros. Marinda Carfrey, there we go, a little back and forth, cross and pass, T.O. and Matt Hansen. Didn't see any words or any encouragement, no fun high fives or anything like that. But these guys are getting to work. T.O. is putting in really, really, really strong effort. And like I said, running very, very similar to the pace that Matt Hansen is, and looks, I would say he almost looks more comfortable. You could see like the face, like he has to focus to have that comfort, but he looks super, super relaxed. In the women's race through 99.4 miles, Jenna Nett has gone through that checkpoint in second place at 13:52 down. So she's actually pulled about 20 seconds back on Sky, and not too surprising as she's overtaken a couple athletes in that period of time. So had her foot on the gas a little bit. But Sky Monch still has 14 minutes on the second place athlete. And as you said, Jen's run time in that 3:05, 3:07 range versus Sky, who's running that 2:56 range before. So she definitely has a sizable gap, and still nobody else through behind Jenna Nett with a few minutes past.
So the veteran move there, despite not acknowledging or giving any kind of credit to one another when they ran by, you did see Tim take a look at his watch as he came around that turnaround, because what we always do, in addition to checking those splits, is we note our own on-the-ground gap. And it's just something that I don't think you can switch that reflex off as a racehorse like this. He notes it. He knows where it is. He's checking those paces, checking the numbers. But it's a good thing to know. Next time you could say, hey, where am I? Where is he? How do we progress?
Well, and what you might not have seen is that Matt had previously probably done that, because as soon as he passed T.O., he looked at his watch too. So they're both getting splits on each other.
Yeah, and it's fun. And it's fun because, of course, these guys are training partners, and of course they sort of were compadres on the bike ride there together. But it really is gloves off when you start the run. It doesn't mean you hate each other. It certainly doesn't mean you wouldn't be sportsmanlike and hand one another a drink or a sponge.
For sure.
But it's now a little bit more of that deep into the chess game where you have to protect what's yours.
I think you're right. And I think there's a point where when you have that camaraderie, it changes a little bit on the run, because if you're too laid back, that other person is going to be like, oh, he's so laid back.
Yeah.
If you show that you're laid back, that other person might think you've given up or they've got you, right? And
of course, what about the reverse psychology of pretending how laid back you are, so that the person thinks that you're easy, and then you capitalize?
That's my game for sure.
It's a good one.
Always pat him on the butt. Hey, good job. Hang in there, buddy.
It's hot out here. It's not hot. You find this hot? I don't find this hot. Weird. But anyway, hey, thanks for telling me what you think.
Okay.
There goes Andre Lopez.
More women. The gap from him to Jesper Svensson is not that big anymore, because Jesper went by not that long ago. But more women through 99.4. Leslie Smith through 16 minutes down, 16 minutes 17 seconds. Kelly Philnow, 16 minutes 21 seconds, and Susie Cheatham, 16:58.
How's Susie Cheatham doing? I'm sorry.
Is doing pretty good. You making fun of my pronunciation?
No,
again?
not at all. I would never do that. Look at this. We've got a nice shot here overhead, looking down on our leader, Matt Hansen, rolling through, getting some good up-close camera work with our friends down there, the moto. And here's another thing. So we said, okay, he's not used to starting in the lead, but he's been in the lead early. So this now is completely comfortable. This is now the norm. He's used to running hard and being kind of in charge. So how does that change, if anything, the dynamic of this next 23 miles, 22 and a half miles?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to say. You never can see what the athletes are thinking when they're out there. But I mean, Matt Hansen, he's settling into his pace. I actually feel like him settling into his pace is him accelerating.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. There's another part of me. We talk about Iowa. We talk about the wrestling. We talk about his background as a wrestler. Unless I made this up, I envision this man like wearing a full Vision Quest complete sweatsuit with trash bags, running like this,
Totally.
sweating it out
Totally.
before a meet, and he's like, I don't even know why people think it's hot, because that's his version of hot, is just completely. Absolutely.
Another athlete that had similar was in Hawaii. I'd always like, man, it's so hot out there, and you never feel like it's hot. Is it not hot to you? And this is to you, actually. And you said, no, I get off the plane in Hawaii, and it feels cool. So, like, that's why you always ran into top 10.
Well, thank you for bringing that up. It's always nice to hear a story reminiscent of the good old days. Here we go. We'll say goodbye to Jen Annette, but we'll be back with her in just a few seconds. Stay with us.
Whether it's on the road or in the pool, your activity has high demands. Rooted in sweat and grounded in science, we understand your unique fueling needs. That is why we created formulas just for you, endurance athletes, helping you replace what you're losing and keeping you fueled. And there's nowhere we'd rather be than with you along this journey, because together we are formulated for farther. From the creators of Gatorade, Gatorade Endurance, formulated for you, formulated for farther.
As we said, back on the road with Jen Annett from Penticton, British Columbia, Canada. This is the gal that's in second place. She's charging along, trying to catch up to Skye Moench. She has gained a little bit of time here in these closing miles, but not catching. We won't say she's catching. She's gaining ground. And then it'll be interesting to see, because obviously the history tells us a little bit. It tells us that over there we see Skye typically running a little bit faster. Not so much so that it's a done deal.
Yeah.
But I think when you're talking about a 13-ish minute gap, 30 seconds per mile, that typically takes a car fray to close the gap. It typically takes a Phillip, a Haug. Am I right?
Yeah, for sure. I think theoretically, someone like Leslie.
Thank you.
From the beginning, she's like, I'm going to run this mile as fast as I can and then try to hold it. In that situation, if Skye's a little off, yes. But I think you're right. That's a gap that is, when you've got a lead female running a 3:07 and then someone like a Rennie or a Phillip running a low 250s. I don't know that we have that runner in the field today.
So this just in, Matt Hansen through 3.5 miles has a 155 lead, has extended that lead to Tim O'Donnell, who's they're now running 6:20, 6:30 miles.
Yeah.
Jesper Svensson's dropped. He's at 3:34 with a slower 7:13 average. And Andre Lopez just creeping along there, moving up into that podium spot, just ever so gradually, running 6:40 pace. So definitely better than the speed.
Yeah.
But he is, he's making his way. He's the one that I would say has almost zero depth of experience from which to play. But that could be good. A little bit of ignorance is bliss. He doesn't know that real hurt that can come at mile 13.
Yeah, for sure. I think you're right, and I think Svensson hanging in there. He's actually only lost a minute in the running, or once they're on the running course at least. So he's hanging in there. But yeah, those two are gonna have to battle for third place, and that battle might come sooner than later. And actually, the top two athletes through 4.5 now. And that's with TO 205 down, so lost just a little bit more.
10 seconds,
yeah. But those two athletes, in the low 240 range.
Gosh, Matt Hansen, I mean, really impressive. Both of the men, but certainly you have to look at this. The motivation to continue to push those sub 6 minute miles or those low sixes, it's got to come from somewhere other than just, hey, I want the win, right? You're trying to prove something to yourself. You're trying to better yourself, and it comes back to what he said. I want to try something different today, and that very well could just be really maxing out a top level bike, coming off in first, and then running his signature run.
Yeah, no, for sure. And I think Kona is going to be a different game this year, right? I mean, I think not a different game, but I think with the athletes, Blumenfeld, what he's been doing, and maybe Frodeno coming back, and those guys battling, like the win, like racing for the win. If you're not one of those two athletes, or Gustav, like. It might be difficult. Like exactly what I was saying earlier. Like maybe to win that race is to be the one that's not throwing the long bomb and really trying to win. So like for Matt to have a breakthrough to try to get on the podium this year could be really difficult, or maybe it's the perfect year because everybody else is trying to beat those guys and they all blow up, and you're the guy who comes through. Like normally, and that's what's so disorienting about this race is normally we're used to being like, oh shoot, where'd Matt come from? And no, he's been here the whole time today, so a little different.
If we do continue to talk about Kona, I think what's challenging there is that when you start to look at Eden, Blumenfeld, Frodeno, and the folks that can really just put so much time in the water on a group like a Hansen, Sanders, Leiferman, they're all still going to be competitive. But it starts to really hurt because there's sort of like I'm going to throw this out there. I'm not going to chase them. But Blumenfeld and those guys those three that I named, they're so good that you have to try something dangerous because they're if they had a 1 minute lead and you're matching them, you're still 1 minute behind. If they had a 3 minute lead and you match them, you're still behind.
You either have to be resigned for minor placings or try to do something
go
exceptional.
Big, exactly. Which would be fun to see because someone will try. I mean, we'll get someone, a Hoffman, a Hansen, a Life from one of the Americas. We'll get maybe it's T.O. We'll get an American. We'll certainly get if Brownlee makes it, we'll get a Brown. Someone will go big that won't care. Would rather die than not try.
Absolutely. And we're going to see how Matt does on the other side of this break.
And right back in the mix here with Matt Hansen. And I tell you what, he is doing exactly what he did before that well-deserved break. Matt Hansen leaning into this, and he's going to be the guy that we keep checking in on. I think we've said this before. He looks good. He looks great. He looks good. He looks great. You kind of see one or the other, and then you see a bonk. Or then you don't. So this is, I mean, he's someone that has enough experience kind of hurting, feeling the suffer, whatever you want to call it, kind of just discomfort. He's so comfortable in that zone that I'm not, like, I don't see much changing.
Yeah.
No, now, if there's an oversight, if you miss a gel, or if you bonk, or if something that you are just as vulnerable as everyone is to, and you lose a step, that's when, if you also have a 7-minute mile, boom, Tim's close. You have a 7-minute mile again, Tim's on your shoulder.
Is that, do you think that is unique to Matt because of his running style, or just that he's always on the throttle, or he's pushing it, or what do you think is?
No, I think it's more of I don't think it's the nature of his running, like the form. Yep. I think the mechanics. I think it's more of how he runs. He puts the gas pedal down and he goes to what feels right until it doesn't, and hopefully that's at the finish line. I believe today is his day. Like, I believe that's not going to happen today, because he can get into, pretty soon someone's going to give him a split and he's going to be like, cool, let me just hold and manage. Let me really be diligent about fueling. Yeah. I think when you make mistakes, Matt, it's because you're focusing only on catching or
One of the
annihilating
things.
or something. And now he can kind of just protect.
As we see Sky navigate some geese. Watch out, geese. Get out of the way. Way to split the field there, Sky. Nice work. Heads up play. She continues to open a gap on everybody behind. Jen Annette hanging in there, but still losing a little bit of time. But the rest of those athletes getting close to 17 minutes down. So as far as athletes that might possibly have the ability to bring Sky back if she's falters, are going to be near the 20-minute mark by the time the run starts. And, that's a lot of walking to bring that kind of time back. So I think she's in a very, very good spot at this moment. Also had some more men's splits going through the 3.5 mile mark. We did have Trevor Foley coming through pretty fast, actually through the 2 mile mark. He's the third fastest runner on the course. So, but not to overlook that Luciano Taccone also running about the same speed as Foley. So those two kind of run side by side, and one of those athletes is going to pay for it probably, maybe both of them. But the momentum of those two is probably going to carry him forward.
According to the IronmanNow.com chat room,
yep,
we're seeing, and I just got myself in there. You got a bunch of folks cruising along there. I'll say this, Coach Dibbins just told Rennie, you got to give some splits up the road to T.O. to Foley, because Foley is the threat. He's the main threat. So when the coach is telling the wife is telling the athlete, watch out for Foley, that's a good call out. I mean, he's a threat.
I think Dibbins has just been listening to us. I think maybe that's what that is. I don't know if they covered that on the chat, but no, I think that's super smart. And I think when you saw those gaps, like we spoke about it earlier, Trevor seemed to be the one in that group that if anybody was going to move themselves to that podium or that front group, it was going to be him. But, we at this point, we got to give as much credit to Luciano Taccone, because he's doing it as well. We said he's got a bunch of 112, 70.3 splits as well. So certainly an athlete to pay attention to. But athlete on the screen that should be getting our attention right now is Jen Annette, riding super smooth on that Trek bike. Very, very aerodynamic profile, looking good. And the one that's able to respond to our leader as we check in at the chat.
We're actually recording our fan react, and so the next one is going to have me and Matt. But this is fun stuff. I just got on there, IronmanNow.com. Get in there, interact, and I can see everyone in there sending questions. Over 1,000 folks in there doing their thing. So a great new ad. And I don't know why it took me this long to get there. Probably because I'll easily be distracted and forget that I'm here for one reason and one reason only, to watch these people crush it through this amazing certified Piedmontese beef. Ironman Des Moines, it is, of course, our North American Championship, and this is awesome. We've got Jen Annett cranking it, and here's the deal, Matt. Doesn't she look exactly like she did at first? Just
100%.
Perfectly kind of poised in that arrow position, very smooth.
Yeah, and nobody that knows Jen or has seen her on one of her good days is surprised by this performance, and it's hard because she's having a great race, right? But it's just she's overshadowed by, an athlete that was best American at the World Championship, fourth place at World Championship just a month ago, and Sky Moines is, put a bunch of time on her. But Jen is having a very, very good race at this North American Championship. So looking very smooth and ready. And it doesn't seem like, as you said, she looks that different. So I think she hasn't overextended herself. And if she gets off and runs that 305, 307, like, she's guaranteed top three. Not guaranteed, but I would say in who's there right now, most likely a top three, maybe a second if Leslie's not on her game.
There you go. Here we have this last little bit as we come in here. Pretty soon you're going to see Sky Moines come off the bike and start running, and we'll see exactly how great she looks when she starts and how she approaches this. We've been talking a lot about whether or not Matt Hansen is going for broke out there, if he's trying to kind of dial it in so he can cruise through that last 10 or 12K in strong fashion, or if he's just throwing caution to the wind. I think the fun thing here is that it's something that he said, hey, you know what? I want to try something new. I have nothing to lose. And what a fun spot to be in. That certainly now he has 25 grand to lose and a title and
Totally.
bonuses and the pride and admiration from all his friends and family. But other than that, nothing to lose.
No, nothing at all. Nothing to lose as well as women on our screen. 4:41.35. So we were only about 3 minutes off, Michael. I think that's pretty good.
That's solid.
Pretty good guess. But she looks good. She looks uncomfortable, as you should be after riding 112 miles solo hard by yourself while putting 16 minutes on your nearest competitor. I'd say you should be a little bit fatigued, but yeah, she looks good. We'll be able to tell more, obviously, once she gets her running shoes on and gets on that pavement. But Sky Monch with a massive, massive gap. I mean, if we transfer that into running, she's going to be finishing her second mile through our first run split at 2 miles while the rest of the women are getting off the bike or getting through transition.
Would you say it's comfortable?
I'd say it's comfortable.
Comfortable lead.
Yeah.
I think so too. And she's grabbed the transition bag. She's running to that change tent. We'll see just how quickly she goes. And of course, the race within the race, we'll get to analyze everyone's transition times here a little bit later. But for now, into the change tent, we won't follow her in there, but we'll see her come out the other side. And wow, that green grass just talks to us about how much great rain this part of Iowa has been getting so far this spring and as we roll into summer. And again, it speaks to those higher humidity levels, as we talked about this early on, that these conditions, as we now approach 79 degrees Fahrenheit with a 76% humidity. So
there's
folks,
something.
It's starting to feel a little bit warm. Matt would be passed out on the ground, 26 Celsius. So we're getting up to that 30 that we promised earlier. So challenging is definitely a word we can use at this point.
For sure, but it looks like humidity's dropped a little bit, right? So that's
76%.
Yeah, that's not, I mean, that's still, for me, I would melt, but definitely better than the 90-something that they had, but still awesome overhead shot of that spot. There we go. She had a little bit of a guide through that change tent and through transition, getting directions. So great stuff by our volunteers. As always, need to say, we couldn't do any of this without our great amount of volunteers. If you have a race nearby, feel free to, my first exposure, Michael, to Ironman racing was in Kona, watching my brother race, and I was a volunteer, and let's be cheesy, but like that experience changed my life, and it's a pretty cool experience to be able to be involved in these races.
So Paul raced it?
Paul, who's Paul?
That's your brother?
Oh, yeah, the other brother. Yeah, no, Paul did not race that time, but he was there cheering.
That's good. You're totally right. And I think, you hear this, you get there and you get a taste of the event without having to do the event. And it is, even if you've done a bunch of events, go volunteer, not just to give back as you'd probably like to do, but really to appreciate, because when you say thank them, we couldn't do without them, until you do that all day long in the rain or the heat or all of the above, you don't really know how hard it is, because you're giving energy all day, and that's exhausting.
Oh, man, brutal. I remember I've got a picture of me in my pink volunteer shirt, and I looked quite warm. I remember being quite hot out there. Any of the opportunity you can take, aid station, helping out in transition, bike check, any of that stuff. It's super fun.
Is that 1998? I gave you that pink shirt.
98.
Sounds about right, huh?
Yeah.
See, I know my stats.
Yeah.
And I think that's great. And hopefully you still have that shirt.
I do.
Yeah.
It's more of like a sheet at this point because I was a little bigger then. But very, very cool. Great overhead shot of our women's leader in Sky Monch, and she looks great. I mean, she's an athlete that has a bit of a quicker turnover, a shorter stride. But she looks like she's striding out right now through these first couple corners as we go through kind of this greenway path. Sky looks as good as Sky looks, which is pretty darn great. And we expect to see her. When you have that type of gap, Michael, and you're trying to prove something, I bet she took a little bit off the top the last 5 or 10 miles so that she could guarantee, she did a really fast bike split. According to what we thought was going to happen today, about 10 minutes ahead of schedule for what we thought the lead female might be doing on this new course. But she might take a little bit off the top and be like, okay, you know what? 256, great. I know I'm not going to win Kona in a 256. It's not going to win you Kona, right? So I got to keep ratcheting it down. And that's why these athletes, people sometimes wonder, how come they're not just focusing on Kona? Yeah, as long as you're durable and you can handle doing multiple Ironmans and it not really affect your performance, you got to get out there and race, because it's not, you're not going to have some special potion that's going to allow you just to win Kona after not having gone through these experiences. Like, she needs to learn how to run a 252, if not a 250, to be able to win a race like that, if not get on the podium. So Sky right now, I'd bet that she's thinking about, like, any time that Sky is thinking, you know what, I've got a 15-minute lead, I can take my foot off the gas. She thinks, no, what if Laura Phillip is on your shoulder? What if Daniela Reef is a minute in front of you? Like, no, this is not what we're here for. We're here to learn how to be our best and to be able to put ourselves in a position where we can actually call ourselves a world championship contender. So I think you're going to see that. Anytime she starts to slow, she's going to get herself back on that accelerator.
As we watch Sky Moines from overhead with a very quick and very efficient turnover, she is rolling along. As you see this, I want to remind everyone that you can hit up ironmannow.com, and we're going to do that and see what's going on over there now and check it out. This is what it looks like, folks. So you can see that's a live look, so you get to watch the show, and then you get to chat on that right side, and then at the bottom you send in that live reaction. You can see my goofy face on the right, and it's just a nice little camera shot there, but everyone's in there. You see Nick Chase was down there, Dave Downey, superstar Dylan Camacho, all these great folks. I'm going to give a shout out. There's Marinda, of course, and it's is that Martine? Yeah, no, yeah, yes, it is. So, I mean, we got to look at, oh no, is that, who's in there? I can't see. My eyes are no good.
Got to get your readers on.
It is. Thank you so much. I'll go back to the big picture, but it looks like we've got another shot here. Thank goodness that I can see, and it's and it's Sky Moines, and she's on lap 1 of 3 for this Hoka Run course today, battling it out and looking great for the cameras there that are dropping down and getting that amazing shot. And here we go, Matt. So stopwatches have been running, but you're looking at live shots here on the right side of Jen Annick coming in all the way from Penticton to get done here and to enter transition 2. She's in second place currently. Where will she be at the finish line?
Yeah, where indeed. And, a great shot of Sky running and having settled in to her run over this bridge as Jen Annette is going through. She's going to be at Goose Corner here in a second, so keep your head up, Jen. There's going to be some little flock in front of you might want to watch out for, but having a great race and putting herself in a good position. And it does, again, it looks like she's doing so without spending too much energy, clearly making sure she saves something for the run, which is obviously super important in Ironman racing. But she's going to be about 2 miles down by the time she gets to the transition, or out of transition, I should say, and just needs to get in and settle in and do her own race.
That's a nice way to put it. Do your own race, settle in. I think there are moments, certainly many moments often in the race where you can't really, you do have to kind of just go dark and sort of stay in your own brain or in your own spirit, your own emotional space there and kind of roll. And then obviously get in as a pro, you got to get in and compete. You got to let that kind of battle come out as well. But really exhausting of all your mental, emotional, and physical energy if you try and battle it out and race 26.2 miles. It's too much. I think even in today's day of very fast and aggressive racing, you still need to find those points where you click into competitive mode, and others where you're still in management or maintenance mode or even just sort of status quo mode. Hey, let me just keep it here for a second. Even if here is a 5:44 mile, you have to just not let that go.
No, absolutely not. You gotta stay on it. Sky running awesome through this first section of the course, running smooth, getting that turnover that we are used to seeing from Sky. We do have back with us our special guest, or one of our special guests, I should say, Nick Chase. How's it going, Nick?
Oh, it's great to be back. Just loving the action, loving the commentary, watching those geese almost get slaughtered. That was just terrible. Thank goodness they're okay.
Yeah, you got to keep track of our wildlife here, and something's just going on. Matt, if those of you are following the tracker, and I'll bring this up for you, Nick, in case you're on the tracker as well, but if you're looking at the tracker, that last split, Tim O'Donnell shows in first, but never mind that. We're still seeing Matt Hansen in the lead. It's just a little bit of a tracker snafu, so hang tight and don't worry. Nick, tell us this. Is this kind of what you saw playing out here with Matt Hansen coming in in first place and just getting after it with a 5:44 first couple miles?
Yeah, with his pedigree and history, what else was there? I mean, we know that when Matt puts his nose out there, it's for a reason. And when he's confident and when he's on, he only knows one speed. And that is what he's done at most races until he either wins or explodes. So I would say, the race is still so early on the run, and it's getting hotter. The clouds are breaking. The sun's peeking out. All these athletes are starting to see a lot more water just hanging around on their skin and clothing. So humidity is going to be a factor. And we'll see. We're going to establish some gaps early on, but then who can hold them and who's going to fade.
Yeah, absolutely. And then looking a little bit further down, we have T.O. running in second and Andre Lopez running in third at actually pretty much through 7 miles at the same exact run split. What do you see into that?
I would love to see at mile 16 what it looks like. Based on predictions right now, I think Andre's probably going to be able to hold that. I think he found his rhythm. That's really what it's all about, setting that rhythm. T.O. and Matt, I think, are probably going to just keep holding on strong. I don't see a lot of position changes on the podium at this point unless somebody has a big snafu. But what's going to be more concerning is there's probably a couple people running in the top 8 who can, make some more movement. So there's going to be probably more movement there. I would say less in the top 3.
Okay, so Nick, you raced this guy, if I'm not mistaken, last year at the Ironman 70.3 Cozumel. Luciano Tacconi from Argentina took out that title. He's running sort of neck and neck, back and forth with Trevor Foley. Can he or Foley get their way in front of Lopez and Svensson? Do you think that's possible?
I think Svensson, unfortunately, might be going back from here on out. Based on his splits and kind of seeing a little bit of on camera, he looks pretty labored. Obviously, a second wind is an option. But Taccone, I've raced with him, and him and I are usually going on the bike together, and then on the run, he'll even put some time into me and get his way into that top 3 or top 4. So I see him doing really well in the heat, not being as much of a factor. And I think he's probably a good idea or a contender for top 5 as well as Trevor, especially if they're running, off each other. Trevor would probably do really well off that.
Yeah,
right on.
Yeah, for
Company.
sure. Yeah, I think they got about 12 minutes to make up on those guys. So it's definitely going to be, if there were 2 athletes that could do it running side by side, it would be 2 athletes that have that running pedigree, but also 2 athletes that don't have that much Ironman experience and are willing to put themselves kind of in front of the bus that's bound to hit them at some point. So as far as the women's race, what are you seeing besides what we're seeing here with Skye dominating?
Well, we know Skye had to come off with a big deficit. The runners behind her, not saying that Skye can't run, but I think Leslie Smith, she's a teammate of mine, and I think I've seen her do really well in the heat. We've done Cozumel together, and she just loves it. She picks races because they're hot. So I see, if you look at the women's splits right now, there's some big gaps to be covered. So that's really what they're going to be looking to diminish in the first probably half of that marathon. And then those gaps will probably start to really change on that podium level to see if Skye's really going to fall off, if she went too hard too early, or if Leslie having that nice diesel heat adaptation engine. And then Jen, I mean, she's a wild card for me to see if she's going to be able to hold on. But I do see Leslie probably working her way up into second and then maybe taking a good chunk out of Skye.
Yeah, certainly a good chunk, but it's going to be pretty close to 20 minutes. And like we said, with Skye having a 2:56 under her belt, she's going to have to hit something pretty hard to have a gap like that. But I think you are right. I think Leslie is in a perfect position to have the opportunity to move up to second place as we watch our second place female at the moment, Jen Annette, get into this transition zone. And so as someone who's raced all around the world, do you take a lot of time to look at transition? Like for me, I'd be like, oh man, this transition 4 minutes. I didn't know it was going to take that long. Like you got to prepare for that, right?
Yeah, I was last year when we just did the 70.3 at this course, the transitions were about the same as they are now. And I think at some races, I've even made the joke of like, well, they should just be taking this 2-mile transition off the run. And even like Wildflower one time, they had to, due to the reservoirs being so low, we had to swim, run 2 miles, ride the bike course, and then run 11 miles or something. So the transitions play a huge factor in terms of energy consumption. If it's hot, running in grass is a little bit cumbersome, but also it could be a little bit better sometimes to have a little bit longer transition, because the pressure and the amount of mistakes you can make, you get a little bit more leeway, especially if you need to sit down and transition, do a full outfit change. So it kind of plays in both factors, but ultimately for me, I look at it as a good way. If you've got like a 30-second deficit to a bike group, it's a good way to turn that into a 15-second deficit, because you can make up a little time in transition and come out a little bit closer to your competition.
Yeah, really, really, really good point. I remember that wildflower. That was something.
Yeah, you were there for that. I remember that clearly.
Clearly. I remember that too. I was not there. But I think it was one of Jesse's 74 wins out of 5.
Yeah, he stole it from me.
So here we are, and we want this question to be posed to a guy that only one of 3 of us has raced this course. What's the hardest part of this run that we have today? So you did, 70.3, but it's got to extrapolate. What's the hardest part here?
I don't know if I would say okay, good call. Getting back into the city, there's a little bit of a couple bridges, a little incline, and once you get into that kind of concrete palace of the city, it does heat up a little bit more. And the greenery and the nice, surrounding of the trees, you've got a little bit more fan coverage in terms of people cheering you on. You probably get some more splits there and see some mountain backs. But once you get into the city, I think it does get a little bit hotter. The concrete's a little bit more relentless there. So that's probably the hardest part, I would say.
Okay, that's good insight right there. Something we wouldn't have guessed, but it's something that we'll get to see hopefully firsthand. We watch these guys roll through. Okay, any way you want to throw out your last ditch first place men, first place women prediction for us here this early?
You guys love doing this stuff, but why not? Why not just throw a couple things out? I do think Sky probably has a high probability holding on to that big deficit she created on the bike. Leslie probably second, and I haven't seen. The gaps are just so big on the women's field with the back. I'd love to see Lindsay run in to have a really exceptional run and maybe take podium or get close to it. The men's race, obviously, I want the guy who's been charging all day long. I'm going to shoot for him. Look at that. Look at the women coming in right now, by the way. It's looking real good. But I want to see Matt win. I want to see T.O. have the fighting comeback and get that slot, because I want to see T.O. at Kona. That's where, in my mind, he is a master. And I want to see an American win Kona real soon. And then maybe that third place, Trevor could get there. Andre might be able to hold on to it. We'll see. But that's kind of where I see it playing out right now.
Right on. Hey, it's out there. Good stuff. Nick Chase, it's great. I'm not sure if we see you again, but if so, I look forward to it. If not, we'll get to see you at the next race. I'm certain of it. And we thank you for your time. And everybody, run over to IronManNow.com and chat up with Nick Chase, pro triathlete and superstar from Utah.
Thanks, guys. You guys do a good job. Appreciate you having me on.
Awesome. Thanks so much. What a treat there to, again, have top 10 finisher from last year's Ironman 70.3, giving us some of those insights. He's also a coach, and he's also a triathlon team manager. Like, he does it all, and it's great to have him take time to spend with us here as we watch this great race. Matt, this is interesting because I think he mentioned a name we hadn't talked about for a while, Lindsay Corbin. You tell me where you see her. Does she still have the legs and the wherewithal to come run her way into, say, top 5, get herself into a nice spot and grab her Kona spot?
I think so, for sure. And it's it's been a while for her to have, since she's had a great marathon just with the pandemic and that. So I think she has to have some self-confidence to do so. But the last time you checked, she was 5 minutes out of 5th place. But in that 3rd through 5th place or 2nd through 5th place, it's always a numbers game. Like, you never wish it upon any, but at least one of those athletes is going to take themselves out of the game, right? They're going to walk, or it's going to be a situation. Here we go, Kelly Phil now running through transition. Maybe it's 2 of those athletes, but there is going to be fading. And if you have an athlete that slows down and runs a 3:15, Lindsay, she's automatic, 3:03, 3:05 if she's running well. So definitely has the opportunity, and I think, big Lindsay fans, as I'm one of them, certainly hopes that she has those running legs when she gets off the bike.
Big fan. Here we go. You saw Kelly Phil now putting pedal to the metal here, and we've got Sky Munch. We've got a great race on the men's and women's sides. Stay with us for more exciting action in a minute.
thing John Morant has? That's a hypervolt. That thing he uses to warm up and stay loose before he throws it down. That thing Tony Finau uses on course between shots. Ooh, that's money. That thing Robin and I use before and after we're on the bike so we can ride harder tomorrow. That thing Erlen Holland uses before smashing it into the back of the net. That thing that's for everyone. The Hypervolt from Hyper Ice. Give your body the daily relief it's been asking for.
And right back in action on the Hoka Run course, lap 1 of 3. The leader for today, Sky Monch. She has been out front for as long as I can remember. She came into T1 a tiny bit behind Britt Vogt, and then she got in front of her, and as well, she got in front of Leslie Smith, and she hasn't looked back, so nearly a wire-to-wire performance so far. And I'd say this, she looks awesome. She has that really classic Ironman stride. The stride length is super short. The turnover and that rate is very high. So ultimately, she's just really rocking and rolling. And I want to say this as well, as we take a look at these excuse me, transition times. The fastest combined transitions times brought to you, of course, by Morton. Kelly, looks like Kelly Philnow had the fastest of the combo. So Kelly Philnow out in 7:51, Sky Monch in 8:15 total. And then looks like we had Jen Annett in third, but thanks to Morton for putting those stats together for us and sharing those transition races.
Yeah, pretty cool. That's a fair amount of time to be in transition, and it makes it different. Do the math. You know, you got some time to make up there.
Yeah, if you're 8:08 or 8:06, you're bumming. Or if you're not, just miss
totally.
a barrier because you spent that much time in training. But you know what? It's cool. This venue really works because it has a challenge of an actual substantial and noteworthy transition.
Yeah, that's cool.
A great swim, great bike, great run, and then two transitions that make you work.
Yeah, and we have Sky going through the first checkpoint, 1.2 miles, average pace, 6:37. So she's definitely putting the effort in. We did see the men go through those splits in a pretty quick time as well. You know, if that mat's 100 feet off, it's going to be a little bit quick. So those times might be a little bit faster than actual running pace, but pretty darn close. So we'll see on the way back from that where Sky's at and what her gap is on the chasers, because that's the important thing. But we're back with visuals of our men's race. Upper left-hand side of the screen, that's Matt Hansen. And you asked me this question a little bit ago, about an hour ago, Michael, and you said, at mile 10, tell me if Matt looks the same as he did now. And yeah, turns out he does.
Turns out, yes. Just kind of a quick adjustment of the glasses, adjustment of the headband, and check the hat. But he really is just a machine right now, and that's a compliment. He's just executing very little change, just precision, right? Just running the rate he wants to run. Questions come back. Could he run faster if he didn't go out so fast, or would he run slower? His style, his approach is to I think push up to the barrier of what feels right, stay there, and just let that barrier slow, right? So in other words, run 5:44s because that feels right, and then if that slows to 6:10 or 6:30, that's what feels right. Keep the gas on. Others will say, I'm not going to run faster than this pace for this long, and then change to that. I like his approach, because you can't ever factor what might happen down the road.
For sure. And then some of the men's splits have come through, and I think Luciano Taccone might have been upset that all we're doing is talk about Trevor.
Yeah, he got mad.
Yeah, he's now put almost a minute into Trevor. So our fastest runner out on the course, besides our leader, Matt Hansen, is Taccone. So he's running himself in a position where he might be able to reach that podium. But again, on screen, the woman who is dominating today from a start to this point of the run is Sky Monch, absolutely destroying the field. And it's not like she overbiked, because she's looks really, really good on that run.
Well, yeah, and it's funny. I'll point out that early on in the day, Matt, we were discussing this course, and you addressed it with the 4,000 feet of climbing, and you pretty much said women are going to ride 440. It's pretty much spot on with what she did. And I think that if she had outbiked or overbiked, that would have reflected the time. That would have been a 4:30.
Right.
She didn't. She probably had 5 minutes in her.
I think you're right.
And that's a great, because why not now see what you can do on the run with no pressure. So if she goes out 6:30s and blows and comes back in 7:30s, it's still a 3:01. Maybe not though. Maybe she holds these for a little bit longer and really cranks out that 2:52 to 2:58. Which would be fantastic in these conditions.
Yeah, and I think that's a good tactic. And again, if she's thinking about prepping for world champs, I think that going out hard, settling in, and then going hard again, but then settling before the end is a pretty smart move, because I think at the end of a race like Kona, there's like one or two athletes that are like really putting gas in and making big moves in the women's race. Really just Daniela. Lucy Charles has made some good moves, as Sarah Crowley, but it's generally, if it's a move, it's generally holding current pace, and it looks like a move because everybody's fading, right? So I think you're still kind of have a similar, situation if you let yourself ease in to with the last 5 or 10 miles of a course like this. It's not that dissimilar from a race like Kona, except the furnace isn't turned up and the whole world's not watching. But I do think she's setting herself up for a pretty great simulation for her to just try to get the best out of herself.
Yeah, you know what? Real similar to Matt. Real similar to Matt Hansen. Just come in here and trying to the best of my ability, kind of get a Kona practice and not belittling the importance or the significance of this race, really contributing to it, saying this is an unbelievable high-level dry run for something that is very important later in the fall. And I think acknowledging she's not had a pro Kona race, and Matt has never had the Kona race that is on par with his other races around the world. And so kudos to these athletes for coming out here and just going for it. Gosh, what becomes so difficult, you made me think of something, is making a move. What's the difference between making a move and holding on to a pace? Like who slows down less? And so Matt Hansen's approach is, if we're all going to slow down, why not start at 5:44? Why not start really fast?
No, and I think that's right. I think a lot of times, people do observe these air quotes moves as like a big attack, but it's actually just the athlete that hasn't been running as hard as everybody else or hasn't been riding as hard as everybody else, and they're just holding to it. Here we go. We see Jenna Nett on the out and back section passing one of our male pros, and she looks great.
She does. She looks awesome.
Really,
I would say so.
Really good. And this is not, if you showed me a picture of this woman running, I wouldn't say that's the Uber cyclist.
Yeah.
Right?
Exactly.
Like, she looks awesome.
Yeah, she really does. Yeah, she looks great and controlled. No tension that you kind of look to avoid. She just looks smooth and fluid. Again, real similar to Sky in that she has a quick, short stride that's super efficient for this kind of race. But yeah, I think she's doing great, and it'll be fun to see them catch a glimpse of one another as they pass each other on the on this inbound section. Coming right up here, as you can see, a motorbike coming into town. So let's take a look at the body language here. Let's see who glances at the watch. Let's see who does what as we follow Jen Ennett, clearly a proud Canadian.
She is. That's a Matt Hansen that she's running by. That's an Ironman Canada tattoo from back in the day. And if, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think like she raced as an age grouper at that race.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
And that's where she's come from, right? So she did a race as an age grouper, got the tattoo, and then she's like, I'll keep trying. And look at her. It's pretty cool.
It's great. And what country, what group of people have such pride in their nation, and rightly so, our friends to the north, the Canadians, and I love it. It's like, it really is a special, we talk about special country with special Ironman, special event there. So, I don't blame her for getting the marks there in ink. So back to our leader on the day. She's been out front, not bored at all, not tired of this. She is pushing along 6 hours and now 12 minutes into this race. She's cruised through 3.5 miles, leaving her a scant 23.5 to go. But man, she's rock solid. I have to say, if you're putting together a top 5 prediction, there's no way you can leave her off your Kona prediction list. I mean, I'm not saying she's going to win it, but you can't leave her out of the top 5 when you've got the Germans, you got Daniela, Hopefully we got Lucy
Yeah.
Charles Barkley.
So
I mean,
that's
she's
fifth.
getting
No
healthy.
room. What about Kat Matthews? Which one are you kicking out?
I'm not kicking anyone out. It's who I'm letting in the door. No, but like you've got to put her in. It's not a lock, but don't you say
Yeah,
she's
totally.
a prediction? Like she's rock solid. Okay, so maybe she ends up sixth, but this is
No, I don't disagree. I don't
Yeah,
disagree. But
this is good.
all that being said, to your point, that women's field in Kona is like there's 3 women that can win that race, and there's probably 8 to 10 that could be on the podium. It's
I'm picking
awesome.
Rachel Joyce.
She's not racing.
I know, but I always pick Rachel Joyce. You know what? It's going to be exciting, and it is. I think if you had to kick someone out, it'll be a favorite because a lot of times now
Sure.
we've got this long lead up and this long build. We're going to be 3 years from the last Kona, and as special as all these races are, missing Kona puts an extra bit of pressure in. Everybody likes to pretend it's just another race, and it's good to trick yourself into believing that. But it's not, and now it's this extra bit of weight that we'll add to it by waiting since 2019. So I think that a favorite is going to just feel like, ugh, you know what I mean? This is a lot, and so we'll look for that.
No, I think
that'd be who bounces.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think you're right. I think you look at the race like St. George. What the hardship of St. George was getting to the start line, right? Like getting to the start line healthy. We had athletes pull out from injury, obviously athletes pulling out from sickness. And I think, as you said, first Kona in a few years, that's going to be the hard part is making sure you get there, knowing that it's that the more competitive of the field, the more you're going to put pressure on yourself to maybe overtrain, to maybe try to get too lean, whatever that thing is, but you're putting yourself more on razor's edge. The harder the field is going to be, so more risk of that as we see Jenna Nett go through the 1.2 mile mark, losing just about a minute and 20 seconds to Sky Monch.
Whenever we had Nick Chase on earlier, it had me thinking about. He said the neck getting tight in the one of those athletes. I thought, well, that's commentary language there, getting tight in the neck.
Yeah.
I mean, isn't that what we see? We see our necks tighten up or our quads tighten up.
Yeah,
I'm
for
starting
sure.
to feel that now.
Yeah, I
in
see
the
it.
meantime, we're looking at Matt Hansen absolutely dominate today. Will he get a PR? I don't know. But I will say this. A lot of you will be inspired to find your own PR. Well, guess what? The valley of the PR, where your personal record and your personal getaway intersect. Where's that? The iconic Ironman destination of Ironman, Arizona. It delivers an unforgettable racing experience featuring urban charm and scenic desert vistas, including a ride through Arizona Indian country. Those of you seeking a speedy race will find it on this flat, fast, and record-breaking course. Those seeking a late-season racecation will find world-renowned resorts and legendary Southwestern hospitality just minutes away from the race venue. It's 90% sold out, Ironman Arizona. Register today at Ironman.com and lock in your spot on that beautiful start line.
Yeah, awesome race, awesome venue. As you said, great place to bring family and friends, and as you said, great place to try to get that PR. I don't know that Hansen's going to get that PR today. He had the fastest Ironman time there at the Woodlands for a while. I think little things like transition will keep this course to be a little bit slower, even though he's having a fantastic day out there. But Matt Hansen still running away from the field.
Did you know that Faris Al Sultan from Germany won Ironman Arizona the inaugural year in 2005 and later went on to win Ironman Hawaii?
I did, yeah.
Did you know that? You did know that. Okay, good. Just wanted to make sure.
Yeah.
Moving on. We're talking about this race, but when you bring up Ironman Arizona, a lot of memories flood back. And that race, it really is.
It's iconic.
It's iconic now. And it's hard to believe it's 17 years, 18 years, but the reality is it's a great, easy to get to race in the U.S., and it is really a fun place to go visit.
Yeah.
All that stuff's true. So I imagine that'll be where you make your comeback.
Maybe. My brother got run down there very close to the end. I think.
Run down. That sounded like for a second, I thought, that's horrible. I'm really sorry. Is he okay? But you caught is
caught. So 1.9 miles through women's race, we have Kelly Philnaw went through 17:02 behind, so she's just a few minutes back, 2 minutes back from Jenna Nett. Leslie Smith went through 18:32 back. That's 90 seconds back from Kelly. And Susie Cheatham went through just 4 seconds behind Leslie. So it's getting tight up front in the women's race in this marathon.
Getting super tight. And here we are running along with Matt Hansen, and he is, I'll say this, looking exactly the same as he did when he started the race. Same little bit of vertical oscillation we're used to, a little bit of side to side. He's using everything he can to get in here and crank out that 241 run split that we promised he would deliver. At least I did. And as we kind of check in, what do you think, Matt? Is he slowing down?
He is not slowing down. He's through 11.3 miles at 108.46, so pretty darn quick. He's going to go through that half at a split neither you or I could run a straight half marathon in.
Excuse me?
Yeah, I'm going to push you in that. But T.O. is 4:20 behind our leader, 111.50 through that split, and Andre Lopez is 7 minutes down, so 2:40 down from T.O. So that shrink of that gap between T.O. and Andre has stabilized. Andre only pulling 8 seconds back a mile for the last little bit out of T.O.
Whatever he does is half marathon in, I'm going to do it just to prove you wrong.
I would like to see you try.
But it will be open, and there will be full resting and tapering and training.
Okay, deal.
It'll be a fun little side bet.
Let's do it.
Moving back to, and then people at home are thinking, could they please just talk about Sky Moines? Well, yes, we can. Here she is, and wow, that quick turnover, it's fun to see from the side because we've been seeing a lot of overhead and back shots. This one, look how rapid. I mean, check that cadence, count it out. She is rolling, and also very little inefficiencies in her stride. Just really nice to watch, just really cranking along. I feel like she looks fantastic.
Yeah, no, she really does. She looks comfortable, but she, in a space where you can tell she's still driving. In her face, she's still pushing herself through some effort. She's not letting herself just kind of cruise at whatever pace she's getting. So continuing to put that effort in and continuing to put time into the field. The closest runner to her pace-wise is actually Susie Cheatham and Kelly Philnaugh actually running the same pace,
Nice.
going through 13:49, 1.2 or 1.9 miles, excuse me. Lindsey Corbin hasn't gone through that split yet. She's going to be disappointed to see Susie be one of the ones running better, kind of at that closer range for her to grab. But those top five running well. A little surprising. We kept hyping up Leslie Smith just 2 miles in, so a runner is going to let themselves maybe run into it a little bit, but she's lost 25 seconds to both Kelly Philnaugh and Susie Cheatham and not put that much time into Jen Annette. So right now, Kelly Philnaugh in third place.
And don't we all hit that spot where it's just kind of like, oh, man, as much as we talk about the athletes that love a good, hot, hard run, then the reality comes, you still have to deal with it. You get in there and it's like, oh, man. And some days you're 90%. That's not enough. You need 100.
Totally. And some days you're 5% off on your nutrition and it doesn't work, right? Like the margins are a lot tighter when you've got conditions that are tough or when you've got athletes that are pushing you to kind of that edge. It's
That's right.
You can always do your best if you're going 10% slower than you can, or if you're have the ability to eat as much as you want. It's cool temperature, but it's when it's hot, when somebody's pushing your pace and maybe you drop a bottle or something, that's when the tough times come.
That's right. That's right. And I tell you what, we're watching here from the side, another great shot of this champ. We're trying to see if Sky Mensch can come in here and add another Ironman title to her credit. But not just that, she wants to come in here and remind everyone who just watched Laura Philipp torch that world's best over in Hamburg at 8:18 that she's a contender as well. I'll say this, when I opened up that results, I don't know what you thought, 8:18 with a 2:45 run.
Crazy.
I thought, am I looking at some fella that won a race, or is this? I mean, realistically, the women's times incredible. I mean, the men are going way faster too, but don't you feel like that's kind of like a quantum leap there to hit that kind of time?
No, it really is, and I think it's awesome to see because I think that the bar just keeps getting raised. I mean, it wasn't that long ago, excuse me, that women were winning Kona, not often, but with like a 3:10 marathon, right? And now it's like if you're not 3 hours flat, you're not in the top 5, top 8, right? Like, and even at that point, you have to have a pretty transcendent swim bike to be able to do that. So the level that these women are pushing themselves or each other to is remarkable. Speaking of, through 4.5 miles, Sky Moines has gone through just under 32 minutes. Michael, that's 6:36 pace. through
Gosh,
4.5 miles.
and that's holding. She was 6:37 for
Yes.
the first. So she's holding. Right now, it doesn't look like Jen Ennett is holding the quickness. She looks light on her feet, loose through the shoulders, a little bit slower turnover.
Yeah, she's on the ground a little longer.
There you go.
Yeah.
Perfect. Yeah.
Yeah, and again, a nice shot from above through this awesome little beltway. We got Matt Hansen running smooth, running well. Looking at his most recent split, he's gone through 12.9 miles. We'll call that half marathon in a 1:19:28. I think you got it. I think you can do that one. But that is a quick pace. I think he went out a little bit faster than that, so I do think he's slowing just a touch. I mean, if it puts it in perspective, what we just said Sky went through in 6:35, 6:36 in 4.5 miles, Matt Hansen has gone through 12.9 miles at just 6:17.
It puts it in
crazy.
perspective. Yeah, pretty fantastic. Hey, there you go. It's fun to see. We have now witnessed Lindsey Corbin, fan favorite, popping up onto the leaderboard really for the first time with a notable time there, and that's cool to see. I also want to just give a little extra. I don't feel like we've given Kelly Philnow nearly enough credit today. We talked about her, and Marinda Carfrae certainly gave her a nice nod from her Chattanooga performance. But I have to say, she's not someone that we put at the top of our notable list. And she obviously deserves to be there, really consistently holding on to that third place spot right now as we watch. And look, Smith, Cheatham, Corbin, those are the ones we talked about. She's in front of them all right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And did it pretty darn quickly. Wasn't intimidated by those other athletes and, rode up to some of them. And then early on the run, just got in and started running her pace and is running really, really quickly. And I think maybe putting some athletes on the back foot. And I'm really looking forward to this next split for the women's race. I think it's going to be pretty telling about the Kona qual. And I think right around that 3.5 mile mark, you can tell if somebody's energy is there at all or if it's not, right? So I think we'll be able to see if it's one or if it's two of those athletes in the top 5 or top 6 that maybe just don't have it on the day. We'll be able to tell in a few minutes.
There you go. I think you're right. And, there we go. We can kind of also give a little credit here. Now we're watching Matt Russell kind of chisel out some good miles. Back here on point here with Tim O'Donnell. There's a signature kind of slight head lean to the left.
Yep.
Focused, kind of, am I in pain or do I love this? It's a bit of a poker face.
Yeah, I'd say so. I'd say he looks pretty good.
I do too.
Yeah, he looks comfortable, and it looks like Tim looks, and I'd say he looks pretty fast when he's rolling that way. So he's settled in. We can see his splits there going through 12.9 miles, 5 minutes down, I believe. So looking at those splits, he's obviously doing pretty well. 5:22 down to be exact, 6:45 through that last split. So Tio holding well. Last time we saw Andre Lopez, who was the closest chaser behind it, was 2:40. And I think you'd expect to see Tio trying to go out in a pace that he thinks he can hold. So I don't see him doing like a big fade.
I agree with you. And I think that, again, we'll come back to Tim O'Donnell 2.5 years ago almost on top, right? Second in the world 2.5 years ago. And look how much changes. A year and a half later, and he's suffering a very, very scary heart attack in a race. And not to dwell too much on it, but that was just a year ago. And now off of that, he is obviously operating from a point of gratitude, joy, all very competitive, don't get me wrong, very still much out for blood and wanting to get that Kona slot, but I think it's cool to see that he's managed to come full circle, delivering, about to turn 42 this fall, and just really still loving it, and at a very competitive state. He looks fantastic, and gosh, if he runs a 2:45 or 2:47, it's going to be an second best he's ever run, and it's going to be great.
For sure. And I think maybe the heat is catching up a little bit, or maybe the undulations of this course, but I'm seeing more of like a 251, 252
I think you're right.
At a TO at this point, if he holds on. Andre Lopez has actually pulled a little bit more time back on TO through that 12.9 mile mark. So Andre is 7:08 behind the leader, T.O. being 5:22. So math would tell me that's about 1 minute and 45 seconds from T.O. to Andre. So that's not a comfortable gap. That is walking 2 or 3 aid stations, right? Like it's not a ton. So T.O. needs to stay on it. He's not able to kind of really mail it in or settle into too comfortable of a pace. You know, if he stays on it, you know, it's one of these people, we always talk about a poker match. It's like, who can, there we see Rennie yelling at him as he goes by. It's who slows down the last, right? Like, you know, I'm going to run this pace till mile 20, and then I'm going to cut 20 seconds a mile off, hoping that the other guy gives up first.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. Yeah,
that's the fun part of it, and the not fun part of it is when you talk to the guys after, and they're like, "Oh man, if you held that pace for 10 more seconds, I was gonna start walking." Oh no, really?
You're like, I was that close. Yeah, fun stuff. All of the emotional warfare that goes on, we'll call it that, the psychological battles. But no, and you know what? That perspective too, right there from above. It does kind of give us a view that the stride length has shortened. So as efficient, as quick as he looks, the stride length, he's not getting as much extension out the back. And you know what? That's logical. That's normal. You said it pretty well earlier, Matt. They got to get reacquainted with an Ironman marathon, and that doesn't feel easy.
Totally. And I think the important thing for T.O. here, and I'm not going to give any excuses for T.O. if he slows down, but you have to, when you're an athlete that's this competitive and you put yourself at the front of a race, maybe when you might not have expected to be there, you have to hold yourself accountable to giving yourself some slack.
That's true.
Right? Like, you have to be like, whoa. My goal was to be good in Kona. My goal here was to get a Kona spot. I'm well within it. Let's not push it. Let's do what we need to do. Let's not let ego be like, I'm going to go to the well to try to get second place, right?
Yeah,
like,
get the job done.
Yeah.
Do what you came to do, and he's doing that in style. And also, you know what? Because when you're training with Matt Hansen, who did just come off a disappointing Ironman, you know, you're in there in the long rides, chit-chatting with your friend.
Right.
You know he's saying, man, like, I got to redeem myself. I feel a huge letdown. And so you know the place that Matt's coming from, you being Tim. So Tim's experiencing that, and he also knows, look, I'm up against a guy who came here to prove something, and I kind of came here to win, but I came here to get my slot.
Well, and Matt has nothing to lose. He can blow up, still get his Kona spot. His season stays the same. Maybe he doesn't get this race, doesn't get that $25,000, where T.O., you know, if he goes out too hard, he loses that Kona spot. And that's, you know, in our sport, it's super important. Like, it's a relevancy. You know, that's probably going to feel to T.O. like the actual comeback spot. You know, you're second there.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. I think you're right.
He's going to feel like he's back when he's able to swap holes at the front of that race and be like, oh, shoot, I was almost dead a little bit ago. That's pretty crazy, right?
Yeah.
So pretty amazing stuff from him. Pretty amazing stuff from the woman on screen right now, being super efficient, going through those aid stations, not skipping a beat when it comes to that. And if anything, it looks like she's speeding up. You know, her turnover is great, and she is not slowing down. Neither are we. So we will see you on the other side of this break.
There's this beautiful moment in time when neither foot is touching the ground. We are free of gravity and weight, moving above the doubts, past limits. When we are light, transformed, and hopeful. And if we were to collect all these moments, join them together, well, this is when anything becomes possible. This is when we fly.
Throughout my career, people have doubted my ability, and I've had it even more so when I've come into triathlon. I think this year will be very different. There will be bigger expectations on me. I love the way that I race. With my swim background, I'm almost in the driving seat from the gun. I'm the person that everyone is chasing. I want to be the best, and I'm willing to work as hard as possible to get there.
And right here, right now, in the downtown Des Moines area, we've got a lot of good. I was just trying to take a quick pause here. I thought I saw in the side there. It's not, though. It's Sky Mensch here running along, Sky Mensch, and she is cranking it. It's tough for me to change the way I say her name now that I know what it really is. But either way, look at her go. Like, man, she is absolutely making a statement to the world. And again, on the heels of Laura Philipp doing damage in Hamburg a week ago, she is doing the same kind of damage here. So she's saying, you know what? Yeah, I could have done something like that over there in Hamburg where it's a little faster, a little better weather. I'm in the heat here cranking out essentially a 252, 253 pace for as long as I can. Great stuff. I love what I'm seeing.
Absolutely. And woman on screen here, Jen Annette, rolling through the 4.5 mile mark at 7-minute average pace, 34:20. So just lost a few more minutes, 16 minutes 13 down from our leader, Sky Monch. And it does look like, as you said, Michael, the turnover's slowing a little bit. She's kind of in the backseat just a tiny bit, but still looking good.
Tell you what, here you are plugging along 6 hours, 34 minutes into this race for the women, and you're wondering how we got here. Well, let me tell you, a while back on this run course, as we got going 3 laps of the Hoka course, well, this is how it began. Matt Hansen, he stamped his authority on this race with a quick transition, getting geared up and ready to go. Went out at 5:44 pace through 2 miles. Tim O'Donnell almost matching at 5:52 pace for those 2 miles. And then they both cooled their jets ever so slightly, but they kept the gas on and have continued to do so. First place, Matt Hansen. Second place, Tim O'Donnell, all the way now through these first 13-plus miles. And it started to say, hey, is it only a 2-man show? Well, you would be wise to think that, but there was some talent behind by the name of Andre Lopez chasing Jesper Svensson as well. And the women, though, how about Sky Monch? She came off the bike with a massive lead, and she did not approach the run with comfort. She said, you know what? I'm going to continue to break some souls and to crush some dreams. And she's been doing that all day long. Look at her on the side of the road there. Jen Annett trying to get close, but not quite making it.
Yeah, no, I mean, and she's doing all she can. As we said, or as I said earlier, she's, her job is to hold on to that second position. And if something happens to Sky, or Sky puts herself in a position where she fades, then she needs to capitalize. And women are now through, or more of our women, are through that 4.5 mile mark. We have Kelly Philnow has gone through in third place, actually losing a tiny bit of time to Jen Annett, just not closing anymore. So she is about 2 minutes down from Jen Annett. Leslie Smith has started to find her legs. So she's now running 6:42 pace through that last split. She's 18:42 down, so pretty close to Kelly Philnow at this point. So Kelly's got some work cut out for her because Leslie knows how to run. And it does look, by the way, her splits have progressed, that she's found those legs.
I loved seeing that just a minute ago. You got a quick glimpse of Sky Monch giving a little thumbs up to one of those spectators on the side, and just a little show of presence, a little show of gratitude there for the support she's getting from the sidelines. As we watch one of those quad-burning downhills, doesn't look like much right now, and it probably isn't too much, but on lap 3, coming down this little downhill, Matt, I know you can feel that pain that Matt's going through right now as he wraps around that classic Des Moines mural there on the side. Cheers, it says, or we can stick with what Andre Lopez said, Des Moines. I kind of like that, it's just got a nice little flair.
I like the ring of it too, for sure. But yeah, no, Matt looks good. But, one thing about that run style, when you start to get in the later stages of the run, especially when you get some of these undulations, you can see that it looks a little bit more labored. He's on the foot a little bit more, but I'm not going to critique it because he could run backwards faster than I could ever run. But it does look like
talking to you,
the effort. Yeah,
Come
exactly.
on. Come on now, Leo. You've got this.
Keep up.
Yeah, what a guy, and a lot of folks. I mean, he's got a good roster of athletes he coaches as well, and he's got all of that team rooting for him, as well as the Julie Dibbins crew who train with him on a daily basis. Of course, pulling for him, and like we said, coming from Iowa, getting a lot of support from the Iowa crowd, and just I think really just jamming here today.
No, he absolutely is, making sure, as you noticed earlier, he's got that little head cooling device underneath his hat, special cells there to make sure you stay as cool, or at least feels as cool as possible when you're in this heat and this humidity. Certainly important. Often that humidity isn't necessarily at a certain point going to affect you too much, but it's just that mental, like if you feel cooler, it's a bit of a placebo effect that you're actually going to, respond to that. Certainly cooling is important, but I think a lot of that, it comes down to just how you feel.
That's right. And it's important to feel something. You got to feel good. Great little shot there. Some folks kind of in awe as they watch this 5-time Ironman champ rock and roll through the streets of Des Moines, and giving him a couple of screams, shouts, and applause as he goes. I think right now he's full in the zone, and he's not quite to that point. Probably an hour of racing left, and he's not quite to that point where you're just sort of on the dead zone autopilot. It's more of kind of absorbing it, I would say, still assessing things. And I would say there's pretty close to zero chance we're going to see the collapsing version of a Matt Hansen today. I just think he is spot on and nailing it, as is Sky Monch.
Yeah, it's awesome to see both of our leaders kind of cross paths in one of this out and back section here in downtown Des Moines. Awesome spot for a race, no doubt. And Matt Hansen, taking advantage of kind of that, as you said, little local hospitality, feeling like he's in hometown. And, he should feel at home at a North American Championship, right? Like this is his deal, man. And that's what's so funny. And I think what has been confusing or hard for, critics or, people in the media and ourselves to get our head around why he doesn't perform at World Champs, because he's so good on that one day for North American Champs. Like, he knows how to build for one specific day. He just hasn't done it. And what he's doing here today is he's trying to put a little bit more, or a few more tools together, a few more in his bag to be able to kind of knock that off.
Yeah, that's right. And I think, the only question I would have is, we'll see the finish time here. And if you take that finish time on a hot, humid, rolling kind of hills day, if he could take the mentality of, I'm just going to do that in Kona.
Yeah.
If he could actually put that and say, you know what, regardless of how it comes about, if it's 7:55, if it's 8:05,
right,
either one of those, put that in Kona, just put that performance together, just swim 50 minutes. But I know this is an easy if, but the point is, I think what happens is, this is my only answer, you dominate like that all across the U.S., and then you try and go into Kona and do something different.
Right, totally.
Maybe don't. Maybe, he's getting the skills now, going out hard, but maybe just go in there and run a 2:35 or 2:40.
Yeah, just do that.
I mean, this is what they're doing, right?
No,
So
I know.
but I feel like what happens is he doesn't do those performances in Kona because he's trying for something else.
I think you might be right. I also think the thing that's hard, and I think what he was working on now with the swim and the bike combo today, is I think if in Kona he gets on the run anywhere close to the top 10 or top 15, he takes care of it.
Yeah.
But he's never gotten there. Like,
he
just needs to get there. I mean,
Yeah.
and I say top 15, top 20. I mean, you saw what Pete Jacobs has done, in the past, and like I think he got off 30th or something and ran his way into the top 10. Like, this athlete is one that can do that. So he just needs to put himself somewhere in the ballpark, and I think that's what he's working on today.
I agree. Yeah, he's got to believe. And again, what's the goal? Would he be happy with an 8th, 9th, or 10th, or is he only going to be happy if he's podium?
Totally.
I would aim. You know what? I'm not the coach, but I think it'd be cool because we've never seen him in an 8th, 9th, or 10th. Get there and then do your top 5 the next year, because that's how you know you can do it.
You almost always see that before the podium, as we see T.O. pass Sky.
Yep.
Before the podium, they've got that one where they put it together. Like Hoffman put one together, was like 9th. Then he was, getting on the podium and getting himself in those positions. T.O. might have actually had a bigger jump through that. I don't remember him being in like the top 10 before he was on the podium, but I'll have to look through the sheets on that. But one thing, I'm sure Julie is going to text us, but you are not his coach. Just want to
Thank goodness.
reiterate.
Well, there's one thing that I don't do is I talk about the pros. I don't try and coach them. Julie, she takes care of that for us. And here's the story. Another great overhead shot. You're going to be able to look down and see folks that are kind of coming out, starting to get ready. Everybody, I think, is ahead of our predictions, and we sent predictions out, didn't we, to the town and to everyone in the media saying, here's when we think they're going to go, here's the times we're going to see. These guys are blowing those times away to some extent, and Matt Hansen certainly is. Look at that. Lap 2, lap 3, and then finish only. So as he gets ready to wrap around here and head out for another lap, the last one that he has to do, it's going to feel pretty good. here's where it comes back again to that psychological approach, Matt. We talked about this. You were saying go from 4-mile segments or 5-mile segments or whatever your segment is, a mile or two. Now he's really come down to the last piece, which is a whole lap, right? He's got to go back out to the park and come back here and finish. So this is when you start to say, okay, this is a very, very small piece of my life, right? If you chisel it down into, right? Or the year, or like make it small, right?
Sure.
I mean, turn it into a centimeter amongst miles.
Yeah, no, I think that's smart. And those distances and the games you play with yourself become shorter and more frequent the closer you get to the finish line, right? You're like, oh man, especially if you're like fighting for money, be like, is it worth going really hard for an extra $1,000 if I stay in front of this guy or whatever it is, right? Like you got to play little games to motivate. And honestly, the motivation, I think the people in the hardest position are Matt and Sky because they're in the front, right? So like you have to continue to check in with yourself. Hey, am I going as fast as I could? If there was somebody on my heels, would I be pushing it a little bit more? If we're here to prove something and to prepare for world champs, those two athletes have to like every minute be checking in. Like, am I doing what I came here for? Am I continuing to push? Where the athletes behind are like chasing somebody, trying to keep somebody from catching them. It's a little bit easier to find that goal.
Here's where I'm going to try. I agree with you there, and I'm going to try and get into the head of Coach Julie Dibbins.
Yeah.
And I'll say this. You know what the best advice she gave him? This comes from a good friend of mine by the name of Dave. She probably said this to him, Matt, get in front of everyone and don't let anyone pass you. Because really, if you can execute that strategy, you can't lose. Get in front of everyone and don't let them pass you. If she said that, he's executing exactly what she said, which is fantastic.
Yeah,
don't let him pass you.
If you've run 2:35 or whatever, it's easy. That's an easy one to say. But on screen right now, one of our runners we've been talking about all day looks like she just passed, if I'm right, Kelly Philnow, who was in the back of that shot. Yep, that's Kelly. So that is Leslie Smith. That's just past Kelly Philnow. See if we can get a split. But she's moved herself into third place and is running well. She's going to probably go through that 7.2-mile split here in a little bit after Jenna Nett does. But she's found that running stride, and she's moving quite well.
She's definitely looking strong. A little bit of a limp. I see a little bit of that limp probably as a natural part of her form. I don't feel like anything's developed.
I think it is.
I think she's just got that kind of hitch, rolling along well. Same thing we saw with Kelly Philnow. But it's great to see Leslie Smith. She trains hard up in Boulder, Colorado, and prepares well for these racers. It's not uncommon to see her out in the heat of the day just cranking out a nice hard run there. You see her. I don't think she's really one for the big training groups. I mean, she certainly values some training partners, but you see her a lot on her own, just out there getting the work done. Really loves the sport, really kind of, as she said, trying to represent and rock it for her home state here of Iowa. And there's that little quad buster I told you about. You can see it's not that big of a deal right now, although she's gingerly going down it. This thing hurts. Downhills really hurt in Ironman races as they do in most marathons, but goodness gracious, would she slow down? I can't even believe it. Sky Moines, you look amazing. We'll see you in a minute. Keep doing what you're doing.
Whether it's on the road or in the pool, your activity has high demands. Rooted in sweat and grounded in science, we understand your unique fueling needs. That is why we created formulas just for you, endurance athletes, helping you replace what you're losing and keeping you fueled. And there's nowhere we'd rather be than with you along this journey, because together we are formulated for farther. From the creators of Gatorade, Gatorade Endurance, formulated for you, formulated for farther.
And there she is in a comfortable position, and a position we're used to seeing her in. It's Sky Moines leading the race here in Des Moines. And if anything, it looks like that stride is opening up, and she's continuing to to put her best foot forward, so to speak, having a great race and getting the best out of herself. Not that the other pros, Michael, aren't pushing her, but again, she's kind of in her own zip code at this point.
She totally is. She's crushing it. This one, it absolutely comes down to sort of self-accountability.
Yep.
She came here with a goal in mind, and whether or not she wanted to put those times or those places or those finish anything out there is irrelevant. She came in her mind saying, here's what I'm capable of, here's what I'm going to do. And I will keep mentioning the other performances that we're seeing, namely Laura Philipp, who didn't show up in St. George due to COVID, and she showed up in Hamburg and just lit it up. Not pressed either, not under any sort of pressure there.
Totally.
So now that's what Sky's doing. She said, well, I can do that too. And I'm just impressed because right now these run splits and the way that she is cranking it right now, it's just very, very, very impressive.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think a great point bringing up the Laura Philipp result, because I do think, maybe Sky looked at that and said, it's clear that Laura did that because she had something to prove.
Yes.
She, in her mind, knew she was in a spot where she could contend even Reef, right? Like she was putting herself in a position to beat Reef and Lucy Charles Barclay on their best days.
Got it.
And then she was sick and couldn't race. So she went and she, again, had to, it's self-accountability, show herself that she could do it. And this guy's like, you know what? She doesn't have a chip on her shoulder, but, she can go in there and, push a pace and find something new. T.O., still running great.
He is running great, but there's some troubling news for Tim O'Donnell fans. Andre Lopez at 16.5 miles has chiseled it down to where he's only 25 seconds back. Tim does not look as fluid, and the paces we're seeing from Lopez are much stronger. Not a lot, but 22 seconds, notable at this point. I think what's going to happen is we're going to get to that point where both men will still be in the Kona territory as far as slots go, but we may see a lead change here pretty soon. I mean, it's kind of the up-and-comer and the veteran are about to be shoulder to shoulder based on these splits.
Totally. And again, I think that this is where, T.O. and, again, giving unsolicited advice to Julie Den's clients, but that he hold himself accountable to make sure that if Andre passes him, he continues to ask himself the question, what am I here for? Am I here to respond to something like this? Is this the plan? Okay, then I'll respond to something like this. Am I here to just get my Kona spot and have a smooth run so that I can build on it? If that's the answer, don't get on the shoulder. Don't push yourself if somebody's out there trying to get second place. T.O.'s gotten second place plenty of times. He's had some Ironman victories. Andre, he's the one with the chip on his shoulder. He wants to prove something. On the screen right now, Kelly Philnow, her stride's looking a little bit different, a little bit lopier as far as I can tell from what we saw early on in the run.
She has a signature stride, right? She has a unique stride, and so I think she's slowing. The gait is similar to how she started when in transition, but the pace is definitely down. And you know what? Great for her to keep in there and keep pushing. What I'm excited to see, and coming back to you said, there's Tim O'Donnell on the left, and look at this, 1 cone, 2 cones back. It is the hunter, the man who has everything to gain and nothing to lose. It's his second Ironman, and everyone says, hey, this guy's coming up. He's quite impressive. He's about to come through and pass a true legend now in our sport of Ironman racing, Tim O'Donnell. So it will be fun to watch that. Whether or not Tim, he may need the motivation. He may choose to jump on, but he may also just be like, look, I can actually afford to get past one more time.
Totally.
He's a smart enough guy. He's not going to cost himself, but he's also competitive, right? He wants podium at the worst.
Yeah,
here.
that's the hardest thing if you're in that position, is to hold yourself accountable. It's like every time an athlete is like, hey, I just want to go out and do this race just for fun. Do you want to do it just for fun?
You're a pro athlete.
Yeah, you gotta.
The fun is the byproduct. The competition is the goal.
Totally. So I think, we'll see how T.O. Covers that move or that acceleration, and if Lopez ends up getting up to him, because sometimes we've seen this a bunch. Like, the athlete that's catching isn't always the athlete in the driver's seat. Sometimes that means the athlete in front has just been running an easy pace. I don't think that's necessarily the case here,
No, but you're right.
you never know.
No, you're right. And it also, I mean, the number of times we've seen in these races where an athlete just runs out, or a tactic from the person getting caught plays into the equation. And if you saw Tim accelerate when he was caught, if it meant that much, he could accelerate and really break the will of an Andre Lopez. But I think right now what we'll see is a little bit of gamesmanship, a little bit of fun, and then we have to remember this. Andre Lopez, it's only his second Ironman. He did get a solid result in Cozumel, take that 5th place.
Yeah.
But he still has to finish those final 5 miles, which are the ones that really do hurt. That final 5 or 6 miles, those are the ones that you're really in a painful part, and you're just getting through mentally, kind of processing that discomfort.
No, absolutely, and I think we shouldn't. It's not a guarantee that Andre is going to be able to hold this pace, right? Where we know T.O. isn't going to put himself in a position where he's gonna totally blow up. Wouldn't wish that upon either of them, obviously, but that's what the experience comes into play as we see a great shot of Sky still in the lead of our women's race, running away from all of the chasers, continuing to have the fastest run out there. But Leslie Smith is definitely putting in her run for it. But here it is, Michael. T.O., the veteran, Andre Lopez, the athlete that's trying to get that breakthrough. And, man, they both look good, but Andre looks awesome.
Yeah, for sure. And I think that right now, this is the part where you can kind of say that Tim is being more conservative. And he is saying, I'm not saying he's going easy, but he's got to say, hey, it is what it is. Whereas right now, Andre Lopez is gaining momentum, energy, and enthusiasm with every step, because every step closer to not just anyone, but Tim O'Donnell. This is a guy that is someone I see in the pool every day. This is someone that, trains alongside me at times. I'm catching him. This is a big deal. Andre's gaining from that. What you said a minute ago is, don't forget the little things when you do this. Don't forget that you still need not just to look at the splits. Look at the Morton gels. Look at your Gatorade consumption. Keep the hydration going. You've only gone 17 miles. You still have a long ways to go. This is great. What a step. Keep it going and keep minding your P's and Q's. Don't forget the details.
Absolutely. There you go. These two athletes sharing a little glance, maybe a word or two. But I think those are great points, Michael. And you know who's not going to mess that up? The man on the left of the side of the street.
Yeah, because he came here to execute. And so does it suck to get past? Absolutely. But does that compromise the goal number one, get to Kona? Zero. No, not at all.
There's a lot of internal dialogue going on right now. T.O.'s got the patient T.O. on the left shoulder, the competitive T.O. on the right hand shoulder. I want a transcript when this is done.
Yeah, because look at this leaderboard too. Because Tacone from Argentina is also still kind of plugging along at a really great pace, where he's hitting those 6:10 miles, really still beating everyone in front of him from a pace standpoint on that last split. So there's a big gap. I think you called it 12 or 13 minutes. Don't let that come down, because Tacone very well could come fourth and pick up the pieces of a third if there's an explosion.
Oh, for sure. And the athlete we were talking about, Foley, out of the picture. He's not anywhere in the top 7 or 8 at this point. So he's kind of out of it. But, a lot of movement. Svensson, for anybody that loves being or cheering for the cyclist that goes for it, but gets caught. It's always painful to see a big boy cyclist out there get run down. But he's hanging in there, still out there on the course, doing his thing.
It does actually look like Lopez that's a watch that he has unclipped and is looking at his watch, is holding his watch in the hand, checking the splits, checking the GPS. I was going to say I thought it was one of those long and lean Morton gel packs, which hopefully he does keep track of. Now that we have him on camera, this is what I will watch everything he does in an aid station, what he takes in, because it is essential. It's easy to feel good now.
Do you know what, like, the first thing I'm sure you thought of? Oh, he's holding a watch? Well, that means you can't grab a cup.
Yeah.
It means you can't grab a gel, right? Like, that's That's important.
He just put it into his right hand, coming up in an aid station. But I agree, tuck that somewhere or strap it on. I think they're designed to wear on the wrist. You never know, and I like to chuckle because either he can't, the thing came undone, or he prefers to look at it flat. But either way you slice it, he's got one hand holding a watch, and so he's got to use the other one to get his aid. I'm not too worried. No. I want to see him take stuff in.
For sure. No, he looks great.
Gap.
I mean, we haven't, it's a huge gap. We haven't been able to see him running or what he looked at early, but I can't imagine he looked any better early than he does now. I mean, that super long stride, really good heel kick, and, comfortable. His shoulders don't sway side to side. I mean, he looks great, and he's pressing. Like, he's not, okay, I'm into second. This is good. He's like, okay, I need to get further away from the chasers and do the best I can. But he looks comfortable, and bravo. Like I said, that the position he was in to get dropped from a group on the bike and then be in no man's land and not like kind of lose it and not be defeated or feel like you're on an off day and just be like, no, those guys are better than me at this point of the bike, and come back and to run back in a second is an athlete with more experience would have trouble doing that.
Yeah, it's well said. And you know what? It's fun to watch because he did have, as we talked about, the first Ironman in Cozumel last fall, where he did make kind of a rookie error where you didn't pay attention to the course and you lost position, or you were a little bit strung out and light on energy and just made a bad call. Either way, he bounced from third to fifth. And still to get fifth in your first Ironman in a good field on a good day. Blumenfeld won, by the way. It wasn't like he was racing chump change. That was
totally.
Blumenfeld's first Ironman on that day. So we'll say this: Andre Lopez has gone from promise to power here today, and I think he's got a lot to build on. But he's doing a great job.
Yeah, absolutely, great stuff. So we got more women through the 7.2 mile mark. Jenna Nett still 17:30 down. Leslie Smith moving a little bit closer, just a minute 42 down from Jen. Kelly Phil now has dropped off the pace a little bit, 35 seconds behind Leslie Smith. And Susie Cheatham running well, strong, and she is just 2 minutes behind Kelly Phil now. The next athlete through will be Lindsay Corbin. She, to this point, has been running about 5 minutes down consistently. But, a little bit of changes, and I think you're going to see some more through that second and fifth, maybe second through sixth place. We're going to see some position swaps before we get done with this race today.
I love this section of the bridge here as we get to watch these guys. Raccoon River, Grays Lake, all the signature sites here in Des Moines. This man, Matt Hansen, has done an exceptional job of just taking the bull by the horns. Hey, let's say this. Race plan, schmace plan. We don't know what he was doing, but he's winning the race. So either way, the result is what he came here to do. Try something new, get up front, stay there, and don't let anyone pass you. So Matt Hansen in first place. See you in a minute. We are back here in Des Moines with Matt Hansen. This man, the captain, the leader of Matt Hansen Racing, is crushing it. I bet he's got a whole host of folks that he coaches that are behind him. That's because everyone's behind him, Matt. He is rolling through and getting back out to the park. When he gets out there and to transition zone, he's going to turn for his final lap of this 3-lap Hoka Run course. And that final lap takes him to downtown Des Moines, where he gets to crown himself, all disasters notwithstanding, champion of this race. So I just, we don't want to get ahead of ourselves, just in case. I mean, I believe this guy's got it locked up, but never say never.
Absolutely. There's a reason we do the race. We're out on course. An athlete that is actually physically out on course. Back with us is Mirinda Carfrey, cheering on her husband. How's it going, Mirinda?
It's going great. You can call me Rinny, your roving reporter.
Roving Rinny.
Roving reporter, Rinny?
Yes. That's
love
it.
it.
Yeah, Tio's looking great. He's solid in second. I think Andre was just about to pass him. But, as we said, we're looking for that Kona slot, and he's looking so far pretty good for that.
Yeah, so actually he did get passed a few minutes ago by Andre, and when we were kind of, contemplating what the internal battle might be, right? When you have that, okay, the goal is to be patient, but, Tio, there's a reason he's as good as he is. He's competitive. How hard do you think that is, or is it easy in this position for him?
I don't think easy comes into the equation when you're doing a marathon off the bike.
Yeah.
So I'm sure he's feeling it. He definitely was looked like his legs were in a little bit of pain the last time I saw him come through. I'm at Hot Corner here where I get to see all of the athletes a bunch of times. But yeah, I mean, he just needs to be smart, get through this race, and keep building for the rest of the year.
Yeah, I think it's hard when you're at the top or you've been at the top to go to a race when you're not there yet with the intention of getting there down the road, but reminding yourself during that was the plan.
Hey, Rennie, I got to just insert this for you because this just happened. Tim, he's on camera now, and you may see this. He's kind of plugging along. It looks a little bit tight, but very strong per TO. But also, Matt Hansen stepping into the porta potty. So throw it at us here. How good or bad is that if you're leading this race and you're hitting that porta potty at this point in the race?
I think you never want to go in the porta potty. They're miserable in there. It's hot. Especially in hot races like this. But Matt, I think he has things under control. He's looking comfortable. Every time I've seen him on the course, he's been giving the thumbs up, giving a smile. I think he's feeling good. So, GI discomfort is never good, but if you got to go, you got to go.
Okay. Thanks for answering. I mean, I get overly excited when I see a toilet. But here's the other thing: we're watching Tim. So when you see him, what are you going to say? This helps spouses and coaches the worldwide. He looks a little tight, strides a little short. He's not in danger. But what are the words of wisdom that go to your hubs?
I'm just going to tell him to keep it under control. Just get this race done, roll to the finish line the best way he possibly can and get that third place, get that Kona slot. He does not need to go to the well here. Save that sort of heroics for later in the year when it's really worth it.
Yeah, no, it definitely looks like he is slowing a little bit. So get your best motivational repertoire, pull it out. But it's funny, as late in these runs, it's like, for 5 seconds, it seems like he's slowing, and then he snaps back out of it and runs well again. So he's looking good, but get ready for some good encouragement only a wife can give.
Okay, I'll do my best. I was going to say something. Never mind.
Yeah, you can say it off camera. Hey, Rennie, didn't he do this a couple years ago in Boulder, right? He came in to kind of tick the box, and it's sort of like he's actually pretty good about racing what he has at that fitness point, knowing the eyes are on the prize.
Kona, I think 2019, he looked miserable, was just struggling through that run. And Kona 19 was the race he, had his best performance ever in Kona. So he's no, stranger to having, a rough period in the middle part of the year, but it means nothing when it comes to October, which is the goal. I see him looking at the other side of the lake, I want to be over there and going home.
Yep. Yeah, for sure. And the great timing. We have a shot of Sky on screen. Tell us your impressions. This is as dominant a performance as it seems, right? This is crazy.
She looks great. She just doesn't have a weakness. As I said, led out of the swim, just blew everyone away on the bike, and she's really holding her own on the run. I don't think anyone's really running. You guys would know the splits better than me, running much time into her. So, awesome to see Sky out there just giving a clinic.
That's right, giving a clinic, and folks are taking notes. So, Rennie, I didn't get to ask you this last time, and you play into this as a Kona contender always. How much are you guys watching stuff like this and Daniela's race and Laura Phillip last weekend? How much do you guys pay attention to that? And then does it matter, or is it just for fun? Talk to us about that, please.
Oh, absolutely. I remember, you always you want to see how all the other girls are racing around the world. Sarah Crowley just won another Ironman last night in Cairns. So yeah, you're watching all your competition, but again, Kona's a whole different beast. Those times that they go in Germany, they don't compute when you come to Kona. So I mean, they could prove me wrong this year in Kona, but every single other year it's been a whole different ballgame in Kona. And I think what you need to do is take stock of who's doing well, but really it's about focusing on yourself, building up to that race, and just putting together a perfect performance on the Big Island.
Man, well, that's it, folks, at home, everywhere around the world. You heard it here from Mirinda Carfrae. She's won 3 times on the Big Island, so she knows her business, and that's it. Pay attention, but keep your eyes on your own homework.
Yeah.
So couple last things. Just walk us through who's going to win and what's the finish time. This is the hot seat right now. Who's going to win both races, and what's that finish time? Go.
I think the winners are pretty easy. Matt Hansen's got the men's race tied up, although hopefully he did exit that porta pot. I did see. And Sky Munch is, I think she's got this race easily sewn up for the women's. I think it'll be interesting to see the placings. Andre Lopez, Tio, I don't know, probably Lopez and Tio, second and third. In the women's, I think Leslie Smith will run up into second. And Susie Cheatham was looking pretty good as well on the run. So Kelly, Susie, and Jen actually was really looking good on the run too. I haven't seen them on the second lap yet, which is more telling than the first mile or two when you see them. So yeah, that's my prediction. I don't know what times they'll go. I haven't really been paying attention to that, so I can't give you an educated guess on that one.
There you go. We'll let you off the hook on that one. But I think great observations, and yeah, I think you're right. I think Leslie Smith looks great, and Susie is just maintained all day. And as you know, she's not one to mess with. You never know how she's going to run that last 8 miles.
Yeah, she's got a little mum strength too with her little one at home. So never underestimate her mum.
Yeah, no doubt. Well, Roving Rennie, thanks so much for stopping in with us, and we'll let you get to your next spot to cheer on TO to the finish.
Thanks, you guys. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Rennie.
How cool is that to be able to have the 3-time Ironman world champ on Skype visiting in? Great commentary, and also just really cool to have that at our fingertips. So thank you, Ironman, and thank you, Mirinda Carfrae.
Pretty darn cool, to answer your question, Michael. That's some awesome stuff. As we see right now, way in the background of that shot, you could see Leslie Smith is looking to try to bring back Jen Annette in second place. Those two athletes getting pretty close to each other. Not much else at this point has changed, although Kelly Philnow has continued to fade a little bit. So we'll see on this next split if Susie Cheatham has been able to move herself up into 4th place. But right now on screen, Jen Annette still running very, very well.
Yeah, you know what? And it's happening. I mean, if I had to put it down on paper now, I would say Monch, Smith, Cheatham, Corbin for the top 4, only because they're all moving that way. And again, I could be totally wrong. It happens frequently, but that's just the way it looks. It looks like Corbin and Cheatham are turning on sort of that experience. We'll call it mom strength for Cheatham, but really it's that know-how and the track record of just cranking out some vicious last 10 or 12 Ks. So I think that could very well play out based on the splits.
Yeah, and that's going to be the hard part for an athlete like Lindsay, is I think she's going to have to depend on a Jen Annette really, really fading, right, to be able to go up to second, where the athletes in 3rd and 4th and 5th are a little bit better. But as we said, Kelly fading just a little bit, not too bad. She just went through that 9.5 mile mark. She's now lost 2 minutes to Leslie Smith, since she was caught. So losing a little bit of time, but still running a reasonable pace.
Yeah, you're right. And then as soon as I throw myself out there, then I see Jen Annett just looking really good. And it's that fickle nature of Ironman racing, where you said it earlier about Tim. You're just ticking away looking great, and then you look horrible, and then you're back to great. And Jen Annett just looks awesome again, real efficient. So Canadians and Jen Annett fans, I'll probably eat my words. Don't worry about that. She's looking great, and she's fueling up with great experience as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So, here we go. Yeah, Sky on screen right now, still looking just as good as she did when she started this race, continuing to open up those gaps. Right now, the only woman that is actually nobody's running faster than her. She's put 2 minutes into Leslie Smith, who's that athlete we keep talking about as the pure runner in this field, and that's after putting 15 minutes on her on the bike. So there's no doubt that Sky is kind of on a different level today and continuing to stretch that gap.
Oh, she's crushing it, and it's fun to watch as we're sitting here in an air-conditioned booth looking at this race. It's hard for us to imagine this, but Mike Riley just chimed in. He told me, he said, hey, it is hot and humid out here. He's, of course, at the finish line, getting ready to call these folks across the line. And, he's been around the world. He's been in all this. Sure, he lives in a pretty cush little environment there in San Diego and that, but he's feeling that 82 degrees Celsius. I'm sorry, that'd be brutal. 82 degrees Fahrenheit and approximately 28 C with still high humidity, 74%, validating what Mike Riley said. But he obviously is in Kona every year. He's in these extreme environments. He knows, and if he's telling me it's hot, that's a real deal.
Yeah, no, I believe that. We just saw Andre Lopez and Matt Hansen kind of cross pass. I think you might see Andre do a double take or a triple take on this out and back, because he would have pulled back some time on Matt Hansen because he doesn't know that Matt stopped in that porta potty. So he might have gotten 30 seconds or a minute. And since that last time, he had kind of a sight of Matt. So that's something to be said there. Matt Hansen's still running well. We're waiting to see. We got T.O. coming back this direction. Michael, now that his wife's not on the phone, it's he was.
She's just listening in.
Yeah. Sorry, Rennie. He a couple of those strides scared me. That's a strong word, but it looked like he was crawling there for a second and then snapping back.
Yeah, he was when we were saying that to her, it was legitimately like, make sure to tell him, keep the task at hand forefront in the brain, because he went from a 6:20 to a 7:20 quick.
Yeah,
and sorry, for average. So that means when we saw him, he's probably running an 8-minute mile. He needs to rally, and probably some caffeine, some sugar.
Yes.
Get the Gatorade.
All the things.
Just get it in. He knows, though. I'm not worried,
because we haven't seen him yet, and
that's true.
And Lopez didn't drop him that long ago. So we were going to need to see him here pretty soon. And again, he's going to have to get onto those sugars, and you're going to see Hansen encourage T.O. when we see this pass. I'm sure of it, because he knows
again.
Yeah, he knows how hard it is, and when you've got a gap like that, certainly friends again. Here's a moto here, so it's possible that's one of our athletes, maybe T.O.
Yeah, there you go.
Here's Tim. So let's watch and see this interaction here as Tim tries to get himself to the finish line. Nothing.
But you know what? Tim was in a dark spot still. You can tell he's in a bad patch. He's real short in the stride length. He's next to zero hip extension. In other words, his, as you say, heel kick is gone.
Yep.
It can come back. He just needs to weather the dark patch and figure out how to keep those miles going. This is our Jen Annett, so don't worry, folks. That's not the men's race.
Right. And so another thing worth mentioning, looking at the gaps, and we were talking about Luciano Ciccone pulling back a lot of time or being one of the strongest runners. They were actually running even, him and T.O. So T.O. at the 16.5-mile mark before he started to fade had 14 minutes on the next athlete behind him, right? So we're going to see at this 18.8-mile mark, T.O.'s going to still have 10 or 12 minutes to play with 10 miles to go, 8 miles to go.
Great points, and always loving the jock math as you got to look across there and see Leslie Smith really making some good headway on Jen Annett. So you see that kind of catch happening as well. Great perspective here on this long out and back.
Yeah, it's a great shot. We're in the driver's seat. Matt, he's noticing some of these dynamics that are happening in the race too, but it's really cool to be out on one of these out and back sections and seeing kind of how the athletes play it. And, just then, when you're a pro, especially if you're a pro in the lead, don't have a lot of experience there, Michael, you might be able to speak to this, but, you got the amateurs going the other way, and like, you know, they might skip an aid station so they can cheer you on, right? Like it's a pretty cool environment in Ironman where we get to race with our heroes, and you've got people cheering for Matt this whole way.
Well, you're spot on. I mean, the best way to say it is everyone loves first place. And so, you know what I mean? The only person that doesn't is second place.
Yeah.
And he or she's typically kind of not someone we rely on their opinion. But realistically, yeah, the age groupers out there, the other pros often, there's Kelly Phil now, the volunteers, the support, the staff, everyone will take time to give a yell or a nod to the winner when they can. Now, not everybody can all the time, but it's almost triple negative on that one. But anyway, it is cool to see. I also, if I look at Matt Hansen, I can tell that he's 100% in a slower, you know, his role has slowed, as it should. But this will be where Julie might come back as the announcers say, remember how I told you don't go out in 5:40s? This is why. Now you're running 7-minute pace and you're making me embarrassed. So next time, go out in 6 minutes and hold it. But either way, this is a slow that he can afford, and he's still learning a lot, still getting in there. And gosh, what are his splits, Matt? Still quite good, aren't they?
Still pretty good. I mean, he does only have 5 minutes on Andre Lopez. So, like, you know, he's a caliber athlete that's not going to be a problem. That's a minute a mile. He's going to be able to handle that. But it's not a ton of space, but he'd have to walk to miss it. But, no, I think he looks great. But Takone just went through that 18-mile mark at 12 minutes behind T.O. So, at this point, T.O.'s pretty safe.
Pretty safe, good, and we like that. But you know what? At those paces, when you start to go 8-minute miles, you can't stay there for long.
See that thing John Morant has? That's a hypervolt. That thing he uses to warm up and stay loose before he throws it down. That thing Tony Finau uses on course between shots. Ooh, that's money. That thing Robin and I use before and after we're on the bike so we can ride harder tomorrow. That thing Erlen Holland uses before smashing it into the back of the net. That thing that's for everyone. The Hypervolt from Hyper Ice. Give your body the daily relief it's been asking for.
Back with Matt Hansen, who appears to be leading this race. I wonder how long he's been doing that.
A while.
Oh, for quite a while, Matt. Thanks for asking. Oh, no, I asked that question.
You did. We do now have splits going through 20 miles. Matt Hansen is 5 minutes up on Andre Lopez. Andre Lopez is now 4.5 minutes up on T.O. So T.O. has dropped in that last split. His average was 8:12. So lost a significant amount of time. Good news is he only has 6 miles to go. Last time we had a check, he was 12 minutes behind our ahead of our fourth place finisher. So that's a couple minutes a mile to play with. I think T.O.'s got enough experience to be able to make that happen. All that being said, doesn't actually matter. If he gets caught, he still achieves his goal of getting his Kona spot.
It matters.
I know it does. I'm just trying to be nice.
Totally. Andre Lopez looks fantastic in second place on the right side of your screen. Matt Hansen looks pretty darn good, leading the race in the upper left. The women's race, also fantastic competition, exceptional competition. And what I mean by that is we're seeing a true display of excellence put on here by Sky Moines, and we are not seeing it on camera now, but we are witnessing, I think, one of those days where you really love these days in an athlete where, of course, we like the problem solving, and of course, we like the challenge, but when you come in and you just dominate and you just feel strong, swim, bike, run, it's exceptional, and that's what Sky's doing right now. Just strong, 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 swim, bike, run. I mean, she's going to, what do you think this is going to be? Probably one of her best Ironmans overall time-wise.
Yeah, no, I would say so. We'll have to look more into some splits, but I would certainly say if you look at the three disciplines and take the fact away that she's not racing shoulder to shoulder to anybody, this will be her best execution. I mean, and I think when she has her data that she's going to look at for power numbers and that sort of thing, the way she's running, this will be let out of the swim, had a great bike, was able to stay within herself with a certain amount of watts and run this run. And it's going to be great to be able to see how quick she actually ends up finishing this run.
I mean, if we look at her track record, she did win Ironman Chattanooga in a smoking time of 8:34. Remember, that was a 44-minute swim, so downriver. But she's no stranger to fast time, so she may claim that as her best day ever. Who knows? She won that race. She also won Ironman Germany, which was the Ironman European Championship in 2019. That was the exceptional kind of nail biter where we saw her roll through and pick up the pieces when Sarah True came undone at the end of the race. So Sky has kind of come to victory a couple different ways. But I just think this is, for me, why this stands out is she's shown no problem. And of course, that's a great thing to feel. Just no problem. Great splits, great effort all day long, crushing it. So there you go, cooling, putting a little ice in the hat.
And it is, and I think we talked about this with athletes like Blumenfeld going into St. George, and maybe some of the other athletes that have had really good performances on their own. Is that yes, this is really good for Sky to be able to try something and really push all three disciplines on her own, but it's very different than to push yourself as hard as you can versus somebody else being like, no, you need to chase me now when you're not feeling right. So this is definitely gonna add something to her matchbook, but still very different than being able to race those top contenders.
If that's not an expression, it should be, and it will be from here on. You have a matchbook.
Yeah.
And you pull that out. Is that something people say? You pull out your matchbook?
I just made it, man.
I like it. Yeah. Let's go ahead and trademark that. ML2 matchbook. So let's use that. Here's another thing that's kind of cool because of our conditions. I mean, we throw this around kind of often. It's Kona-like out there, right? There's Kona-esque. So humidity levels in those mid-upper 70s, low 80s throughout the day. Slightly overcast, 80, mid-80s for the temperature. So it feels a lot like Kona, I'm guessing by the way the air is, not a lot of breeze. And I think sometimes people forget that the Kona breeze is horrible on the bike, but it's amazing on the run. When you get that breeze running down into the Energy Lab, that's a benefit.
Unless it's a tailwind.
If you have a tailwind into the Energy Lab, then something that is bad, but at least you get it coming out, cool off.
Yeah,
I think here it's a little still, and so that can be some stagnant air that is a bit difficult, a bit stifling. But either way I say this, she's doing the right thing. Full white cap, put the ice in, close that, trap that cold right on top of the head where you lose a lot of temperature or you want to control a lot of temperature. So great stuff here. I think Sky is coming away not just a winner today, but someone that has developed, right? You take a whole new set of sort of earned skills to the Big Island.
Yeah, absolutely. This is great. I'm glad. I was just looking at splits here, seeing Jen Annette and her consistency through these splits. Like that's spot on. That's as close as it gets. Again, those differences in those paces could just be our timing mats being in slightly different spots. But she has not really lost any more time to our athlete chasing Leslie Smith. Yeah, she's got 1 minute. 1 minute and 3 seconds, so she's holding. She's going to make sure and put the onus on Leslie to be able to to push that pace to get into that second place position. But our man in our second place position with a breakthrough race to date at this point is Andre Lopez, running super well, continuing to open that stride. If not anything else, he definitely does not seem to be slowing down. And on the other hand, Hansen has just gone through the 22.3 mile mark. We'll be waiting on a split from the man on screen, Andre Lopez, but Matt has gone through that last pace being a 7:40. So a bit slower, that's for sure, but not quite as slow as when he was going through that porta potty. So Andre taking his time though, so this is an athlete that knows he needs to take care of things. This worries me just a little bit. Like when you get that dramatic, so to speak, to grab everything, it kind of sometimes means that you're a little bit panicked.
Yeah, then he gave that kid a high five.
I was about to say that. Yeah.
Here's
totally.
what I think. I think just the opposite is that he knows the gravity of the situation. So coming in there, and I talked about it before. I said, is he going to pay attention to all those things? The answer there was yes. You only get so many aid stations.
Yeah.
Stop, walk, put it on. I mean, we saw Jan Frodeno walk in aid stations en route to a 250, sub 250 run in Frankfurt. We've seen multiple Ironman champs walk and stop in aid stations to properly get what they need. I think that was a veteran move from a rookie.
Yeah.
And I think it works. Like, God, he's running great. He looks just as good as he did at the outset. A little bit of a shoulder, a little bit of a tight left shoulder, which could be reflective of something going on earlier on the bike. But it's not look, his stride is amazing. He looks great,
Totally.
looks focused. I think he's doing a great job.
He looks great. And at this point now, he's gone through 22.3 miles, 4 minutes behind our leader in that last split, going through 40 seconds a mile faster. So if, he's got 4 miles to go, if something changes and Matt hits a brick wall and is stumbling a little bit, because as you said before, Matt's either running or he's like,
And
right?
and if he hits too many, if he has another porta potty break or two,
it's not out of the question.
It's not out of the question. And so a good race to still watch there is those closing miles for those guys. And it's kind of exciting to see. Either way, we've had an exciting race so far, and it is cool to see looking down. So now we are here back above Matt Hansen, hat backwards, stride cool. He's chugging along, checking his splits, the same as Lopez was doing, looking at his handheld watch. Could we check in with him later and just find out if that's his preferred method? It certainly could be. But either way, it's working.
Yeah, that's the first question we want Mike Riley
How was your
to
race?
ask,
Tell
right?
me about your wrist.
Tell me about the wrist. What's going on
You
there?
have an injured wrist?
But from above, we have Matt Hansen still ticking him over. Running well, but not that pushing Matt Hansen that we're used to. And I wonder if there's any influence from this, Michael, in that it's just a different place. Like he's so used to going off of emotion and like chasing is kind of survival instinct. You're right. You're like, I need to catch that person. I'm going to run as hard as I can. Where in this spot, it's like, what's the goal?
That's a good point. There's something to that where it's go until I get in front versus I'm in front. What am I going to?
Totally.
Do I all day? Wait, hold on. Yeah, and that's new. It's not his norm.
Yeah, and he's used to, as soon as he gets on the run, having a specific goal. And sometimes he has 10 goals. Catch that guy. No, catch that guy. No, catch that guy. Where now he's like, what, I'm supposed to hold a certain pace? I've never done this before, right? So that could be a little bit of it, but, it could be a lot of things. It could be the fact that he's 7 hours and 38 minutes into a pretty challenging race, and he's going to end up probably going sub-8 in an Ironman in humid conditions. That could be it too.
All of that hurts a bit. I do think that Coach Julie's spot on to say that he needs to listen to her more and go out a little bit more evenly on his marathon. But that is for a later discussion, perhaps over some Athletic Brewing IPA. I'll see if I can talk everyone into that. At least that's where I weigh in. Matt Hansen still, again, as you look at him, the form is the same. There's nothing wrong. He's just slowed down. If we see him hit that porta potty, we know there's some grumbling and rumbling on board. We're hoping that this is just that was a one-off. We see him tucking stuff in to the jersey there, but ultimately I'm not too worried right now. I think that he's close enough that he's going to cross the line somewhere between 30 and 90 seconds ahead of Andre Lopez.
Yeah, I think so. And I think at a certain point, I think right now Andre is on the gas. Right, is okay, if this guy's fading, I need to do everything. When you're in that position and TO's fading and you're 4 minutes down, he shouldn't be, in my opinion, thinking about the finish line. He should be like, okay, the next 2 miles I need to get out of myself what I can. And when I get there in 2 miles, if the gap's close enough where it's achievable, try to do that again. If not, mail it in, cross the finish line, second place, great result. But you're not really thinking about the finish. It's like close as much as possible, try to get Matt in a panic, see what happens.
Correct. And you know what? How fun is that? Because, again, this is second Ironman. Great result in the first one, better in the second. But go for it, because you're only going to regret what you don't do, right? You're only going to regret not trying. You're going to regret not giving everything you have, pushing, digging, making those quads and those feet hurt. Really, that's the only problem. Matt Hansen showing you how to handle an aid station. We'll show you a little more in a quick minute. And Matt Hansen here in full race mode, putting a sponge in the upper back, trying to cool off. Conditions definitely getting a little bit ticklish out there for the Iowa native and the guy that is plugging along, checking those splits. I think that we have for sure seen that Matt Hansen does know how to manage hot and humid conditions. He does know how to gut it out, and that's exactly what he's doing. Just because there's a young Brazilian chasing you down doesn't mean that you have to panic.
No, absolutely not. And one interesting thing through that split at 22.3 is that Matt Hansen and T.O. are actually running about the same pace now. So T.O. hasn't lost any more time to the leader, but neither of those are running their best miles at this point. And through 23.3 miles now, Andre takes another 35 seconds. So he's 3:25 down. Only a little under 3 miles to go. It's a little bit too much, I think. Like this pedigree runner, there's survival instinct. If somebody gets within 30 seconds, he's going to have 800 meters at whatever pace he wants, I think. But it's
if he gets within 30 seconds, because Matt's seeing stars and he's bonking. Like I really think if we get, because look, there you go, fist bump, and he's doing it. I don't think we get there. But I hear you. Like you feel like he can turn it on. My thing is, if Lopez gets within 20 seconds, 30 seconds, it's lights out, because that means he's still rolling probably at a 6:10. But look, my prediction at this point is easy to say. We got a couple miles to go. You're going to see Matt win by about 2 minutes. Okay, I was saying 90 seconds earlier, 90 seconds to 2 minutes.
Yeah,
because he's there and he's not catastrophic. He's just slowed.
So I think it's going to be 75 seconds, only because I want to disagree with you. And it's partly going to be because he's going to walk the finish chute.
Just to give high fives. Now here we go. Quick, dump, ice, go. You can't walk too many here if you're going to catch up. I know it's important, though, so I won't discount the praise I gave him earlier.
And this is the thing that I think everybody should pay attention to. And I think he's been doing what kind of we were saying is like running as fast as he can to see how close he gets.
Yeah.
But like he's running this well, everybody, because he's stopping at these aid stations, not in spite of, right? Like we're Matt. We haven't really seen Matt do this, right? Like we haven't seen him be like, oh, I'm bonking. Here's a ton of Coke. This is a little bit too much. He's starting to get a little bit tired.
No, I think it's good. I think it's good. I'm with you. I totally agree with you. I like how he's got his watch and his sunglasses in his hand, crying out loud. This guy just like is carrying things. No, back with the glasses. Actually, the watch appears to be gone. Maybe it's tucked in somewhere. But that's great too, because in the end, what matters is not the GPS, not the pace, minutes per mile. What matters is, as you said, run as fast as you can, see how close you can get to the guy up the road when you get to the finish line.
Yeah, and sometimes when you're this, and I've been here in Kona before, where it's you feel like, oh man, I got 4 more miles to go. Then you start playing the game like, okay, I'm gonna walk this aid station, and then you ask yourself, Andre, can I run this next mile at 6:15? Yes, get there. Do it again. If you can't, then you can't. That's fine. But keep playing these little games, and it's clear that like for him, he's still able to hit that really fast pace. I mean, when he's running really fast.
He really is, and he looks great, and just zero breakdown of his form. And yeah, I like what I see here. I also like this because I think we went away from this. You're seeing more people just wearing a nice technical white hat, and I do feel like that's a great option when it comes to heat management. A lot of trucker hats are too hot, a lot of visors, too much heat escapes, but first and second place both with a closed off white lid that you can, same with Sky Moines, you can put some ice in there, and that works wonders there for that perceived heat that you brought up earlier. I mean, just a little ice on the head for as long as you can, that goes a long way.
No, it sure does. It sure does. And I think, he's raced well in hot conditions before, so that's no mistake there. It's not just happenstance. He knows how to take care of that heat, and clearly at these aid stations taking care of himself. But just under, probably about this point, about 2 miles to go if he wants to try to win this race. And I think it's just one of those things where just run out of room a little bit. But now we look back at it, and like that effort that Matt put in on the bike that ended up dispatching man on the screen, that ended up being what won him this race. Could be why he's struggling right now. It's possible, but it's probably why he's got that gap.
You know what? Great point. Imagine a different scenario. He doesn't do that. They plug along and they start to run together. Could be a different outcome.
Yeah, absolutely. But no, I mean, hats off, or as you said, white hat on, to Andre Lopez for great execution. And Ironman is a long day. If you get dropped or if you feel like you're getting beaten, there's so much more time to be able to be the one that's consistent and smart and racing within themselves. And he's showed us that today.
I have to remind everyone, too, about the interview we did with him earlier for a fighting chance when he stated, I'm not a favorite to win, but I can win it. And I like that confidence. It was just enough confidence mixed with humility there to state that. And again, now this is a drag. This is why Matt Hansen is really glad this is not a 28-mile run.
Yeah.
It's just a couple miles. He just has enough, because right there, that's the dehydrated, zero power up a hill run, right? You've lost all power here, and he's just willing himself to the top.
If this race was 27.5 miles,
Done.
It goes a different direction.
Yeah.
For sure. And he, you might be wrong, or what you said earlier, he is going to be that Matt Hansen that collapse crosses the finish line, but for a different reason.
Yeah.
Right? Like he's in it. He's in the box.
He is, and crossing this river and looking at downtown Des Moines, that's probably the most fondly he's ever viewed this city and this town before. Just get myself home. 7 hours and 47 minutes, 33 seconds. That's a lot of racing here today. And Matt Hansen looks like he can hold on, but folks all over Brazil and parts of Boulder, Colorado are screaming for Andre Lopez to make good on his second Ironman and take the title, take the crown away from this guy. We're getting close, and the answer about to be right here in front of us.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's going to be the last time split we get before the race. So it's going to be up to the cameras to tell us if that gap's getting close enough where we can see them both on screen. But right now it looks like Matt Hansen has it. He's able to open up that stride a little bit on that little downhill after that little rise, that little drag, as you said, from before. But Matt is going to be pretty stoked to be within the last half mile of this race. But nice long shot. Shows us that Andre isn't within 30 seconds at this point, which is, I think, kind of what we expected. We didn't expect him to be quite that close, but very curious to see what this gap is going to be at the finish line, as well as I think Matt Hansen is.
Yeah, and if you take a look at the segment that they each had, the segment blocked off, where Matt Hansen really was only in that segment about 50 seconds slower than on Andre Lopez. So you know what? That's where you factor in those little walk breaks and then the power punch. It looks a lot different, but in the end, it's not that dramatic. Matt Hansen shaking it out, getting ready to put his hands up above his head and say, "I'm the guy that won this North American Championship title today." There's that quad burning downhill we talked about earlier. So close yet so painfully far away as you have to get through this. This one leaves a mark for a couple weeks.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, I don't think he's backing up and racing the 70.3 next week. I think he's going to take a little bit of a break and, do that rebuild for Kona. Obviously, that's going to be a goal for him, but looking a little bit over his shoulder. You're good, Matt. That last long straightaway, there's no sight of Andre, so looking really good. Further down in that men's field through 23.3 miles, we had Tim O'Donnell go through at 10 minutes behind our leader. No sign of fourth place at this point. So this is that bridge that he was just on, or that long drag, as you said. So yeah, he's still got about 2 minutes. He's looking obviously better than Matt did, but that's just too much space.
That's right. And as you kind of take a peek there at mile 20, I mean, you pointed this out before, Luciano Tacconi, 10 minutes behind Tim O'Donnell. So third place feeling pretty secure for Tim O'Donnell, who is gutting it out, suffering for sure. 8 minutes and 12 seconds per mile, but to lose a minute per mile, it's going to be close. But I think he's got that one pretty safe. If not, he's also still got a nice big 16-minute gap on Matt Russell. So I feel like Tim O'Donnell's Kona slot is safe today, as long as he keeps up at least that 8-minute mile.
Yeah, for sure. And he has a little bit to give, right? He can get past by one more and have that Kona spot. But I think he's in a good spot, and I think he's going to pass Rennie again. She's going to, yell some encouragement at him, tell him to get the sugars in, does some simple things that sometimes we maybe forget when we're a little bit cracked, but certainly going to put him in a good spot. But this guy on screen having a breakthrough race of his career. And as you said, there's going to be a bunch of fans down in Brazil on their feet right now watching the homeboy Andre Lopez come down this little descent and probably finish within about 2 minutes of a very accomplished multi-North American champion, Matt Hansen.
That's right, who took one last look at his watch there, quickly glanced, and sort of thought to himself, I know that finish line's here somewhere.
I bet he looks again.
I see an arch. Where is it? Meanwhile, on the right side of your screen, just up the road, you can see that same arch, Sky Monch, and gosh, she is still cranking it. What an impressive race overall, but certainly an incredible and impressive run that she's put together. Just flying.
Michael, 13.9 miles. She has 20 minutes on second place and 21 minutes on third place. That's insane. And she's running away from them still. She's put 6 minutes into second place at this point and 3 minutes into third place. So no assumption then she's going to continue to open up that gap. And she wins by 25 minutes.
And there she is on the other side, heading outbound. She gave a look at that men's winner. She's the female leader right now. And Matt, you did bring this up earlier. Jen Annett still holding that second place position very securely with that minute just not budging. Leslie Smith got right up there and just sitting. So top three pretty locked up as we still have plenty of movers behind. But for now, let's be sure to spend plenty of time here on this man, Matt Hansen, who came in here with 5 Ironman titles to his credit, now about to make it 6. He gets to call himself champion, the only one today that does so in the men's field. Matt Hansen, wow, and at 7 hours 52, I don't think we're far off when we were kind of calling him in around about 7:57, 7:55. He's going to pull that off and make us look good.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, that's with 8 minutes to transition in there too. So that's a quick time for sure. I mean, I know, here's the old man. I never thought we'd see the day when it's like every race in North America is under 8 hours, right? Like that's just the standard. It used to be mind-blowing, but it just shows, technology, but also these athletes are just absolutely, on the razor's edge and finding kind of every advantage. And, the science has brought them up, and you know what? They're just tougher than we were.
And for sure, tenacity, it's like technology and tenacity because the training is probably a little smarter.
Yeah.
The technology is a little bit better, but the reality is the limiting beliefs are gone. So I think a lot of us, the same way you go way back, you say, oh, no one can break a 4-minute mile. Someone breaks a 4-minute mile, Roger Bannister, then a few more people believe, and they do it. Right now, we used to think these things were out of range. You have certain people saying you could do it, but no one believes it until it happens, and then, boom, more start to happen.
Totally, like we were talking to Jason West earlier, a 109 was mind-blowing 10 years ago, 5 years ago still probably, where Jason's like, well, that's just what you have to do now. When we were saying he had an exceptional race, right? Like that's not That's not normal.
Didn't Michael Raylert won 110 in Clearwater in 2010, and we were all like, yeah, but it was a very flat bike and a very flat run, so that's fast. But it was an outlier on an outlier course, and now here, 12 years later, that would have been good for 8th.
It's crazy, and we're watching this guy. We've been commentating on Matt Hansen, and we're acting like he's falling apart, and he's still going to run in the 240s.
Yeah, he fell apart to that 248.
Yeah, totally. It's crazy.
Brutal. Yeah, this guy's tough as nails, and I think either way, intended or not intended, he went out here and he proved some more mettle. Everyone believed he was a hard man and a great, fast racer, but this time he did it in a different fashion than we're used to seeing him, and we can all just say, man, unreal. So now when he's dipped back into those 6s, you can see it. He's 6-something now as he comes around these final couple bends here and starts to say, who made downtown Des Moines so big? I don't remember it being this big, but he's almost there. And what a fun time. I know family, friends, and everyone going to be there on hand screaming at him when he comes across the line.
Yeah, it's awesome to see. You can see his stride start to open up or be a little bit more relaxed now that he knows he's gonna get there. No matter how good you are, most of the time, last mile, you're just like, am I gonna get there? When is that gonna get here? Got it. But no, he looks amazing, and the fact, at this point, I don't think any male or female that's won as many North American championships. We'll have to look, but I can't imagine that. I can't remember anybody doing that.
No, I don't think so. Yeah, we'll comb the results. We'll get some statisticians working on that. But right now, it is an overhead shot of the closing miles here to the finish. Those magic letters we saw about an hour ago when Matt Hansen was going out and finishing up lap 2, starting to do lap 3. Here he comes home, now an Ironman champion 6 times over. And even better, he's going to be able to savor the moment because he can have that final look over the shoulder and say, nope, Andre Lopez is not coming home. And here today, we can say this much. The certified Piedmontese Beef Ironman North American champion here in Des Moines is American Matt Hansen. And how about that? He is home champion, Matt Hansen.
There he goes. That's experience right there. Able to get across that finish line. Still has the strength to put that banner above his head, but I think he's going to find the ground here pretty soon and get some rest. That is an athlete that spent it all. He just spent it maybe in a different way than he was used to. Run time in the end, 2:49.02. That's a class runner to be able to slow that much and still, man, he is. I mean, I'm surprised at his respiratory rate. He's still he was on the throttle.
There's that collapse you talked about at the finish line. Well done. Matt Hansen just stood there long enough to savor it in and just came right back down. You're right, breathing that hard at the finish. I mean, he was not ever letting up. He was working so hard all day.
Yeah, no, absolutely, and it's great to see him get across that finish line first. Well deserved, but also great to be able to watch this athlete, pointing out to a fan, I'm sure, get across the finish line second. And this is a huge result for this athlete. I mean, a second at a North American championship is massive. 15 grand in prize money for that second place finish as well for an up and coming athlete. That goes a long way, and a Kona spot to put on top of it as well. That's quite an accomplishment for this young man.
Ooh, seeing some cramping on the other side of the screen. Age group athlete as we come back to Andre Lopez. Yes, his second Ironman finish going to be better than his first. Coming in here just probably a shade above 8 hours or a tick under if he really wants it. He's looking at that watch again going, holy smokes, I can make the dream a reality. Sub 8 in 90 seconds if he can kick it in. And what a fun, I would go for it. That right there is one of those magical barriers that's just in front of him. So exciting stuff. Come on, Andre, get it done. There's no other goals left. Today, second place, fantastic. Kona spot, fantastic. 15 grand, fantastic. And with 73 seconds, you can get under that magical 8-hour barrier. Or you can just soak it up.
He's starting to celebrate. You can see him pound his chest.
He's going to do it.
Yeah, he's got that left-hand corner. He's going to see that clock.
Oh, he's got to do it.
You gotta make sure, don't screw around too much. You don't know how many times you're going to have that chance for 8 hours. Certainly in this kind of breakthrough performance, and look at him soak it in. That means something to this athlete. We said he had a bit of a chip on his shoulder from a few of those results recently. And wow, look at that. Under 8 hours for Andre Lopez.
Celebrating as though it were a victory from Brazil, Andre Lopez, 29 years old, and exulting in a 7:59:30. What a time. I tell you what, 2 Ironmans, and he's doing that. His partner Rachel Olsen there to greet him, and Matt Hansen, always the professional and great sportsman that he is, there to greet him and say congrats. Man, you know what? You had me on the ropes. And he's not even saying that now. It's unspoken, but that's ecstatic right there, that man.
No, certainly did. And look at that, tears of joy. Well done, buddy. Mission accomplished. Got your Kona spot. Now you're one of the contenders there. You know, gonna have to go out there and get some experience, but to get that kind of result amongst a field like this is pretty amazing, pretty special.
2 minutes and 39 seconds was all that separated first and second. These guys were together, and I think you're right. Before we rush on down and hear from them with Mike Riley, I'll say this. Matt, you called it. If Matt hadn't made that move and gotten aggressive in that part of the bike when he did, it might have had a different outcome. These guys really legitimately might have been running together a lot more. Yeah. He was able to snap Andre Lopez elastic just at the right moment and dispatch him for just long enough.
And those transitions too. You know, he motored through those transitions, you know, getting 30 seconds here, 30 seconds there. You know, if Andre was a minute closer, it might have been a different story, you know? So yeah, every second counts, and they came into this race hoping to learn something, and I'm sure Matt and his coach learned some things about execution or what he's capable.
North America Men's Champion Matt Hansen, who hails originally from Storm Lake, Iowa. Matty, this has to be a sweet, sweet win in your illustrious career right here at home.
Yeah, absolutely. I made the decision to come here and race late in the game. About mid-race in Chattanooga a few weeks ago, I decided to come here. I really wanted to come here and be aggressive, especially on the bike. I didn't have the bike that I wanted in St. George, so came here to put it out there on the bike, and definitely paid for it the last 9 miles. Really struggled there at the end. Andre was running really well, so just happy to hold on.
Well, we've seen that a lot, where somebody goes out and crushes that bike, but with weather like this, you just never know. So were you that worried about, oh my gosh, I gave too much on that bike?
Yeah, this really isn't my MO. I'm really known as a runner, so I was happy to put together a good run, or put together a good bike, and you know, I've been working hard on it. And yes, good swim, good bike, and was able to just hang on at the end.
So your wife Ashley is out there. The last time I think we were together was Ironman Texas when you won it, and she jumped up on you. So when she comes in, are you going to jump up on her?
Yeah, I'll have to sneak in. My wife and my sister are racing, so I'll hopefully be able to sneak in and give them their finisher medals.
We're going to go for second place. I love that. Everybody, your men's champion, Matt Hansen, Ironman North America.
And thanks so much to Mike Riley, who will remain in the hyper ice recovery zone to pick up an interview here with second place Andre Lopez. So stay with us. I'm sure we're going to get some great content from this upstart.
Andre Lopez, second place behind Matt Hansen from Brasilia. And the highest you've ever finished at an Ironman, you've only done one other, is 5th place. This has to be a thrill, especially passing people at the end.
Yeah, I am beyond stoked. Because now I was 3rd, and I got let out of the chute. So, yeah, and last weekend, 3 weeks ago, I passed out in Chattanooga. So no more 3rds, 2nd place, redemption.
Well, this is a fantastic redemption race for you. What does this do to set you up for the rest of the year? Kona?
This means the world to me. I've been working with my coach, Ryan Bolton, since it's been 5 years that I turned pro. Ironman is my long-term focus, and Kona is the goal. So, Kona, here we go. Yeah, I'm excited.
I love it. Were your family and friends watching in Brazil?
Oh yeah, I think the Brazilians, they are one of the wildest crowds out there, so they probably are cheering a lot. I'm really happy.
Well, they all should be in Kona cheering you on because I think you're going to have a great race there. Andre Lopez, second place from Brazil, everybody. Great day.
Yes, big thanks to Mike Riley in our Hyper Ice recovery zone. We'll come back once we have a third place finisher, but these two men pretty much done and dusted, and they're going to have to wait a while for Tim O'Donnell, likely our third finisher. No disrespect, but certainly kudos to those two men who got away with it after a great tactic, right? I mean, coming out of the water, getting their way up. Andre was all alone out of the water, and Matt caught him, and they rode up together and bridged that gap, rode with the lead pack for a while, and then Matt got away, which finally broke up the duo, but they ended up nearly together again, just 2.5 minutes separating them at the finish line. And pretty cool stuff to see these up-and-comers when we can now say he's up and come, right? Ryan Bolton, the coach of a lot of our incredible athletes, coaching Sam Long, coaching Ben Hoffman, and obviously someone that was not only an Olympian, but a one-time Ironman winner at Lake Placid back in his day. So legendary athlete and coach. But we'll see more of Sky Munch and everyone in just a minute.
There's this beautiful moment in time when neither foot is touching the ground. We are free of gravity and weight, moving above the doubts, past limits. When we are light, transformed and hopeful. And if we were to collect all these moments, join them together, well, this is when anything becomes possible. This is when we fly.
Throughout my career, people have doubted my ability, and I've had it even more so when I've come into triathlon. I think this year will be very different. There will be bigger expectations on me. I love the way that I race. With my swim background, I'm almost in the driving seat from the gun. I'm the person that everyone is chasing. I want to be the best, and I'm willing to work as hard as possible to get there.
Back with Jen Annett. She's in second place and holding strong. We thought, hey, it's a foregone conclusion. Leslie Smith, great runner, going to roll on through. But Jen Annett has had other plans, and she has been, as you said, Matt, completely consistent in the zone of 7:15s all day long, and that is delivering. She's held that 1 minute gap, that 1 minute lead over Leslie Smith for a long time, and that's first on the left, second on the right. Pretty much been that way for a while.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And, just maintaining that steady effort. Here we go. Lindsay Corbin, one of our fan favorites and an athlete that we've been trying to get eyes on. She's been running in sixth or racing in sixth place for a long time today. Still looking at splits, but last time I had a split on her, she was still 5 minutes out of the top five, but staying very, very consistent. And again, what we saw in that men's race, it's only going to get hotter, and athletes are struggling out there. And Lindsay has that look that, when she looks like she's running well, like she's got purpose. She's making sure she's staying cool, and she's racing. She's not content to be where she's at right now. She's trying to move up a couple spots.
She came in here with the goal of getting to Kona and keeping that streak alive. I haven't been racing there since 2006. Did one amateur race over there, and the rest have been professional. 13 finishes, if I'm not mistaken. She's inching her way trying to get, or 13 starts. I think she might have had a DNF, but she's got an incredible record, longest of the pros that are racing. And it's great to see. And as we always say, fan favorite. So we come to her. She's got 8 Ironman titles. She's got that American record at Ironman Austria with the world best there for the USA. And she's just real approachable and real likable. So she and her husband, Chris, and they do a great job of just putting out that content, right? Giving that window inside. And it's not just online. It's you find her an event, and she's going to give you that open book. Right? She's going to sit down and have a coffee with you and chit-chat and really just be open to meeting you. So great stuff here, and it's fun to be able to catch her here, having been way out of it for a while.
For sure. And we're looking at the last checkpoint that we had, 13.9 miles, and she was still just 5 minutes behind Susie Cheatham and kind of the rest of that fourth, fifth position. So she's holding, and it's still 11, 12 miles to go. A lot can happen. 5 minutes goes pretty quickly. I mean, we can look at T.O. slowing and some of those other athletes. It's certainly the door is open, but she needs to do some work. She needs to stay on it. She needs to make sure that nutrition and hydration stays going in, and that she stays kind of on that throttle, and that door is going to be open for her for the next little bit.
There you go. And we can look back and say hasta luego or see you later to Lindsay Corbin. We'll catch you later, but we do know that there's an exciting race for third here where Tim O'Donnell, another fan favorite, a guy that's overcome immense adversity over the last 12 to 14 months, and a big smile to be back, as his wife said, in the playground playing with his mates, and that is Tim O'Donnell, third place for the certified Piedmontese Beef Ironman North American Championship here in Des Moines. Well done, Tim O'Donnell.
There he goes. Surprised that we haven't seen any tears quite yet, but he's got his family coming up. Rennie giving him a big hug. There are the tears. It's been a long journey for these two. Obviously, most importantly, we're just excited to see Tim healthy and here with us. But third place, he's going back to Kona. He showed us he can stay tough through the tough times. But no better example for anybody trying to do their best in the sport than Tim O'Donnell. Awesome.
And little Finn giving a wave, rocking that extremely fashionable outfit, not to be outdone. Adorable Isabel. These two kids, they're great. You might wonder what kind of sport they're going to excel at here when they got two world champion parents there in the sport of triathlon.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe basketball. I know
could be that's where Rennie started.
Yeah,
could be bowling. If it could be golf. And speaking of sports, Erin Carson, owner of Rally Sport, Boulder, Colorado. She's a trainer and guidance, physical strength guidance counselor, I should say, to many of the top elite that train in Boulder. And she was a former CU basketball player, so she also did that since she brought up basketball. But great to see the team. These guys travel with the team. Anyway, we say a lot of good things about these guys because they've really been fixtures in the sports for the last 15 years. But we'll rush right on down to the Hyperice Recovery Zone with Mike Riley.
Third place for the Ironman North American Championship, certified Piedmontese. Tim O'Donnell, 41 years old. And Tim, something about the world just feels right when you are out on an Ironman course. Thanks for joining us. Give us a little tidbit about your day.
Well, it's been over 2.5 years since I've done an Ironman. After that little heart issue last year, I didn't know if I'd be back, so just being here is pretty special.
Yeah, it's emotional with the heart issue you had. And you probably never thought you'd be standing here talking like this again, did you?
No, just thought we'd come out and give it a go again. I fought as long as I could. My fitness isn't quite where it was before last year, so I'm working on it. But hey, you know what? Usually this time of year I'm not racing that well anyway, so I got my Kona slot, and we've got a few months to Kona, so let's see what we can do in October.
Oh, trust me, we really want to see what you do in October. Out there on the course where there's some patches where you go, oh my gosh, am I going to get through this one?
I had a really, really dark patch around 18 or 19 miles, and yeah, I was running pretty well until then, and then the wheels just absolutely came off. The heat really got me, and honestly, just the volume on the run got me. So I had a friend tell me, this is a dark patch for everybody. You can make it through it. So I said, all right, let's just walk to the next aid station, cool down, and let's just run to the next aid station and walk through that, and let's just get to the finish line. And I was able to pull it back together.
Well, what do you think of this unbelievable Des Moines crowd out there all day for you?
Oh, it was awesome. I was actually waiting to get back into town because I needed the motivation in town. And they did just that. So, and the aid station, everybody, the enthusiasm at the aid stations was amazing. And with the one lap bike, you're pretty far out there. So to get those volunteers way out there, hats off to Moines and everybody that made this race happen.
Well, Tim, it's probably not as great for us to see you back as it is for you to see yourself back. But we enjoy this event. Tim O'Donnell, everybody, third place. Ironman North American Championship. Tim O'Donnell is back. Yeah.
That's right. Tim O'Donnell is back, and you could just really see the emotion and feel it with him there as he's truly grateful to have made it back to the start line and then ultimately to the finish line, doing what he loves and well supported, as we mentioned. So congrats to close out that podium and get that Kona slot as we race right on back here to the women's event, and this is Jen Annett holding a very solid second place. She is not worried, or if she is, she's not displaying the worry that Leslie Smith was coming on strong, keeping that gap, Matt, right around a minute 10 all day long. I mean, it came down, it goes up. It's pretty much just too much right now for Leslie to make up.
Yeah, and I think sometimes, again, it's what I was speaking of earlier with Andre and T.O., is that sometimes the chaser that's closing always feels like they're in the driver's seat, but you don't know how the athlete in front of you has been pacing. If you go out hard the first half and that other athlete's goal is to go out easy the first half, then it's going to be hard for you. And if you overextend yourself to try to close that gap because you're getting confident, it can come back to bite you. And Leslie Smith has actually lost time in that last checkpoint. So she's now a minute and 15 seconds back, running 9 seconds per mile slower in that last little section. So not a lot, but the momentum has changed. And this woman has been extremely consistent throughout the day.
Yeah, just really going in and knowing what you can run and starting there.
Totally.
And not slowing down. So
why is that so hard for people sometimes?
It really is. I mean, I don't know. I can sort of say what I see a lot of times is you have a plan, and it's not a special athlete, but it's certainly a rare athlete to stick to a plan. I mean, you hit the race course, you get excited, you get competitive, you get ego-driven, you get whatever, carried away, motivated. Somehow you just your mind goes blank. And what you do is you forget what you were going to do, and you run too fast.
Right.
And whatever. So I think that it is very hard, and Jen Annett has been doing it very well. She just came in and said, boom, this is my pace, hold it and go. And so that's why it's working for her.
No, absolutely. And she's holding strong again, holding that gap on Jen Annett and on Leslie Smith and all the athletes behind her. She's going to probably even split them on the back half of this marathon if she keeps it up. But the athlete on screen is the one that's kind of showing them all how to do it. That's Skye Moench, and having a fantastic race. I was going to say for a second, it almost looks like she's slowing, but it doesn't. I was just trying to find something to talk about, but no, she looks awesome, and she's all the way through 19 miles at this point at 2:12. So she's going to have a pretty handy run split when it comes to it as well. Making sure she fills that hat with some ice, puts it on her head, stay cool. Those are the important things. Again, good practice for those hot races, making sure you keep yourself as cool as possible, or at least feeling like you're as cool as possible.
That is correct, as she gets to weave in and out now of some age group lapped traffic and some outbound traffic, kind of got to move around. At this point, she said, you know what, I am done with this part of my race kit. And
might be a porta potty stop.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, there you go. She's got that full length skin suit. So to be able to use that porta potty correctly, you got to take that the top half down. So we'll see. Again, as Rennie said, you don't want to go in there unless you have to, but
at least that one's in the shade.
Yeah, totally.
But it does become what could arguably considered the hottest place on the planet when you're in a porta potty in a race like this. Not to mention they're never really that pleasant to go into. So certainly a necessity. As we come back to Lindsey Corbin, how does she look? To me, this is kind of classic Lindsey, just rolling. This is the Lindsey Corbin that's notched top 10 in Kona, won multiple Ironmans and gone sub-3 on the marathon. Is that what you're seeing?
Yeah, for sure. I don't know that she's running sub-3 pace, but she's definitely rolling. And when she does, it's that last 8-10 miles where she really starts to get people. If people are losing 20 seconds a mile, Lindsey's gaining 30 seconds a mile on that athlete, right? Because she's upped the pace a little bit. And it does look like she's kind of in that mode. She does have work to do still. She's really held at that 5-minute gap for a long time, and not necessarily her fault. It's those athletes in front. Like, there's always this expectation that one or two of those athletes in front of you, 30% of those athletes, are going to fade and come back. That hasn't happened yet. Just getting hot now. Still plenty of time for that to happen, and we know a lot can happen in just a few miles. So Lindsey's putting herself in that position to be able to capitalize.
And Skye Moench back on schedule here. Still very much enjoying that comfortable lead that she established and has been maintaining, in fact, increasing at times. Now, again, probably one of the hardest things she's going to have to do all day, get that kit back on over sweaty arms. They're so tight.
Yeah, totally.
And she's got to do that while she manages intake and cooling through the aid station. But no, all kidding aside, it isn't easy. The whole idea of these kits is that they are meant to be more aerodynamic and more streamlined than your skin, and they have to be skin tight. So getting that back up, it's no easy task. But she did it with ease.
Absolutely. And we see run splits now through 16.5 miles going down to Lindsay Corbin. She has gone through in 31:38, so now just a little bit over 4 minutes from Susie Cheatham. So she's getting a little bit of time on that athlete in front. And, that's not necessarily the athlete that you want to have to bring back. Susie, she's a super accomplished back half marathon runner, but that's what she's got in front of her. And then, Kelly Phil now in front of her as well.
We're just going to continue to follow this champ along. She's going to be a 3-time Ironman winner by the time it's all said and done. I think it's pretty safe to start to say that because she's getting into that zone where really very little could cost her time in this home stretch. But we don't, as you said, we don't phone in results here. We wait till they're done. But gosh, look at this. So even with that porta potty spot, mile 20 she went through, still keeping a sub-8, still keeping that 7:58. That's with dead stop time.
Yeah, totally.
And so I think her run split is going to continue to be impressive, predicting to see her at 22.3 miles here in about 10 minutes. And we'll be able to then have an estimate into the finish line because that's the final run-in for Sky Monch. And, man, just, again, I'm really looking forward to these women that are going to go and put on a show in Kona this October and have the ability to do so. Yeah,
no, it's going to be a battle for sure. And I think, we've always had great talent in the women's field, but it hasn't always been this tight.
As deep,
right?
yeah.
You might have, a Reef and a Lucy Charles Barclay kind of going off the front, but then these like 3rd to 5th positions, haven't necessarily been quite as tight. And I think it's going to be, a top 5 in Kona, it's always a challenge, but I think it's going to be tough. Like, just go and try to predict it. You got to leave one great athlete out of your prediction. You got to leave Annie Haug out, you got to leave Daniela, or you got to leave Laura, or you got to leave Kat Matthews. Like, you got to leave somebody out that you don't want to, right?
I don't want to leave anyone out. I feel very inclusive.
Yeah.
But no, it is true. And that depth, fighting for it, it gets exciting though. And I think as you see who not really just continues to perform, because Miranda Carfrae said it very well, results and times don't really matter so much when you put them down in Europe or in a USA mainland in June. They don't really matter so much in July and August. What really starts to matter is who pushes too hard, ends up sick, injured, or too tired to compete on race day. Because that's something that you can sadly guarantee will happen, is someone will get the kind of just greedy, if you want to call it that, push a little bit too much, or they'll push appropriately, but just break down, get sick, not make it. We always see that, and we're all vulnerable when we're training this hard. The immune system dips. You've got to manage that fine line. And year after year, you see an athlete either not make the plane over, not make it to start line. And this is just, it's an unfortunate reality of top level racing.
Yeah, absolutely. Here we go. We're going to go down to Mike Riley with our men's podium.
For the certified Piedmontese beef Ironman North America Championship. He was in 3rd place. He had a swim of 48:54. He rode 4:12:12 and capped it off with a 3:01 marathon
Well,
run.
he's whacked.
His total time of 8:10:07 from Boulder, Colorado. Welcome, Tim O'Donnell. Second place with a swim of 50:31. He rode 4:14:25, capped it off with a 2:47:22 run. His total day of breaking 8 hours at 7:59:27, only his 2nd marathon. We're going to see a lot of him. From Brazil, Andre Lopez. 2nd place. your certified Piedmontese beef Ironman North America champion with a swim of 51:43. He rode 4:09:50, capped it off with a 2:49:02, 7:56:48 for his day. Originally from Storm Lake, Iowa, living out of Colorado, your men's champion, Matt Hansen. Yeah, we always make it toughest on them. Okay, now we're going to present them with the flowers. Nick Munger, Jordan Reed, chefs with Piedmontese, Greg Edwards, president and CEO of Catch Des Moines.
Hyperice is proud to be the
proud,
official recovery
gentlemen. Put it up
partner
in
of
the air.
Ironman. Athletes can immediately start their recovery journey by visiting the Hyperice Recovery Zone located beyond the finish line. This area will be a critical stop on an Ironman athlete journey. And let me tell you, each of those 4 athletes looks like they desperately need that zone right now, Matt. I just want to sort of holler out, get to the Hyperice Recovery Zone, fellas, because they look worked. Happy and worked.
Somebody needs to get Hansen a spot on that. I thought he was going to fall off the top there. He's in a state for sure. He's not quite as recovered as I think he thinks he might be right now, but definitely get into that recovery zone. Matt, you deserve it. Well done to those 3 athletes, and you can see it means something different but special to each of those 3 to be exactly where they are. I would say each of those podium finishers feels like they won today, Michael, especially the guy who won.
We'll be right back after this break.
Whether it's on the road or in the pool, your activity has high demands. Rooted in sweat and grounded in science, we understand your unique fueling needs. That is why we created formulas just for you, endurance athletes, helping you replace what you're losing and keeping you fueled. And there's nowhere we'd rather be than with you along this journey, because together we are formulated for farther. From the creators of Gatorade, Gatorade Endurance, formulated for you, formulated for farther.
Here we are with Skye Moench. She is cruising through this final less than 10K. She's at 8 hours, 20 minutes, and we're predicting really here in about 3 minutes to see her come through 22.3 miles. So let's call it for Skye here about 4.5 miles till she's at the finish line. She is going to get there, and then she's going to be able to stroll in, grab an interview, get an Athletic Brewing beer, drink the whole thing, sit in the Hyperice recovery boots for 10 minutes, and then stroll back and be ready to cordially greet her competitors. But let's not wait for that. Let's hear what she had to, what Skye Moench said earlier this week.
Is a walk in the park, but some are a lot harder than others, usually just because of the competition. And actually, the real reason I wanted to come here because I thought it'd be the closest I could get to Kona conditions, hot and humid. And I'm a Kona rookie, so just wanted to experience the hot and humid race. Ironman's about thinking and being smart. Honestly, you can't always have everything all calculated out before and say, this is what I'm doing, that's how it's gonna go. Because a lot of times it doesn't go that way. And then, yeah, it's about improvising, thinking on the spot, being in tune with your body, how you're feeling, what you need. So yeah, hopefully I don't regret not adding 1 million milligrams of sodium or something. No, I think I'll be good.
Give me the throw. One shot, that's all that you got. That's all that I know.
I would say this is no walk in the park at all, but she certainly made it look that way as she rolls through the closing miles here. And whatever amount of sodium she added seems to be working. I think we know those electrolytes are key, and often you do have to supplement with some of those electrolytes. They do come to you in Gatorade, Matt. You know that, but it's nice to sometimes have a few extra on hand if things go south.
No, absolutely, absolutely. And, she's an athlete that knows what to do, so she's adapting along the way if something's coming up. But she is doing a fantastic job, great execution today. And, again, maybe the great execution award for the run today is going to go to Jen Annette because, the fleet-footed Leslie Smith, she's losing time to Jen. So now it's all the way up to 2 minutes back. That's 18 seconds a mile, the last split. So Jen Annette staying strong and putting Leslie Smith in the rear view.
Yeah, cool under pressure for sure. That's a cool stat to share. Absolutely. Why is it that hard? You said to go out hard or to go out appropriately and hold, and it's just one of Ironman's greatest mysteries. But there she is, the Canadian, plugging along in fine fashion, and there it is. Gosh, amazing. So the slowest she's gone 7:34. Way back at the 3.5 mile split, but just routinely hitting that 7:15 pace. I mean, what? She's going to run a 3:11, 3:15. Perfect. Happy. Still right there, second place.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And, now that she's got that little gap and, again, it's all a poker match. It's these mind games to a certain extent. It's putting your opposition in a spot where they're going to have to start doubting themselves. And Leslie Smith's going to start to see this gap open. She's going to be, she might put that on herself. Oh, am I fading? Or no, it's Jen that's going well, right? So once you get that athlete in that negative headspace and thinking they're having a bad day and not you having good execution, then that gap opens, right? It's awesome.
It is awesome, and it's also awesome to see one of our volunteers, the person leading second place bike escort there behind, trying to get the crowd ramped up. Hey, check it out. That's second place. Give her a little love. Give her a little extra encouragement. She earned it, and she deserves it. She got a little bit of that extra juju as she ran through, but, man, it doesn't appear she needs it. I think execution award for sure. I mean, just really coming in with whatever plan and coming darn close. Sky Monch, also hard to go past her for a well-executed day. So interesting, Matt. What do you think when she said, hey, I chose this race because I'm a Kona rookie and this one simulates the conditions the most? Does that line up?
Yeah, more or less. I think if you're trying to simulate Kona and you're depending on that simulation having like an actual effect and feeling like Kona, you might be surprised by the time you get to Kona, right? You got to get as close as you can. There really is nothing like Kona. I mean, honestly, I would say St. George was a great simulation. Not humid, but similar exposure as far as how the heat felt. I think it was pretty darn hot, but certainly humidity is a little bit different. So this course is going to be similar. You don't have the wind. That's a huge aspect. But yeah, non-wetsuit legal, humidity, rolling-ish course. I think Kona's a little bit tougher, but yeah, I think this is a great place for her to do that. The timing is great. I think that's probably the most important thing. She's coming off a big build with the world champs in St. George. She's gonna have enough time to come down and like really take a little bit of a break before she builds back up. So I think all those things considered, a fantastic choice for Sky.
Excellent. Good answer there. And we're back here watching people get overtaken, age group athletes slowing down, getting out of the way and screaming, just, again, showing that camaraderie and great sportsmanship of our Ironman racers. Certainly nice to see, but not surprising. It's just a great family out there in Ohana of Ironman athletes taking care of one another and really just doing the right thing. So it's always a treat to see it, though, like that, and referencing, of course, that age group that looked and leapt out of the way to make sure Sky had fewer steps to take to her victory finish line. But it's also, and we talk about this, as she comes into the park here for this final time and she gets to turn and head on back. Matt, is it more or less difficult at this point to just stay on that consumption, because it does have to get a little old where you're just shoveling
yeah.
Morton after Morton and Gatorade after Gatorade down the guzzle.
Yeah, as much as those things are exactly what you need, it at a certain point it's monotonous. Again, you're talking to somebody who says he gets bored out there, so I think it is tough to stay on top of it and think maybe you can get to the finish line without staying on top of all the things. But again, if she wants to get the most out of herself, she needs to stay with it, and she's doing a great job of that. 22.3 miles through on the run, a 2:39. So about 4 miles to go. She's gonna be in that 3:05, 3:10 range on this run. So nothing super quick, as far as what she's capable of. But certainly on the day and with the conditions, she's doing better than anybody else on this course. So impressive.
Very impressive indeed. And as we kind of roll on through here, back with Lindsey Corbin, it's interesting because she's kind of probably by some stretches a little bit out of where she wants to be. She wants, regardless, she wants a Kona slot. That doesn't mean she needs podium, but she's certainly used to that. From her standpoint, those splits look pretty good. Not as good as Jed Annett, but they look pretty consistent. So where does she find that motivation to get in there? Because you're also kind of going, man, I'm not getting it done again. I'm better than St. George. I'm not getting it done. I want to get this Kona slot. Where does the brain start to go? Because you don't want to just go to Kona. You want to go to Kona and do something nice. You want to perform. Is she still in a good spot? I mean, it's a question. It's a hard question to ask, but what do you think?
For sure. I mean, I think, she always has big expectations out of herself because she has the capabilities. You said she's won 8 Ironmans and been in the top 10 in Kona many times, top 5, her best performance. So, she knows that she can perform in those conditions on that course. And, this race wasn't originally on her plan, right? So she had to adapt. She goes to St. George, wants to get a Kona spot there, has a race that is not typical of her and not a showing of the fitness and the training that she's put in. And she had to adapt and come to this race and try to get a Kona spot. And I think she's in a good spot for where she needs to be. And I think, again, kind of what we were saying with TO and all those things, when you change your plan and after you do an Ironman that doesn't go well and say, oh, you convince yourself, okay, I'm going to go to this race to get a Kona spot. You have to hold yourself accountable to what the original goal was. The goal is a Kona spot. And I think that goal is going to keep her running well, to hold herself accountable and to be positive about the position she's in. But in the end, she right now has just gone through at 3 minutes and 40 seconds behind a Kona spot. With Susie Cheatham with 8 miles to go. That's
in range.
It's in range. That's tough because she's just making up about 18 seconds, 20 seconds a mile on Susie Cheatham. So if that math stays the same, it's not going to quite be there. But we know kind of how the curve goes in Ironman.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't want Susie Cheatham to be the one that I'm trying to chase down at the end because Susie knows these things. Why is Susie here? She's here to get the Kona spot.
Yeah.
So those two women are fighting right now.
Yeah, they're fighting. And wow, what a good little analysis there. And kind of one of the things that we saw, you saw this in South Africa with Susie Cheatham. And gosh, just you can only get so far sometimes. If the heat does get to you, you could be 3 miles out from your Podiums. Why do I keep calling it a Podium slot?
Not sure.
It's perhaps a lack of ability to speak. But the Podium, there it goes again. Either way, your slot to Kona could be 3 miles away and you just can't finish the race. And that's not something you can often control if you are, for example, like Andre Lopez last month when he collapsed in Chattanooga. If your body says, I'm done, the mind sometimes just loses the battle. So I guess I just say in these kind of conditions, Matt, you don't know until you're in that final 5 miles. So we'll keep a watchful eye on Lindsey Corbin and Susie Cheatham, see who comes out with that spot.
Totally. And this is the time of the day. The sun is high. The temp is starting to get at its peak. And it kind of takes a while for that to settle in. Now they've been running for an hour over 2 hours, 2.5 hours almost at this point for Sky. You're starting to feel that heat on your shoulders. You've been kind of exposed to that heat for a long period of time. Again, you've said it's pretty still. So that inner temp is going to start to build. And if you're in a race, if you're Susie Cheatham and a Lindsey Corbin, if you're in a race and you're running a little bit harder than you would if you weren't in a race, you know what? That's going to cause your core temp to rise, and you don't know when it's going to hit that spot where you can't bring it back.
There you go. Well said. And it's fun to get to watch Lindsey Corbin on camera because, as we said, we've been watching her compete and vie for these Kona slots since.
Oh, here we go. Here we
Yep.
go. This is Leslie Smith walking just as we talk about this, Michael. Sorry to cut you off.
No, it's perfect.
Just when we were talking, you never know. And you kind of had a hint that this might happen because you have this runner that is starting to fade. And you know who is responsible for this? That is Jen Annette.
Yeah.
Right? She ran up. She tried to push and get up to Jen Annette, and Jen just held her, and she's gone. So right now, this is Susie's and Lindsay's Kona spot.
This is it, exactly. And I was thinking, it's weird because when you were talking, I was thinking, man, the only way these two are really going to get there is if Leslie Smith cracks. I thought it in my brain, and I didn't really think it was coming. But remember when we saw her running and she had that limp? Because right now she's favoring one leg and completely lacking. So you kind of gather this is a bonk where she's not even seeing. She's calorie bonk, may well be completely dehydrated, and all of that is exposing whatever weakness or imbalance she had in the stride. Because Matt, don't you see that right now? It's like she can't even respond to a high five or encouragement from the age grouper. She is just in full suffer mode, and it's kind of like, dang, body's let me down. Get her to a can of Coke is what I have to say.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's going to help, but she's in a spot right now, and she needs to find a way to get through this and get to that aid station, but she is not moving forward at this point.
She needs a break. We are now looking at the end, most likely, of Leslie Smith's day. I will never say never, but when you lie down and you stop forward progress, it really comes down to, do you want to walk your way to the finish? Do you want to will yourself to the finish? Just as I said that, she's getting back up. But here's the problem. The desire to lie down, Matt, you brought it up as boredom. I bring it up as a sleepiness. Sleepiness is a sign of mild dehydration. It is one of the cues you get along with muscle cramping and spasming. One of those is sleepy sensation. Every athlete has felt it. You come back from a hard run or a hard effort in the heat and you feel tired. You feel like I need a coffee. And realistically, what you need is a lot of water. The water revives you, brings that energy back. Yep. She's lying down. I'm sure there's other things, but when you lie down and you have that sensation while exercising, you have that urge to sleep or lie down, you are dehydrated. She's probably so far behind. The only way to keep this going in the right direction is get in the fluids that will stay in, walk, and get yourself back on track.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think that's well said. I think, sugars to a certain extent too. We're going to, if your head's off, you're going to start doing things that feel weird, but you're doing anything that in a normal situation equals recovery. Make this feel better, and right now she doesn't have an aid station nearby. She doesn't have shade nearby. So what's my option? Stop. If that's not enough. Okay, now I'll lay down, right? Like you just go back to kind of survival at that point.
Well, let's start looking as everyone else is, including the camp that is rooting for Susie Cheatham and Lindsey Corbin. Now, Matt, what we kind of looked at was Susie, we said it before, if somebody gets inside that last 2, 3, 4 miles and your Kona slot evaporates, well, guess what? Sadly, that's happening to Leslie Smith right now. So we look down the ranks and we say, well, if you're continuing on as you have been doing, we still expect to see now Philno is in the mix, and so is Cheatham and Corbin. So there's still some shuffling to be done, but nonetheless, an interesting story still to be told as we look back at the men's race and how we got through start to finish today, Matt. It kicked off early in the morning right here in a 2-lap Roca swim course, driving in, or diving in, if you may say it that way, to these cool waters these men got going. Tim O'Donnell from USA and Sweden's Jesper Svensson, they got off and ditched the rest of those swimmers, and they said this is a 2-horse race for as long as we can make it that way, out on solid ground into that long transition. The Swede and the American, sorry, that was just the bridge to the last portion of the swim. I made that mistake already twice, but a unique swim here in Des Moines where they come out of the water a total of 4 times, the 4th time being this one for good, exiting into transition 1. Tim O'Donnell trying to get his way back to Kona after a 2.5-year Ironman absence, and he was in front for a nice long time, Matt.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And those two athletes ran through transition together and got on that bike together as well, and were able to help each other kind of push the pace. But you know, it was one of those things that it was kind of predestined that we knew Matt Hansen was chasing, but T.O. did his best. Here's Matt Hansen chasing through transition. T.O. did his best with Jesper Svensson to be able to hold him off as long as possible and to set a pace that they thought was a pace that if you were going faster than, you were putting yourself in maybe a little bit spot of bother.
And then we saw Brazil's Andre Lopez get into the mix with Matt Hansen. They came up from a couple minutes back, and they made it a 4-man race with guys like Matt Russell really trying to keep the chase pack in contact. But to be honest, it was a 4-person race from the outset, going for that podium and going for those available Kona slots. This man, Jesper Svensson, driving the pace, and all 3 of them finally dispatching Andre Lopez, the young man from Brazil who showed great promise on the run. It was, again, a 3-man show with Matt Hansen breaking away and starting the run in first place. He was motoring perhaps a little bit too much from the outset.
No, he absolutely was. And even through transition, he made up, over 45 seconds on those athletes behind him. So no doubt he was pressing, and we can see how fast he was running early in this race. You know, it was a 5:45 pace of the first few splits, as was T.O., running really, really well. Both of those athletes kind of getting after the pace that they know they're capable of on a great day. But, you know, they rode that bike pretty fast. It's pretty humid conditions out there as well. But both of those athletes held first and second position for a fair amount of time, keeping each other accountable as they went through the midpoint of the
That's
run.
right. And Matt Hansen saying, hey, you know what? He's going to try something different today. He went for it. But the guy who really impressed was the newcomer, the rookie, Andre Lopez from Brazil. He came up on the shoulder of Tim O'Donnell just before 18 miles and just before Tim hit a rough patch, went completely dark. All of that happening while Matt Hansen managed to get across the line, 7 hours 57, taking the win. Andre Lopez breaking through with that podium finish, and Tim O'Donnell grateful and content to come home 3rd place with a Kona spot. These 3 men, USA, Brazil, and USA, are the ones that took out that podium at today's Certified Piedmontese Beef Ironman North American Championship, Des Moines.
Yeah, amazing race from the men here today, and an amazing race by the women. That woman on screen, Jen Annette, pushing that pace, making sure she holds everybody accountable. There's your top 10 there. Other significant athletes, Matt Russell, 5th place. Stephen Kilshaw moved all the way up to 6th. Jesse Vonderchak, 7th. Patrick Brady, 8th. Elliot Bach, Christopher Dells riding out the top 10.
With Jesper Svensson missing from action, the guy who finished 3rd place at Ironman Texas just about 2 months ago, didn't make it to the finish line in the top 10, so we'll keep an eye out. I'll never call a DNF until it's confirmed, but he's definitely not where he started that bike. And here we are back to Kelly Phil now apparently with the second place lead rider, having overtaken Leslie Smith, who we saw walking and lying down a couple minutes ago. So Kelly Phil now suddenly finding herself in that second Kona position and also third place overall. Now here's the rub. She's got two women that are chasing hard behind her, each of whom is desperate for a Kona slot. So if things play out and Jen Annett grabs Kona slot number 1 with a second place finish, then Kelly Phil now, does she get the second one? And then 3, who does it go to?
Let's not forget, Kelly Phil now has a Kona spot.
She does.
Yes.
Thanks, because I did forget that. And
Yeah,
that was
that's
something
fine.
that, had I known before I started talking, I wouldn't have said all those things.
Sorry,
No,
buddy.
thanks. That's perfect. And so ultimately, again, Kelly Phil now instead of focusing anything towards Kona, obviously she's got that. She's trying to get that podium finish, her best Ironman finish that would be. So really just fighting to keep the women at bay, let them battle it out and keep those 2 Kona slots. But certainly, how good is this going to feel if and when we see Lindsay and Susie run past Leslie and recognize that they're in Kona territory?
So Susie Cheatham has run by Leslie Smith. Leslie Smith has, it looks like, maintained some forward progress and gotten over that mat. So she's gone through 20.6 miles in 5th place. Obviously her pace for that period of time, much, much slower than it was, 12.5-minute pace. Whether or not she's running again, it's hard for me to believe that she could get in that short period of time to the spot where she's running efficiently and in the 7-minute range. I mean, she was, totally out of it at that point the last time we saw her. So she is moving forward. It looks like to some extent, still waiting on that split from Lindsay Corbin. But if Lindsay does get ahead of Leslie Smith, who seems to be struggling, that's a Kona spot for both Susie Cheatham and Lindsay Corbin.
Well, somehow, too, Lindsay Corbin has just completely disappeared from my tracker from all splits, not recent ones. So obviously a technical difficulty, but that's again on my tracker. So let's see when she reappears. If you have her, then it's just my tracker that's gone a little bit haywire for the second. But back here with our leader for the day, getting dangerously close to the finish line. We're estimating her coming across the line here in about 6 or 7 minutes. So she's closing in on that final stretch, and the crowds of Des Moines will be ringing her across the line in style.
Yeah, absolutely. Getting very, very close. That run time, she's going to be right around the 3-hour mark. But again, anything, when you're talking about the fact that she's leading by 20 minutes, any pace that she's getting is really just her holding herself accountable at this point. So amazing performance by Skye, and, job done. Well done for her to be able to come out and try to do her best to get a simulation of the Kona course, and, maybe even simulated some of the pacing that she might expect on that Kona race as well.
Well, again, because I think that is what ends up nipping some people is when they can't match that dynamic that it really dictates. So Kona takes over, and it sort of forces a lot of these athletes, or so they feel, it forces them to race a dynamic they're not comfortable or familiar with. And that's where you end up with those massive upsets. So people go to Kona and just, they can't get it done. So I think it's a good idea to come in here like Matt Hansen did and like Skye's doing, just regardless of where people are, just push the envelope, just really go for it and see where the body cashes in or where it makes good. So that's Skye today, and man, she is rocking.
Yeah, absolutely. She's doing a great job. We see Lindsay Corbin now through that 20.6 mile mark at 31:25. So at that timing match, she was 55 seconds behind Leslie Smith, but did seem like it was kind of a matter of time. So the reason we're so focused on that race is obviously Skye is taking away this race for the lead, but very important, as far as the Kona qualifications on what that makeup of that Kona race is going to be. Now we have 2 top 10 finishers in Susie Cheatham and Lindsay Corbin that are going to put themselves on the start line. And, this race, any race, is very different than Kona. I mean, you could get a 5th place or a 3rd place at a race in North America, but be that athlete that just is great in Kona and have a top performance. So I think those two athletes will be looking to do that.
Yeah, and so Corbin back on the tracker, 55 seconds behind Leslie Smith. So she still needs to get around Leslie. If Leslie turns or has turned her ship around, which did look improbable when we last saw her, then it's still a battle. But I think what we saw was Lindsay just looking very committed, tough, and solid. Zero chinks in the armor. She just looked like she was pushing through.
There's turning yourself around to get running again, and then there's turning yourself around to racing again. And I don't think, from what we saw out of Leslie, that it's possible for her to turn around and get to running 7-minute pace again for 6 more miles. That just, obviously, the glycogen levels either went too far down, the dehydration was too far deep, or the heat was too much, that it's going to take a while for that to kind of recalibrate. If she was within a mile, sure, but she's got 6 miles to go. That's a 10K in the heat after you've already kind of blown. That's going to be a challenge for her. But a huge gap to the athletes behind the next athlete behind Lindsay Corbin was Fiona Moriarty, and she was 20 more minutes behind. So a lot of room there for Leslie Smith to make it home.
A lot of room as we come back to Jen Annett, who continues to just be extremely consistent. Could we even say most consistent today? I mean, obviously Sky has done that as well, but this is just rock solid. And every time we see her, she's just plugging away at essentially a 7:15 average. Really impressive to me. Not surprising, but definitely impressive.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think, when you see an athlete, and it's similar to, Hansen to a certain extent, like you see a great runner, you assume maybe they're not great on the bike. You see a great cyclist and you think, well, they're going to slow, or we see them maybe at times lose pace on the run, or their run's not as impressive as the bike. It doesn't mean they're not great runners and they don't have the ability to perform. And Jen Annett has come after a long time without a great result over the Ironman distance to come at a second place at this point, in the position to get second place in a North American championship, get a Kona spot, get 15 grand in the pocket. Like, that's a great performance by Jen.
For sure. And there you go. Look at that. That was the first time. Hands up and a big smile from Sky Mont. She is nearly there and felt definitely like she could celebrate there in these closing blocks. So great stuff to be certain.
No, absolutely. Hopefully you can get a little bit of time to celebrate. She's got 10 minutes. She wants to break that 9-hour mark, but I don't think that's too much in her head at this point. She's shown her dominance, 20 minutes. And again, that's over 2 athletes that have been in the top 6 in Kona and multiple time top 10 finishers. So, if she's trying to test herself and get ready for a race like Kona, she's put some of the best athletes on that course, behind her and in like dominant fashion.
That's correct. And she's also Jen Annett. She's another one, former I2 long distance world champs. No slouches behind her for sure. So Sky came here and she said there is no race that's a walk in the park. Everyone just depends. And today she did really make it look easy. And it's been fun to watch. It really has. As she comes home, and these crowds that we promised are all enjoying seeing our first place competitor run down the road, and she's going to come under that certified Piedmontese arch, which signifies that she's just got that last little couple turns here, and she's on that finished carpet. And Mike Riley gets to call her an Ironman champion, her 3rd time to hear those words.
Yeah, no, absolutely. She's going to be stoked. One hard left-hand corner. And, she's at it. So she's going to be well under 9 hours, Michael, and both arms. I think, hopefully Mike talks to her about her performance and how it ranks for her. But as far as execution, this doesn't get much better than this. And I don't know that I've seen it out of Sky, especially considering she did it herself.
There you go. And today, the champion and the recent North American Ironman champ, this is Sky Munch. Congratulations. And of course, Certified Piedmontese congratulates you on making this finish. Wow, what a time. 8 hours, 51 minutes, and 44 seconds. So fast. And she did that 3:06 marathon, just ticking them over, making it look easy, even though she'd say probably that it wasn't.
Yeah, I think she'd probably admit it wasn't that easy. But yeah, how she looks after, it looks like it wasn't hard. I should
She's
say.
like, I could do a couple more miles.
Yeah, I think she had a few more to go.
Yeah, it does feel warm. You could tell that. She's cooling off, but getting a nice look at the kit and stuff she's got jammed in the back there. And, of course, as always, we're going to get to zip on down to that Hyper Ice recovery zone where Mike Riley will be interviewing our winner today. So hold on to your hats because that's coming up soon. And right now we want to make sure to give her time to, hey, drink some cold water. Soak it up, do the things that you do when you win a race. You know how that feels, Matt.
Yeah, absolutely. You do what you do and take the time to do it. We do see it's our other women going through 22.3 miles. Kelly Philnow holding on to that third position at about 8 minutes down from Jen Annette rolling through in that podium position. But again, a big race for that podium finish. Well, look, this guy's got time for some selfies for fans. I mean, she does look pretty comfortable, Michael.
Fresh as a daisy. I mean, she looks like she could go out for another lap if they said, we double dog dare you. But thankfully, we don't do that around here. If nothing else, we do offer a free delivery to your house if you win the certified Piedmontese 5-mile challenge. That was so cool. I have to see those results because I'm just curious who really goes for it. 100 miles, you have to TT an extra 5 in there. Not extra 5, but you have to TT for 5 to get that prize. Pretty cool.
Yeah, no, I love it. I think it's great. We'll see if Sky got that for the pro women's field. But amazing result from her. A great performance across all 3 disciplines. I mean, in the lead on that swim.
You gotta win.
Let's go down to Mike Riley in the Hyper Race
Pushed
recovery
out
zone.
there so hard with so many people really not chasing you. Was it tougher to race like that because you had a commanding lead?
Not really. I find it a little more relaxing just to kind of set my own pace, I guess. But I always try to push myself and get the most out of myself, especially on the marathon when it gets tough and, you have a gap. You think, I could just go a little easier and it'd be fine, but I always want to get the most out of myself, so I'm proud of that.
And the end goal, always Kona. Obviously, well documented, you had a bike crash there, and now you want to go back, correct?
Well, I never even made it to Kona. I crashed before I got there. So, yeah, this year will be my first Kona. That's part of why I wanted to come race here. I wanted hot and humid, and I think we got it. So, I learned a few things today for sure.
What'd you learn?
Humidity's interesting. It's intense. I guess it's intense is what it is, yeah. But, pretty good day for me.
Well, you're from the Salt Lake City area where it's a little drier. Are you going to race any more humid conditions, like say 70.3 or anything else this year?
No, Kona's probably my next super. Well, I don't know. Maybe in Texas there's a race I might do, but I'll get a nice summer of training in dry heat, very, very hot conditions. So.
Will you go out to Kona like pretty early?
I think we just go 10 days. I mean, I've never done this before, but I'm pretty sure 10 days is when we'll go out.
Well, Sky, we all know you're representing the USA, and it's been a while since we've been on the podium on the women's side for the USA, so there's no pressure, but we're looking for you, that's for sure.
Yeah, I'll be pushing for it for sure.
Sky Moch, everybody, first place today at the Ironman North America Championships.
You can tell when it's been a hard, hot, and humid day for everyone when Mike Riley is making those snafus. Get that guy a Morton gel and slip him into some Hyper Ice recovery boots. No, Mike Riley does a fantastic job, and we all get, including you and me, a couple slip-ups. And who hasn't called first place third in their past? Anyway, moving on. Here's the story, folks. We have a lot of racing to go. We know 20 minutes was the gap at the last time split, so stay with us to watch the conclusion of the certified Piedmontese Beef Ironman North American Championship, Des Moines.
And we are back in Des Moines with our women's second place runner. She's at the front of this race course now with Sky Mach already crossing that finish line. And it's Jen Annett. She's getting the best executed run award from me at this point. Very, very steady, consistent run splits from Jen Annett after having a ridiculously consistent and fast bike split to move herself up into second place, and no easy feat. And I think something that, like, it's clear that she's put in the work to adapt, because where she lives in Penticton and that course, it is not hot and it's certainly not humid. So for her to be able to come down to a race that has conditions like this, I bet she's been doing a fair amount of indoor training, maybe some heat work as well. But great performance over the three disciplines. But the consistency with Jen Annett on this run today is super impressive.
Very impressive, because yes, those are notables. It's also early. I mean, it's what is the date? June 12th. It doesn't get that hot. It does get hot eventually in Penticton, but there hasn't been a lot of exposure to that warmth yet for BC. So really an impressive show on multiple levels for Jen Annett, coming through aid station, grabbing that cold water and sipping it and then pouring the rest. That's a great method. And then going for the Gatorade cup. But I love to see that, because a lot of times, Matt, you'll see people, and I'm very critical of this, cool themselves, pour it, and then drink. It's sort of like, okay, right. The cooling feels good, but without drinking, you end up being toast. So it's nice to see Jen Annett have a sip before she goes to the pour. But, far be it from me to offer criticism to a top professional athlete.
Yeah.
I'll try.
But yeah, you'll continue to do so. So we do have more women through our 22.3 mile mark as we look at Jen Annett running well on screen. Kelly Philnow has gone through in that podium position, 27:43 down, so about 8 minutes down from the woman on screen. But she now has a minute 45 seconds on Susie Cheatham, and then Lindsay Corbin is another 2 minutes down from Susie Cheatham. So Lindsay is bringing Susie back. Kelly seems to be holding. So right now we might have a little bit of a swap, possibly fourth up for grabs. It seems like Kelly is doing her best to hold on to that podium position and get across that finish line in third place, but still some work to do. Just about 3.5 miles left to go for this woman on screen, and she's doing well to stay consistent over the back half.
Gosh, wow. What a race, third, fourth, and fifth, though. Essentially 2 minutes from third to fourth, 2 minutes from fourth to fifth, with 4 miles to go. It probably won't, but it could change up. The good news is, if you're keeping track of the score at home and you're looking for your favorite athletes and see who's going to Kona, it does look like Jen Annett, Susie Cheatham, and Lindsay Corbin are going to be the three women that get to come home with a slot to the 2022 Ironman World Championship that's taking place in October. Across 2 days, how exciting is that? We get to do one race on Thursday and have a break on Friday, and then do another one on Saturday. So a lot of athletes coming across the finish line there in Kona. Big thanks to the Kailua Kona community for giving us that opportunity to race twice in 1 week. It's going to be epic, though. Like, wow, you're going to see different conditions. You're going to see different wind patterns.
Oh yeah,
different everything, as well as a different start list each day.
No, it's going to be cool for sure. And to have the island, welcome us for 2 days is super special. And we're stoked to be out there doing that. And yeah, I mean, we always talk about, we never know what conditions are going to be like on race day, and how many times race week are you like, oh man, what if race was today?
Yeah.
Like, one of those fields is probably going to get that day, now that we're getting 2 out of those 7 days. So you never know. So roll the dice. Who's gonna get it worse?
That's right. And then you and I, let's go out on Friday and do the whole course.
Yeah, sure.
In training.
Yeah.
Like Cowman. Isn't that his day, Friday? Doesn't he do the whole course on Friday?
I think maybe. Yeah, he might.
Yeah. So we could try that.
I think with me being out on the motorcycle all day, I think I'm going to be comatose on Friday.
It's a motorcycle. You don't have to pedal. You'll be fine. Just hydrate. Put a Camelback on and go. Just like this. Watch Kelly Philnow. She's getting it done. Water in the mouth. Water on top. Water down the jersey. Matt, that's all you need to do. And think of it this way. She's plugging along in third place, doing a great job. While here we have Lindsey Corbin, our fan favorite, as we call her. A lot of folks chiming in and asking to see her. And there's your chance to watch her come in. Has indeed passed Leslie Smith and is indeed in that Kona territory. And also, she is one of these athletes that never will turn down an opportunity to communicate with the press, and here she was earlier this week.
I am excited to race. This is my first visit to Des Moines, Iowa, actually to the state of Iowa. So it's always kind of cool to do new events because there's a lot of unknown about them. But yeah, I'm looking forward to racing. I like heat and I like humidity. I like the country, farmland, and I like kind of hilly rolling hill bike courses. So this kind of suits my strengths. I'm looking forward to seeing how it goes. Yeah, I don't want to call it a redemption race from St. George, but I think more than anything I want to like prove to myself that the athlete that I was in St. George is not the athlete who I am. So you hear a lot that you're only as good as your last race. So I left St. George and that just kind of fueled a fire in me to like get back to work and maybe make a few changes in my training. And so I did that, and I'm excited to put that work to good use on Sunday. My number one objective is to get that Kona slot, and then once, hopefully, fingers crossed, if I have like a Kona slot and I'm feeling good, then I'm going to start racing for the front of the race. But I think I'll be probably similar to how I was in St. George, just racing smart and conservative, racing my own race, taking care of myself, and yeah, doing the things to hopefully lock up a Kona slot. And then once I feel like things are going good, hopefully I can, crank it up a notch and look to the front of the race. But the finish line here I think is going to be a pretty iconic finish line. I'm staying in town right near the finish line, and I can just tell the vibe down there is going to be a really fun special finish. So when you're hurting out there, just think of the finish line, because yeah, getting yourself there will be the reward after a very hard day. So yeah, it's going to be fun. You guys want a pretzel?
Hello, world.
You ready to get that soda?
And what a classic trick there, eating those salty pretzels in the days leading up to the race. Folks at home, take that one and put it in your pre-race planning kit, because a little salty food in there before a hot race like this will help you out.
I do the same, but mine are chocolate covered. Is that still okay?
It is, because you also need to carb load, Matt. So that's smart, as long as there's salty chocolate, I guess.
Yeah, delicious.
Yeah, sure. I'm sure there's salt in there.
So woman on screen here, Lindsey Corbin, running in 5th place. She's still battling to catch that athlete that was running in front that she had been chasing all day. I mean, that was the bullseye that she had was Susie Cheatham. That's who she thought she had to overcome to get that Kona spot. So even though she's got that Kona spot, she's still trying her hardest. 1 minute 45 seconds down with 2.5 miles to go. It's going to be pretty tight. That might be a little bit too much for Lindsey to get in that period of time, but she's going to give it a shot. But again, most consistent award, Jen Annett on screen.
That's right, representing Penticton, the Bike Barn, and all of BC today. Canada's very own Jen Annett, going to be 2nd place today, gets to grab that Kona slot, and really just gets to soak up the satisfaction of getting back on the podium after, not as many Ironman races. I think everybody here that has weathered this pandemic sure got back to some 70.3 racing perhaps, and got back into some other events. But almost everyone that used to race 2-3 Ironmans a year, some 4 and 5 Ironmans a year, just really in a big dry spell. I think it's good. I think it freshens them up and it gets them that hunger and that excitement again, in case you were feeling any burnout. But what do I know? I'm just right. I'm sitting here on a decade's worth of no Ironman racing, but looking at Jen Annett, I will say that if she's not as consistent, she's more consistent than Sky today. And Sky was rock solid.
Yeah, absolutely. I think so. I think that's a good call as she goes through one of our little cooling stations on course, and our cameraman does the same. Yeah, no, she stays super consistent. And you know what? One of my favorite parts of today is the consistency of me and you pronouncing her name totally differently. But we'll see if we get any viewer comments on who's correct there. I bet it's you, Jen Annette, running well in second place.
I don't see an E at the end. That's all I'm saying. Anyway, watching these volunteers also stick it out because we forget how hard it is not just to spectate an Ironman, but to support it through and through. A lot of energy being put out to the athletes and very little to take care of yourself. So just another little round of applause for our Ironman volunteers that are there in the shadows, in the sideline, just taking care of all of our racers today. Could not do it without them, and certainly we don't undervalue that contribution. Did I just see a little thumbs up, or is that just part of the stride?
No, I think she's starting to get a little bit from the outside world and encourage other folks as she's getting encouraged through the last few miles of this run course. But man, she's not slowing. I'm looking forward to looking at these splits. I do think she's going to be one that's as close as you can get to that negative split. And as impressive as Sky's gap was on Jen and the rest of the field, Jen is running almost 10 minutes ahead of third place.
Yeah, that's right.
So she's having a fantastic race. It's just we have one of the best athletes in North America, obviously with the North American champion just being crowned, Sky Monch just on a day. So it looks like she's a bit back, but she's having a great performance today.
I would agree 100% as we watch these closing couple blocks. The exciting thing here is that all these folks have been waiting for hours to get a glimpse of the podium. And here it is. It's finally their turn to scream and yell and gain that inspiration that we all do from watching a great performance like this. Some of us get motivated to go run a 5K, others all the way up to the Ironman distance. But the beauty of it is there's inspiration to be seen here because, look, you could be on the couch. You could be skipping it. You could be calling it in. And everyone that decided to come out here and take part of this race, they committed. They set a goal, and then they made it happen. And I think there's just massive respect and inspiration that's flying around the course out there in Des Moines.
No, absolutely. And we've seen this section of the course now a few times. She just has a couple more turns to go before she gets that left hand kind of final hard left-hand turn down into the finish line. She's going to have a nice little downhill after that. There we go. She's starting to celebrate. Maybe she sees someone that she recognizes, but we know she's getting quite close. When the athlete starts to accept that they're going to cross the finish line, they're getting close.
That's right. And you can see the arch straight ahead. And when she gets to that arch, that hard left turn and straight into the finish line in the buttery, soft, smooth tones of Mike Riley will call her across the line. And we get to wait then for the next few women to come across the line. Of course, we celebrate officially the podium or the top three, but certainly with fourth and fifth being so close, I think you'll get a chance to see them all. At least that will be our intent as we come up overhead and look down on our second place finisher all the way from Penticton, British Columbia, up in Canada. This is Jen Annette. She's coming home second place. And let me tell you, this is a well-earned finish. It never appeared to be a sure thing, did it, Matt? Maybe the last 5 or 8 miles we've been able to say, no, I breathe easy. But congratulations go out to this superstar, Jen Annette, coming home second place.
And nothing feels better than when you let someone get within 45 seconds of you and then you just continue to put your heels to there. Yeah, that's it.
There you go. So a little shout out to some people on the side who have come to support Jen and still not breaking stride from that 7:15 pace. Hands up. She gets to celebrate here, stopping the clock in 9 hours and 11 minutes. Remember, the clock you saw up above was from the men's professional start. So great smiles. I mean, she doesn't look really phased at all. No worse for the wear here.
And that's what happens when you split a marathon well, right? If you go out too hard, you're going to come down and not be in a good spot. But if you're constantly kind of able to put your hand on the accelerator and just stay there, you're gonna feel comfortable when you're done. And I think both of our top two women, clearly had great execution, and a 3:12:34 for Jen Annette coming across the finish line in second place.
That's right, and we're going to head on down to Mike Riley in the Hyper Ice recovery zone with our second place finisher, with Jen Annette. She's getting her cold, icy water there. She got 2-3 bottles of it, and we're going to get to visit with them once again, hear how it played out for our women's podium. She's cooling it down right there, isn't she, Matt?
Yeah, no, that's what you need to do. It's time. That's what most of the athletes have been thinking about for the last little bit is stopping and then getting as much cold water and refreshment as possible, but mostly just that stopping part. But yeah, Jen looks great. Still, again, great racing for 3rd through 5th with Phil Now, Cheatham, and Corbin. But looks like we do have our second place finisher with the one and only Mike Riley to get a quick thoughts post-race.
I've got second place in here with me from Penticton, British Columbia, Jen Annette. Congratulations on your second place.
Thank you.
Well, Jen has already qualified for Kona. Oh, no, she hasn't. That's right. You haven't qualified for Kona. So that's a big deal. You took a 5th at Texas, I think, this past April. Last year you had a good Ironman Canada race in your hometown. Did that all work up to this?
Well, we didn't have the race in Canada. Oh, yeah. Well, that was in Whistler. Yeah. And, yeah, that was my Kona qualifier. And then Kona didn't go very well with the accident there and then COVID. So I needed this podium, honestly. I haven't podiumed in almost 3 years now. Wow, yeah. So went back to racing in the fall, and expectations were a little higher, and girls are really fit right now, and yeah, I really needed this, so I'm super happy.
So why did you choose Ironman Des Moines? Because of the North American Championships or schedule?
Mostly the schedule. And travel is tough right now, especially from Canada. So traveling to the States is the easiest for me, at least. So this was appealing. It looked beautiful. I didn't even know it was the North American Championships when I was looking at the schedule. So yeah, I'm glad to be here, and I hope this race continues.
Now, isn't your sister's out there racing as a Kelly? That's Kelly. I know. As an age grouper, correct? Kelly's sister. All right. Well, I know you don't have a sister. Well, Jen Annette, I tell you what, you come from a rich history of Ironman in Penticton. You grew up probably watching that race when you were like this, huh?
I didn't, actually. I was born and raised in Kelowna, which is like 45 minutes north of Penticton, and never heard of Ironman. When I moved to Penticton, my husband told me I should go down and watch this race, and I was so inspired by everything, just the spectators, the athletes. It was just like I was in tears, and I'm like, I don't even know any of these people. Like, this is something I totally want to do. Like, I want to be a part of this. So signed up, did my first Ironman in Canada in 2008, and qualified for Kona that year, and, well, I was hooked. It wasn't a one and done.
Well, you've been racing a long time. What'd you think of this Des Moines crowd out there?
It was awesome. It was really, really good. Volunteers were amazing. Aid stations were fantastic. And yeah, the crowd was great. I mean, the run course was perfect in terms of no lack of spectators, and beautiful at the same time. So yeah, I'll be back.
I love it. Well, at the award ceremony tomorrow, I will ask you officially whether you're going to take that Kona spot, and we kind of know the answer already.
I'm not going to change my mind.
Yeah, I hope you don't change your mind. All right, Jen Annette, everybody, Penticton, Canada. What a great day she had.
And as we jump back to Kelly Phil now here in 3rd place with 4th and 5th hot on her heels. This race so tight down to the wire, but it does appear that USA's Kelly Phil now is going to get across the line and hold on to that podium slot, 3rd place. She just has been rock solid, Matt, despite any predictions of who's catching who. She said, no, I got here to 3rd place. I am staying here. Watch me get across the line. It's all mine.
Yeah, no, absolutely. She, she had some other athletes zip by her on the bike and on the run, but she was able to, stick to the task at hand. And right now, she's holding on that podium. I don't see the podium getting away from her at all. A little bit of a fight for fourth place between Susie Cheatham and Lindsey Corbin, but Kelly Philnow doing her best to stay in that podium position. We'll see if she finishes there on the other side of this break.
And just like that, we are right here in that same spot, coming in the home stretch for Kelly Philnow, third place today in our amazing race that we've had so much fun watching. And folks that are cheering along from home, you'll know this. Kelly Philnow, she is the one that came through and capitalized on everyone's weaknesses and exploited her own strengths to grab this third spot. It is a North American podium here today. USA, Canada, USA. It is Kelly Philnow, folks, that is rolling through these final stretches. I would be hard-pressed not to get a high five to all those fans there on the side, because this is exciting stuff. Matt, you don't get this very often, and for her to be on the podium, you just got to soak it up.
Oh, no, absolutely. It's a great position for her to be in, obviously, and again, a really well executed race. She might have had some athletes around her that were a little bit, maybe favored to be able to outrun her, but it's not something that she let happen. And here she goes. She's got that hard left-hand turn into a hard right, looking over her shoulder, making sure nobody's coming. Nope, you've got it, Kelly. Long straightaway to the finish, and she's going to get third place in the North American Championship. That is quite an accomplishment for Kelly.
That's right, and hitting this finish line just a tick over 9 hours, 20 minutes. Kelly Philnow from the USA, congratulations. Third place in this amazing race today.
3:18:08 to finish off her great Ironman race today, but 3:18 marathon to finish it off.
And again, just remarkable how these women are so strong and finishing in such exceptional times and not completely collapsing at the finish line in those hot and humid conditions. It really just shows a great execution, but also just the strength and the training that went into this. Matt, I'm impressed. And, of course, as you know, we'll get to hear from her as we zip over here in a moment to Mike Riley in the High Price Recovery Zone with Kelly Philnow. Of course, third place today at the certified Piedmontese Beef Ironman North American Championship, Des Moines. This is going to be good. As soon as Mike Riley has her queued up with some cold water, we'll zip down to that High Price Recovery Zone.
Yeah, absolutely. She's soaking it in, getting that recovery as best she can, maybe catching up with her competitors. Congratulations to Jen Annette, and she'll obviously give congrats to Sky as well. But we're going to have that fourth and fifth place finishers coming across the finish line here pretty soon as well, with that battle between Susie Cheatham and Lindsey Corbin.
So there we see Mike getting ready to pose a few great questions to Kelly. Once again, we said this before, but he's gonna interview her, and we're gonna be grateful to hear these words.
Here we go. I've
down
got
at
third
the High
place
Price
with
Recovery
me,
Zone.
Kelly Philnow from Charlotte, North Carolina. Her third place today. I tell you, I gotta hand it to you. You look kind of fresh and like you have a little more in you.
It's really hot out there. I'm a little dehydrated, but yeah, it was a great day.
Did the race go according to your plan? You already have a spot to Kona, but was it for training purposes? What was it for?
Yeah, my twin sister was racing, so I just decided since I was going to Sherpa anyways, I might as well just race. So that's what I did.
So wait, she's still out there. Does that mean you've got to go out now and Sherpa?
Exactly. Yeah, she's trying to win her age group right now. So, yeah, I got to go cheer her on.
So Mom and Dad said to us, you've already qualified for Kona. She's already qualified for Kona. Everybody got their reservations and going?
We did, yes. And my brother is coming to see his first triathlon ever, so that'll be fun. Wow, yeah.
That'll be fantastic. Well, you had a great day out there, tough conditions, but you can only know that this will prepare you for October.
Yeah, definitely, because I think it'll be even more humid than it was today, so it's good practice.
Good practice. Well, Kelly, congratulations. I know you got to go Sherpa for your twin sister out there. Take a break. We'll do a podium presentation, and you can go out there.
And there you have it. You're looking at fourth place today, Susie Cheatham from Great Britain. She is on the ground, satisfied to have grabbed that Kona slot, Matt. Also finishing a very close fourth place, 3:18 for her run, almost identical to Kelly Phil now. But wow, a fantastic comeback for the new mom who is here and now going back to Kona.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's, she's going to feel good about, getting across that finish line, obviously getting that Kona spot. Certainly she was a little disheartened after not being able to finish in South Africa in those humid conditions. So coming back here to have that fourth place result and looks like holding off Lindsey Corbin in the final stages of the run, which is a battle we might see out on the Queen K as well. But on screen right now, that is Skye Moch, our women's champion. And here we go. It's Lindsey Corbin coming in the finish chute. She knows she has time, stopping to give hugs. This is why she's one of the fan favorites, probably friends out on course, maybe even a home stay. But Lindsey Corbin, she's back. You did it, Lindsey. Got yourself your Kona spot after disappointing St. George. So that one's off the sheet. Here we go. Time to go to Kona. Good job, Lindsey.
Well done. And again, another 3:15 here, another solid run for Lindsey Corbin. She came across the line in 9:24 and grabbed that Kona slot. So keeping the streak alive, which is impressive. As we said, I think this will be her 14th appearance in Kona as a professional. I think once as an age grouper, and then all those finishes that she notched as a pro. But a great record for the American. And we also are excited to watch these athletes jump up and celebrate that podium. Of course, if you're here and you're looking for other athletes, just know that you can keep following along on the Ironman tracker as well. And we encourage you guys to keep that chat going alive and having fun over at ironmannow.com. Get on there on that site on the on all that fun stuff that's going on. Because Matt, while I'll be there to chat here, you get to chat with everyone, all the fans, all the experts, all the cool stuff. So keep an eye on that as well.
She hails from Penticton, British Columbia. 101 in the water for her, 4:49 on the bike, a 3:12 run. Total day of 9:11:49. 37-year-old, second place, Jen Annette. She hails from Holiday, Utah. Swam 55:35, 4:41:35 bike, 3:06:20 on the run. Total day 8:51:44. Your 2022 Ironman North American champion, Des Moines, Iowa, Skye Moch. Let's get your flowers, presentation, and your medals. There you go. Put it up in the air. Be proud. Congratulations. Now you can pour it in your mouth or not. Yeah, there you go. One more time for Kelly, Jen, and Sky, your top three.
And how about that as you
There
watch
we
this
go.
podium
Beautiful
celebrate, and it's awesome to see them pouring that Athletic Brewing beer all over one another. That's a way to celebrate. You can enjoy sipping one later, but for now, just douse one another because that's how we do. We celebrate in style. But Matt, what a fun event to be a part of here, watching the North American Championship get back into action and seeing all the North American talent really vie for those spots because that's what it ended up being through and through.
No, and it really was. Both fields, fantastic performances and tight racing. That women's field, that second through fifth place, became a lot more dramatic in the end than we thought it was going to be.
That's right. Sure, Sky Monch really ran away with it, but that's the punchline to a great, great story. Let's do this. Let's have a look at how that women's race played out today at Certified Piedmontese Beef Ironman North American Championship. Des Moines, well, they dove right into Grays Lake early this morning, 5:38 a.m. to be exact, and those waters felt chilly at first, but the women heated up with really quick pace, 3 of them getting away. Of course, you have to say Britt Vaughn, she let it out for the women with Sky Monch and Leslie Smith in tow. Those 3 women got away from the others, although it wasn't a huge gap, Matt. We did see these women stay in pretty close contact leaving the water.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Stayed pretty close a couple times as we saw. They came in and out of the water, and every time they kind of regrouped. Didn't look like anybody was trying to drop any of their compatriots there. But when it all was done, Leslie Smith had, I thought, kind of a breakthrough swim, being able to stay on Sky's feet, and those 3 ran through transition together. But it wasn't long until we kind of knew what was going to happen on the day. And that was Sky Monch kind of taking the lead and never seeing anything but the front of the course.
And Leslie Smith did get out of T1 in front of Sky Monch, but she didn't stay there in front for long because that's what we saw. We just saw Sky riding away, and man, she put the pedal to the metal on this one-loop course. 4 hours and 41 minutes. She lit it up, and she just did so all alone. Susie Cheatham making a triumphant return from maternity break throughout last year. It was cool to see the 2-time 6th place Kona finisher get right back in the mix.
Yeah, absolutely. And you saw Jen Annette be steady all day long. It didn't matter who was around her. She was making sure she just stayed on her race plan and rode steady throughout. Leslie Smith looked great the whole bike ride. Was only passed by a few athletes throughout, but it was Kelly Philnow was actually one of the big movers on the day, seemingly being aggressive throughout this bike ride, Michael.
That's right, but nobody could keep up with Sky Monch. She got away and just kept the pressure on throughout the rolling course that featured 4,079 feet of vertical gain. Here's one little turnaround where she got to come back and have a look at how far back Jen Annett was, and it was a ways back, Matt.
Yeah, it absolutely was, and that gap continued to grow all the way through transition and onto the run. But Sky, was able to set her pace all day. But as she said, she wanted to hold herself accountable to pushing as much as she could. So when she entered that marathon, that mode didn't change at all. She pushed herself through the bike, and now it was up to her to push herself with getting up to a 20-minute gap on this marathon.
Massive. And then Jen Annett, we said she sure had Miss Consistency Award on that run. She just settled into her pace and pushed, bringing home a 7:25 average to close out her marathon. But really exceptional. She'd been in a long dry spell, as most of us had, from Ironman racing. But as we look here, Leslie Smith really thinking she was going to get a podium and grab that Kona slot. But no, she was out on the sidelines. Kelly Philnow capitalized and ran right into 3rd place.
Yeah, absolutely. And here we go. Your champion of the day, dominated, led in that swim group, led the bike and led the run. Sky Monch, 2nd place, as you said, Mrs. Consistency, Jen Annett, and then Kelly Philnow, just blinders on, racing her race, ended up 3rd across the line.
There you go. And I tell you what, Sky Monch, she was able to take that Ironman European Championship title and add a North American title to the resume. Well, let's see where she goes, of course, after Kona next year to take home another regional title perhaps. But some great stuff as you're looking down on this beautiful finish line here in downtown Des Moines. A great shot of a great venue. We're going to check in with 4th and 5th place in the Hyper Ice Recovery Zone.
They were 4th and 5th. Why that's significant? They both qualified for the Ironman World Championship in Kailua Kona. How's that, huh? Susie, you know, the day transpired out there probably like you really didn't plan because you wanted to run a lot faster than you did. What do you think happened?
I don't know. I came here thinking that if I came 4th and qualified, I'd be satisfied. And I'm satisfied. I wouldn't want to go to Kona in this form. Yeah, I bike quite conservatively. Saw my numbers, was like, game on. I'm in a good position to run strong off the bike, but my fitness just wasn't there, and Des Moines was seriously humid and seriously hot. And my prep was about nailing the big stuff. I didn't get to heat prep, that's for sure. And that showed, and even standing here is tough.
Well, you know, it's interesting because you know what Kona, the kind of shape you, excuse me, the shape you have to be in Kona. And this humidity is not exactly something you're able to train in Great Britain.
Yeah, I mean, for Kona, I've always trained in humidity indoors. I've always gone into Kona in a lot better shape than this, and I plan to go to Kona in a lot better shape than this. Today was about getting that slot and doing it in time so I can go back to basics and rebuild from the bottom. Coming back from having my little boy 16, 17 months ago, it's been a lot tougher than I thought. So I'm just proud that I can go home and give him a hug and tell him that his mom did good.
Your mom did really good. He's going to be so proud of you, especially in the later years when he sees what you did. Congratulations, and we'll see you in Kona. Lindsey Corbin, did this day transpires the way you had planned? You've been in Kona 14 times now, more than any professional woman ever to compete in Kona. And this will be number 15.
I definitely set a goal of 15, and I have a feeling it'll be my last hurrah. So, yeah, I mean, I raced St. George 6 weeks ago or whatever it was, and I finished dead last among the pros, and it was the worst race of my career. So, really today I just wanted to prove to myself that I still had that fight in me, and I can't say 5th is like a dream race or a dream finish, but I fought all the way to the finish, and I got that slot by the hair of my chinny chin, and a slot is a slot. So, yeah, I'm just super grateful, and I never take a day like this for granted. And, yeah, it was a tough day, so hats off to everyone. And it was a beautiful, really fun course, so we'll take it.
Yeah, what'd you think of this Des Moines crowd and all the spectators out there for you?
I like the Midwest. You know, I mean, I like the humidity. It was a lot tougher than I had anticipated today, but my in-laws were here to watch me race, and that's a treat. So to have them come and watch me race for sort of the end of my career is just really special. So great crowds. The aid stations saved my bacon. I've never put so much ice down my tops. So thanks to all of you, and thanks to the ice suppliers for not hanging us to dry out there. So, yeah, tough day, but I'll take it.
Well, it's a good take. And, Lindsey, I've had the honor to call you for every one of your I'm going to get emotional. Every one of your 14 finishes in Kona, and I can't wait for number 15 in October. Yeah. Lindsey Corbin, everybody.
And there you go, very exemplary of our Ironman Ohana mat, watching Mike Riley and Lindsey Corbin embrace. There it is, looking at the top 5 of the certified Piedmontese Beef Ironman North American Championship Des Moines. The pro women in first place, 8 hours, 51 minutes. Sky Monch, Jen Annett from Canada in second, Kelly Philnow from USA in third, Susie Cheatham from Great Britain in fourth, and Lindsey Corbin closing out the podium in top 5. What a day for great racing under hot conditions. I'll say this, I'm glad to have been inside. What a show. Matt Lieto, thank you for being here. And on behalf of you and an entire Ironman team, I'm Michael Lovato. We'd like to say thanks for being here, and we'll see you down the road.